Seagulls glided across the sky, flitting up and down, their cries filled with joy as they rejoiced in having narrowly escaped disaster. Looking down, the azure sea appeared remarkably tranquil, as if the tempest that had raged earlier had never occurred. Only a solitary youth clung to a piece of driftwood, adrift in the vast ocean, his gaze weary and filled with despair. Suddenly, a wave surged forth, sweeping him away to an unknown destination, plunging him into unconsciousness. On the shores of an unnamed deserted island, the waves lapped against the golden sands, leaving the boy behind before receding quietly. After a long while, a soul from another world inhabited this body, and the boy slowly opened his eyes. Once his mind began to function again, he was astonished to discover that he had traversed realms. Moreover, he had become a boy named Lewis. Lewis surveyed his surroundings, noting only the boundless ocean, the cerulean sky, the beach, and the no trace of civilization in sight. A wave of loneliness washed over him, causing his spirits to plummet. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he realized that regardless of circumstances, surviving was indeed a cause for gratitude. As for the original inhabitant of this body, the memories he inherited revealed that the former owner was an unfortunate soul. At the age of 14, an orphan who subsisted by fishing, he had faced a tempest at sea that destroyed his only small boat, casting him into the ocean. Despite his despair, he clung to a piece of wood, drifting until he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. And then, he had unwittingly passed the mantle to Lewis. However, a pressing issue loomed large. The body he now occupied had endured days without water or food, exposed to the harsh elements, and was on the verge of collapse. Isn't it customary for traversers to possess a system? Is there a system? Please, I beg you. Ding, detecting that the host's bodily functions are failing, unbinding. What on earth? I refuse to accept this. This is not how it's supposed to be. Beep. Detecting the host's strong consciousness, a special gift will be bestowed. Partners are like birds of the same feather, but when disaster strikes, they fly apart, until fate brings us together again. Beep. Forget it. I'm too exhausted to complain. Lewis sat feebly on the beach, nearly ready to give up after such an ordeal. Let's see what this so-called gift is. It might prove useful that he opened the box delivered by the system and gasped at its contents. Wow, golden. Inside the box lay 3 vials filled with liquid and a fruit labeled genetic mutation. What is this? Suppressing his discomfort, he picked up a vial, glancing at the label physical quality. Without further thought, he was on the brink of dying from thirst and would have drunk poison at that moment. He gulped it down, smacking his lips, feeling it was somewhat lacking in satisfaction. Without hesitation, he consumed the remaining 2 vials as well. Once finished, Lewis felt a wave of warmth and comfort wash over him, truly delightful. Feeling revitalized, Lewis gazed at the empty vials. One labeled strength, one labeled agility. So, these are novice potions? Not bad at all. He wondered about their effectiveness to test it. Lewis stood up and scanned the beach until he spotted a large rock. You shall be my target, mimicking the stances he had seen in action films. He let out a loud shout and delivered a punch to the center of the stone. With a resounding crack, the rock shattered. Stone, please turn on a microphone to communicate. Staring at the fragments scattered around, he glanced at his hands in disbelief. Though it felt surreal, it was undeniably real. Lewis easily accepted that he now possessed the strength to crush a bull. Returning to the box from the system, he scrutinized the seemingly genetic mutation fruit, which struck him as somewhat familiar. Could this be a devil fruit? The conclusion he reached after some contemplation left him utterly astounded. But he quickly came to terms with this new reality. After all, traversing into the world of pirates was not so far-fetched. He picked up the mysterious devil fruit and examined it closely. Its variety was indiscernible. Although Lewis had watched One Piece in his previous life and had a rough understanding of the storyline, he was clueless about how to identify the type of devil fruit based on its appearance. Thus, a dilemma presented itself: to eat or not to eat. Holding the devil fruit, Lewis found himself faced with one of life's simplest choices: to become a wielder of power. Well, there was no hesitation at all. Let's be honest, this was a devil fruit. In his previous life, he had fantasized about consuming one and embarking on the journey of a protagonist in a thrilling tale. Now, the opportunity had arisen. If not now, when yet? A thought struck him, recalled the taste of devil fruits being reminiscent of something else, causing him to hesitate momentarily. But there was no choice but to try. Perhaps this was the price of gaining strength with resolve. Lewis held the fruit, opened his mouth, and took a bite, juice splattering across his face as he chewed the flesh. His taste buds rejoiced at it. Was quite delightful. How to describe it? If he had to, it was akin to a blend of various tropical fruit juices. Perhaps the system had altered it? Having savored the flavor, he wasted no time finishing it off. After consuming it, Lewis remembered another question. What type of fruit was this? He slapped his arm. No reaction. It wasn't a Logia type. Running to the shoreline, he gazed at his reflection in the water. No strange appendages. It wasn't a Zoan type. With these deductions, the only remaining possibility was a Paramecia type. Now, what was the specific ability? Lewis felt perplexed. How could he test it? I vaguely recall a notion that says if one consumes a devil fruit and focuses on it, it will reveal its specific powers. As he pondered this, Lewis sat cross-legged on the sand, concentrating on feeling. Before long, he sensed something and understood what his ability was. Chapter 002. How terrifying. The Superhuman Series, Shatterfruit. Shatter. It certainly feels formidable. Simple, direct, and brutal. Lewis expressed immense satisfaction. It was indeed a gift from the system. With the transformation of his physical form and the potent power of the devil fruit, Lewis brimmed with confidence. Jokingly, he mused that if he were to perish under such circumstances, he might as well return to cultivating potatoes. After calming his excited heart, Lewis began to ponder several questions. Where am I? How can I return to human society? And what about food? However, the last question was not overly complex. Beyond the beach lay a forest where sustenance should be plentiful. First things first, he needed to satisfy his hunger. Lewis's stomach had begun to protest, and he resolved to address his basic needs before contemplating anything else. As he stepped into the forest, the surrounding light dimmed abruptly. He gazed up at the towering trees in awe. Goodness, how tall! After a moment of astonishment, he muttered to himself, why has it grown even darker? No, wait. Suddenly, a menacing aura enveloped Lewis, compelling him to look back. Upon realizing the source of his dread, he could not help but scream. What the hell? Such a massive tiger. The tiger roared in response, startling a flock of birds and returning Lewis's spirit to him. Survival instinct surged within him, and without hesitation, he bolted away. Whoosh, he ran with remarkable speed. The tiger, eager to devour this small creature as a delightful afternoon treat, was taken aback. How dare this morsel flee? I shall feast upon you today. It bellowed angrily, pursuing Lewis. Lewis had underestimated himself, and the tiger had encountered a creature unlike any it had seen before. The tiger soon realized it could not catch up to Lewis. What manner of bipedal beast are you? The tiger felt exhausted. Never mind, I shall concede this chase. Do as you please. Lewis, elated by his unexpected speed, attributed his swiftness to a bottle of agility potion. Thank you, system. Now, the great tiger may very well satisfy my current physiological needs. As he contemplated, tears of excitement welled at the corners of his mouth. Wiping them away, Lewis resolved to stealthily approach the beast from the trees and catch it off guard. The reason he had fled before, now displaying such bravery, was due to the agility potion granted by the system, which had enhanced his speed beyond that of the tiger. Surely, with the strength imbued by the potion and the abilities of the devil fruit, he could not possibly lose to it? No, that was unlikely. The initial flight was merely a physiological response. Would I, such an honest person, boast to you? Not a chance. The tiger lay on the ground, evidently fatigued from the chase. Lewis perched on a branch, observing the beast. Meat. Here I come. Lewis's calf muscles bulged as he propelled himself off the branch, which snapped under the force of his explosive leap. Focusing his power into his fist, he formed a blue-purple orb and struck towards the tiger's head. Hearing the commotion, the tiger turned just in time to see a fist the size of a sandbag approaching. This was the last scene it beheld in its life. Bang! A powerful punch struck true, activating Lewis's ability. The tiger's head exploded into a shower of meat, blood splattering across Lewis's body. Achievement unlocked. First kill. Gasping for breath, the acrid scent of blood made him feel slightly nauseous. In his 2 lifetimes, this was his first encounter with such a gruesome sight. Gazing at his hands, Lewis felt the invigorating thrill of power coursing through him. In this world, the strong thrive and the weak perish. The earlier scene seemed a microcosm of this new reality. Survival and plunder occur daily throughout this realm. Oftentimes, living itself is a luxury. I can be quite poetic at times. Truly, I am remarkable. With a slight sigh, he returned to the tiger's carcass. Gripping its tail, he dragged the body toward the beach, aware that lingering in one place could attract other, more ferocious beasts. If he were to be overpowered, it would spell doom. After starting a fire and using sheer force to tear the tiger's body into manageable pieces, he skewered the meat on a branch. Before long, the golden brown roast emanated an enticing aroma that made his mouth water. Without hesitation, he dug in. Burp after a hearty meal, Lewis finally savored his first full feast since arriving in this world. Patting his round belly, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Alas, even with newfound abilities, I cannot bathe in the sea. After a brief moment of complaint, he began to ponder his second dilemma: how to return to human society. Being a poor swimmer, he was incapable of constructing a vessel, effectively sealing his own fate. Thus, he would have to await the guidance of destiny. In simpler terms, opening a mystery box, Lewis resolved to signal passing ships with smoke from his campfire daily. As for who he might attract, it was akin to a lottery. Should he encounter pirates, he would demonstrate his prowess and join their ranks, going with the flow, then adapt as needed. If he met the Navy, he would express a desire to contribute to justice, showcasing his abilities and perhaps see what unfolds. Ideally, he would encounter a notable Navy officer from the original tale. The rationale? Factional alignment. However, he ought not to dwell on such thoughts before securing his own rescue. A month had passed. My goodness, why has no ship passed by? Lewis, the limited edition wild man, was on the verge of madness. Since his arrival in this new world, an entire month had elapsed without a single vessel in sight. Lewis was thoroughly tormented. Was he destined to endure a Robinson Crusoe experience? Oh heavens, have you overestimated me? Gurgle, he felt his protesting stomach through the animal skin clothing. First and foremost, he needed to satiate his hunger. One must possess strength for idle thoughts. After all, turning back into the woods, he sought a favored child of fate. Report. Rear Admiral Borisellino. Oh, Lieutenant Colonel Stannaberry, what brings you here? We have discovered an island ahead. Recorded in our naval archives as a deserted isle rich in resources, perfect for resupplying our fleet. I understand. Then let us order a landing on this island. Understood. All personnel, prepare to disembark. Yes. Dragging the lifeless body of a large black bear towards the shore, Lewis was overcome by an insatiable hunger. Though he had never tasted bear paw, its illustrious reputation suggested it must be quite delectable. It appeared that fortune favored him today. Whistling a cheerful tune, he advanced along the path. Gazing out at the expansive azure sea, Lewis couldn't help but sigh. Oh, vessel, when shall you come to rescue me? No matter how delicious. It pales in comparison to properly cooked fare. My mouth is nearly parched from the lack of sustenance. Suddenly, a dark speck appeared on the horizon. Lewis squinted, straining his eyes to discern the sudden apparition. After rubbing his eyes and confirming his sight, joy surged through him as he grasped the bear and sprinted towards the shore. Hey, there are people here. Over here, he bellowed, hoping fervently that someone would come his way. It had been a month since he had last seen a ship. Excitement and elation could scarcely capture the tumult of emotions swelling within him. Major Storaberry, we have encountered a peculiar situation on the island, reported the scout upon finding Storaberry. Taking the binoculars, Storaberry peered in the direction indicated by the scout. Observing a youth clad in animal skins standing on the beach, his expression fierce. Most astonishingly, this individual was brandishing the large black bear above his head in a wild display. Taken aback, Storaberry marveled at the extraordinary scene. He immediately sought out Borisellino to relay the findings. Ah, the youth of today truly possess a terrifying audacity, Borisellino remarked, pursing his lips in astonishment. Moments later, the warship approached the shore. To be continued. Chapter 003. The Navy is truly charming as Lewis gazed upon the approaching warship. A sense of relief washed over him. In such circumstances, encountering the Navy was certainly preferable to crossing paths with pirates. At the very least, his safety was somewhat assured. Could it be that fate intended for him to tread the path of the Navy? Upon further reflection, the prospect of becoming a naval officer seemed rather appealing. Not to mention, that emblem of justice was undeniably handsome, a sight that could captivate anyone. Upon reaching the shore, a plank extended from the deck, and the sailors disembarked one after another, selecting a suitable spot to establish a temporary camp. Observing their efficient movements, Lewis felt a surge of anticipation for his own future. Speaking of appearances, he was quite confident in that regard. Whether in his past life or the present, he had always been quite the dashing figure. As for how handsome he truly was, dear readers, I leave that to your imagination. Oh, hello there, young man. The distinctive voice startled Lewis. Was it fate that he encountered this individual right away? Yet, upon reflection, meeting him could hardly be considered bad luck. Turning to face the speaker, he beheld a figure clad in a yellow-striped suit, topped with a naval cap bearing the insignia of the Navy, draped in that emblem of justice, and possessing a face that stirred the imagination. It was none other than the youthful version of Borsalino. "Why, hello, officer," Lewis stammered, feeling a touch nervous. Internally, he chanted, "I am the most handsome. I am the most handsome." Borsalino, with that mischievous grin, scrutinized Lewis from head to toe and slowly inquired, "Young man, have you found yourself stranded on a deserted island?" Upon hearing this, Lewis felt a wave of grievance wash over him, and he promptly divulged the frustrations he had endured over the past month. Borsalino listened, momentarily taken aback, while Strawberry stood by, equally astonished. "So, gentlemen, could you possibly take me away from here? I would be willing to assist on the ship with any tasks. Do not be misled by my youth. I possess great strength, and I have superpowers as well." His tone was earnest. Borsalino raised an eyebrow, not particularly surprised by the claim of strength, but rather intrigued by the mention of superpowers. It is worth noting that as a native who had never ventured beyond his island, he had no knowledge of the devil fruits and could only refer to his abilities in such terms. "Superpowers? Did you perhaps consume a strange-looking fruit?" Strawberry queried. Upon Lewis's nod, the two exchanged knowing glances. He was a devil fruit user. It was understandable that Lewis referred to it as superpowers, given his background. However, Borsalino did not immediately request a demonstration, but instead acquiesced to Lewis's request to leave the deserted island with him and invited him to accompany him. Lewis, of course, was more than eager to comply. Under the guidance of their officers, the sailors busied themselves gathering necessary supplies from the forest. Observing the bustling activity, Lewis felt a wave of contentment. It had been a long time since he had seen so many people, and it warmed his heart. At that moment, Borsalino spoke up. "Young man, I still do not know your name. I am Lewis. And you, officer?" "Oh, I am Borsalino, and this is my aide, Strawberry." "Greetings, Lewis Cohen." With the introductions complete, Borsalino swiftly got to the point. "So then, Lewis, what exactly are your superpowers?" Without hesitation, Lewis began to demonstrate. He picked up a stone from the beach with his left hand, then raised his right hand, summoning a violet-blue shield of light. As the stone made contact with the shield, the two older men were momentarily stunned. The moment the stone touched the shield, the point of contact shattered into tiny fragments until the stone was entirely obliterated. Witnessing this astonishing display, Borsalino mentally assessed the fruit's potential, recognizing that it held immense promise, rivaling even his own Pika Pika no Mi. With proper development and a capable user, Lewis's future strength could be remarkable. "How terrifyingly powerful," Borsalino exclaimed. Yet Strawberry silently thought, "Your power is also quite formidable." Lewis scratched his head, wearing an expression of embarrassment. Borsalino contemplated the implications. A potential orphan with a highly capable devil fruit ability. Could this not be a promising recruit for the Navy? As for whether he possessed a sense of justice, that could be nurtured once he joined the ranks. Despite Borsalino often appearing indifferent, he indeed cared about the future of the Navy's next generation. With enthusiasm brewing within him, he pondered the bonuses that would surely come from the Marshal for discovering such talent. How splendid! he declared, then inquired, "So, Louis Kuhn, would you care to join our navy?" Storo Berry remained silent, fully aware of his superior's intentions. Since Borsalino had taken the helm of the neutral faction, he alone held sway within the Navy's headquarters. Even Storo Berry felt inadequate, being merely a major. What influence could he wield? What benefits does joining the Navy entail? Louis asked curiously, not pretending ignorance, but genuinely unaware of the specifics of naval remuneration. It appeared quite appealing. Borsalino chuckled at the question, his face contorting amusingly, nearly eliciting a laugh from Louis, though he maintained his composure, for he was a professional. After all, who wishes to experience the weight of light? A warning kick at the speed of light. Well, Louis Kuhn, you are quite the straightforward fellow. As for salary and benefits, they are quite generous. You will receive 5 insurances and a housing allowance as a junior officer in Marineford, the Navy's headquarters. Once you reach the rank of general, you will have your own villa. When deployed to capture pirates, the headquarters provides bounties and meals. They are free. Eat as much as you desire. Listening to Borsalino's explanation, Louis felt that the Navy's benefits were indeed exceptional. Aside from the lack of a spousal package, everything else seemed exceedingly thoughtful. He decided then and there to dedicate his life to the cause of justice upon the seas. Seeing Louis's expression of aspiration, Borsalino smiled with satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain. "Ah, that is wonderful." The three stood conversing, with the 2 officers speaking while Louis listened intently, gleaning numerous insights, such as the fierce rivalry among the 3 major pirate crews, the Flying Pirate Crew, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Roger Pirates. The current era of the seas belonged to these 3 formidable factions. Hearing these familiar names stirred a wave of excitement within Louis. He felt immense gratitude to fate for granting him this opportunity to traverse worlds. As the Marines returned from their resource-gathering endeavors, they gradually regrouped, meticulously accounting for their numbers before preparing to board the vessel for their journey back to Marineford. Naturally, they were accompanied by Louis, the little tail that trailed behind. The sight of Louis, the junior general who had been shadowing them, elicited a mix of surprise among the Marines, though they refrained from displaying their astonishment. Their expressions remained solemn as they awaited orders. "Ahem, well then, let us return." Aye. With that, the Marines boarded the warship in an orderly manner, setting sail along the designated route towards Marineford. To be continued. Chapter 004. Professor Bow's little classroom is now in session. Leaning against the railing and gazing at the vast ocean, Louis felt a surge of anticipation and excitement for the future. His voyage had already spanned 3 days, and he was no longer clad in the pelts of wild beasts. Instead, he now wore the uniform of a naval sailor. After a refreshing wash aboard the ship, Louis looked into the mirror and realized just how striking his appearance had become, with black hair and blue eyes, deep-set orbs, a prominent nose, and slender lips. He stood at an impressive height of 1.8 meters at the tender age of 14. His physique, enhanced by a potion provided by the system, showcased well-defined muscles brimming with strength. Were it not for the youthful softness of his face, one might easily mistake him for a seasoned sailor. "Oh, Louis Kuhn, there you are." The voice was unmistakable, for there was only one person on the Grand Line who could sound like that: Rear Admiral Borsalino. Nevertheless, Louis turned and offered a respectful salute. He had donned the naval uniform, and although he had yet to officially report for duty, he was already considered part of the Navy. Politeness towards superiors was essential. Borsalino, holding 2 bananas, handed one to Louis while leisurely peeling the other, speaking in his usual tone. "Well, it's not a big deal. I've reported your situation to Admiral Sengoku." "Oh, Sengoku is my superior. If all goes as expected, he will be the future fleet admiral." Louis rolled his eyes inwardly. He was well aware of this strategist Sengoku. Yet, he understood Borsalino's implication. This was their future superior, and upon returning, he would likely assess Louis's potential. A good performance could lead to becoming a naval star. "You needn't be overly anxious. After all, you are still quite young and have not undergone formal training before," Borsalino added. Indeed, Louis acknowledged this but felt a flicker of confidence. As long as he wasn't pitted against any monstrous figures, he believed he could manage. While peeling the banana and gazing at the azure sea, an idea struck him. Could he possibly inquire about the knowledge of devil fruits from this future Admiral Kizaru? After all, he was quite adept in the realm of devil fruit development. This was no mere two-dimensional anime world for Lewis. It was tangible reality. Despite having watched One Piece and knowing much, there remained numerous questions and knowledge gaps he had yet to fill. He had to admit this. For the consequences of ignorance could be dire. He certainly did not wish for an untimely demise. Thus, he asked Borsalino, "By the way, Rear Admiral Borsalino, are you a user of a devil fruit?" He inquired with genuine curiosity, maintaining his persona as an unsophisticated country boy, for it would be imprudent to bluntly ask to see the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi. That would be tantamount to inviting suspicion and swift retribution. Borsalino chuckled, his lips curving into a playful pout. "Oh, Lewis Sergeant, you are quite perceptive. You have utilized it these past few days, haven't you?" "Yes. To move between the deck and your quarters. You truly are a clever one, you lazy monkey." Borsalino scratched his head. "Ah, indeed. So, Lewis, what would you like to know?" He continued, "By the way, do you know the classifications of devil fruits?" Lewis shook his head, embodying the essence of a novice. "Well, devil fruits are divided into three main categories. Paramecia, like your Sui Sui no Mi, Zoan, and Logia, like my Pika Pika no Mi. As for Zoan, you'll learn more about it in due time." With that, he pulled out another banana, savoring it with delight. Was he truly a monkey, so enamored with bananas? Swallowing a bite of banana, Borsalino continued, "I won't elaborate much on Logia and Zoan, as they may not be of significant help to you. However, regarding Paramecia, your ability reminds me of a certain infamous pirate, Louis Cohen. You'll discover who that is in due course." The notion of development hinged upon one's imagination, as creativity played a substantial role in Paramecia abilities. Imagination, Lewis mused, finding merit in this assertion. A notable example could be found in the future Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma and Trafalgar Law, both Paramecia users who had extensively developed their powers. Imagination, in essence, was akin to the breadth of one's creativity. However, Lewis's Sui Sui no Mi was rather straightforward. Truthfully, as long as he continued to enhance its potency while bolstering his own strength, he would undoubtedly become formidable. He could already foresee the outcome. With a single punch, everything would be obliterated. His attack attributes were indeed maximized. Yet, he recognized the absence of wide-range attack skills. AoE was lacking, and that needed improvement. But how could he enhance it? Lewis stroked his chin, falling deep into contemplation. Borsalino, observing this, nodded in approval. It appeared that the Sui Sui no Mi was indeed powerful, yet it bore its own shortcomings. Ultimately, it was up to Lewis to navigate this path. Any guidance offered was already substantial. Report. Rear Admiral Borsalino, Sergeant Lewis. We are approaching the gates of justice. An unnamed sailor approached with the announcement. The gates of justice. Lewis's curiosity was piqued. This was a marvel within the pirate world. Before long, wow, Lewis exclaimed, taken aback by the colossal, indeterminate material of the gates. At that moment, he could only utter a single exclamation to convey his astonishment. Don't blame me for my lack of sophistication. Sometimes, a simple wow suffices. The control room within the gates of justice had long received a passage request from Borsalino's warship. The gates slowly creaked open, just wide enough for the vessel to pass through. As the ship glided into the gates, Lewis's excitement surged. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, here I come. To be continued. Chapter 005, Marineford. After navigating through the Justice Gate and sailing for several hours on the exclusive sea currents of the world government, the warship finally arrived at Marineford. During this time, Borsalino shared numerous insights from the Navy with Lewis. Frankly, if Lewis failed to grasp Borsalino's intentions by now, he might as well return home to cultivate sweet potatoes. It was evident that Borsalino aimed to recruit Lewis, a promising talent, into the neutral faction, the Couch Potato faction. Lewis, however, found no issue with this. The neutral faction seemed quite appealing. Engaging in pirate apprehensions when duty called and lounging in the office during downtime sounded rather pleasant. Did it not? As the warship approached the port, the group disembarked one after another. After handing over responsibilities to the port authorities, Borsellino turned to Lewis and said, "Lewis, you should report to the recruit camp first. After that, I will take you to meet Admiral Sengoku." "Wait, are we meeting right away? Shouldn't I prepare a bit first?" Ignoring the rather amusing expression on Lewis's face, Borsellino assigned the task of leading the way to Strawberry and swiftly darted towards the headquarters building. Internally scoffing at the fact that he would use his fruit ability for such a short distance, Lewis followed Strawberry to the recruit camp. It was at this moment that he began to observe the Justice Fortress, an oceanic stronghold that had stood for 8 centuries. The Navy headquarters, Marineford. Majesty and solemnity defined Lewis's first impression. Noticing the astonishment etched on his face, Strawberry chuckled, reminiscing about his own arrival at Marineford, which had been quite similar. As they progressed, the two navigated through winding paths until they arrived at the recruit camp. Gazing beyond the gates, Lewis beheld the vigorous training taking place on the grounds, with instructors vociferously motivating the recruits. Lewis's enthusiasm ignited further. His dream of becoming a soldier was about to embark from here. Stepping through the gates, they approached a door marked Chief Instructor's Office. The only individual worthy of such a title could only be the former admiral, Zifa. However, he should still hold the rank of admiral at present. One of the two admirals, the other being Sengoku, of course. If it weren't for a certain reckless Navy officer's reluctance to ascend to admiral rank, the Navy would have already been fully staffed with 3 admirals. Strawberry knocked on the door, and a robust voice responded from within. "Come in." Casting a glance at Lewis without uttering a word, he pushed the door open and entered the room. A burly, purple-haired middle-aged man sat behind the desk, head bowed, scribbling away without looking up. Strawberry and Lewis remained silent, standing to the side as they awaited Zifa to finish his tasks. Not long after, Zifa pinched the bridge of his nose, exhibiting signs of fatigue. Observing this, Strawberry poured a cup of tea from the table and handed it to Zifa. "Thank you, Zifa-sensei. You've worked hard. Please enjoy some tea." Zifa looked at him, smiled, took a sip, and inquired, "Oh, Strawberry, how have you been? It has been quite a while, over a year, I believe. What brings you here this time?" After a glance at Lewis, Zifa seemed to have an inkling of the reason. After all, such circumstances were not unfamiliar to him. "I appreciate your concern, Zifa-sensei. This visit is." Thus, Strawberry recounted all of Lewis's circumstances. Upon hearing about Borsellino, Zifa's expression soured, which surprised Lewis. Although Zifa harbored a disdain for him in the original story, was his aversion truly this palpable? Lewis felt a tremor of anxiety, fearing that Zifa's dislike for Borsellino might extend to himself. Missing out on the guidance of this admiral would indeed be a tremendous loss. The educational achievements of this esteemed figure could only be likened to a young calf soaring to the stars. Most of the future admirals of the Navy, and even the future vice admirals, would likely be products of his tutelage. It could be said that this individual was responsible for an entire era of the Navy. This undoubtedly attests to Zifa's instructional prowess. However, the anticipated animosity did not materialize. Upon learning of Lewis's fruit ability, Zifa's eyes lit up. He understood that Lewis was a seed of immense potential. With proper nurturing, this child would undoubtedly become a cornerstone of the Navy, and perhaps even an admiral in the future. Yet, that was merely a possibility. Much depended on his physical attributes. Nonetheless, his fruit ability ensured a solid foundation. After listening to Strawberry's account, Zifa regarded Lewis with considerable satisfaction. Thus, he stated, "I understand. First, let us take him for a physical assessment. Once the results are in, we will proceed to see Sengoku." Rising, he gestured for the two to follow and exited the room, following Zifa into a room filled with various instruments. Lewis's eyes widened in awe. Although he could not fully comprehend the purpose of the equipment, its professionalism left a lasting impression. "I may not understand, but I am thoroughly astonished." Zifa then instructed the professionals in the room to conduct a comprehensive physical examination of Lewis. Observing the data displayed on the instruments, Zifa was immensely pleased. Lewis's physique seemed tailor-made for combat. This revelation brought him great joy. It is important to note that Lewis was only 14 years old. With proper cultivation, and provided he did not squander his innate talents, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Navy in the future. In other words, this child possessed the makings of an admiral. Unbeknownst to Lewis, as he underwent the examination, Zephyr had already set his expectations high for him. One must avoid the jinx of premature declarations. Dear Admiral Zephyr. Holding the report in his hand, Lewis felt quite satisfied. Without the system's bestowed potions, it was likely that his physical gifts would have been rather mediocre. Once again, he expressed gratitude toward the system. Though Strawberry remained silent, he was equally delighted. The reasoning was simple. Borsellino was destined to become an admiral, so who would take the reins as the next leader of the neutral faction? While he, Strawberry, had the qualifications, he lacked the strength. He was acutely aware that he would merely be an elite vice admiral at best. Yet, he could not bear the weight of leadership for the neutral faction, creating a sense of unease. Not only they, but the Dove and Eagle factions faced similar dilemmas. Now that the neutral faction had discovered a successor with such promise, how could he not feel elated? He felt a swell of pride, even a touch of arrogance. We in the neutral faction have already found our future champion, and he is so young. What about you? Are you envious? Ha ha. As Strawberry contemplated this, he nearly burst into laughter. However, being professionally trained, he held it in. Though the three harbored differing thoughts, they were all thoroughly satisfied with the report. Exiting the room, Strawberry took his leave, as he had other matters to attend to. Lewis expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Strawberry. Initially, it sufficed that he had accompanied him to Zephyr, yet he continued to remain by his side until the present moment, demonstrating remarkable thoughtfulness. Lewis recognized that this gentleman was indeed striving to establish a cordial relationship with him. Nonetheless, appreciation must be duly expressed. It is a fundamental principle. Subsequently, Zephyr, without further ado, took the report and, alongside Lewis, proceeded to the office of the Warring States. To be continued, Chapter 006. Can you please not slap my face? As Lewis followed Zephyr, he garnered numerous astonished glances. No one at the Navy headquarters had previously encountered him, especially not alongside Zephyr. As the two entered the building, the murmurs from the crowd erupted. Who is that? General Zephyr is actually escorting him. He looks like a new recruit. He must have great potential for Zephyr to personally guide him. Wow, that young man is quite handsome. Hearing these remarks, Lewis felt a mix of embarrassment and warmth. Zephyr's actions were akin to proclaiming to everyone, I hold this person in high regard. Why else would I be leading him? To ascend to the rank of admiral, mere strength is merely one aspect of the equation. Factors such as reputation, military capability, administrative duties, and relationships among colleagues are equally significant. It is not the case that one can simply rise through the ranks solely based on power. This is the Navy, not the lawless domain of pirates. In the pirate world, if one possesses immense strength, they can subdue others and ascend to power. However, such a principle does not apply within the Navy, as the two systems are fundamentally different. Inside the building, upon spotting Zephyr, everyone halted their hurried steps and stood at attention, saluting. Although they were curious about Lewis, their responsibilities took precedence, leaving little room for idle chatter. Just as the two arrived at Sengoku's office door, Zephyr was about to knock when he overheard voices from within. His hand freezing midair. Sengoku, you truly know how to hide. You've even stashed sunbae in here. But now it belongs to me. Ah. Stop it, Garp. Put down my sunbae. That's my treasured flavor. Ha, not a chance. Monkey D. Garp, will devour it. Not even the Gorosei can stop me. You scoundrel. Lewis cast a somewhat awkward glance at Zephyr. His face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat heavily, attempting to mask his discomfort while subtly reminding the two inside. Could you please stop making a fool of yourselves? Upon hearing the cough, the commotion in the room ceased abruptly. At that moment, Zephyr and Lewis pushed the door open. Lewis observed the two within, as if nothing had transpired, sipping tea and attending to their work in perfect harmony, entirely oblivious to the earlier quarrel. Old actors indeed. Setting aside his teasing, Lewis's heart brimmed with excitement. These two were prominent figures in the Navy from the original narrative. The naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp. The future fleet admiral, the current Admiral Sengoku. Reflecting on it, He had already encountered several influential figures recently: Borsalino, Zephyr, Garp, and Sengoku. Truly, it was quite remarkable, standing before these esteemed individuals. Lewis straightened his posture and raised his hand in salute. "Corporal Lewis, reporting for duty. Please give your orders." Sengoku regarded Lewis with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. As the designated future fleet admiral, the development of the Navy had always been his paramount objective. Infusing fresh talent into the ranks was a vital component of that goal. Upon receiving Borsalino's call, he had felt immense joy. What a promising candidate! Garp, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter and addressed Zephyr. "Zephyr, what brings you here today?" With a dismissive smile, Zephyr replied, "I am not like you, lounging around every day like an old dog. You only stir when you hear news of Roger." Garp bristled at this remark and was about to engage Zephyr in a spirited debate when Sengoku quickly intervened, admonishing him, "Garp, can you act a bit more appropriately? This is in front of a newcomer. Adjust your demeanor." However, to Garp, this admonition was like water off a duck's back. Sengoku, observing Garp picking his nose with a carefree expression, felt a surge of frustration. Taking a deep gulp from his teacup, he managed to quell his rising killing intent before picking up the report Zephyr had given him. The more he read, the more pleased he became. This was no mere potential. Let us put it this way. As long as this child stays out of trouble, he would undoubtedly be a candidate for the Navy's flag bearer in the future. Heaven has opened its eyes. With a warm smile, he inquired, "Very well, young man, you are impressive. What motivated you to join the Navy?" Upon hearing this, Lewis realized that the political scrutiny had begun. However, what could he say? "It wouldn't due to state. Borsalino invited me, so I came." Claiming it was for justice felt a bit forced. After some contemplation, Lewis responded, "Report to Admiral Sengoku. I have been an orphan since childhood and lived a difficult life. I hope to join the Navy to support myself while living a good life." This response appeared quite pragmatic, and in truth, it was better than his previous two attempts. The first was too direct, while the second felt overly grandiose. What does a 14-year-old boy from the countryside know of justice? To constantly speak of justice would seem rather disingenuous. Sengoku nodded, showing no particular reaction. He hadn't anticipated that the boy would utter anything earth-shattering. This response aligned well with his expectations. Meanwhile, Garp, upon hearing Lewis's answer, couldn't stop chuckling. "Ha ha ha ha, this kid is truly amusing. Hey Lewis, would you like to come aboard my ship?" Sengoku could no longer contain himself and hurled his teacup at Garp. "You scoundrel Garp, shut your mouth." "Goodness, Sengoku. You actually threw something at me. I'll have to give you a beating." "You're serious? Take this punch." In an instant, the office transformed into a battleground as chaos ensued. Lewis watched in disbelief, his mouth twitching in amusement as he dodged various flying objects. Seeking assistance from the calm and tea-sipping Zephyr seated on the sofa, Admiral Zephyr, Zephyr, sipping his tea with an air of contentment, seemed utterly unfazed by the brawl, remarking, "Don't worry, this is all quite routine. If those two went a day without fighting, I would suspect something was amiss." "Is that so?" Lewis was astonished. Was this the everyday life of the Navy's top brass? Is it truly appropriate for a novice like me to witness this? Would I not be silenced for seeing such a spectacle? Quality 3-in-1 JPG soon enough. The scuffle came to an end. The two had refrained from utilizing any of their abilities, including hockey, martial arts, or devil fruit powers, limiting themselves to mere physical altercations. Had they unleashed their full might, the building would have been reduced to rubble. Both were well aware of this. However, witnessing their disheveled appearance after the street brawl made Lewis want to laugh. Nevertheless, he understood the consequences of laughter in such situations. After tidying themselves up, Sengoku approved Lewis's documents to enter the new recruit camp, officially making him Zephyr's student. Clutching the documents, he felt immense joy, as this signified an exceptional opportunity for development. Can one truly be unhappy? However, at that moment, Garp interjected, "Hey, Lewis boy, would you care to spar with this old man? Could I possibly refuse?" It seemed that refusal was not an option. How could I avoid such an encounter? Ignoring his expression of disdain and helplessness, I seized the back of Lewis's collar and dragged him towards the battlefield. Zephyr and Sengoku exchanged glances but did not intervene. They too followed along. To be continued. Chapter 007. I am not happy. Along the way, a few encountered Commander Ahi, who looked at Carp and the still unfamiliar Lewis with a puzzled expression. Sengoku and Zifa stepped forward to explain, piquing her interest. After all, the last time she witnessed such attention from these three was over a decade ago, when the monstrous newcomers Akainu, Borsellino, and Kuzan joined the Navy. Now, it seemed another was emerging. How could our esteemed commander not be intrigued? Not only I, but also the passers-by witnessed the gathering of these naval dignitaries and speculated about a significant event. However, the absence of alarm bells left them somewhat perplexed. When they saw Carp escorting Lewis towards the battlefield, accompanied by the other dignitaries, the answer became evident. Thus, the gossip spread throughout the headquarters. There's news, come quickly. Before long, those without pressing matters hastened towards the battlefield, while those engaged in tasks quickened their pace, driven by an insatiable curiosity. The desire to witness the unfolding drama surprisingly enhanced their work efficiency. Was this a distortion of human nature, or something else entirely? Moreover, even the new recruits training in the barracks, along with their instructors, rushed over, embodying the phrase, "One person feasts, and all come to partake." Cough, cough. Let us refocus on Lewis. At this moment, as he observed the growing crowd, he could hardly fathom their intentions. Even before the fight commenced, he donned a mask of anguish, utterly at a loss. He never anticipated that his debut at the Navy headquarters would be akin to a social death. Lewis pondered if he could somehow find another world to traverse. Perhaps the neighboring shinobi village would suffice. Alas, such thoughts were merely fanciful. As the moment approached, Lewis's anxious heart gradually calmed, not due to any philosophical enlightenment, but rather a resigned acceptance of his fate. After all, their essay saying, if one cannot resist, then one should lie down and enjoy the experience. Besides, losing to a naval hero is hardly a disgrace. It is simply the norm. Truth be told, in the realm of pirates, it appeared that Vice Admiral Carp had never known defeat. Ultimately, the battlefield was teeming with spectators, even some perched atop the surrounding walls. Perhaps the Navy headquarters ought to be renamed the Gossip Headquarters. At this juncture, the dignitaries were briefing Carp on certain precautions, likely advising him not to harm the child, for he was a potential future flag-bearer of the Navy. Hearing this, the esteemed naval hero grew impatient, waving his hand dismissively, assuring them he understood and would not employ excessive force. Nonetheless, Sengoku and the others remained vigilant, ready to intervene should Carp lose control. Otherwise, Lewis might not survive this encounter. As Carp removed his grand hat, loosened his tie, and unbuttoned his shirt, the sounds of his stretching hands echoed. Lewis could not help but swallow hard. Observing Carp's demeanor, the latter waved his hand casually, saying, "Don't worry, Lewis, I won't go too hard on you." "Do you dare to guarantee that?" "Wait. It seems that even a guarantee may prove futile." There was no choice now but to brace himself. Lewis, recalling memories from movies he'd seen in a past life, mimicked a fighting stance. Surprisingly, he managed to exude a certain aura, though it was of little practical use. Carp, unfazed, called out, "Get ready, kid." As the words left his mouth, Carp's figure flickered, closing the distance in an instant, his massive fist hurtling towards Lewis's face. Time slowed in that moment. The ever-enlarging fist loomed in his vision, the pressure palpable, as thoughts raced through his mind like lightning. Cowardice aside, he needed to confront this. If he couldn't face this very moment, how could he hope to combat pirates in the future? Thus, Lewis stood firm, confronting the oncoming blow. Under immense pressure, he managed to tilt his head just enough to evade Carp's fist. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, the dignitaries watching from the sidelines were both surprised and pleased. Physical prowess is merely one facet of becoming a top-tier warrior. Temperament, combat skills, and awareness are equally essential. In this instance, Lewis's temperament proved adequate. Initially, Carp had harbored doubts regarding Sengoku's claims of the boy's potential. However, witnessing Lewis evade that punch, albeit one delivered with restraint, He recognized that not just anyone could dodge his released punch. Intrigued, Karp felt a surge of interest. The proverbial spark had ignited. Yet, Lewis was not one to relent easily. In the instant after evading the attack, he launched a straight punch at Karp. Due to his shorter stature, he only managed to strike Karp's upper chest. However, in his tense state, Lewis instinctively unleashed his ability. As his fist approached Karp's chest, a blue-purple aura emanated from it, causing the seasoned admirals and veteran generals watching to narrow their eyes in astonishment. It bore an uncanny resemblance to someone they once knew. Karp, sensing the impending contact, immediately gathered his haki for defense. Was his haki fracturing? He felt a small fragment of his haki shatter under the influence of Lewis's peculiar powers. But what caliber of haki did Karp possess? The pinnacle of the pirate world. At this moment, Karp was genuinely taken aback. This power was somewhat excessive. Indeed, there are many bizarre abilities among the Paramecia types. For example, Whitebeard and Gold Roger. Ahem, returning to the matter at hand, Lewis's power-infused strike intrigued Karp, albeit only slightly. Other aspects of Lewis's performance were still lacking. Thus Karp began to feed him openings. Each punch directed at Lewis could easily elevate him to new heights. At that moment, a voice resonated nearby, jolting everyone from their reverie. They turned to see an array of photons coalescing, gradually forming a human figure, Borsellino. Having taken a stroll after his afternoon nap, he noticed the unusually empty square and, driven by curiosity, activated his observation haki to uncover the reason. Without hesitation, he executed a genuine flicker, arriving by Sengoku's side. Sengoku chuckled, "You've done well this time, Borsellino. Once this is over, I shall commend you to Admiral Kong." Borsellino smiled, thanked Sengoku, and stood quietly to observe. Meanwhile, Lewis, having emerged from his initial state of shock, began to grasp Karp's intentions. Feeling a surge of gratitude, he poured his focus into mastering the combat techniques. However, what Lewis had not considered was whether his stamina could keep pace with the demands of this encounter. Before long, fatigue set in. After finishing, Karp disdainfully remarked, "How can you be so fast? I am fast as can be. Speak carelessly again, and I shall sue you for defamation." Upon witnessing this, the esteemed figures outside stepped in, bringing an end to this confrontation. To be continued, Chapter 008. Do not be so elated. Lewis ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, coupled with the immense strain on his mind from the intense tension, and collapsed onto the ground. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the duel, all present began to murmur among themselves, inquiring about the identity of this young man. The Marines from Borsellino's ship took it upon themselves to provide answers, and gradually, the name Lewis began to circulate through the crowd. Awe, envy, jealousy, a medley of emotions swirled within the hearts of the onlookers. Zifa, however, paid little heed to the commotion. Having already recognized Lewis as his student during their time in Sengoku's office, he promptly dispatched someone to carry him to the dormitory of the new recruits. The female soldiers, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly signed up to assist, prompting Chief of Staff Ahe to reprimand them. Ultimately, a few sturdy men were assigned to the task. One could only wonder what thoughts might cross Lewis's mind upon awakening. At that moment, Sengoku turned to Karp with a smile and inquired, "How do you feel, Karp?" Yet, the latter, with a disdainful expression, merely picked his nose and muttered that the young lad was far too weak. The other prominent figures were left speechless and somewhat infuriated. Of course, compared to you, he would appear weak. Aside from physical prowess and fruit abilities, what else is there to commend? Furthermore, Lewis had only just enlisted today. He had yet to undergo any training. So how could he possibly be strong? After finishing his remarks, Karp donned his great coat once more and, offering a brief farewell to Sengoku and the others, swiftly vanished from sight. The remaining individuals paid little attention, but Sengoku appeared to sense something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, realization struck him. "Senbei, my senbei? That scoundrel Karp. Leave some for me." With a furious roar, he dashed back to his office, leaving Ahe and Zifa chuckling at the scene. Decades had passed, yet nothing had changed. Soon after, the events of the day began to circulate throughout the Navy headquarters. Naturally, our protagonist, Sergeant Lewis, remained blissfully unaware, sound asleep in the dormitory prepared for him. As dawn broke the following day, Louis gradually opened his eyes after nearly a day and a half of slumber. Surprisingly, he felt no fatigue at all, though his head was a tad foggy. Just as he sat up, trying to clear his mind, a voice emerged from his left. "You're awake?" Two men sat beside his bed, their faces adorned with smiles. Louis, somewhat puzzled, responded, "Who are you two?" Sensing his confusion, the duo introduced themselves. Bastide. Kesha. From now on, the three of us will be roommates. Please take care of us. After instinctively replying with a polite, "I look forward to working with you," it dawned on him. "You mean roommates?" Thus, Kesha and Bastide offered a brief explanation of their surroundings, and Louis soon realized he was indeed in the new recruits' camp, now with two roommates. However, glancing at Bastide, who wore a porous horn mask, and then at the handsome Kesha, who, admittedly, was slightly less attractive than Louis, he felt an odd sense of familiarity. Yet, this was not the most pressing matter. The important thing was, "Gurgle, I'm so hungry." Upon hearing the protest from his stomach, the three burst into laughter, and the previously distant camaraderie began to close the gap. "Are you hungry? Come on, we'll take you to the mess hall. You'll definitely eat your fill." Bastide, being straightforward, pulled Louis from his bed, eager to lead him to the dining hall. Kesha, witnessing this, found it amusing yet exasperating, promptly stating, "At least let Louis wash up and change his clothes first. The mess hall isn't going anywhere." Bastide scratched his head sheepishly and apologized. However, Louis did not mind, waving his hand as he hurried to the restroom to freshen up and change. After a brief flurry of activity, the trio set off toward the mess hall. Along the way, they encountered other recruits who greeted the three. Louis felt puzzled. How did they know his name? Kesha explained that his name was now known throughout the Navy headquarters. Although he did not outwardly show any pride in his newfound fame, he felt a twinge of arrogance within. "Look, Louis has already made a name for himself at the Navy headquarters. Once I develop a bit more, I'll be able to strike Whitebeard with my fists, trample the Golden Lion, and sit comfortably beneath Roger. Thus, I shall rise to the pinnacle of life." With a silly grin plastered on his face, he left his companions bewildered. Surely, this guy can't be losing his mind? However, what astonished them even more transpired in the mess hall. As they beheld Louis devouring his meal with fervor, Bastide and Kesha were left speechless. Was he perhaps a reincarnated glutton? They found themselves frozen, spoon in hand. Burping contentedly, Louis exclaimed, "This mess hall is fantastic. I'm about 8/10 full, just about right." Hearing this, the duo's mouths twitched as they glanced at the towering mound of food on Louis's plate, and then at his slightly bulging belly. Utterly speechless. "So much food, and you're only 8/10 full? What species are you? Have you ceased to be human this early on?" With their appetites satisfied, the trio made their way to the assembly square, greeting other recruits along the way. It must be said, the atmosphere here was quite pleasant. After all, being here meant they were all the future of the Navy, and maintaining good relations was essential for future networking. However, one individual stood out amidst the crowd, and that was Louis. As he felt the eyes of others occasionally cast upon him, he sensed a bit of pressure. Although he was aware he had gained notoriety yesterday, he didn't expect such scrutiny. Yet, before he could ponder further, the instructors, led by Zifa, appeared before the recruits. Upon seeing this, everyone quickly formed a neat line, awaiting the instructor's instructions. Louis, however, felt a bit lost. Where was his place? Fortunately, his roommates were reliable, each reaching out to pull him closer to them. Gratefully, he glanced at them and then settled down to listen to the instructor's speech. Zifa crossed his arms, surveying the group, pausing momentarily on Louis before confirming attendance. Once he established that everyone was present, he immediately declared, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. We will commence physical training at once. Everyone, run 100 laps around the track. Those who do not complete the required laps will accumulate the remaining laps for tomorrow. Starting with you." No room for unnecessary words. Training began without delay. Louis initially appreciated this decisive approach. However, it was not long before he found himself struggling. Huff, huff. Louis gasped for breath as he ran, his body drenched in sweat. It appeared he was the last one left on the track. Indeed, it seems somewhat unjust, for the inmates of the Bastille have already undergone considerable training in the boot camp. While they too experience fatigue from running 100 laps, they manage to persevere, retaining a significant amount of stamina upon completion. In contrast, Lewis, despite having improved his physical condition with the aid of potions, lacks endurance. This has led him to feel quite feeble at present. Moreover, although it is only a slight perception, Zephyr has discerned the arrogance and inflated sense of self in Lewis's eyes. Thus, he intends to utilize this method to make Lewis recognize his true standing. You have a long way to go, young one. However, it must be noted that Lewis is not a dull-witted individual. He is engaged in self-reflection. He acknowledges that he is merely a fortunate recipient of the system's blessings. Without this system, he likely would have perished on that deserted island, never to set foot in the Navy headquarters. It is imperative for him to confront reality, recognize his shortcomings, and strive for improvement, rather than allowing the allure of fame to cloud his judgment and lead him astray. Having come to this realization, Lewis gritted his teeth, and a surge of strength coursed through his body, enabling him to persist. Yet, the restlessness that once consumed him has diminished significantly. Observing Lewis return to the ranks with a somewhat weary physique, Zephyr nodded to himself. It appears that the outcome is promising. The others, too, were taken aback. Lewis's ordeal from the previous day had become widely known, and witnessing his ability to endure, seemingly with some energy left, sparked a newfound respect among them. They shed their earlier disdain and began to acknowledge him as a legitimate member of the boot camp. Zephyr offered a wry smile, though it bore a sinister edge. How far can you endure, Lewis? Thus, at the tender age of 14, he commenced his hellish ordeal. To be continued. Chapter 009. The Passage of Seasons and the Great Trends. Thus, Lewis commenced the most arduous phase of his 2 lifetimes. Each day was filled not only with rigorous training, but also with various military education courses, such as oceanography, climatology, warfare command, and diplomacy. This boot camp could well be deemed the Marine Vendée Military Academy. The knowledge imparted within its walls was a compilation of insights garnered by the world government and the esteemed veterans of the Navy. As a naval officer, individual prowess must be complemented by military acumen. The holistic development of intellect, morality, physical fitness, and aesthetics. Ahem, I digress. Nevertheless, Lewis persevered through it all. He could well fathom the rarity of such an opportunity, learning alongside the elite selected from the vast ranks of the Navy, from local branches to the headquarters. If he remained steadfast, it may be a tad hyperbolic to describe his ascent as meteoric, but a smooth rise to prominence certainly seemed feasible. Over the course of 3 years, every trial and tribulation, every injury, catalyzed Lewis's rapid maturation. Beyond the aforementioned disciplines, he also mastered the 6 styles of the Navy, gaining increasing proficiency. However, the most invaluable acquisitions were the combat skills imparted by Zephyr and the nascent awakening of his dual-colored haki. He devoted little effort to practicing his devil fruit abilities, merely taking them out each day to deepen his grasp without delving into extensive development. This was, after all, Zephyr's directive. Initially, Lewis was curious as to why he was not to intensify his training in the fruit's capabilities. Zephyr explained that the efficacy of one's abilities is contingent upon the foundational strength of the individual. Without a solid foundation, one's power is but a castle in the air, incapable of withstanding scrutiny. Lewis wholeheartedly agreed, thereby amplifying his focus on developing his fundamental strengths. The exploration of his fruit abilities could wait. At merely 17 years of age, he had ample time ahead to ponder and refine his skills. Yet, Lewis did not forget the adage, practice is the sole criterion for validating truth. How could one proclaim to be a competent naval warrior without enduring the crucible of iron and blood? Whenever the boot camp embarked on missions, Lewis consistently took the lead, courageously vanquishing foes and successfully accomplishing numerous tasks. Among the adversaries he felled were several notorious pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, including a certain pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, who met his demise at Lewis's hands. His demeanor was one of warmth towards comrades. akin to a gentle spring breeze. Yet he exhibited a chilling ruthlessness towards enemies, earning him considerable admiration within the camp, where he was subtly regarded as a leader. Both the neutral faction and the hawkish faction frequently extolled his merits. Particularly, Sakazuki often lauded Louis' decisive and iron-willed approach in public forums, while privately seeking to engage with Borsalino, attempting to sway him. However, the astute Borsalino understood well and graciously declined such overtures. Why seek to undermine one's own faction when they could find a suitable candidate among their ranks? The neutral faction directly regarded Louis as the sole successor. Thus, he found favor across all three factions. Despite being merely 17 years old and newly of age, in the boot camp, strength served as the most reliable standard. With the endorsement of his peers and the encouragement of the higher-ups, Louis's reputation within the headquarters continued to flourish, establishing him as a paragon of the younger generation. Yet, the world would not indefinitely await Louis. While he was engaged in monster slaying and cautious development, significant events unfolded globally. Among the most noteworthy news in the realm of pirates was the ascendance of the Golden Lion, who, after decimating old allies such as Silver Axe and Wang Ji, claimed dominion over the New World, emerging as the new generation's pirate overlord. Before the advent of the Pirate King, his existence represented the pinnacle of contemporary piracy. Meanwhile, within the Navy, three monstrous newcomers attained the rank of Rear Admiral, each acquiring their own code names: Kizuru Borsalino, Akainu Sakazuki, and Akiji Kazan. It was anticipated that these three formidable Rear Admirals would soon ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral. However, this transition would require time, not merely for the consolidation of strength, but also for the equilibrium among factions. The Navy and the pirates, justice and chaos. Both sides had undergone tremendous transformations. The three major pirate crews now co-governed the New World, marking an epic belonging to three legendary pirates. However, the ambitions of the Golden Lion, roaring across the seas, would undoubtedly resurface, igniting new waves of change. The future of the Navy's three admirals was already in place, with all preparations made, save for the arrival of favorable winds. The combined might of the three admirals would further elevate the Navy's influence. The legacy of 8 centuries of maritime supremacy should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, the younger generation of naval recruits was eager to showcase their brilliance upon this wondrous sea. The tides of the era were gradually approaching, yet no one was aware, nor could they comprehend the implications, except for Louis. However, he too was uncertain whether he was prepared to embrace this new era. In the wake of these tides, what transformations would transpire between the Navy and the pirates? Would Roger's ascent mirror that of the original narrative? Let us await the unfolding of events. But first, let us slow our pace and quietly prepare ourselves for the forthcoming waves. Let us turn our focus to the graduation ceremony of this boot camp. After 3 years of growth, Louis stood on the cusp of graduation. This would be his moment to ascend the tempestuous stage as a naval officer. What role would he play within this unfolding drama? We shall wait and see. To be continued, Chapter 010. Is that all? During the graduation ceremony of the recruit camp, numerous media reporters occupied the designated press area, diligently taking notes and sketching. High-ranking officials seated on the podium observed as one graduate after another stepped forward to receive their insignia, their eyes filled with pride and anticipation. The recruit camp, which began nurturing talents for the Navy since the era of the Yellow Ape, has consistently produced a plethora of skilled individuals over the years. Although some have made the ultimate sacrifice and others have faced imprisonment due to corruption, the undeniable contributions of the recruit camp remain significant despite its challenges. At last, it was Louis's turn. With a commanding shout from the officiant, Louis strode confidently forward, dressed in a deep blue suit that complemented his burgundy shirt. A white tie adorned his collar, intricately embroidered with the word Marines. With short black hair, piercing azure eyes, and striking features, his tall stature, coupled with his commanding presence, evoked admiration from all who beheld him. This young man is undeniably handsome. Each graduate from the recruit camp begins their journey at the rank of major. Hence the tailored suit, the attire of officers at the school level and above, the Justicier's uniform plus a suit. Zephyr observed the suit he gifted to Lewis, his gaze imbued with a warmth distinct from that of a teacher's affection for a student, embodying the tenderness of an elder towards a younger generation. Having endured the tragedy of losing his wife and child, Zephyr had languished in despair for an extended period. It was his unwavering love for the Navy and his commitment to justice that rekindled his spirit. In his eyes, every student represented his child. Yet among them, the current four, Lewis and the three formidable monsters, held a special place as his direct disciples. His feelings towards the yellow ape were tinged with a parental frustration rather than any deep-seated bias. Although Lewis was introduced by the yellow ape, he was merely a child of 14 in Zephyr's eyes, unlike the 26-year-old yellow ape who joined the Navy. Perhaps it was Lewis's extraordinary talent that inspired a protective instinct within Zephyr, or perhaps it was the haunting memory of his departed child. The unwavering strictness, care, and affection Zephyr bestowed upon Lewis were entirely unreserved, prompting Lewis to sincerely address him as Teacher Zephyr. Undeniably so. Lost in thought, Zephyr felt his eyes moisten, discreetly wiping away a tear. Beside him, Admiral Kong placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and remarked, "Zephyr, you should be the one to confer the insignia upon that young man. I am sure he would be immensely pleased." Indeed, having one's mentor bestow the insignia upon them during such a pivotal moment in life is a splendid occasion. Upon hearing this, Zephyr accepted without hesitation. Rising to the occasion, he approached the officiant amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd to receive the insignia. On the opposite side of the podium, Borisellino muttered with a hint of resentment. "How infuriating. I was the one who brought him in. I should be the one to bestow the insignia." Kazan chimed in jest, "If you were to do it, the atmosphere would surely be amiss." Surprisingly, Sakazuki merely nodded in agreement, abstaining from any retort, while the yellow ape, battered by 1,000 disappointments, remained silent. On stage, Lewis gazed at Zephyr, reflecting on the journey that had shaped and transformed him into who he is today. 3 years had passed since arriving in this world, severing all ties to his past. He was on the verge of becoming a major in the Navy headquarters, nothing more. May you steadfastly uphold your initial sense of justice in this tumultuous world. Congratulations, Lewis, you have graduated. Draped in the Justicier's uniform, he stood at attention, saluting as gratitude and reluctance shimmered in his eyes, which Zephyr keenly observed. Unable to contain his emotions, Zephyr returned the salute. The unspoken bond between men required no further words. One gesture sufficed. Subsequently, Lewis descended the stage to join his fellow graduates, flanked by Bastille and Keisha. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. The click of the camera signified the conclusion of Lewis's academic journey. What lay ahead was whether he could distinguish himself in this new era and carve out his own legend. Since the graduation ceremony concluded, Lewis had not been assigned any missions for a month, instead dedicating his time to training at headquarters, particularly honing his fruit abilities. At this moment, he was in the training room, drenched in sweat, contemplating his next steps. After catching his breath, he mused, "For my fruit abilities, I perhaps need to focus on 2 aspects, attack range and power." Indeed, the Shatter fruit, unlike other Paramecia types, is not overly flamboyant, akin to Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. It is purely about maximizing offensive capabilities. The distinction lies in the Tremor fruit's area of effect capabilities and considerable damage output, whereas the Shatter fruit lacks the former but boasts its own advantage. In close combat, any strike from Lewis could result in a critical hit. Even with Busashoko Haki for protection, the residual shattering effects on the body and internal organs are quite the sight. Enhancing power is a gradual process, requiring time and patience. However, expanding the area of effect posed a genuine challenge. Just as he was deep in thought, Keisha entered, astonished by the disarray in the training room. "Goodness, are you planning to renovate this place?" Lewis rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond to Keisha's jest. However, upon catching sight of the long sword sheathed at Keisha's waist, inspiration struck. Swordsmanship. Of course, swordsmanship. The broad attacks of a master swordsman are also formidable. As for whether he possessed any talent in this area, Lewis thought he merely needed to elevate his sword skills to that of a master, capable of unleashing slashing attacks. The rest could be resolved by combining his fruit abilities with sheer strength. I shall simply overpower you. Let us see how you fare against that. Resolute in his intent. Just as Lewis prepared to seek out a weapon to practice swordsmanship, Keisha hastily detained him. Wait, don't rush off. I have something important to discuss with you. Lewis, puzzled, inquired what the matter was. Someone asked me to find you in the training room, stating that the Admiral wishes to speak with you. Upon hearing this, Lewis's expression shifted, and he thanked Keisha, promising to treat them to drinks and dinner afterward. With that, he hurried to wash up and don the suit gifted by Zephyr. Perhaps a mission awaited him? As he walked, he pondered this thought. After greeting familiar faces along the way, he swiftly made his way to the headquarters building. Arriving at the Admiral and Apos' office on the top floor, he politely knocked on the door, and upon receiving a response, he opened it. Within the confines of the office, apart from Marshal Sora, there stood an unexpected figure, Vice Admiral Kazan. Lewis saluted the two with a solemn demeanor. Ah, how delightful to see you, young Lewis. Kazan greeted him with a smile, reflecting the amicable rapport shared with this promising junior. Lewis returned the smile, preparing to speak, when Marshal Sora cleared his throat, asserting his presence. As their attention shifted to him, he declared, "The reason I summoned you is to discuss a task at hand." Upon hearing this, both Lewis and Kazan straightened their postures, adopting an attentive stance. Without further ado, Sora continued, "During this inspection trip, I wish to bring you both along. Do not be hasty in declining. This is a political mission that will prove beneficial for both of you." Lewis, visibly bewildered, responded, "Wait, you called me for this? I understand the nature of political missions. They're merely for show, but what relevance does it hold for someone as junior as myself?" To be continued. Chapter 011. Sakazuki. What? Am I not allowed to come? Lewis pondered for a moment and realized that this was indeed a prelude. It had been mentioned before that ascending to the position of a general, and subsequently to that of a marshal, was not a trivial matter. Strength and might alone would not suffice. Numerous factors must be taken into account. Should one seize the opportunity to enhance their credentials? Absolutely. This was akin to having a meal placed before you. Why would one refuse? The three generals had no chance this time, but what about the next? Even the entire Navy's 4 admirals could be a possibility along the way. Moreover, even if one wished to decline, it would be nearly impossible. The marshal stood before you. Dare to refuse? One might find themselves facing dire consequences. Thus, no matter the circumstance, attendance was imperative. As for unexpected developments, a marshal, along with one of the future 3 admirals, facing Lewis, wouldn't that be a feast in itself? Meanwhile, Kazan, more attuned to the nuances than the inexperienced Lewis, swiftly grasped the situation. He couldn't help but marvel at the High Command's regard for Lewis. However, Kazan remained largely unaffected. He was genuinely pleased to witness Lewis's growth. It was more akin to the perspective of a senior observing a promising junior. After all, they were no longer of the same generation, and harboring petty jealousy would be rather unbecoming. What the two were contemplating remained unknown, as long as they could both attend. Upon informing them that the inspection mission was set to commence 3 days hence, they were promptly dismissed by the marshal. Standing at the doorway, an air of awkwardness enveloped them. Kazan broke the silence. "Lewis, how about we grab a meal together later? By the way, are you able to drink?" "Of course. It's all right. I'm of legal age. Do you have a preferred drink?" "Surely, those in the know will understand. Oh, by the way, could you do me a favor?" While Kazan was lost in thought, Lewis made a request. Though uncertain of its nature, Kazan was willing to help, provided it was within his capabilities. Well, without hesitation, Lewis shared his aspiration to cultivate his swordsmanship. He recalled that the 3 admirals in the original narrative seemed proficient with swords. There was no need to elaborate on Rayleigh. His elegant sword techniques during the duel were the genesis of his later moniker, the Dark King. As for Sakazuki, it was said he had wielded a sword before, but ultimately abandoned it as the power of his magma fruit surpassed that of the sword. As for the individual before him, he possessed a skill known as Ice Blade, suggesting a potential mastery of swordsmanship. Kazan stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before responding. All right, after this mission, I'll take you to meet someone. This individual should be the strongest swordsman in our navy, both now and in the future. A formidable swordsman? Who might that be? Wait, it wouldn't be the future admiral candidate, Rear Admiral Momonosuke, would it? Lewis raised an eyebrow, realizing that this person would certainly be more than capable of teaching him swordsmanship. He then expressed his gratitude to Kazan, firmly requesting that he remember this individual. With Lewis's promise in hand, Kazan smiled, remaining silent as he led Lewis to the largest bar in the headquarters living area. Bar scene segmentation. Within the Navy headquarters living area, inside a bar aptly named Navy Home, the owner surveyed a rowdy crowd with a touch of exasperation, as their raucous behavior was impacting his business. Yet, this group was truly not one to be trifled with. Indeed, this group comprised Lewis and his companions. As for how they came to be there, time quietly moved forward. While Lewis and Kazan were making their way to the living area, they encountered Bastille and Kesha, two of Lewis's close friends. Upon learning of their plans, they eagerly expressed their desire to join, offering to pay for their own drinks. Kazan, familiar with the duo, was amenable to their presence. However, the situation took a surreal turn, as if awaiting their arrival. They stepped into the living area only to find their superior, Admiral Kazaru, casually purchasing bananas at a fruit stall. Kazaru, intrigued, inquired about their plans. Upon hearing Lewis's explanation, he exclaimed, "A gathering for drinks? I'm in." Kazan scratched his head, reluctantly acquiescing, as he maintained a decent rapport with the laid-back admiral. Yet, just as he pondered the possibility of encountering Sakazuki, they entered the bar to find Sakazuki already engaged in drinking with several hawkish Navy officers. What a coincidence! It seemed the whole crew had gathered. The moment Kazan spotted Sakazuki, a wave of PTSD washed over him, prompting him to ask, "What are you doing here?" Sakazuki, equally surprised, retorted, "What? You can come, but I can't? This bar isn't yours. Who are you? Are you still the Sakazuki I remember, the iron-hearted, cold-faced Akainu?" Lewis mused, considering the anime's limitations in showcasing Sakazuki's multifaceted nature. He was not the protagonist, after all. True enough, this future admiral's stern features had softened considerably. Indeed, preconceived notions can be misleading. The group settled in, promptly ordering drinks. Noticing Lewis and his friends, Sakazuki realized the convergence of the three major factions within the Navy that evening. Unbothered by the implications, he pulled a table closer to theirs, creating a large communal table. Kazan's eye twitched, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he lamented the transformation of what was meant to be a small gathering between him and Lewis into a grand Navy celebration. The other officers were not averse to this arrangement. Factional disputes were political matters, easily separated from personal camaraderie. Once the drinks arrived, everyone began to toast, their faces flushed with excitement. Particularly, Kazan and Sakazuki engaged in a spirited exchange, each determined to outlast the other in this contest of endurance. The atmosphere grew lively. While this group reveled in their merriment, other patrons witnessing the scene quickly paid their bills and made their exits, leaving the bar owner in a state of distress. Yet, should he attempt to intervene, well, the outcome would be all too predictable. Ultimately, he decided to allow this raucous gathering to continue, hanging up a closed for business sign and conceding the venue to them for the evening. Yet they could not foresee the events that would unfold thereafter. To be continued, Chapter 012. Are we just going to hit the road? Lewis currently suffers from a throbbing headache, his mind in a fog. Upon awakening, he finds himself aboard a warship. The sharp pain in his head hinders his recollection of the events that transpired. What on earth? Did I drink myself into oblivion? What happened that night? How did I end up on this warship? Moreover, why am I bare-chested? Lost in thought, Lewis hastily rises and throws on a random piece of clothing. After a quick wash, just as he is about to step outside, the door swings open. Upon seeing who it is, Lewis feels a wave of embarrassment wash over him, a sensation he can only describe as an attack of awkwardness. Admiral Kong stands at the threshold, arms crossed, his expression as stern as ever, fixing Lewis with a steady gaze. After a moment of silence, he finally speaks. Well, Lewis, it seems you've outdone yourself. Feeling flustered, Lewis offers a salute and hurriedly inquires, Admiral Kong, what exactly happened that night? I can't recall a thing. It was impossible. The revelry among his companions had been overwhelming, drink after drink, one cup leading to another. What a bunch of ruffians. Yet, faced with Admiral Kong's words, Lewis finds himself at a loss for explanation. With a cold scoff, Admiral Kong makes no further comment and motions for someone outside to enter. To Lewis's surprise, it is Kazan, looking pale and disheveled. His hair resembling a bird's nest and his beard unkempt, exuding an aura of utter despondency. Kazan, Lewis calls out, but upon meeting his brother-in-arms gaze, he sees despair reflected back at him, and Kazan shakes his head, signaling his reluctance to speak. This sight does not frighten Lewis. Instead, it raises a troubling question. What on earth did we do that night? However, Admiral Kong, in his rather affectionate manner, provides an answer. You lot were utterly reckless. You ran around bare-chested by Crescent Bay, unleashing your abilities into the sky. No amount of persuasion could sway you. You even declared that you would put on a fireworks show for the officers, wishing them all the best. At this revelation, Lewis is left utterly dumbfounded, the rest of Admiral Kong's words fading into oblivion. So, we staged a fireworks display that night? Quite frankly, can social death be salvaged? I fear my naval career has met its demise just the night before. How foolish to let drinking interfere with duty. In a moment of self-reflection, Lewis dons a mask of sorrow, feeling akin to Kazan in their shared predicament. He can vividly imagine the scene. A group of burly men, bare-chested and exuberant. Nature manipulators casting their powers into the sky, magma, flashes of light, and ice shards, gazing at the fireworks above, their expressions blissfully vacant. It is utterly absurd. And what of Teacher Bo and the others? Lewis, contemplating this, poses the question. Admiral Kong does not hold back, casually stating, those two have gone on a mission. What a strategic retreat. Teacher Bo likely took it in stride, a seasoned veteran simply attending to his duties. However, Sakazuki seems to be contemplating a path of redemption through vengeance, likely seeking to eradicate pirates to atone for his actions. What a predicament. Upon hearing this, the two sorrowful figures find some solace. In this moment, their shared human experience of joy and sorrow resonates deeply. Observing the dismal atmosphere surrounding them, Admiral Kong sighs, pondering how to mitigate the repercussions of their escapade. Each of them, a promising member of the Navy, cannot simply be cast aside. What would become of the Navy's future? Should they all return home to cultivate corn? Instead, Admiral Kong offers a comforting thought, suggesting they simply write a 5,000-word reflection on the incident. This eases the tension slightly. They then shift their discussion to the upcoming inspection mission. Admiral Kong clarifies that the task is straightforward. They will visit various branches to deliver speeches, providing morale support to the junior soldiers, making them feel the headquarters' concern for them. Hearing this, Lewis feels reassured. Delivering speeches? While I have never witnessed a pig run, I have certainly seen pork. I could easily draw from the speeches of past leaders and executives. It's incredibly simple. Kazan also possesses some experience in this regard, having served for quite some time. His style, however, tends to be a bit disjointed, often forgetting his lines mid-speech, creating an awkward atmosphere. Admiral Kong is aware of Kazan's speaking habits and encourages him to impart his wisdom. Lewis, eager to learn, stands by, absorbing the key points. However, just as they discuss their hypnotic techniques, a flash of crimson light flickers in Admiral Kong and Kazan's eyes. Lewis senses that their observation hockey has picked up on something. As for him, his dual hockey had only recently awakened. Sure enough, the alarm on the warship begins to blare. The three quickly exit to witness a massive crimson slash hurtling towards the ship, threatening to cleave it in two. But Admiral Kong would not allow such a fate. Concentrated, he channels his armament hockey, enveloping his fists. He leaps into the air, executing a moonwalk, raising his right hand high, the muscles in his arm tensed. The power of his strike palpable. With a thunderous roar, he unleashes the fist of the breaking army, crashing down upon the incoming red slash. At the moment of impact, The collision of their energies sends shockwaves across the ocean, stirring waves of various sizes. Ultimately, the flying slash proves no match for Admiral Kong's relentless force. Shattering under his might, the surface of the sea calms temporarily, but the unease among the crew, including Admiral Kong, remains palpable. After all, such a tremendous attack could not be executed by an ordinary individual. Yet, Admiral Kong recognizes the source of the strike. With a grave tone, he declares, "Red Count Baerlic Letterfield." At that moment, a suave and magnetic voice resonates through the air. "Long time no see, old friend. The legendary pirate has made his grand entrance." To be continued. Chapter 013. The Ultimate Exchange. Baerlic Redfield. Amidst the dominance of the three great pirate crews in the New World, there exists a man of singular distinction. Endowed with a natural ability to read hearts through his Kinbunshika haki, he harbors an unwavering distrust of others. Since his debut, he has remained a solitary figure, earning him the moniker of the Red Count or the Solitary Crimson. He stands alone as the only individual capable of matching the three great pirate crews in strength, his prowess indisputable. Furthermore, he is a longtime rival of the Air Marshal, each a formidable adversary to the other. The Navy personnel are fraught with anxiety, cold sweat pouring from their brows in terror. None can maintain a semblance of ease in the presence of such a top-tier powerhouse. As for the reason behind his assault on the warship, it can only be attributed to a mere coincidence. When a standard warship entered his line of sight, he effortlessly dispatched it with a single strike, preferring not to dwell on it. However, to his astonishment, there was someone aboard the ship capable of withstanding his attack, thus sparking his intrigue. Upon closer proximity, and with a wave of Kinbunshika, he realized it was an old friend. Naturally, a greeting was in order, and thus he made his approach. Though it was unnecessary to verbalize this intention, the Air Marshal shared a similar sentiment, opting for a direct confrontation. The air crackled with explosive sounds, sharp and relentless. The rapidly advancing Air Marshal remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Redfield, raising his fist to strike. Yet, Redfield's unique Kinbunshika, his mind-reading ability, allowed him to see through the Air Marshal's intentions. With a slight shift of his body aboard his solitary vessel, the two brushed past each other. Nevertheless, Redfield was not merely a defender. Seizing the moment, he executed a swift maneuver, aiming to send his old friend to rest with a fierce sword strike. However, having endured countless battles throughout his military career, the Air Marshal was well aware of Redfield's mindset. Instantly, he employed the moonwalk technique, adjusting his form mid-air to evade Redfield's blade. Upon returning to the warship, the two exchanged glances. The Air Marshal then commanded his navigator to locate a nearby deserted island for an impending capture. The priority was clear: apprehending the pirate came first, regardless of any patrols. Following his orders, the warship swiftly sailed towards a designated direction. Redfield, however, did not believe the Air Marshal would escape so easily. He raised his sails and pursued the warship. You might wonder about the numbers on the opposing side. Apologies. But the only one who caught his eye was the Air Marshal. The others, even Kazan, would not pose a challenge to him. Upon locating the deserted island, the Air Marshal issued a series of stern warnings to Redfield, proclaiming that he would undoubtedly capture him today. In response, Redfield merely scoffed, retorting that capturing him was akin to chasing a dream. Without further ado, he swiftly entered the island, using Kinbunshika to scan his surroundings. Confident in his findings, he provocatively regarded the Air Marshal, as if to say, "Come at me." Dismissive of the Air Marshal's taunts, he continued deeper into the island. Kazan, slightly anxious, inquired, "Shall we proceed?" He recalled that the Air Marshal was at a disadvantage in this showdown. Without Karp present, it was just Kazan and him. Kazan could hold his own. But as for himself, as he pondered, the tremors of battle reverberated through the air, stirring dust and snapping trees in the wake of their confrontation. In an instant, the island became a landscape of ravines, the result of a single exchange. Lewis could scarcely catch sight of their forms with his Kinbunshika, captivated by the clash of speed, strength, skill, and haki. Typically, such a fierce battle would endure for days, given their extraordinary stamina. Thus, the conflict raged on for 3 days. Unfortunately, the air marshal began to show signs of fatigue, falling into a disadvantageous position. During this time, Kazan and Lewis exchanged thoughts. If the air marshal faltered, they would join forces and take him down. What morality was there in dealing with pirates? With concern for their superior, they exchanged glances and charged towards the battlefield's center. Kazan struck first, slamming his hands down with a commanding shout. Ice Age. Chilling frost surged forth like tidal waves, aiming to immobilize Redfield. Anticipating the incoming attack, Redfield, ever prepared, smirked internally. So, you wish to play this game with me? Clenching his fist, he unleashed his haki, shattering the icy torrent. Yet, from the remnants of the ice, a figure emerged, Lewis. However, he was not unscathed, frost covering his body. Had it not been for Kazan's control over the ice's temperature, coupled with the dual protection of haki and his devil fruit abilities, he would have been frozen solid. The chill still affected him. Undeterred, he advanced, his fist encased in a blue-purple shield, resolute and unwavering. Although Redfield was unaware of the nature of the blue-purple shield, the ominous warning from his Kenbunshiku urged him to avoid a direct confrontation. As he prepared to execute a guillotine-like strike on Lewis, the shield unexpectedly vanished. With a surge of speed, Lewis transformed his fist into a palm, gripping the sharp blade forcefully. Yet, the blade pierced his flesh, blood gushing forth. Ignoring the searing pain radiating from his hand and body, he snarled, "I've got you now." Raising his other hand, he formed a fist, and the blue-purple shield reappeared. A profound sense of danger compelled Redfield to relinquish his sword, intending to retreat, only to find himself ensnared by the air marshal's grip. The air marshal, not angered by the intrusion of the two, instead observed their strategy. Upon Lewis's emergence, he had quickly grasped their intentions. With a flash, he positioned himself behind Redfield, locking him in place while shouting, "Don't mind me. Go." Hastily gathering his haki, he unleashed a devastating blow as the shield made contact, shattering upon impact. The overwhelming force surged into Redfield, forcing him to expel a torrent of blood mixed with flesh. His vitality plummeted, clearly suffering grave injuries. Seizing the opportunity, the air marshal, unharmed by the punch, executed a chokehold, bringing the already weakened Redfield to his knees. The combination of internal damage and relentless combat left him utterly spent, succumbing to unconsciousness. With the notorious pirate finally captured, the three breathed a collective sigh of relief. Lewis, grinning, remarked, "Well, how about that? Not too shabby, right? I told you this plan would work." Kazan smiled helplessly, resigned to his madness. He approached him and used ice to seal the incessantly bleeding wound as a makeshift remedy. After ensuring that Ryder was secured, Kong hurried over, casting a complex gaze at Lewis. Yet, predominantly, it was one of relief and satisfaction, for the Navy had promising successors. Lewis, truly worthy of great responsibility. To be continued. Chapter 14. The undercurrents of the world. Lewis gazed at the fallen body of the Red Count, his mind still in a daze. Am I truly here now? It feels surreal. But where has Carp gone? Indeed, original narratives can only serve as a mere reference. The more one engages, the more this world shifts. Yet, if one merely observes as the world unfolds along its predetermined path, what is the purpose of such a journey? One cannot take things for granted. After some introspection, he felt a sense of acceptance regarding Carp's absence when he was needed most. It seemed likely that such scenarios would occur more frequently in the future. The three of them escorted the bound rider back to the warship. And to be on the safe side, Kazan encased him in ice. Ever since encountering the Red Count rider, the ship's din mushy had not ceased its incessant ringing. Evidently from headquarters, the stationed Fleet Admiral Sengoku had received communication, revealing that our Grand Marshal had been ambushed during a routine inspection. Under ordinary circumstances, encountering them would spell doom for any pirate, but upon hearing it was the Red Count, the situation drastically altered. Consequently, several high-ranking officers decided that Ahi and Zifa would remain at headquarters, while Fleet Admiral Sengoku would immediately proceed to provide support. Zifa had also wished to join, especially since both of his prized students were aboard this ship. Any misfortune befalling them would be unbearable. As for Carp, He had pursued his old flame Roger and had long departed headquarters, now wandering in the new world. Back at headquarters, upon receiving the report that the battle had concluded, they hurriedly contacted for updates. "Hello, this is Sora." Sora, sitting on the deck, answered the call, fatigue evident in his voice. "Marshal Sora, what is your current situation?" Upon hearing the marshal's voice, Chief of Staff Ahi felt a wave of relief wash over him, noting that while Sora sounded weary, he exhibited no other concerning emotions. Sora succinctly recounted the events. Both Ahi and Zifa were taken aback by the audacity of Lewis. Is he truly that reckless? Yet, they had to admit, he had performed remarkably. Who is the Red Count? A legendary pirate of immense repute. This capture should indeed be publicized to bolster the Navy's stature and intimidate other pirates. It was even possible to re-establish a foothold in the new world through this. At this moment, the Chief of Staff, now composed, engaged in a brainstorming session, contemplating the potential benefits this incident could bring to the Navy. Beside him, Zifa wore a broad smile, elated by the outstanding performance of his students, who had participated in the capture of a legendary pirate during their first official mission. How could he not be pleased? Zifa had already envisioned using Lewis as a model for the new recruits to aspire to. Meanwhile, somewhere on the Grand Line, aboard the Oro Jackson, "Hey, Roger, have you deciphered it yet?" Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, a look of resignation on his face. The crew awaited Roger's response, eager to know if he could unlock the secrets of the historical text. However, given his furrowed brow, they could surmise the answer. "Didn't you say you could hear their voices? Why not now?" Jabba inquired from the side. Roger sighed, explaining, "That only applies when there's a stone involved. I can only hear the historical text on the stone. This is merely a piece of paper, so it won't work." The crew felt a tinge of disappointment, unable to decipher how to reach the final island. "Don't worry, mates." Roger, however, remained unfazed. After addressing this matter, he shifted the conversation to news regarding Whitebeard, diverting everyone's attention. The crew readily complied, engaging in lively discussions. "I heard a formidable individual has joined Whitebeard's crew. Who is it?" "A warrior." "A warrior? What does that entail?" "It seems to be a swordsman from a place called Wano, referred to as a samurai there." "Such a fool buggy, huh? Shanks, you speak as if you know everything." A sense of intuition stirred within Roger. Perhaps this warrior held the key to breaking the stalemate. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, "Mates, let us set sail and pay our old friend a visit." The crew understood his intent and swiftly began preparations to head towards Whitebeard's waters. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the flying pirate crew, the Golden Lion Shiki found himself in a state of distress. Although labeled the pirate overlord by outsiders, he was acutely aware of two pirate crews he currently could not contend with, his old adversaries, Roger and Whitebeard. Yet, in his heart, Shiki harbored an unrealistic fantasy regarding Roger, an alliance to conquer the world. Few could earn his respect, and Roger was the only one he held such steadfast admiration for. At this moment, he was inquiring about information on Roger's crew. "Have you gathered any news on Roger?" "Captain, not yet," the informant replied, visibly trembling. Hearing this, Shiki erupted in fury, promptly shooting the unfortunate informant. "Useless. A bunch of incompetents. What good are you if I have to support you?" The others trembled in fear, afraid that Shiki's wrath might be directed at them. "Everyone, gather every piece of information on Roger. I want to have his whereabouts within a month." The crew hastily complied, lowering their heads in agreement. As he gazed down at the ocean from above, Shiki, inheriting the late captain's ambitions, declared, "The unfinished endeavors of the captain will be completed by me, Golden Lion Shiki. My dominion must be flawless. It all begins with you, Roger." Lewis and his companions finally reunited with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. For precautionary measures, Sengoku's mission this time was to escort them safely back to headquarters. Should the Whitebeard pirates ambush them and annihilate the three of them, that would certainly be a spectacle. With a renewed sense of security, Lewis felt drowsy. Having endured until now, he felt it was sufficient. Relieved, he lay down on his bed and drifted into a deep slumber. To be continued, Chapter 015, A Profitable Venture. A few days later, several warships successfully returned to the headquarters, encountering some particularly audacious pirates along the way. Though the pirates were inexperienced and playful, we are nonetheless grateful for the generous rewards they provided. We graciously accept these accomplishments bestowed upon us. As the military vessels docked, several high-ranking officials at the port breathed a sigh of relief. After all, their own marshal, the 3 reserve admirals, and the future successor of the Navy were aboard. Should any calamity befall them, aspirations of advancing into the New World would be but a distant dream. Merely maintaining their current territories would be a significant achievement. With the onset of the Great Pirate Era looming, one can only imagine the implications. Savoring the solid ground beneath him, Lewis stretched lazily. These past few days had been predominantly filled with eating and resting, and his injuries had nearly healed. Although he had appeared grievously wounded, there were no broken bones. The most serious injury being a sword wound to his shoulder inflicted by Ryder. Utilizing the nutrients from food and the gift of life, he received a considerable boost. His recovery rate surged dramatically. At present, he felt invigorated. His accomplishments this time were substantial, leading to a promotion to the rank of colonel. He had risen 2 ranks, which was no small feat, had it not been for concerns regarding his youth. He might have even been elevated to the rank of brigadier general, though that was unlikely. The reasons for this promotion were twofold. First, the considerable gains from this mission, as the Red Count was no ordinary foe. Second, his performance before his highest superiors certainly contributed positively. Previously, Kong and a few others had deliberated over Lewis' military achievements while he was in a deep slumber. Promotion was a given. Originally, Kong had intended to elevate him directly to brigadier general, but Sengoku opposed the notion, deeming a 17-year-old brigadier general too conspicuous. Such a promotion would likely breed discontent among the ranks, undermining unity and diminishing the reputation Lewis had cultivated. Externally, a 17-year-old brigadier general would inevitably attract the attention of pirates, marking him as a target. In the end, his promotion was capped at colonel. As for Kazan, he had initially come to secure political resources, although he had only played a supporting role this time. His share of the military accolades would undoubtedly bolster his case for promotion to admiral. After receiving his colonel insignia, Lewis sought out Kazan to discuss his desire to study swordsmanship. So eager? Kazan asked, bemused. He expressed that the earlier one begins, the stronger one's foundation becomes. While one need not strive for the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the journey requires time and effort for any significant results. Upon hearing this reasoning, Kazan teased, "Is it not because the beautiful Guion has piqued your interest?" He scrutinized Lewis with a nod, adding, "Well, you are of age now. Though you are not quite as handsome as I, you have potential. Best of luck. I support you." Lewis, bewildered, rolled his eyes in disdain. What does that have to do with anything? What is so appealing about women? With no thoughts of women, one wields the sword with clarity. This was the profound wisdom distilled by countless sword masters across the realms. I do not blame your ignorance. Kazan chose not to pursue the topic further and suggested Lewis seek out Admiral Guion directly for assistance, as she could provide valuable guidance. Admiral Guion? Why? Lewis pondered, struggling to recall the connection between the two. He was not omniscient and could not remember all details. Since Kazan had advised him, he decided to inquire further, knowing it would cost him little. After their separation, Lewis proceeded to the office of Admiral Guion. Upon announcing his presence, he entered the room to find an unfamiliar woman seated in Guion's chair, preening herself. "Excuse me, who are you?" However, his inquiry was met with confusion. The woman, donning a naval uniform and appearing to hold the rank of brigadier general, greeted him with excitement. "Guion is in a meeting, but she'll return shortly. Please, make yourself comfortable." She eagerly invited him to sit, offering tea and snacks. Is she overly enthusiastic? Lewis mused internally. And calling her Guion? Are they relatives? Yet, as he caught sight of the katana sheathed at her waist, he began to suspect that she might indeed be Guion herself. However, there was something about her gaze that felt peculiar. Once they settled, Guion initiated a conversation, inquiring about Lewis' background, including his name, date of birth, interests, and current department. It felt akin to an interrogation, yet Lewis answered her inquiries without hesitation. After all, she was the sister of the admiral and his superior. How could he refuse? The atmosphere was amiable until Louis glanced towards the door and nearly startled himself. There stood Admiral Guillaume, beaming with a warm smile, silently observing, exuding an air of benevolence. Startled, Louis immediately stood at attention, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Guillaume, however, casually approached and entered the room, while Louis resumed his seat. Attempting to maintain a composed demeanor, holding his teacup with an inscrutable expression. Wait a minute. This is absurd, he thought while sipping his tea, suddenly realizing he had committed no wrongdoing. Why did it feel as if he had something to hide? Louis, what brings you here? Guillaume's voice interrupted his thoughts. He explained his intentions and Kazan's recommendations. Guillaume readily agreed, but there was an additional matter at hand. An additional matter? Louis sensed an implication that she required his assistance. Yet, Guillaume's smile conveyed a sense of reassurance. Moreover, you are to serve in the general staff for a year. Louis was taken aback. Shouldn't T personnel transfers be handled by Admiral Sengoku? Sensing his confusion, she added, do not worry. Sengoku has consented to this arrangement, which is why I can say so. Personnel transfers are quite standard, especially since he had not been assigned to any department since graduation. Initially perplexed, he gradually accepted it as a special arrangement. However, why the general staff? It sounds intriguing, albeit this is a bureaucratic department. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for a martial enthusiast such as myself to be in such a place? Yet, even if I were to voice these sentiments, it would not alter the reality. Louis, with a look of resignation, acknowledged my thoughts and rose to salute. Everything for the sake of justice. Upon reflection, it is not without its merits. If one wishes to learn the art of the sword, one cannot merely wander aimlessly. A clerical position is quite fitting. One can work during the day and, in the evening, learn swordsmanship under the tutelage of the enchanting Guillaume. While gaining strength, one can also indulge in the beauty of the world. Truly, it is a splendid affair. To be continued, Chapter 016. Well, shall I go? After submitting his application at Commander Crane's office, Louis officially became a member of the Navy headquarters staff. I'll officially start working here tomorrow, Crane said with a bright smile while holding a cup of tea, casting a knowing glance at Guillaume. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Guillaume. Giving Crane a thumbs up in secret, led the bewildered Louis to the training room, their figures fading from sight. Crane chuckled softly, shaking her head, and mused, that girl. Never mind. I, as an old lady, should refrain from meddling. With that thought dismissed, she immersed herself in her official duties for the day. Upon reaching the training room, Louis shared his initial motivations for practicing swordsmanship with Guillaume. He had anticipated that this esteemed Commodore would erupt in anger, chastising him for his mindset towards the sword. To his surprise, however, she merely handed him a wooden sword and instructed him to practice basic movements such as slashing, chopping, and thrusting. This unexpected turn of events caught Louis off guard. Since she had not expressed any disapproval, he felt no need to provoke her into reprimanding him. Thus, he began to train earnestly. However, every time Guillaume guided him closely, he felt her hand brush against him, leaving him quite flustered. Your movements are too low. It should be like this. You're not applying enough force. Put more power into it. Yes, that's it. Exert force in this direction. Such commanding words from her left Louis, exclaiming in his mind, is it me or you who is out of sorts? Is this the trouble of being too handsome? As time passed, under Guillaume's tutelage, Louis swiftly grasped the basics. It was not that he possessed extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. Rather, Guillaume's teaching was thorough and dedicated, and his own aptitude was commendable. His movements gradually became more fluid, resembling those of a true practitioner. Yet he pondered, is this tantamount to selling my good looks? Nevertheless, he had to admit, it was quite enjoyable in various respects. 2 months slipped by as Louis spent his days swinging the sword. Balancing work during the day and training in the afternoon became his new routine. His swordsmanship, while not skyrocketing, had certainly improved by leaps and bounds. According to Guillaume, he was nearing the threshold of becoming a sword master, poised to comprehend the essence of cutting steel with just the right opportunity. However, the following 2 or 3 months yielded no progress, leading Louis to feel somewhat withdrawn. Though he had made remarkable strides from being utterly inexperienced to this level in just a few months, breakthroughs do not occur spontaneously. It requires ample preparation and sufficient patience to seize opportunities as they arise. After conducting some mental fortification, Lewis sat quietly in the training room, contemplating his next steps. Since he had hit a bottleneck in swordsmanship, which skill should he focus on enhancing? Haki or devil fruit abilities? This was the dilemma. But why couldn't he pursue both? How could he train effectively? Suddenly, a thought of someone crossed his mind. It has been a while since I visited Teacher Zephyr. Without further hesitation, he freshened up, donned clean clothes, and made his way toward the Villa district. Speaking of this, one must mention the Navy's generous benefits. Even a junior officer is entitled to a small, independent courtyard, not to mention someone of Zephyr's rank. The Navy provides a villa for your residence. Meals are served at designated windows in the mess hall, and monthly distributions of tobacco and alcohol are provided, specially supplied by the Navy. Accommodations are arranged from the lowest-ranking soldiers to the highest admirals. Salaries are substantial. Currently, Lewis earns 500,000 berries a month. While it may not seem like much, there are few places to spend it. Unless, of course, one opts for foot massages. But that is a different matter altogether. Overall, life is splendid. Standing outside the villa's courtyard, Lewis knocked on the door. Upon hearing the knocking, a voice inquired about his identity from within. Isn't that Teacher Zephyr's voice? Though not quite, it was still familiar. As the door opened, he was taken aback to find Admiral Sengoku, Zephyr, and Carp all present. Sengoku and Zephyr sat by a table sipping tea, though Sengoku appeared somewhat perturbed. Carp, on the other hand, had fallen asleep, with drool spilling from his mouth, looking utterly content. Not dwelling on Carp, Lewis greeted the two. Admiral Sengoku. Teacher Zephyr. Upon recognizing Lewis, Zephyr smiled and asked, "What brings you here today?" Lewis hurriedly responded with a grin. "Oh, can't I just come to visit you without a reason?" "Ah, the instinct for self-preservation is indeed strong." Zephyr scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief, insinuating that Lewis was the type to only visit when he needed something. Faced with his mentor's straightforwardness, Lewis had no choice but to lower his head in mock humility. However, Zephyr did not press the matter further and invited Lewis to sit down, inquiring once more about his purpose. "Teacher, could you continue to teach me Haki?" Lewis asked earnestly. Zephyr immediately declined, explaining his reasoning. Training in Haki involves both physical strength, which is external, and mental fortitude, which is internal. At just 17, although you have reached adulthood, you have to consider your still developing body. You are currently at a critical point. Further training could backfire and even jeopardize your foundation. As for cultivating your inner spirit, you need to gain insights through combat. True strength comes from a resolute heart. Strengthen your convictions. A strong heart begets formidable presence, and thus the intensity of Haki will also rise. What I previously did for you in the boot camp was merely to help you open the door. His words resonated deeply with Lewis, illuminating many of his previous uncertainties. The power of the mind, combat, and a sense of justice. He began to realize he had been overly hasty. Seeing his student awaken to this realization, Zephyr nodded approvingly. Sengoku, appearing somewhat distracted, finally greeted Lewis, his preoccupied demeanor piquing Lewis's curiosity. "Admiral Sengoku, is something troubling you?" Lewis inquired. With a sigh, Sengoku revealed his concerns regarding his foster son, Razananti, whom he had sent undercover. Upon hearing Sengoku's narrative, Lewis recalled the dramatic tale of the Don Quixote brothers and Trafalgar Law. Understanding the context, he realized that Admiral Sengoku was worried for his foster son's safety, fearing for his well-being. Although there had been some communication, it was usually delayed until Razananti had significant intel to share, leaving them in the dark about his current situation. Thus, he had sought out his good friend Carp to discuss these worries with Zephyr. However, upon encountering Lewis, his spirits lifted. Should Lewis take a look? Yet, what reason would Lewis have to agree? This is a personal matter, not an official duty. There is no justification for acceptance. Zhanghua found himself in a quandary. But Zfa understood the inner workings of his old comrade's mind. He turned to Lewis and suggested, "Lewis, why don't you replace Zhanghua and take a look?" Zhangguo's face lit up with surprise, his gaze towards Louis brimming with anticipation. Now, with the teacher speaking and the leader expressing such eagerness, acceptance became inevitable. As for the safety of this operation, let us not jest. If it were the Don Quixote family 2 decades hence, he might hesitate. But for now, Having come to this realization, he readily agreed to General Zhangguo. What about my duties in the staff department? When this was mentioned, Zhangguo assured him that there was no cause for concern, as he would handle matters on that front. Very well, you hold a higher position. Your word is final. To be continued. Chapter 017. Ailment: the North Sea, the most formidable maritime domain among the 4 seas, simultaneously represents the most challenging region for governmental control in the world. Smuggling, arms trafficking, slave trading, and nefarious enterprises flourish here, resulting in a substantial presence of organized crime. Even the Navy, often perceived as a mere symbolic force in this territory, finds itself outmatched. Each military expedition to eradicate these evildoers frequently yields disappointing results. Once the Navy departs, the malevolence resurfaces. Thus, it is aptly termed a breeding ground for crime. Not long after Louis arrived at the North Sea aboard a merchant vessel, he encountered several waves of pirate raids. Although easily dispatched, the audacity of these criminals was evident. Disregarding the pleas of the ship's captain, they disembarked after receiving a small token of gratitude in the form of some bailee. Upon reaching the island, Louis was met with a picturesque landscape and amiable locals, all seemingly approachable. As this mission was clandestine, Louis donned a black suit rather than his military uniform. With gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his hair meticulously groomed, and a briefcase in hand, he projected an image of affluence. The ruffians at the dock were stirred with excitement. A lone, unsuspecting lamb had appeared before them. Little did they know how soon their jubilation would turn to despair. After a swift confrontation, the thugs lay incapacitated on the ground, some groaning intermittently. Louis surveyed the scene and selected a fortunate soul from the lot. Approaching one of the moaning miscreants, the unfortunate fellow immediately fell silent, his eyes wide with terror, trembling uncontrollably. "Please, big brother, I won't make a sound anymore. Just don't come for me." Yet Louis remained unfazed and inquired with an expressionless demeanor. "I ask, you answer. Is that clear enough?" The hapless thug nodded frantically. "The Don Quixote family resides on this island?" Yes. Their headquarters is in town. It's the most conspicuous building." With this vital information in hand, Louis delivered a swift strike to the thug's neck, relieving him of his suffering. The thug, perhaps sarcastically, muttered, "Should I thank you?" Dusting off non-existent particles from his attire, Louis strode toward the town, while the onlookers regarded him with palpable fear. In truth, this assignment was primarily reconnaissance, discreetly gathering intelligence and observing the situation regarding Rosinante sufficed for mission completion. There was no need for ostentation or violence that could attract unwanted attention. Louis's intent was straightforward: to confront the enemy. The Don Quixote family housed formidable adversaries. Besides Don Quixote himself, several high-ranking officials, including the skilled Lauenji, were noteworthy. The question lingered: would they still possess their formidable presence? If so, splendid. If not, it would hardly be a battle, but rather a massacre. In essence, Louis sought a confrontation while simultaneously surveying Rosinante. So, I am merely an afterthought? Upon entering the town, Louis was met with numerous hostile gazes, dark and indifferent, as if appraising a choice cut of meat. In stark contrast, he remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance and disregarding their scrutiny. As those thugs prepared to intercept him, a figure approached from behind, whispering to them. Their expressions shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over their faces as they regarded Louis. Could it be that this seemingly effete gentleman had decimated the Jack gang at the dock? Louis quipped, "Though I may be handsome, I am no mere pretty boy." As he continued onward, the myriad faces of despair greeted him. Beggars resembling dead dogs clutching empty bowls, intoxicated from cheap liquor, children clad in tattered garments, their eyes wary, hiding in corners while clutching meager possessions, perhaps a moldy piece of bread. Women adorned in revealing attire and heavy makeup, smoking and scanning the crowd for potential customers. mothers kneeling at clinic doorways, begging for their dying children to be saved. Yet, the streets were predominantly ruled by ruffians. Lewis observed in silence, questioning, why is it like this? In his previous life, he had grown accustomed to a peaceful existence. Despite being solitary and not particularly prosperous, he enjoyed stability. The stark reality before him left him profoundly shaken, as he had never witnessed such suffering firsthand. Slowing his pace, he meandered through the streets. Hatred, envy, jealousy, indifference, longing, eyes filled with myriad emotions scrutinized him. He understood that he was fundamentally out of place here. Life in the ivory tower, though idyllic, belonged only to a select few. Lewis was undeniably fortunate. Upon entering this world, he found himself within the sanctum of the Navy, sheltered within a stable environment. He would never experience the wretchedness of a life akin to that of a stray dog, neither in his past nor present. How fortunate indeed! Many yearned for such a reality, struggling and committing heinous acts to attain what he had achieved effortlessly. Justice appeared foreign and absurd to these individuals. Undoubtedly, Lewis was profoundly affected, stirred deep within his soul. Thus, he began to ponder, could this situation be altered? Yet, it was inevitable that some would come forth seeking their demise. Hey you look unfamiliar. Lewis's reverie was abruptly interrupted, his demeanor darkening. Rage ignited within him as a group of men encircled him, their faces twisted with malicious glee. The leader, brimming with arrogance, shouted, hand over everything of value on you. Pronto, do you understand the concept of rules? This is the territory of the Don Quixote family. With that, he brandished a handgun menacingly, maintaining his stoic expression. Lewis remained silent, calmly setting down his briefcase and rolling up his sleeves. The leader, oblivious to Lewis's defiance, signaled one of his thugs to teach this insolent pretty boy a lesson. The underling dutifully charged forward, wielding a long knife with a menacing expression. However, as he approached Lewis, in the blink of an eye, a straight punch landed squarely in his abdomen. An unseen shockwave radiated from Lewis, cutting through the thugs and the street behind them. Explosions, cries of anguish, and cacophonous curses merged into a tumultuous uproar. Moments later, as the dust settled, the thugs lay sprawled in the gutter, their eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. Lewis's gaze held no pity. When confronting evildoers, whether pirates or so-called gangsters, his compassion would extend not an ounce. To punish the wicked, one must be fiercer, more brutal. A gentle and lenient approach would only embolden their arrogance. Since their eyes are fixated solely on violence and profit, let us present to them the epitome of brutality. However, just as Lewis was poised to advance further, a crimson glimmer flickered in his gaze. His observation hockey discerned the presence of several individuals lurking nearby, their auras formidable. He halted his steps and, without turning, declared, "Come forth. Concealing yourselves is hardly commendable." He chuckled lightly. I wonder which esteemed friend has graced us with their presence. Yet, might I suggest that this esteemed individual is perhaps a tad too irate? Lewis glanced back, and a familiar visage elicited a slight smirk from him. Although smiling, his demeanor remained frigid. Is this how you extend your hospitality? Don Quixote da Flamingo. To be continued. Chapter 018. Can I kill you all? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Upon hearing that iconic laughter, Lewis immediately came to his senses. To be honest, he had not reacted when those insignificant subordinates of the Don Quixote family had sought trouble with him. However, with such a coincidental appearance, it was difficult not to believe that he was behind the scenes, testing him. Frankly, despite his poor impression of Doflamingo, Lewis had to acknowledge that he was a genuine tyrant. His methods, temperament, and intellect were all exceptionally commendable, albeit his strength was somewhat lacking. Dressed in a wine-red suit, adorned with standard sunglasses, and draped in a classic flamingo coat, he swaggered towards Lewis with an arrogant gait. Soon, other Don Quixote officers began to appear, standing behind their young master, awaiting orders. Among them was Rosinante, who, however, had never met Lewis and thus did not know he was a Navy officer. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, there was no issue. Lewis scanned the cadre and, upon catching sight of Rosinante, swiftly assessed his condition. At that moment, one of the officers, Torpole, spoke up. Hey, Doflamingo, this kid is causing trouble here, clearly showing he has no regard for our Don Quixote family. After speaking, he glanced at the trench created by the shockwave, surprised yet unfazed. While Lewis had demonstrated considerable skill, and his attacking prowess seemed quite impressive, he was merely facing a bunch of small fry. As the family saying goes, anyone who opposes the Don Quixote family will not have a good ending. Oh, you are absolutely right, Torpole. Doflamingo replied with a sinister smile, hands in his pockets, looking down at Lewis. After all, until now, they had not encountered anyone who could instill fear in the Don Quixote family. Even the North Sea overlord, the evil army, Germa 66, was merely considered formidable by them. The disdain and confidence of these ruffians struck Lewis as utterly ridiculous. Having witnessed the fierce confrontations between top-tier powerhouses like the Red Count and Admiral Akainu, his perspective had long surpassed this level. So, how do you intend to compensate for our family's losses? Doflamingo said, continuously scrutinizing Lewis, exuding confidence. I have a fine proposal, Lewis replied nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed. He slowly unbuttoned his suit, removed it, and placed it on the ground, calmly proposing, I could just kill you all, and that would resolve everything. Doflamingo and his subordinates burst into laughter at this remark, thinking this fool believed he could escape family retribution by cracking jokes. Hey, stop talking nonsense. You, Doflamingo, laughing heartily, was abruptly silenced as Lewis appeared before him in an instant. No words wasted. A powerful punch, cloaked in armed haki, struck directly at his abdomen. Before the other officers could react, Doflamingo hurriedly activated his ability, String Fruit. The clash of Lewis's fist against the razor-sharp strings produced a piercing sound that jolted the still-dazed officers, who then cried out, Young Master! Young Master! How infuriating! Doflamingo, realizing that his sudden attack had been thwarted, raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had actually been blocked. Not only that, but the force was considerable. It seemed he had underestimated this flamingo. Doflamingo felt the growing power of Lewis's punch, his expression turning grim as he pondered. Where did this person come from? He had never heard of such a figure in the North Sea. With one failed strike, Lewis decisively retreated, and the expressions of the onlookers were no longer as relaxed as before. This person is formidable. Doflamingo, what should we do? Diamante, standing beside him, asked in a hushed tone. Doflamingo scrutinized Lewis, still trying to discern his identity. Yet, with no leads, he wasted no time and called out, Diamante, Pika, since we can't figure it out, let's settle this with action. I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, have a fierce temper. Upon hearing their young master's command, the two did not hesitate. Pika immediately activated his ability, burrowing into the ground and swiftly appearing behind Lewis, a massive stone hand reaching out to crush him. Simultaneously, Doflamingo aimed his right hand as if to shoot, grinning wickedly. String bullets. Several string projectiles, enveloped in armed haki, shot towards him at lightning speed. Diamante also drew his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy from another side. 3 fierce attacks converged on Lewis, yet he remained composed, activating his observation haki, his body swaying slightly as the strings and sword energy narrowly missed him, causing him no distress. He pivoted and leaped, raising his fist high, activating the powers of the Shatter Fruit. He struck the stone hand with resounding force, exclaiming, Shattering Fist. The shattering power disintegrated the massive hand into tiny fragments, leaving Pika in shock. His ability had been shattered so easily. Before he could comprehend, Lewis floated in the air, performing a moonwalk, and in a breath, appeared before him. His fist struck squarely on Pika's face. The overwhelming force sent him flying, leaving a trail of blood as he collapsed to the ground, motionless. When Doflamingo and the others finally reacted, they discovered Pika was rolling his eyes back, clearly unconscious, in a pitiful state. Just as Diamante was about to speak, he was met with Lewis's unwavering gaze. Faced with the approaching Lewis, he felt an intense pressure, rendering him momentarily immobile. Had Doflamingo not swiftly pulled him aside with fine strings, he would surely have joined Pika in unconsciousness. Ho ho ho! Quite impressive. Would you care to join our family? At this moment, Doflamingo surprisingly extended an invitation to Lewis. One must admit, this character, who shone brightly in the original work, possessed an extraordinary temperament. Lewis tilted his head, wearing an expression that questioned, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Without uttering a word, he simply stared at him. "Perhaps we could have a discussion. If you're upset about what happened earlier, I can apologize." Doflamingo conceded. He had no choice. His two top officers were clearly outmatched. While he was indeed stronger than them, it wasn't by much. If things continued as they were, defeat was inevitable for him. Moreover, there was no fundamental conflict between them. Why not defuse the situation? A true man knows when to yield. As for Lewis, upon hearing this, he felt somewhat exasperated. "Come on, don't back down. Where's your fierce temper? Show your pride as a celestial dragon. Let's go all out." Doflamingo, a wise man, knows when to adapt. Seeing that his opponent had lost all desire to fight, he wondered how they could continue. To be continued. Chapter 019. Investment. Doflamingo found himself in a state of discontent. Having navigated the North Sea for many years, he had never suffered such a significant loss. He glanced at Pica and then at the still unresponsive Diamante, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. The other officers exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Except for Rosinante, the undercover agent, who was consumed by astonishment. Such youth, yet such formidable strength. Even Doflamingo had to momentarily retreat and show deference. He knew his elder brother well. He would never submit unless he was genuinely outmatched. "So who exactly are you?" The two brothers were ensnared by the same question. After all, Lewis did not appear to be a mere rogue. His every move exhibited clear signs of professional training, even possessing the elusive moonwalk technique. However, mastery of the moonwalk did not necessarily imply proficiency in all of the Marine's 6 styles. Even if he did possess such knowledge, it did not confirm his allegiance to the government. These were merely individual techniques, not some arcane secret art. Rosinante pondered that perhaps today's events warranted a report to Great Sage Bay. The expressions of the onlookers did not escape Lewis's attention. Indeed, in the face of such a villain, violence was the most straightforward and effective solution. Although Doflamingo's capitulation was displeasing, Lewis recognized there was little he could do. He understood well that eliminating Doflamingo would lead to severe complications. Despite being stripped of his dragon status, the blood of the celestial dragons still coursed through his veins. If this reached the ears of the celestial dragons in Mariewa, matters would become exceedingly troublesome. For the time being, he could not afford to kill him. Moreover, to slay him without justification was utterly foolish. I am a Marine, not a pirate. To bypass due process and resort to murder would be childish play. Furthermore, Lewis had a strong premonition that Doflamingo might prove useful in the future. In his past life, Doflamingo thrived amidst both the underworld and the elite, earning the moniker Joker. If he possessed the strength of a top-tier warrior, with his cunning and methods, he might even surpass Shanks and ascend to the status of one of the 4 emperors. In summary, he could not act against him now. Thus, he opted for a conciliatory approach, presenting a facade of goodwill as he stated, "I accept your apology. Indeed, we harbor no animosity, and thus there is no need for violence. Let us put this matter behind us." Doflamingo's lips twitched slightly, rendered speechless. "What about my 2 highest-ranking officers? Have they suffered for naught?" Pica and Diamante silently expressed their gratitude. "Thank you." Lewis merely shrugged, implying that their incompetence was not his concern. After this matter was settled, the group proceeded to the headquarters of the Don Quixote family. Once seated, Doflamingo promptly summoned his subordinates to serve a meal, hoping Lewis would appreciate some authentic North Sea delicacies. With a glass of red wine raised, he spoke in a calm and elegant tone to Lewis. One could not help but admire how well this former celestial dragon embodied the air of nobility. As Lewis savored the exquisite cuisine, he introduced himself. Naturally, he could not disclose his identity as a Marine. On the journey, he had already devised a strategy to engage Doflamingo, intending to leverage the Marine's 6 styles to foster a relationship with this future warlord of the sea. Although the Marine's 6 styles seemed widely known and somewhat diminished in value, it was important to note that Doflamingo and his crew did not possess such knowledge. Indeed, they were entirely unaware. After being cast out from the Holy Land, wandering in exile, and only finding solace upon encountering Pika and the others, he had not benefited from any governmental resources during that time. And when he was still a celestial dragon, he had little inclination to pursue such skills. Enslaving others was the prevailing norm among celestial dragons. While the ultimate significance of befriending this future warlord remained unclear, Lewis was certain there would come a time when it would prove beneficial. He thus presented himself as an information broker, expressing his desire to gather intelligence about the Don Quixote family. His candidness seemed to alleviate any suspicions, as the Don Quixote family indeed held considerable influence in the North Sea. Many sought to understand their various factions, making his statement quite logical. However, such matters could not be openly discussed, with Rocinante present. To speak too freely would be tantamount to loudly conspiring. Consequently, Lewis gestured for Doflamingo to lean in closer and discreetly conveyed his desire to impart the Marine's 6 styles as a gesture of goodwill, requesting discretion. Doflamingo's pupils contracted at this revelation. This was an exceptional opportunity. It was not that the 6 styles would significantly enhance his own abilities. After all, Haki and Devil Fruit powers offered far more. However, he could certainly bestow this knowledge upon his loyal and capable subordinates. This could bolster the foundation of his power. He understood that such a gift could not be declined. As for Lewis's request for secrecy, it was easy to comprehend. If this information spread, it would undoubtedly attract the government's attention and invite disaster. Once Lewis finished speaking, Doflamingo quickly lowered his voice, inquiring, "The Don Quixote family is most pleased with your generous gift, Mr. Lewis. However, may I ask why you are so willing?" It was no surprise that Doflamingo posed this question. Lewis could have simply offered an apology or provided some berries as compensation for medical expenses. Yet, this grand gesture left him somewhat bewildered. "I have already stated, Mr. Don Quixote, that I am an information broker, yet also a businessman. Therefore, my actions are surely driven by my own interests." Lewis held his glass with a composed demeanor. Doflamingo gestured for him to continue. Lewis, without further ado, stated plainly, "This Marine's 6 styles represent an investment." Doflamingo accepted this response without doubt. After all, the Don Quixote family had indeed prospered, transforming into a formidable force in just a few short years. However, for him, these factors were not paramount. In his heart, whether it was an investment or an alliance, as long as it aided him in achieving his innermost goals, he would embrace even a devil-esque deal. He sought to drag those swine down from their thrones, allowing them to experience the suffering of the mortal realm. Doflamingo promptly agreed, and after exchanging contact signals, the atmosphere grew increasingly warm. At that moment, Lewis was seen as a friend by all. Glasses clinked and merriment filled the air. Yet, upon reading the newspaper the following day, Lewis understood that his brief journey in the North Sea had come to an end. To be continued. Chapter 020. Lewis's thoughts upon seeing the headline in the newspaper the next day. Lewis understood that he must return to headquarters. During this period, the headquarters had been shrouded in secrecy to prevent any leaks to the outside world. Simultaneously, they were amassing forces, preparing to seize this opportunity to expand the Navy's influence in the New World. The world government expressed support upon receiving reports from the Navy headquarters. It is essential to note that the nations of the New World are more concerned with the whims of the great pirates, and the Navy's influence here is minimal. They are left with little recourse. However, if the Navy could enhance its influence, leading several nations back under the jurisdiction of the world government, it would yield significant benefits for Mariewa. Yet, who would be the target? The high-ranking officials at headquarters held differing opinions, but after much deliberation, they decided to set their sights on Whitebeard. The reasoning was simple: mobility. Gold Lion Shiki could fly directly, while Roger's crew traversed the seas in a ship, making them difficult to contend with. In truth, if circumstances allowed, the primary target would undoubtedly be Gold Lion Shiki, as his ambition posed a considerable threat to the Navy. However, his float fruit granted him unparalleled aerial superiority. Even if he could not defeat the Navy, he could simply take flight and escape. After a protracted battle, the objective would remain unfulfilled. Even if they managed to cripple Gold Lion's fleet, His esteem would enable him to swiftly assemble a new one, rendering their efforts futile. As for Roger's pirates, they currently posed little threat. Although Lewis was aware that Roger would eventually become the Pirate King, there were no signs indicating that he had begun his quest for the One Piece. Moreover, this group was elusive, making it challenging to track their movements. Despite their formidable strength and renown, they appeared too lackadaisical in the eyes of the Navy and the world, thus warranting a pass. Consequently, the Whitebeard pirates emerged as the optimal choice. Presently, Whitebeard was at his zenith, undeniably powerful, yet not invincible. A severed head or a punctured heart would still lead to death. The Navy possessed individuals capable of confronting him directly. As for his sons, they were still in their developmental stage and lacked the formidable strength they would later exhibit during the Marineford War. After careful consideration, they resolved to designate him as the target for the Navy's incursion into the New World. Seated in a chair, perusing the newspaper, Lewis's thoughts raced, compelling him to depart immediately and return to headquarters to partake in this operation. The call for military merit beckoned him. Upon observing the newspaper, Don Quixote da Flamingo marveled at how the Navy had accomplished a significant feat without anyone's knowledge. Who was the Red Count? He was a legendary pirate, and Da Flamingo's standing paled in comparison. However, for the moment, this matter held little relevance to him as a rural denizen of the North Sea. The realm of the elite was one he had yet to penetrate. Lewis, oblivious to Da Flamingo's musings, wasted no time, rising to bid farewell and exiting the premises. Da Flamingo contemplated retaining him, but upon seeing Lewis's resolute demeanor, he relinquished the idea. Perhaps they could engage in a more meaningful conversation next time. A few days later, shortly after returning to headquarters, Lewis was urgently summoned. Upon arriving at the conference room, he discovered that nearly all the vice admirals of the Navy were present. The various factions of the Navy greeted Lewis with familiarity. Even the iron-willed Akainu nodded in acknowledgement. Although Lewis was merely a colonel at present, his strength and connections rendered him immune to hostility. He was destined for a prominent role within the Navy, and his future appeared exceedingly bright as a neutral heir, preordained by the top brass. After exchanging pleasantries with the assembly, he heard the grating voice of Professor Correa. "Ah, Lewis, it has been ages. I saved you a seat. Come and sit." Clearly, Correa had anticipated Lewis's presence at this meeting. Shortly after he took his seat, several high-ranking officials entered the room. Everyone stood to salute, offering their respect. Fleet Admiral Sengoku waved his hand, bidding them to take their seats, and without further ado, he directed Vice Admiral Tsuru to commence the proceedings. "I believe everyone is aware of the purpose of this urgent gathering, to encircle the Whitebeard pirates." No one displayed surprise or fear. It was evident that they had mentally prepared themselves for this moment. Those present were the Navy's most elite forces. Had they lacked courage and strength, they likely would have perished long ago. They showed no fear in the face of pirates, even those as formidable as the Whitebeard pirates. Enthusiasm surged as everyone clamored to volunteer, particularly among the hawkish factions of the Navy, each appearing invigorated. Sengoku's voice quelled the excitement, restoring order to the meeting room. Seeing this, Admiral Sengoku rose, surveying the assembly before speaking. "This time, our Navy must succeed. We aim to expand our influence in the New World once more. Moreover, the higher-ups place great importance on this operation, so I urge all of you to advance boldly and fight valiantly. Yes, all for justice." The assembly responded in unison, their voices resolute. The discussion then turned to the primary and secondary objectives of the operation, which were determined after extensive deliberation. Primary objective: capture or eliminate Whitebeard. Secondary objective: annihilate the effective forces of the Whitebeard pirates. Following deliberations on various details, the meeting was adjourned. "Lewis, come to my office. I have something to ask you." Just as Lewis was about to leave, he was called back by Admiral Sengoku, who made it clear that the inquiry pertained to his adopted son. Upon entering Sengoku's office, they took their seats, and Lewis recounted his experiences in the North Sea and the status of Razanani. Of course, he refrained from mentioning the 6 powers of the Navy, as that would be tantamount to self-incrimination. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression softened, A weight lifted from his heart. Truthfully, Sengoku had been reluctant for Rosinante to go undercover. Yet his adopted son stubbornly believed that his biological brother would inevitably evolve into a malevolent force in the world. To prevent the world from being ravaged and to safeguard peace, he chose to infiltrate his brother's circle, constantly monitoring him. One could say that such foresight was characteristic of brothers. However, when Sengoku heard Lewis express confusion over the multitude of suffering individuals, he fell into silence. Why? Why did these people endure such hardship? Sengoku was acutely aware that the root of these issues lay in governmental corruption and systemic exploitation, reducing individuals to mere shadows of dignity, living like dogs. Even if the Navy sought to extricate itself, it was powerless due to budget constraints. Sengoku hesitated, contemplating whether to share his thoughts with Lewis. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Lewis, unaware of Sengoku's internal struggle, understood that in the face of such circumstances, action was imperative. Perhaps, at this moment, Lewis has discovered his sense of justice. Though he lacks a concrete plan, he firmly believes that one day, everything will change. To be continued. Chapter 021. The Rhythm of War. After leaving the office, Lewis's thoughts lingered on his righteous path. He did not come to this world merely to be a spectator. As a naval officer, it was his duty to protect the populace, eliminate pirates, and uphold peace. Yet, due to the decay of the world government, the Navy was often derisively labeled as lapdogs. After all, the Navy was merely a subordinate organization of the world government. In the eyes of those high above in Mariewa, the Navy was nothing more than a watchdog. However, altering this predicament was no simple task, and Lewis currently felt quite at a loss. What to do? As he wandered, he found himself unknowingly arriving at the training room. Observing the individuals inside sweating and honing their skills, Lewis couldn't help but chuckle at his own situation. He was merely a colonel. Any potential plans would have to wait until he ascended to a higher rank. Military achievements, reputation, and strength, none could be overlooked. Presently, the impending war against the Whitebeard pirates in the New World presented a splendid opportunity. Lewis resolved that this war would serve as his chance to shine. The headquarters operated with remarkable efficiency. On the third day after Lewis returned, a formidable force of 30,000 elite troops had assembled. Following a passionate and rousing speech from the fleet admiral, a command was issued, and dozens of warships set sail from the G1 branch port, their might echoing across the seas. The leaders of this operation were none other than the formidable trio, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru. Admiral Akainu and Admiral Zifa remained at headquarters to ensure everything went smoothly. At this moment, Lewis found himself aboard Sengoku's warship. Suddenly, an unexpected guest arrived. Gion, what brings you here? Isn't Tsuru's ship over there? Lewis exclaimed. This uninvited guest was Gion, a strikingly beautiful rear admiral. Often hailed as the blooming flower of the Navy headquarters, the dream of countless sailors. Witnessing the envious gazes of his fellow Navy officers and Sengoku's amused expression, Lewis felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Sister, could you refrain from drawing attention to me? Are you not aware of how popular you are? Lewis pleaded. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, please do not look at me like that. I implore you, Gion, return to Tsuru's ship. However, Gion ignored Lewis's pleading gaze and playfully wrapped her arms around his neck, teasingly saying, What's wrong? Is it wrong for your sister to miss you? With that, she playfully nudged him. The softness was indescribable. But really, is this how we reason? Is this your bribe for me? Please do come again. Yet, the atmosphere around them was rather tense, charged with jealousy. Sensing the imminent threat of being assassinated by his colleagues, Lewis hurriedly extricated himself to prevent a disaster. Frankly, Gion was exceptionally tall, nearly 3 meters. Was she joking? Lewis himself stood around 5 meters, completely overshadowed. Nevertheless, he was confident that in a few years, he would surpass 3 meters. Without reaching that height, how could he ever aspire to be an admiral? Wry smile. Sengoku wore a peculiar smile, clearly suspecting that there was more to this than met the eye. He glanced between Lewis and Gion, exclaiming, Ah, youth is truly wonderful. However, there were no hidden motives. Guion was simply infatuated with Louis. If Guion was the blooming flower of the Navy headquarters, then Louis was undoubtedly the handsome prince of the Navy. Especially when standing alongside Teacher Boa, the contrast was striking. Guion was evidently enamored with handsome features, having fallen head over heels when she first saw him in Tsuru's office. Not only that, but his popularity among female sailors was soaring, even garnering a few mother fans. Yet, our dashing Louis remained blissfully unaware. Guion's arrival added a hint of spice to the atmosphere. As the fleet gradually approached the waters of the Whitebeard pirates, the tension escalated. War was imminent. On the other side, Whitebeard, upon hearing of the capture of Red Count, felt an uneasy premonition, though he could not articulate why. It was simply an instinct. He summoned the pirates scattered across his territory to prepare for any unforeseen occurrences. At this moment, various pirate ships, differing in size and shape, encircled the Moby Dick. The center of their gathering, much like stars surrounding a moon, these were the independent pirate crews under Whitebeard's command. "Marco, do you know why Dad has summoned us?" A nameless pirate captain, summoned to the Moby Dick, inquired of Marco regarding the reason for the gathering. "Dad has his reasons for this. We need only await orders." Although Marco said this, he too was puzzled, as the summons had come rather abruptly. Seeing this, the captain nodded, opting not to press further, and turned to drink with his comrades. Glug, glug, glug. Whitebeard sat at the head of the table, watching his sons drink and feast, feeling immense joy. It had been a while since he had seen this group of sons, and a sense of familial reunion filled his heart, bringing him great satisfaction. Holding a large bowl of wine, he drank heartily, reveling in the moment. Yet, that ominous premonition still lingered in his mind. "Dad, we have a situation." A lookout, assigned by Whitebeard, shouted nervously, pointing in a specific direction. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard immediately sprang to his feet, and the others shook off their drunken stupor, grabbing their weapons and following the lookout's gaze. In the distance, shadows began to rise from the sea surface, a massive number of them. As they drew closer, it became apparent. It was indeed the naval fleet. "Report, Admiral Sengoku. We have sighted the Whitebeard pirates and their independent crews." A naval sailor hurried to report to Sengoku, who swiftly raised his telescope to the indicated direction. Indeed, it was the Moby Dick. Sengoku murmured, recognizing his old rival's flagship without a doubt. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Notify all ships, immediately enter combat readiness." As soon as the order was given, alarms blared in unison, and the expressions of the crew reflected determination and resolve, clearly prepared for sacrifice. Louis gazed at the whale-shaped Moby Dick, his eyes sparkling with fervor, brimming with anticipation. Unlike previous skirmishes, this time, it was a war involving tens of thousands. The scale was unprecedented, a sight Louis had never encountered in either of his lives. In this battle, he was determined to carve out his own renown. As both sides drew near, war was on the horizon. To be continued. Chapter 22. Rise Up. The crew of Whitebeard, led by the captain himself, ascended to the deck. Brandishing the formidable great blade Song Yun Xia, adorned in a triangular captain's hat, his splendid golden locks cascaded over his shoulders, and his dark golden eyes radiated a chilling, murderous intent. The ominous premonition in his heart had materialized. To his astonishment, it was the Navy. "Ha ha ha ha. Sengoku, when did your Navy grow such audacity? How dare you provoke me?" Whitebeard and Appo's boisterous laughter echoed, laced with palpable anger. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of conqueror's haki surged towards the Navy fleet, yet Sengoku stood resolute, locking his gaze on Whitebeard, equally unleashing his own haki, where their powers collided. Crimson-black lightning erupted, sending waves crashing. Even the sky itself seemed to tear apart. Louis gazed skyward, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks, his face painted with shock. The clash of conquerors' haki, one of the legendary moments in the saga of the Pirate King. The two forces, neither able to overpower the other, tacitly withdrew their haki. They both understood that if they continued, the ensuing chaos would render their subordinates obsolete in mere moments. Just a greeting, Sengoku initiated, commanding the entire fleet to advance. preparing for a bombardment once they were within range. However, the order was met with impatience. A figure shot forward like a drawn sword, gliding across the ice towards Whitebeard. "Ha ha, long time no see, Newgate." It was none other than Garp. "Hey, Garp, didn't we agree that I would lead the attack this time?" Sengoku bellowed from his ship. This man was a wild card, disregarding the plan. "Ha ha, Sengoku, what are you saying? I can't hear you at all. I'll take the initiative and test the waters. You can follow up afterward. What use are plans to me, Garp? Just charge in and finish it." "Ha ha ha ha, old mad dog." Whitebeard grinned, showing no hesitation as he assumed his iconic stance. A milky white shield of energy began to coalesce in his hands, the space around him trembling. Shockwave. Fist. Observing this, Garp's fists too radiated an unmatched aura of armament hockey, charging forward. Both men shouted in unison, "Skyquake." Meteor. The collision of their powers rendered the world momentarily silent. Yet soon after, a tremendous roar thundered in everyone's ears. A tsunami. This is a tsunami. The inexperienced Navy personnel witnessed Whitebeard's terrifying ability for the first time. The monstrous wave opened its maw, threatening to engulf the entire Navy fleet, leaving many in a state of sheer horror, their eyes vacant. "Ah, no way I'll let you succeed so easily." Kazan stepped forth, hands clasped together. He murmured, "Ice Age." A pillar of ice erupted from his palms, swiftly freezing the ocean's surface, rapidly eroding the tsunami's power until it was entirely immobilized. Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air, casting a sidelong glance at Whitebeard, a slight smirk playing at his lips. With him present, victory would not come easily. As the two combatants disengaged, witnessing their tsunami frozen, Whitebeard felt no anger. After all, it was merely a test. They stood upon the ice, and at that moment, Sengoku approached Garp, saying, "You don't mind, do you, Garp?" "Ah, no problem. Fighting pirates is fair game." It was evident he sought to quickly resolve the conflict with a 2-on-1 strategy. If Garp and Whitebeard engaged in a nightly duel, it would last days without resolution. Whitebeard, unfazed by this seemingly underhanded tactic, was a pirate. The Navy was merely adhering to their own code. Tearing off his cloak of justice, loosening his suit, Sengoku declared, "Let us go, Garp." With that, he unleashed his power. Zoan-type, mythical beast, human fruit, Buddha form. Without hesitation, Garp nodded and initiated his assault. Fist of the Meteor, Buddha Shockwave. The two dashed forth, creating countless small craters in the ice as they launched an overwhelming offensive towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard, undeterred, let out a roar. The Tsung Yun Xie held proudly across his chest, the milky white aura coalescing, charging head-on. The clash of titans erupted. Meanwhile, within the Navy fleet, Admiral Tsuru rolled her eyes at the sight of the two confronting Whitebeard, yet she took command, issuing orders. "All troops, advance." The Navy soldiers responded in unison. Stepping onto the ice, charging towards the enemy fleet, a palpable aura of menace. Lewis unsheathed his long sword. Perhaps today would mark his ascension as a swordsman. On the side of Whitebeard's fleet, his sworn brother Yuta raised his katana, roaring, "Face them." The crew rallied in response, brandishing their weapons and rushing towards the enemy. Their momentum awe-inspiring. Yuta surged ahead as the vanguard, striking down several foes in a single slash. Yet just as he prepared to expand his victory, his observation haki went haywire. A somewhat frivolous voice echoed in his ear, accompanied by a blinding light. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" It was none other than the legendary light speed kick from Teacher Borsellino. As Yuta's observation warned him, he hastily raised his dual blades in defense, but was still a moment too late. The fierce kick slammed into Yuta's chest, sending him flying. "Yuta! Captain Yuta! Lord Yuta!" Different calls echoed, yet the concern was unanimous. Cough, cough. Now that's some serious force. Although Yuta was sent sprawling, his injuries were not severe. He had protected his chest with armament hockey just in time. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes blazed with fervor. "I'm fired up, a powerhouse among the Navy. Yuta, we're coming to help." The voices belonged to Bista and Jozu. As fellow dual-wielding swordsmen, Bista had learned much from Yuta, and their bond was profound, a blend of mentor, friend, and brother. Jozu often shared drinks with Yuta, their camaraderie equally strong. Just as they were about to charge in, a dashing figure barred their way. "Oh, but I can't let you disturb Teacher Borsellino. I'll play with you instead." Unbeknownst to them, Lewis had arrived beside Teacher Borsellino, his expression brimming with excitement as he gazed at Bista and Jozu. What a splendid pair of opponents. Bista and Jozu turned towards Lewis, their expressions tinged with indifference. As if to say, "Who is this nobody? Off you go." Their blatant disdain made Lewis raise an eyebrow. Unfazed, he resolved to let his prowess speak for itself. Thus, Lewis decided to fight in a manner that would leave their father unrecognizable. Borsellino observed Lewis's demeanor, understanding that these two potential stars of the Whitebeard Pirates were far from ordinary. To be continued. Chapter 023. I am cracking open. Borsellino swiftly whisked away Odin, clearing the battlefield for Lewis and his companions. "Hey, warrior, come play over there." With a genuine flash, he darted away. Odin, unwavering in his belief that these two young lads could secure victory, donned his wooden sandals and followed Borsellino's lead. At this moment, only Lewis and his two comrades remained. The cacophony of battle cries and wails contrasted sharply with the tranquility of their surroundings. Without engaging in unnecessary banter, Bista took the initiative, a fragrant aura of roses wafting around him as he wielded his dual blades, launching a direct assault on Lewis. Jozu followed closely, his massive form surprisingly swift, moving with astonishing speed. Half of his body transformed into impenetrable diamond, his fists slicing through the air, intent on shattering Lewis's skull. Rose dance, shining fist. Blood surged with fervor. Lewis had longed for such a battle. Since emerging from the training camp and leading up to this war, he had not encountered a fight that satisfied him. The only skirmish of note was a minor altercation in the North Sea, but it had ended prematurely, leaving him unfulfilled. Faced with the relentless onslaught, he remained utterly unfazed. Gripping his long sword with one hand, he enveloped it in the strongest armament color he could muster, transforming it into a pitch-black blade, deep and profound, clashing fiercely with Bista's dual swords. The blade screeched, sparks flying. Yet, Bista's expression darkened. "Damn it. This kid's strength is terrifying. He wields power with one hand that matches my two. Moreover, this armament color. It was far from ordinary." But before they could reach a stalemate, Lewis suddenly unleashed his strength, veins bulging in his arm, forcing Bista back. As he retreated, Jozu's attack emerged from the newly created space. Lewis, upon witnessing this, chuckled. Without hesitation, he conjured a blue-purple shield with his other hand and surged forward to meet Jozu's diamond fist. Initially, Jozu scoffed at Lewis's unknown ability, thinking, "Nothing but my father's tremor fruit can breach my physical defenses." However, upon contact, his countenance shifted dramatically. Feeling the continuous shattering sensation in his fist, he was struck with utter horror and attempted to retreat, but was seized and rendered immobile. Want to escape? Not so easily. Lewis, with a grim demeanor and an icy smile, had his long sword embedded in the ice, his free hand forming a fist as his ability activated once more, striking Jozu's diamond body. Star shatter. The once impenetrable diamond defense crumbled like a farce, blood gushing from various wounds, painting Jozu in a red diamond hue. As Lewis released his grip, Jozu collapsed to the ground, motionless, having lost consciousness. Bista stood nearby, aghast, unable to believe that Lewis had dispatched his dear brother in an instant. Surrounding onlookers gasped, their faces reflecting disbelief at Jozu's fallen form. Strictly speaking, Jozu had been careless, had he not underestimated Lewis, taking advantage of a momentary lapse. He might have lasted longer in the fight. Bista's eyes burned crimson, his hands trembling as he gripped his blades, clearly consumed by rage. Yet Lewis appeared unfazed, retrieving his long sword from the ice and casually brushing back his hair, his gaze taunting as he addressed Bista. "How was that strike? Quite impressive, wouldn't you say?" With a snap, the string of reason in Bista's mind shattered under Lewis's provocation, and fury engulfed him. He roared, swinging his dual blades at Lewis like a wild beast. Without evasion or retreat, Lewis gripped his long sword and engaged in a fierce duel with Bista. Each move was met with resistance. Yet Lewis remained composed. He understood that Bista's rage granted him greater power, but at the cost of accelerated fatigue. Intentionally inciting Bista's fury would heighten the pressure, allowing Lewis to transcend into the realm of the Sword Master. Though Bista had lost his reason, his techniques were ingrained in his instincts, and his swordsmanship remained intact. Lewis, too, absorbed the sensations of their blades clashing. The breath of all things, akin to that of swords. While most could not perceive the life within inanimate objects, swordsmen and the exceptionally gifted could. Since it possessed life, it would inevitably face death. Whether human or otherwise, this truth held. Having consumed the crumble fruit, Lewis's comprehension of destruction deepened. To shatter the body, sever the breath of life. This was the path of ultimate offense he had chosen. As long as his damage was sufficient, he could obliterate anything. Simple, direct, and brutal. Yet in this world, it proved exceedingly effective. At last, after exchanging blows countless times, Lewis discerned the trajectory of his own power. Being an all-round warrior was ultimately unrealistic, so he would become an ADC with unparalleled offensive might. And for him, this was entirely feasible. In the heat of battle, Lewis entered the realm of the Sword Master, hearing the breath of Bista's blades, pain, anxiety, and concern for their master. He also perceived the breath of his own longsword, joy, elation, and celebration of his master's breakthrough in strength. With a grin, Lewis disengaged from Bista, stepping back. This newfound perception offered him an unparalleled experience. Everything possessed a spirit, and all could be severed. This was the essence of a sword master. Bista roared once more, charging forward, but Lewis had no intention of lingering in this struggle any longer. With a powerful swing of his longsword, deep blue sword energy roared across the battlefield, mercilessly engulfing Bista's figure. As the light dissipated, only Bista lay in a pool of blood, alongside two shattered blades. With a flourish of his sword, Lewis sheathed it with grace, whispering to Bista, "Thank you, Bista?" To be continued. Chapter 024. Who would have thought? Surveying the battlefield, it is evident that the current situation is remarkably favorable for the Navy. The enemy is outnumbered, and the Navy's deployment of 30,000 elite troops has proven formidable. After dealing with Jaws and Vista, Lewis remains undeterred, unsheathing his sword and relentlessly claiming the lives of pirates. Each pirate slain means the survival of one or more elite Navy personnel. Dog bite Red Lotus. Sakazuki unleashes a powerful attack against Marco, obliterating half of his body. Yet, mere moments later, Marco utilizes his fruit ability to restore himself, though the weariness etched across his face is undeniable. Despite exhausting much of his stamina, Marco persists, desperately holding off Sakazuki, much to the latter's frustration. "Hey, Kazan, deal with him. Your freezing ability is far more suited for this fast-healing opponent. Such a rapid healer should really be banned." Kazan, who had been idly dispatching a minor enemy, rolls his eyes at Sakazuki's demand. "Oh, weren't you the one shouting about wanting to burn this immortal bird to ashes? Keep up the good work. I'm rooting for you. I was enjoying my leisurely break, so don't bother me." Sakazuki is left speechless, his chest heaving in agitation, clearly infuriated. Dying bird. Accept the judgment of justice. However, just as Sakazuki prepares to unleash his wrath, he hears Marco's panicked voice. Jaws. Vista. Seeing his two comrades fallen in a pool of blood, Marco swiftly takes to the air, rushing to their side, enveloping them in his restorative flames, urgently administering treatment. Sakazuki, realizing the situation, feels a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, Lewis is far superior to that idler Kazan. However, he cannot allow the enemy to recover unchallenged and immediately pursues Marco. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, Whitebeard is engaged in a fierce struggle against Garp and Sengoku. Tremors, the light of Buddha, and powerful shockwaves intertwine, sending a clear message. Weaklings, stay away. Yet, even for the indomitable Whitebeard, holding his own against two formidable foes for this duration is commendable. The double strain on his stamina, coupled with the side effects of his fruit ability, will eventually lead to his downfall. Still, his pride forbids retreat. Edward Newgate never backs down. However, upon hearing Marco's cry. His heart races with alarm. While he treasures all his sons, certain favorites emerge, and Marco, along with his fellow future commanders, is among the most cherished. Unable to resist glancing over, he inadvertently exposes a weakness, a vulnerability. With a flash of insight, Garp swiftly closes in on the opening in Whitebeard's defense, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Sengoku urgently calls out, "Garp, be careful." In a critical moment, a massive black slash cuts through the battlefield, aimed directly at Garp. Trusting his old comrade, Garp retreats just in time to evade the strike. The sensation of that slash feels all too familiar. "Hey, Sengoku." Before he can inquire further, his observation haki reveals the answer, and his eyes light up with excitement. The pirates and Navy alike gasp as they recognize the distinctive ship of the Roger Pirates, with Roger and his crew striding confidently across the ice. Lewis halts, captivated by the unexpected arrival. Who would have imagined it would be the Roger Pirates? As they advance, both pirates and Navy part ways, creating a palpable tension. A sight to behold indeed. Yet, for the Navy, this is far from advantageous. It is all too clear that Roger and his crew do not come to assist the Navy. Now facing two legendary pirate crews, the Navy finds itself in a precarious position. Despite the Roger Pirates being fewer in number, each member is a formidable elite, save for a certain red-nosed boy. The expressions of the Navy's high-ranking officers darken, even those like Teacher Boa and the idler Kazan. Initially, they had harbored hopes of overcoming the Whitebeard pirates. Hence, they approached this conflict with a somewhat relaxed mindset. However, the arrival of these disruptors complicates matters significantly. Roger, undeterred, brandishes his famed blade, Ace, clad in a wine-red captain's coat, his chest bare, and a broad smile directed at Sengoku and Garp, exclaiming, "Hey Sengoku, Garp, it's been a while. Why didn't you invite me to the fun of battling Newgate? How inconsiderate. Why are you meddling in our affairs?" Sengoku internally seethes, nearly overwhelmed by frustration. What would we need you for? A celebration? Had he not been so elusive, Roger would have long since faced destruction at their hands. "Hey, Roger, stay out of this," Whitebeard declares, his pride refusing to acknowledge Roger's interference. "I would rather die standing." Nevertheless, Roger remains unfazed. Whether or not Whitebeard acknowledges his presence is irrelevant. He has arrived. At this moment, Lewis returns to Sengoku's side, softly inquiring, "Admiral, what shall we do next?" Though he yearns to continue, he knows that if they proceed, there may be little left of the 30,000 elites. This represents a significant portion of the Navy's current strength. With the convergence of Whitebeard and Roger's forces, the balance of power has shifted dramatically. Indeed, in this world, it is the strong who dictate the course of battle. The atmosphere grows thick with an eerie silence. Suddenly, Whitebeard recalls something and turns to Marco, asking, "Who defeated Jaws and Vista just now?" After consulting a few subordinates, he points at Lewis. "Father, it was this lad." With a calm demeanor, Lewis steps forward, meeting Whitebeard's gaze without flinching. Gripping his sword tightly, he taunts, "What? Can't handle a child, so you, as their father, come to intervene?" After scrutinizing Lewis for a moment, Whitebeard bursts into laughter, proclaiming his iconic line, "Kurara, I do entertain such thoughts, but if you were to join us, these issues would cease to exist. So, become my son, little brat." After a brief silence, both pirates and Navy members are left wide-eyed in disbelief. Huh. To be continued, Chapter 25. After the war, I was unexpectedly invited by pirates. Lewis was momentarily stunned by a phone call from Whitebeard. The high-ranking officers of the Navy were equally taken aback. However, before Lewis could voice his refusal, Sengoku's forehead throbbed with veins, and he angrily exclaimed, "What are you dreaming about? I tell you, Lewis will never follow you." With a cold snort, he fell silent. Yet, as Whitebeard gazed at Lewis, admiration grew in his eyes. "What is this? Does he have a liking for me?" Indeed, that seemed to be the case. Among the Whitebeard pirates, although individuals like Marco were young and possessed potential, none appeared capable of inheriting the mantle of Whitebeard. It was a matter of character, perhaps. Moreover, while Whitebeard was at the peak of his power now, what about the future? He had to consider that he was already in his 50s. In contrast, Lewis appeared exceptionally youthful, likely having just reached adulthood. Despite this, he was able to single-handedly overpower both Jozu and Vista, maintaining a dominant stance throughout their battle. Furthermore, it was rumored that his abilities were quite similar to mine. Was he not the perfect successor? Young, brimming with potential, possessing similar abilities, and handsome as well. It was indeed enticing. If one were to consider Whitebeard's usual character, wouldn't he want to recruit him? Of course, Lewis would never join the Whitebeard pirates. He was not foolish. His future in the Navy was bright. And why would he suddenly choose to become a pirate? Was it for wealth? Or perhaps to follow in the footsteps of the second-generation Whitebeard? Such notions were absurd. I have no desire to seek out a father figure. Thus, Lewis firmly rejected Whitebeard's proposal. Before Whitebeard could continue his entreaty, Garp, growing impatient, interjected, "Newgate, we need not concern ourselves with the outcomes of the younger generation. As for Lewis joining your ranks, do not speak of it further." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard fell silent. Despite Vista and Jozu being gravely injured, they were alive, and as for that lad, he could be entrusted to his two foolish sons. Besides, accounting for losses at this juncture was futile. However, at that moment, Roger, the instigator, chose to make his presence known. "Hey, Lewis, how about coming with me? My crew is filled with talent and charm." Beside him, Rayleigh and Jabba could hardly contain themselves. "Brother, what are you trying to achieve? Are you intent on provoking the Navy to their limits?" It was evident to all that the Navy cherished this young man. "Roger, stop talking," Rayleigh exclaimed, covering Roger's boisterous mouth, offering a polite yet awkward smile to the Navy personnel. The Navy, however, was not amused, their faces dark as coal. Why on earth did they want Lewis to join them? Did they really think the Navy was afraid of them? Nevertheless, the primary concern was whether to continue the war. Contemplating this, the Navy turned their gaze toward Sengoku. Fight, or negotiate. While the Navy had not suffered significant losses, the odds of victory appeared slim if they pressed on. Even if they emptied their coffers to fight, it would be futile. Should they also be wary of other pirates? Not to mention the likes of the Golden Lion, Big Mom, and Kaido, who were not easy foes. If there was a reasonable chance of success, perhaps they could manage something. At this point, Sengoku, with a weary expression, sighed and ultimately chose to call for a ceasefire. The order spread throughout the Navy. Although they understood the circumstances, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered in their hearts. Was it merely a matter of luck? Thus, the war came to an unceremonious close. After the war, the pirate ships sailed away together. On the Moby Dick, two crews celebrated the victory with a grand feast. After all, surviving was indeed a victory. Amidst the clinking of glasses, those who had indulged began to showcase their talents, creating a lively atmosphere. Roger raised his cup to toast with Whitebeard, and after a casual exchange, he inquired, "Newgate, I hear you have a formidable swordsman among your ranks?" Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's mood soured. He sensed ill intentions behind Roger's words. Yet, he could not refuse outright, having just received assistance. Instead, he beckoned his brother over. Yuta had long been curious about Roger, often hearing names like Roger, Golden Lion, Kaido, and Big Mom from White Gigi, knowing they were among the most notorious pirates. He couldn't miss the opportunity to meet such formidable figures. Excitedly, he approached with drink in hand, his face alight with enthusiasm. As Roger inquired, Yuta eagerly revealed his story. The events that followed became the well-known incident of Yuta's crew change. Meanwhile, within the Navy, tensions ran high. It was simply too frustrating, especially for Akainu, who, in his agitation, had burned several holes in the table. Kazan wore a similarly grim expression. In contrast, Teacher Brooke remained calm, leisurely trimming his nails. Yet, among the Iron Triangle, Admiral Thru sipped tea, casting a sidelong glance at the three prospective admirals, shaking his head, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead for them. Turning his attention to Lewis, who appeared deep in thought, Saru inquired out of curiosity. The others also turned to Lewis, eager to hear his perspective. Coming to his senses, Lewis surveyed the group and stated, "I wish to pose a question. Did we truly lose? Not at all. We were merely compelled to halt, having not accomplished our intended objectives. However, Plans rarely survive contact with reality. There's no need to be so fixated. Moreover, we effectively faced two opponents, thereby showcasing the might of our Navy. Would you not agree? Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances of appreciation. It was evident that Lewis possessed a clear understanding of the situation. Garp erupted into hearty laughter, enthusiastically patting Lewis on the shoulder. Lewis winced, having to activate his haki to withstand the force. After a moment's thought, Tsuru joined in, suggesting they contact the press to publicize the Navy's valor during the operation, portraying how they had definitively repelled two legendary pirate crews, thus bolstering morale. It was merely a matter of playing with words. After all, this was a slight reimagining of the truth, and there was no harm in it. Upon hearing this, the group began to praise Tsuru, their expressions lightening considerably. Should the newspapers publish this, it would undoubtedly invigorate morale and strengthen military resolve. There would be numerous advantages, such as an increase in enlistment numbers and perhaps even a rise in military funding. In truth, the cessation of hostilities proved to be quite fortuitous. The loss of 30,000 elite soldiers was not catastrophic. Ultimately, it could be considered a mere superficial wound, leaving the core intact. Achieving unexpected objectives at a relatively low cost was indeed commendable. Upon the fleet's jubilant return to headquarters, Sengoku promptly contacted the World News Agency, urging them to disseminate the news to the world with haste. Meanwhile, Morgan, in his office, was indulging in hot pot while singing merrily. Upon receiving the naval report, he was utterly taken aback. Wait a minute. How have you managed to create another major headline so soon? The Red Count has only just been apprehended. Am I the headline, or are you? Nevertheless, he encouraged them to amplify their efforts and requested more news. Without hesitation, he took it upon himself to compose the article for this significant event. Soon after, he instructed his subordinates to have the freshly penned piece printed immediately, aiming for a release by the following morning. Come on, everyone, let's get this published, he exclaimed, recognizing the fortune that awaited them. The next day, the ocean was abuzz with excitement. To be continued. Chapter 26. Concerns from all sides and Lewis's thoughts under the relentless urging of Morgan's. The newspaper staff worked tirelessly overnight, exemplifying the essence of capitalism. Choose your streetlight, Morgan's. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the flow of information largely depended on this king of news. The following morning, witnessing newspapers being scattered as if free, everyone understood that significant news had broken. Thus, the news of the Navy's victory in the New World reverberated across the globe. The world trembled, and the seas roared. Wonderful! The Navy has triumphed, exclaimed the ordinary citizens who supported the Navy. Conversely, upon hearing the news, the pirates wore frowns. After all, the Navy's dominance was not favorable for them. However, these pirates were generally of the less formidable sort. The true contenders were currently chuckling in their quarters, such as Big Mom and Kaido. The Navy's forceful stance was targeted and would not temporarily focus on these silver-tier contenders. The gold-tier contenders, however, were the Navy's primary targets, the three legendary pirate crews. As for the Red Count, he was a solitary figure. Despite his immense strength, he was merely one man. No one could conquer the world alone. The conflict between the Navy and the pirates was entirely natural. Yet for the pirates, the most pressing issue was their fellow comrades, especially those of the same tier, whose power had already solidified. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the chances of failure were relatively low. According to the newspapers, the gold-tier contenders, Roger and Whitebeard, had suffered significant setbacks. Was this not an opportune moment for power expansion? In addition to this focal point, some individuals noted the names mentioned in the news: Akiji, Kizu, Akainu, old acquaintances. Yet this Lewis, Colonel, it was the first time they had heard such a name. Intelligence agents from other factions marked it down with emphasis. As is well known, the first three Navy officers were undoubtedly the future admirals. To appear alongside them in the newspaper clearly indicated that this individual was highly regarded within the Navy. If not, why would they publish such a name? Did they truly believe that the senior officials of the Navy were devoid of reason? After the intelligence was uploaded, many began to memorize the name Lewis, paying close attention to it. They even lamented that the Navy had promising successors, having found another exceptional potential talent so swiftly. Yet, according to the intelligence received, this Lewis was merely 17 years old. At 17, what was I doing? Perhaps still collecting protection fees at the port. It was indeed a bit absurd. Lewis, who was already under the watchful eyes of multiple factions, remained oblivious to this attention. However, even if he were aware, he would not have reacted significantly. Ever since he resolved to change everything, power and status became essential. Have you ever seen an admiral who was inconspicuous? Fame must be seized early, and achievements must be amassed. These were merely necessary experiences. In order to report to the world government about the specifics of this operation and return to headquarters swiftly, the group chose to traverse the shortcut through Mariewa. However, unless absolutely necessary, no one wished to come here. The noble celestial dragons and the wretched slaves coexisted in this so-called Holy Land, which was utterly absurd. Although it was his second visit, Lewis always felt nauseated upon seeing the listless, hollow-eyed slaves. He could somewhat comprehend why Garp repeatedly declined the position of admiral. One of the duties of an admiral is to protect this group of world aristocrats. But why should the Navy protect these swine? Was it not the world government that controlled the Navy's financial lifeline, enormous military expenditures? Yet, if they could achieve self-sufficiency, Lewis gazed at a few celestial dragons in the distance, his eyes flickering. This required careful planning. However, what surprised Lewis was Akainu's attitude, which was decidedly disdainful and repugnant. Upon further reflection, it made sense. As one of the future pillars of the Navy, he was certainly not a reckless man. His political acumen was not to be underestimated. Additionally, as a senior officer in the Navy, he must have encountered numerous sordid matters related to the world government. Therefore, it would be strange for him to regard the celestial dragons with any semblance of favor. Just as Lewis was lost in thought, Guillaume noticed his expression, sighed inwardly, and comforted him by patting his shoulder. Don't worry, Lewis, the Navy is not like that. Coming back to his senses, Lewis smiled at Guillaume and replied, It's nothing, Guillaume. I won't waver so easily. Indeed, if things did not change, the Navy would inevitably become like that. Shaking his head, he buried his thoughts deep within and began to chat and laugh with Guillaume, easing the atmosphere somewhat. Upon returning to headquarters, Lewis resumed his daily life. In addition to training, he specifically requested from Admiral Tsuru to undertake missions to further hone his skills. After all, the staff office was primarily a civilian role. Admiral Tsuru agreed, allowing him a substantial amount of time for external missions. As Lewis completed tasks repeatedly, people began to associate the name from the newspapers with him. He was no longer merely a name, but had developed a tangible aura of intimidation. His visage could be seen throughout the initial segments of the Grand Line and even in the New World. He had acquired his own title. The public referred to him as Captain Starbreaker, while the pirates who feared him called him Blood Lion. The title of Starbreaker was quite favorable, but the moniker of Blood Lion was rather crude. Each time he approached a pirate ship, terrified pirates would scream, "The Blood Lion is here! Run!" This rendered Lewis quite embarrassed. Moreover, there was a small issue currently troubling him. "Lewis, how many letters did you receive this week?" Guillaume inquired with a rather serious expression in Tsuru's office. The reason for her inquiry was simple: his overwhelming handsomeness. After all, Lewis was hailed as the Navy's heartthrob, and during missions, he occasionally encountered girls in peril. One could only imagine, when a dashing figure descends like justice to rescue you, how could one resist? They might even rush to pledge themselves. However, if Lewis lacked good looks, they would probably be destined to a life of servitude in the next life. The reality was quite stark. However, even more astonishing was that when Lewis's photograph was published in the newspapers, readers of all ages scrambled to seize their copies. This delighted Morgans, who reveled in the findings. "I found it, my new treasure trove." Consequently, this avian fellow frequently called the Navy headquarters, hoping to conduct a special interview with Captain Lewis. For these reasons, whenever Lewis returned from a mission, he was inundated with a plethora of love letters. This incited Guillaume's furious wrath, as she inwardly cursed those shameless harlots. Stay away from him. He's mine. Faced with Guillaume's icy glare, Lewis felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, and hastily handed all the letters to this formidable lady. "Hey, wait, I didn't do anything wrong. Why do I feel so guilty?" Upon regaining his composure, Lewis fell into deep contemplation, grappling with his thoughts. Beside him, Advisor Crane was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, smiling contentedly as he cradled his teacup, his demeanor exuding satisfaction, as if he were merely awaiting a few seeds or peanuts to complete the scene. This indulgence was not confined to this moment. On occasion, similar entertainment unfolded during the Warring States period and in Zephyr's domain. It had become a staple event among the high-ranking officials of the Navy headquarters. Kazan and Teacher Beck were rather mild in their jests, but unexpectedly, Akainu approached Lewis, inquiring when the two would wed, so he could allocate time to attend the ceremony. To add to the absurdity, the old rascal Garp even set up a betting pool on the age at which the pair would marry. If it weren't for the certainty that he would be bested, Lewis would have relished the opportunity to land a punch on him. How utterly ludicrous. Do not construct your joy upon my troubles. When did this Navy headquarters become so alien to me? Fueled by indignation, when shall I, Lewis, rise to my feet? Thus, 2 long years passed. Lewis was now approaching his 20th year. Furthermore, through his accumulated military exploits, he had silenced many critics, ultimately ascending to the rank of Rear Admiral, stepping into the echelons of commanding officers. He also became the youngest Rear Admiral in the history of the Navy, and perhaps he would continue to shatter records in the future. However, the past 2 years were anything but tranquil. To be continued. Chapter 27. The Demon Extermination Order of O'Hara. "Hey, Kazan. We're over here." At the Naval Headquarters port, several admirals awaited a certain arrival. After nearly an hour of waiting, Lewis waved his hand in mild irritation as the person finally appeared. It was only natural to feel somewhat disgruntled when a mission was imminent. Observing Kazan, who still appeared half asleep with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, Lewis rolled his eyes in exasperation. This fellow seemed increasingly inclined toward slumber. Beside him, Sakazuki wore an impassive expression, though his eyes betrayed a hint of impatience, clearly protesting Kazan's tardiness. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked that as a member of the Navy, one should set an example and adhere to punctuality. However, Kazan retorted, claiming he had been rescuing the souls of wayward maidens during the night, asserting that it was indeed a righteous endeavor. The bystanders struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces flushing with mirth, while Sakazuki's eye twitched at this explanation. Rescuing wayward maidens' souls? More like indulging in a foot massage. Just as the banter continued, Admiral Sengoku approached with a serious demeanor, flanked by a group of individuals clad in black suits. The leading figure trailed Sengoku by half a step, wearing a sycophantic expression, effectively embodying the essence of subservience. Ignoring Sengoku for the moment, the countenance of the naval officers grew noticeably cold upon sighting these individuals, agents of the government's espionage organization, CP. The leader among them was Spandam. To clarify, this was indeed the father of Spandam, infamous from the events on Judicial Island. Recognizing the lecherous resemblance he bore to his son, Lewis felt an ominous premonition. Scanning the surrounding admirals, he noted that, aside from himself, the others were all vice admirals, precisely 5 in number. The Demon Extermination Order. A sense of shock washed over him. What had transpired to necessitate such extreme measures? Sengoku's subsequent words elucidated his confusion. Your mission is to execute the Demon Extermination Order, targeting O'Hara located in the West Sea. The command is to erase O'Hara from the map. Understood. All for the sake of justice. The admirals accepted the assignment without hesitation. After all, obedience to orders is a soldier's duty. Kazan hesitated momentarily before acquiescing, and Lewis remained silent. Upon hearing the name O'Hara, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The poneglyphs. Thoughts raced through his mind as a bold idea surfaced. To understand, one must revisit the events of 2 years prior. Following the conclusion of the war, Roger discovered that Kazuki Oden was a member of a lineage that had created the poneglyphs 800 years ago, possessing the ability to decipher them. This revelation exhilarated him. As his anticipation materialized, this warrior from Wano could aid him in realizing his dreams. He promptly extended an invitation to Oden to join his ship. However, Whitebeard vehemently opposed this, angered that while he had previously assisted them on the battlefield, such a blatant attempt to undermine him was excessive. Thus ensued a fierce battle lasting 3 days on a deserted isle. Yet deep within, Odin felt that Roger's crew suited him better and ultimately sought Whitebeard's permission to join Roger's ship, leaving Whitebeard in a state of discontent. After much persuasion, Whitebeard begrudgingly acquiesced. The news of Odin's joining the Roger pirates made headlines, yet Lewis paid little heed, merely reflecting on the swift passage of time. This indicated that the day of Roger's ascent was drawing near. He pondered whether the Battle of Edward would occur in this world. With Odin's assistance, Roger's crew deciphered numerous poneglyphs. However, believing in the adage not to place all eggs in one basket, he decided to entrust some of the poneglyphs to the scholars of O'Hara for safekeeping. Despite efforts to conceal their activities, the world government eventually discovered the Roger pirates' research into the poneglyphs. The pirates were one matter. They were a band of rogues. But the 5 elders were incensed to learn that the scholars of O'Hara were also engaging in such studies. After multiple warnings went unheeded, the decision was made to erase O'Hara from existence. Roger could not be captured, but how could an entire island escape? Thus, the current operation was initiated. Frankly, Lewis supported this demon extermination order. The world government had repeatedly warned against meddling with such matters, yet they persisted. After numerous cautions, they remained undeterred. What did they intend? To rebel? To defy the ruling government? Were they out of their minds? Who could tolerate such insubordination, regardless of its status as a sanctuary of historical scholarship? It could not rival the significance of Mariejois. Did they genuinely believe the government would be lenient? However, Lewis recalled that the protagonists of this operation were Sakazuki and Kazan, whose rivalry would thus commence. For now, their relationship was merely one of mutual annoyance, yet the bond of camaraderie still lingered strongly. Once the mission briefing concluded, Sengoku introduced Spandam and his associates, serving as a formality. Unlike his son, Spandam displayed considerable acumen in social affairs. Following a round of dialogue, relations between both parties appeared to thaw significantly, especially during his conversation with Lewis, who nearly found himself the target of excessive flattery. Since Lewis had joined the Navy and begun to shine, higher-ups had taken notice of him. His talents and capabilities were exceptional. The 5 elders even approached Admiral Kong, contemplating drawing this promising individual into the CP organization. However, after Kong vehemently opposed the idea, it was shelved. Ironically, this only heightened their interest. If he did not join CP, considering his age and potential, it was evident that his future in the Navy was exceptionally bright. Spandam, well informed, seemed to have learned of the 5 elders' keen interest in Lewis. Thus, this scene unfolded. This revelation astonished Lewis, leaving him with a lingering question: would Spandam truly be his son? It certainly evoked the sentiment of a tiger begetting no dog. With such eloquence, it would be a shame if he did not pursue a career in stand-up comedy. After their exchange, Sakazuki, as the leader of this operation, issued orders for all personnel to board the ship and set sail for O'Hara. For Lewis, this would mark his inaugural visit to O'Hara and undoubtedly his final one. To be continued. Chapter 28. Are you out of your mind? On board the warship, Lewis was engaged in a discussion with Sakazuki and Kuzan regarding the matter of hockey. Sai, my mastery of hockey remains inadequate at high levels. How did you both manage to learn it? 3 years have passed since the awakening of hockey, and while both the quantity and quality have gradually improved, mastering its higher applications still eludes me. The advanced application of hockey, flowing Sakura. You're only 20 and already fretting over issues we didn't contemplate until 30, my friend. Don't you think you're a tad hasty? I suspect you are indulging in a bit of self-aggrandizement, and I have ample evidence. You should accompany us to a military tribunal. In response, Sakazuki bluntly stated, just take down more pirates, and you'll naturally grasp it. So, you mean to say that through combat experience, it will come to you? There is some merit to that. Kazan rolled his eyes, signaling his disinterest in further discussion. To be candid, Lewis's pace of progress is indeed rather alarming. If he continues at this rate until the time of the official admiral selection, that might not be so bad after all. Suddenly, Kazan's perspective broadened. Truth be told, Kazan was not particularly eager to become an admiral. The reason? Just look at who he once followed. None other than the Navy's most notorious brute, Garp. This old man instilled his own ideologies into Kazan. And how could a devoted fan like him not heed his idol's teachings? If you recall, 2 years ago, he exhibited a rather laid-back demeanor on the battlefield, embodying Garp's teachings to the fullest. In summary, mastery of technique requires profound understanding. When the time is right, everything will fall into place. Furthermore, he possesses the power of the Hai no Mi. Having come to this realization, Lewis refrained from further inquiries and shifted the conversation to other topics. Have you heard about the Roger Pirates? Both nodded, and Kazan continued. Yes, a certain Douglas Bullet has departed from the Roger Pirates, but the reasons remain unknown, as does his current whereabouts. It is said that he possesses formidable strength. Upon hearing this, Lewis's eyes sparkled with anticipation, imagining a day when they might engage in a true contest of strength. As for the recent extermination order, I believe the government's actions are justified, Sakazuki asserted candidly. Though Kazan did not express agreement, he remained silent. Lewis, on the whole, concurred. These scholars from O'Hara are a classic case of being so engrossed in their books that they lose touch with reality. Time and again, they were explicitly warned against certain actions, yet they chose to defy those warnings. Quite audacious, truly. Do they dare to oppose the world government? Perhaps I should relinquish my title of Holy Land to them. In this world, the fundamental force of violence is paramount, and they possess none of it. Relying solely on their so-called passion and dreams is utterly futile in the face of absolute power, is it not? Do they intend to awaken the world with their own blood? Spare me the theatrics. Distorting and misrepresenting facts is their forte, and if all else fails, they can wield power to mitigate negative impacts or simply suppress information. Was their blood not shed in vain? In any case, Lewis held no sympathy for these so-called O'Hara scholars. They brought this upon themselves, did they not? As for the Comrade Bueno, he expressed some understanding of the government's stance. After all, justice is accompanied by order. Disrupting order is a direct threat to justice. And the true historical records contain more than just the coordinates of the final island. Before long, the fleet arrived at O'Hara. Troops and CP agents clad in black suits descended upon the island, swiftly sealing off the port amidst the chaos of the populace. Naturally, the scholars within the Tree of Knowledge received the news as well. Dr. Clover, the world government has arrived. A scholar shouted as he rushed into the tree. Dr. Clover maintained his composure, for he understood that since the day they dared to touch upon forbidden knowledge, their fate had been sealed. Yet, his insatiable thirst for knowledge and the responsibilities of a historian compelled them to uncover the truth behind the blank century. The Marines and CP agents swiftly subdued everyone present and began taking head counts. Spandam, holding a list, confirmed each name, only to realize one was missing. With a cold gaze, he looked at Dr. Clover and inquired, "Where is Nico Alvia?" Dr. Clover replied with quiet dignity, "Alvia left this place long ago. You will not find her." In response, Spandam did not show anger, but rather spoke softly. "Perhaps, but the civilians here are not so fortunate." On the other side of the island, in a forest, Saul, "Do you see what is happening at the port?" Young Robin asked, perched upon the giant's broad shoulder, instinctively sensing something amiss. At that moment, Saul's expression darkened as the observation hockey revealed numerous formidable presences at the port. One of them felt particularly familiar. "Kazan, even you are here?" Saul whispered, knowing full well what this meant. The extermination order had been activated. Just as he intended to turn and secure Robin's safety, he sensed an unfamiliar presence by the shore, exuding a hint of madness. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to disregard it. On board the warship, Lewis gazed at O'Hara, feeling a sense of melancholy. "Take a good look. You shan't see it again." Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice crying out, "What are you doing?" Following the sound, he spotted a woman with long white hair sitting in a small boat, disbelief etched across her exquisite features. Upon closer inspection, Lewis felt a pang of recognition. After pondering for a moment, he recalled that this woman was none other than Robin's mother. As it happens, she was also a historian. At that moment, Sakazuki received a message from Spandam. One scholar is missing from the arrest list. Her name is Nico Alvia. How fortuitous. Without hesitation, he ordered soldiers to apprehend her and assured Spandam that there was no need for concern, as they had secured her. Ah, did you hear that? Quite unfortunate, isn't it, Dr. Clover? Spandam said with a mocking grin, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Why? Why return at this moment? Dr. Clover, in shock, appeared somewhat defeated. Their intention was to facilitate Alvia's escape, preserving a fragment of O'Hara's legacy. Yet, she had returned at this critical juncture. Seeing that Dr. Clover had fallen silent, Spandam ignored him, pulling out documents from his coat and beginning to read aloud for all to hear. These are all the crimes of O'Hara. Thus, according to the law, all scholars of O'Hara are to be executed on the spot, without delay. With those words, he waved his hand, and the CP agents and soldiers immediately raised their guns, executing the order without hesitation. Watching the fallen bodies lying in pools of blood, Spandam exhaled a sigh of relief. A portion of the task assigned by his superiors had finally been completed. The remaining duty now rested with the Navy. The mere thought of the impending demon-slaying order caused Spandam to break into a cold sweat, prompting him to hasten the collection of information. Meanwhile, Orbia, captured and struggling fiercely, glared at the Navy officers with indignation, exclaiming, "On what grounds do you apprehend me? Is this the epitome of naval justice? I am innocent." Lewis, however, was in no mood to indulge her defiance. He approached and delivered a sharp slap, sternly asserting, "Innocent? Have you lost your mind? You have repeatedly violated the prohibitions against certain research, crossing the red line long ago." Orbia, undeterred, retorted, "What is wrong with studying history? It is our freedom." At the mention of freedom, Lewis's fury ignited. Freedom? Have you scholars ever contemplated the potential dangers of historical texts? Surely, you have gleaned what they contain, ancient weaponry, not mere firearms and cannons. In other words, if this information were to leak and fall into the hands of ambition-fueled individuals, what then? Upon hearing this, Orbia hesitated momentarily, but quickly asserted her commitment to secrecy. Lewis, however, remained unconvinced. Keep your lips sealed? Perhaps you can, but what of the others? Even if everyone could maintain silence, should a whisper escape, those with ulterior motives could exploit the powers of devil fruits and technological advancements to extract your secrets. Techniques such as memory reading and soul interrogation are not unheard of. In an instant, Orbia found herself speechless, her earlier resolve shaken. Kazan, who had been wavering, now stood firm. Indeed, if such an event were to occur, they would bear the blame entirely. Meanwhile, Sakazuki regarded Lewis with admiration, finding his perspective quite agreeable. Just as he was about to offer some words of praise, a tremendous roar erupted from the Tree of Knowledge. To be continued. Chapter 029. Barrett, the fruit of fusion is the supreme. The all-knowing tree slowly toppled amidst a tremendous roar. This unexpected turn of events left Lewis and his companions in utter bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Are those CP agents truly that formidable? They have obliterated the tree. With no understanding of the unfolding chaos, Lewis instinctively placed the blame on Spandam and his crew. Spandam, sensing something amiss, hastily made his escape, equally astonished. Has the Navy truly initiated a demon-slaying order? Not a single notification was sent my way. Although CP and the Navy have their mutual grievances, it hardly seemed to escalate to this extent before he could dwell further on this disarray. A transponder snail rang, and upon answering, he realized with shock that it was not the Navy's doing. Who could be behind this? Ha ha ha. I shall bring about annihilation. Let it commence from here. Roger. Roger. A deep, frenzied male voice resonated as the swirling dust began to settle, revealing a formidable figure before them. Barrett. Douglas Barrett. Spandam, closest to this devil's descendant, instantly recognized him. After all, in the field of intelligence, one must remember individuals of significance. Undoubtedly, Barrett was among them. Hearing his name called, Barrett cast a glance. The immense pressure emanating from him rendered Spandam speechless. How could he be here? No one could answer Kazan's question. Instead, it was Sakazuki who, without uttering a word, rolled up his sleeves, and charged in. My goodness, how reckless. Yet, facing a pirate, it hardly posed a significant issue. Barrett may be strong, but Sakazuki is no pushover either. Kazan, I'll leave this to you. I shall confront him. At this moment, Lewis could no longer suppress his thirst for battle, especially in such a scenario, a 2-on-1, with Kazan backing them up. Victory seemed inevitable. It was time to unleash the storm. He swiftly dashed towards Barrett. Hey, Lewis. Scratching his head, Kazan, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, realized he had other matters to attend to, leaving the situation to others. Prior to the explosion, he had sensed a familiar presence fleeting past. Saul, is that you? Thus, Kazan entrusted the leadership to the nearby Fire Mountain. Brother Fire Mountain, I leave this in your capable hands. Without waiting for a response, he dashed off into the depths of the island. Our Rear Admiral Fire Mountain was left bewildered. What are these three individuals? Why must I handle this? Can't they be a bit more reliable? However, with matters as they stood, he had no choice but to brace himself for the current situation. On the battlefield, Sakazuki and Lewis fought side by side, while Barrett regarded the duo with disdain, viewing them as mere weaklings. Although he recognized them, Sakazuki and Bloodlion were hardly worthy of his acknowledgement. Only those of Roger's caliber commanded his respect, and Crocodile was barely an exception. As for these two, just a pair of insignificant creatures. This dismissive attitude ignited Sakazuki's fury, prompting him to raise his hand and unleash a furious magma punch. While Barrett was confident in his strength, he was not blindly arrogant. Enveloping his fist with haki, he met Sakazuki's furious strike head-on. What? How can you also wield haki? Am I the only one who cannot? Witnessing this scene, Lewis felt a twinge of envy. No one noticed his sour expression as Barrett let out a low growl, increasing the force of his attack and shattering the magma. Humph. Is that all you've got? The devil's descendant wore a haughty expression, indicating that such an attack was merely a tickle to him. At that moment, Lewis made his move. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Barrett, activating the powers of the Smash Fruit, as a blue-purple shield surged towards him with the intent to obliterate. Sensing the immense threat behind him, Barrett opted not to confront it directly at the last possible moment. He narrowly evaded, though still sustaining a glancing blow. Boom! The force of destruction surged into the ground, reducing it to dust, and as the dust settled, a massive crater emerged before the three. Even Sakazuki raised an eyebrow at the display of such overwhelming attack power. Over the past 2 years, Lewis had grown significantly stronger. However, Barrett, as the target of the attack, had no time for contemplation. The area grazed by Lewis's ability was left bloodied and mangled, a truly terrifying sight. Ha, well done, Bloodlion brat. Barrett chuckled, a wide grin spreading across his face. Since leaving Roger's crew, he had not felt such pain in ages. Without further ado, Lewis and Sakazuki exchanged glances, reaching a silent agreement. No need for pretense. It would be a 2-on-1. The duo sprang into action, their powers of destruction and magma converging from either side, aiming to catch Barrett off guard. But having been forewarned by his observation haki, he would not fall for their scheme. Retreating swiftly, he clapped his hands against the ground, activating his own powers. Humph, as if I lack a devil fruit ability. The fusion fruit is the mightiest. Purple crystalline formations surged forth from his body, engulfing everything around him and merging with his form. Moments later, a towering giant resembling Horus appeared before Lewis and Sakazuki. With a resounding roar that sent shockwaves through the air, the display was awe-inspiring. Those on the distant warships witnessed the spectacle, the immense pressure causing their expressions to grow grave. This power is indeed extraordinary. However, it faced the combined force of Sakazuki and Lewis. Though formidable, it was not invincible. Behold the might of the fusion fruit. The Horus giant let out a triumphant bellow, brimming with arrogance. Gazing upward, Sakazuki remained stoic, while Lewis expressed astonishment. This target, oh no, this giant is indeed quite large. Where shall I strike first? Truth be told, neither Sakazuki nor Lewis felt intimidated by such a colossal adversary. Not only did nature types possess innate wide-range attack capabilities, but Lewis's abilities alone could easily penetrate the defenses. At that moment, he signaled Sakazuki, preparing for a significant strike. Time to put an end to your arrogance. Sakazuki. With a shared intent, Sakazuki understood, plunging his hands into the ground to channel the magma from deep within the earth. Meanwhile, Lewis extended his hands, fingers interlocked to form a fist. The blue-purple shield flickering ominously as the power of destruction coalesced. Even the space around them began to show signs of cracking. The sight of the duo gathering their power instilled a profound sense of threat in Barrett, who swung his colossal fist downwards, intent on flattening the two beneath him. Yet, Lewis and Sakazuki were swift, moving a step ahead. Sakazuki raised his hands, and a colossal blade forged from molten lava erupted from the ground, the intense heat distorting the very air around it. Lewis followed closely behind, merging the shattering blue-violet dome with the blade of magma, and together they bellowed, Twilight Judgment. To be continued. Chapter 030. Choices. The clash of both parties' ultimate techniques transpired in an instant. Yet, the astonishment on Barrett's face heralded the outcome. The colossal arm was obliterated by their combined strike, disintegrating into mere particles in the air, leaving behind a half-giant that appeared utterly ludicrous. It was clear that they were not evenly matched. How could it be? Why was he so formidable? The questions and shock within him remained unanswered. As Barrett fell into a daze, Lewis's gaze flickered, seizing the opportunity to leap forth, gliding towards the giant's core with a graceful step. By the time the devil's descendant regained his senses, the two were separated only by the giant's shell. And at such a proximity, any strike from Lewis would result in either death or injury, even if one's haki could mitigate its effects. After all, one cannot train the internal organs. However, Barrett, undeterred by his half-giant form, propelled himself from the capsule, executing a roll mid-air before landing firmly on the ground. His expression calm as though he held everything in control. Yet, beneath that veneer of composure, he was in turmoil. After several skirmishes, Barrett had long since discarded any notion of underestimating them. Taking a deep breath, he assumed a fighting stance, locking eyes with Lewis, conveying a clear message. Let us engage in a true duel of men. While outright refusal was an option, after all, battling pirates hardly required adherence to any code of ethics. Lewis yearned for this confrontation deep within his heart, a long-awaited contest of equals. Although their prior combined assault was overwhelming, it was the result of two forces and their compatible abilities. But in a one-on-one, the outcome was uncertain. Without further hesitation, he nodded at Sakazuki, signaling his acceptance of the duel. Sakazuki, not lacking in empathy, did not deny him. He likely understood Lewis's intention to hone his haki against Barrett's might. Seeing no objections, Lewis readied himself, signaling his intent. Come, let us battle. Their gazes converged once more, both unwilling to yield. The air was thick with fighting spirit. The wind whistled past, as if rallying for the two, heralding the onset of their clash. Unable to contain himself, Barrett initiated the assault, charging forward with haki enveloping his form, infused with the legendary aura of a demon, striking out at Lewis's right side. Forewarned by his observation haki, Lewis deftly tilted his head, evading the blow, then crouched low, gathering his strength for a counterattack aimed at Barrett's ribs. Barrett, propelled into the air, gracefully adjusted his stance mid-flight. Observing this, Lewis seized the initiative, flashing beneath him, leaping up to deliver a kick to his back. Yet Barrett bore an expression of triumph, absorbing the impact and grasping Lewis's calf, forcefully hurling him towards the ground. Lewis shielded his back with haki just in time, but the recoil still inflicted damage to his organs, causing him to spit out blood. He quickly regained his footing, narrowly avoiding the incoming fist. Upon landing, Barrett regarded Lewis, a slight smirk playing on his lips. In this exchange, he held the upper hand. After a brief pause, the two resumed their fierce exchange, their fists and feet weaving a tapestry of strikes, each aimed at vital points. Meanwhile, Kazan found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Saul lay with closed eyes, his body marred by wounds, breath faint. Beside him, Robin, though unscathed, could only weep helplessly at the sight of her best friend in such a state. Even her tears had run dry. Upon arriving at this scene, Kazan wasted no time. rushing to Saul's side, urgently calling his name. Saul. Hey, wake up. Don't sleep. Noticing someone approaching who seemed to know Saul, Robin scrambled up, clutching at his pants as if seizing hope, her eyes filled with longing as she rasped. Please, can you save him? He is my only friend. Kazan. Robin. Hearing their voices, Saul forced his eyes open, whispering softly. Unlike Robin's astonished expression, Kazan's eyes were shadowed with despair, his lips pressed tightly together. He understood that his dear friend had little time left. Kazan, can I ask you for a favor? Gazing at Robin, Saul's eyes brimmed with apology. I'm sorry. Olvia, I can no longer protect her. Kazan did not respond immediately. His heart was torn. Observing Robin, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the imprisoned scholar except for their hair color, he knew the connection between them all too well. According to the law, one faced either death or imprisonment in Impel Down. At her age, entering Impel Down was tantamount to a death sentence. Hell shows no mercy based on age. If Olvia were guilty, he could understand. But this girl? She had done nothing. The weight of duty clashed with the righteousness in his heart, leaving him in a state of confusion. What should he do? Suddenly, Kazan recalled Lewis's words during their conversation. If your duty compels you to turn your back on your sense of justice, what will you do, Kazan? Ha ha ha, such a thing will surely happen, won't it? The world government. If that day truly comes, I will choose my sense of justice. As the thought flashed, Kazan found his answer. Yes. His sense of justice. Why did I join the Navy? To protect the weak and ensure they no longer suffer injustice. Clenching his fists, confusion dissipated, replaced by resolve and anger. Just because of their mother-daughter relationship, they must both be cast into hell? Why should a mother's sins be inherited by her child? What kind of abominable law is this? Having come to a conclusion, Kazan resolutely declared, Saul, leave this child to me. The certainty in his response elicited a genuine smile from Saul. You're still the same, my dear friend. I wish I could share another drink with you, to discuss justice and ideals. Alas, I can no longer. Robin, I have something to tell you. The girl, already sensing something amiss, looked frantic, repeatedly caressing Saul's large face, urging him not to speak anymore. I'm sorry, I can no longer protect you. Robin, you must learn to be strong. Remember, no one is ever truly alone at sea. Ignoring Robin's pleas, Saul continued, turning to Kazan, expending his last ounce of strength. Please, my friend. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, as the tender yet hoarse cries of a child marked the end of his life. To be continued. Chapter 031. The Armor-Type Comprehension Method. Robin, would you like to join the Navy? The Navy? Will I be able to find friends there? Absolutely. Then, I am willing to join the Navy. The earnest and hopeful gaze of the child made Kazan's heart ache. The taste of loneliness is the most potent catalyst for maturity. He lifted her onto his shoulder and walked towards the port. By the way, Robin, what do you enjoy doing? I love reading. Oh, you must be very intelligent. Hee. Although I am young, I am already a proper scholar. Is that so? That is truly remarkable. Perhaps, for the two of them, resilience is the best comfort for a friend. Goodbye, Saul. However, at that moment, Lewis was also nearing his reunion with Saul. The two were battered and bruised, their appearances quite tragic. Yet, in comparison, Lewis bore the heavier wounds. The malevolent energy had managed to penetrate his body, inflicting harm that even Haki could not fully defend against. His Haki was not as formidable as Barrett's, and with each clash, a portion of it had to be sacrificed to counter the invasion of the dark energy. One might wonder, why didn't Lewis employ his fruit abilities? To be frank, the Shatter Fruit is excessively countered by the Fusion Fruit. Once fused, his size became a massive target, and his speed diminished. He could only passively endure the blows. Moreover, this battle was a means for Lewis to surpass himself, to comprehend the flow of Haki in combat, thus mastering the advanced techniques of armament Haki emission. In simpler terms, relying on his abilities would pose little challenge. Even if he were to lose, his life would not be in jeopardy. Sakazuki was not merely there to spectate. He would not watch Lewis be struck down. Lewis, whose stamina and Haki were rapidly depleting, was beginning to falter, while his opponent, though panting, appeared relatively unscathed. Eyes filled with recognition. A true man must engage in close combat. Yet Barrett couldn't resist taunting. What's wrong? Can't you handle this? Without a retort, Lewis merely rolled his eyes, indicating his intent to persist. Although he savored each attack, keenly experiencing the sensation of energy building to a critical point, it was still insufficient. He needed to endure more blows to truly grasp it. If we were to view it as experience points, his progress bar had already reached 98. Once both had regained their breath, they exchanged a determined glance. Continue. Until one of them fell. Summoning the remnants of his strength, Lewis lunged forward, his nearly exhausted haki surging with resolve, responding to Barrett with a decisive strike. A wild grin spread across his face, satisfaction blossoming within him. Ah, how delightful it is to engage in a fierce battle. He clenched his fist, enveloped in emanating haki, and struck directly at Lewis without hesitation. This earnestness was the highest form of respect for a worthy opponent. Their fists collided, and without surprise, Lewis was sent flying after a brief stalemate. Observing the bout, Sakazuki maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, he cheered for him. Fortunately, Lewis had finally grasped that elusive final two of sensation. With closed eyes, soaring through the air, Lewis embraced the skills acquired through countless blows. Flow, focused on a single point. At last, dark red haki erupted forth, and in that moment, Lewis broke through his limits. He transcended himself and surpassed Barrett. In midair, he opened his eyes, then landed gracefully after a few steps of moonwalk, bowing his head to quietly savor the newfound power. Throughout this time, Barrett refrained from interrupting him. A true warrior never shies away from the challenge of a formidable opponent. Confidence never wanes. Slowly lifting his gaze to meet his adversary, Lewis beamed with a radiant smile and said, "Thank you, Barrett. Now, this is it. Oh, do not disappoint me, Lewis," Barrett replied, his eyes brimming with excitement. The battlefield fell into a hushed silence. Lewis, Barrett, in unison, they shouted each other's names, charging towards the center of the battlefield, converging all their strength into a single punch. The haki emanating from their fists clashed midair, a resounding impact generating shockwaves that caused the earth to groan and crack. Sakazuki had no choice but to defend himself, his gaze fixated on the battleground. He understood that after this punch, the outcome would be revealed. Both men, faces flushed and veins bulging, refused to retreat, leading one to suspect that they might burst forth with blood at any moment. Yet, every confrontation must yield a conclusion. Barrett, having already expended considerable energy in prior exchanges, could no longer endure. The haki of the devil's descendant was shattered, and Lewis struck him squarely in the face, a distinct cracking sound echoing as he was sent reeling. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Barrett still expressed gratitude towards Lewis for gifting him such a thrilling battle. Although he had his own motives, who doesn't he? "I have lost, Roger. It seems. I still have a long way to go." And then darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. At last, Lewis had triumphed over his own limitations and vanquished this esteemed adversary. Though he has said it before, he felt compelled to reiterate, "Thank you, Barrett." To be continued. Chapter 032. Kazan, I will sue you for defamation. Taking a deep breath, Lewis felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. This battle had been quite arduous, yet the rewards were indeed plentiful. However, one question lingered in his mind. How did this individual arrive here? A lone wolf, having severed ties with the Roger pirates. How could he possess such knowledge? After considering the possibilities, it seemed that only coincidence could serve as an explanation. It was merely unfortunate for him. In the original tale, Barrett was captured by Garp and Sengoku, but it was hard to believe that they would be mobilized for this matter. Regardless, Impel Down would be his only destination from now on. Seeing that the duel had concluded, Sakazuki wasted no time and promptly contacted the naval headquarters via Din Din Mushi, requesting reinforcements to escort Barrett to the ship's brig. With sea-stone shackles and a dozen specially crafted chains, Barrett was securely restrained. Lewis watched him depart, then turned to Sakazuki to discuss their recent extermination mission. "Sakazuki, it seems someone has to take the blame this time. What are your plans moving forward?" The mission assigned by the world government has been completed, but the subsequent actions depend on how the team leader handles it. Well, there's only one scholar left in our possession, and that is manageable. As for the extermination order, once the artillery has cleared the area, we can shift the responsibility onto Barrett. Rather than opting for a direct bombardment of civilian vessels as in the original narrative, they had chosen a rather perfunctory approach. One could argue that perhaps this was the most prudent solution given the current circumstances. Lewis felt the impact of the butterfly effect growing ever more significant. This portrayal of Sakazuki diverged markedly from his character in the original text, but perhaps that was not necessarily a bad thing. As for Barrett, apologies, but he is currently in Impel Down, just entering level 6. At that moment, Kazan rejoined them with Robin. The cheerful figure of the blue chicken radiated warmth. Engaging in lively conversation with Robin, who perched on his shoulder, recounting humorous tales of Saul's past in the Navy, causing both to erupt in laughter. Yet, in Lewis's mind, they had already bestowed upon him various honorary titles such as hentai, pervert, and lilicon. With a pained expression, Lewis pointed at Kazan, whose bewilderment was only heightened by Sakazuki's incredulous look. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is something wrong?" Without providing a direct answer, Sakazuki composed himself and stated, "Apologies, Kazan. We realize we haven't been attentive enough to you. Once we return to headquarters, I shall take you to a rather interesting place, and we should invite Pausalino as well. He is quite experienced." With that, he wore an expression that seemed to promise, "Don't worry, we've got you covered." "What on earth are you talking about? Can you speak in a way that makes sense?" As Kazan appeared increasingly confused, Lewis hesitantly probed, "This girl is." Upon noticing their expressions, the blue chicken finally set Robin down and explained the situation. After listening, both fell into a prolonged silence, their faces tinged with sadness. Especially Sakazuki, who felt remorse over Saul's sacrifice in pursuit of his justice despite leaving the Navy. "My apologies for misunderstanding you. We thought you." Lewis interjected, his expression slightly awkward as he clarified his earlier behavior. This left Kazan's long face darkened with indignation. "When did I ever express a liking for younger girls? Just because I don't have a girlfriend, is it that bad? What happened to trust among comrades?" In response to Kazan's indignation, both expressed their recognition of their misjudgment, promising to amend their ways upon returning and offering to cover a month's worth of drinks. "Really? Don't backtrack on this." Upon hearing they would cover a month's worth of drinks, the blue chicken's demeanor shifted dramatically, leaving the others stunned. This was quite the reversal of roles. Watching the trio's antics, Robin couldn't help but giggle. Remembering Robin's involvement, Lewis assumed a serious demeanor and cautiously inquired, "Kazan, do you truly intend for Robin to join the Navy?" Her identity. Before he could elaborate further, Kazan interrupted, I am fully aware. But I do not regret my choice today." Hearing this, Lewis fell silent. Kazan's resolute expression made it clear he had made up his mind. Robin, overhearing, eagerly asserted that she would strive to become an exemplary Navy officer once she joined. And what about her mother? With Sakazuki's question, the rest fell into contemplation. Lewis believed that they ought to allow the mother and daughter to meet before making any decisions. This proposal was approved, though Robin displayed an unusually complex expression for her age, silently nodding in agreement. At this moment, Spandam approached, rubbing his hands together and wearing a sycophantic smile. Feigning ignorance of Robin's presence, he expressed gratitude for their cooperation in completing the mission, suggesting they meet for a meal at Mariewa sometime. "Indeed. I, Spandam, know nothing." The team leader Sakazuki reciprocated with courtesy, and they returned to the ship together. The temporary commander, Fire Mountain, welcomed them and congratulated them on the successful mission, particularly praising Lewis for his remarkable talent at just 20 years of age, a truly terrifying gift. However, there was no jealousy among the others, only admiration, as they had witnessed Lewis's relentless efforts to advance. Once all civilians had evacuated, Sakazuki resumed command and ordered the bombardment to erase all traces of O'Hara. The relentless fire took away the last vestiges of life from the island. From this moment on, it would cease to exist, ultimately fading into oblivion with the passage of time. At the brig, Kazan and Lewis stood at the door, each with a cigarette in hand, particularly Kazan, who bore a fatherly concern. Lewis rolled his eyes in response. You didn't take the previous explanation seriously at all. Now it's all out in the open, you pervert. Kazan, you say. Lewis even went so far as to solicit his opinion. Don't ask, just let it be. There's no need to give Kazan an opportunity. I'm cutting this short. Such matters depend on how Robin feels. Simply put, he is merely a well-acquainted outsider. Although her guardian is in prison, he is still alive. The outcome is left to fate. Inside the brig, the long-separated mother and daughter gazed at each other through the bars, silent. Eventually, it was Alvia who broke the silence. Robin, are you doing well? This belated inquiry from her mother shattered Robin's composure, tears streaming down her face, evoking sympathy. She longed to ask why she had been neglected all these years. Was history truly more important than her own flesh and blood? Yet, Alvia's expression of guilt and remorse held her back from speaking. Forcing a smile, she replied that she was doing fine. What good would blaming do? Is it possible to reclaim the past? Can Saul return? Perhaps it would be wiser to cherish the present, for she is indeed Robin's sole remaining kin. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she recounted the stories of her years, her time of study beneath the tree of knowledge, her transformation into a scholar, her friendship with Saul, and her current intention to join the Navy. Listening to her daughter's narrative, Albia felt a profound sense of regret. She had been so consumed with the pursuit of historical truths that she had neglected her daughter, unworthy of the title of mother. So, what are your plans after joining the Navy? Upon hearing this, Robin appeared somewhat lost. Indeed, what would come after her enlistment? Surely, there must be a goal. Her gaze then fell upon her mother in the cell, and her eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. To be continued, Chapter 033, The Warring States. Is this a bit sudden? Robin gazed at Albia in her prison cell, her eyes lighting up. Would her formal enlistment in the Navy allow her to rescue her mother from captivity? However, it was unreasonable to expect the government to release her without cause. She needed to make a significant contribution. In essence, accumulating merits was essential. Albia observed her daughter's resolute expression, and all she could do was offer her encouragement and support. Outside the cell, the two men smoking leaned against the railing. Refraining from eavesdropping on the intimate conversation between mother and daughter, quietly waiting for Robin's decision. Before long, Robin emerged from the cell with slightly swollen eyes and shared her thoughts with Lewis and the others. Her plan to join the Navy remained unchanged, but her purpose had intensified. Simply put, she aimed to enlist to save her mother. Of course, at present, Robin needed to focus on her growth to reach the legal age for conscription. As for the recruit camp, frankly, Lewis had little expectation of Robin gaining entry, given her lack of systematic training thus far. Those who entered the camp were undoubtedly the elite of the Navy. However, considering the original narrative, Robin indeed possessed a certain level of combat prowess, having defeated a significant opponent later on. Yet, let us not forget that Robin was currently under Akiji's protection. Thus her admission was not a pressing matter. Additionally, many challenging issues had become manageable, such as her household registration. Now, they could simply arrange her background as a girl who had miraculously survived a shipwreck. How perfect! There was no risk of exposure. It was purely a top-secret matter within the Navy's higher echelons. The most pressing concern was finding someone influential to look after her. After much contemplation, Akiji realized there was only one suitable candidate, Admiral Tsuru, a woman, single, who spent most of her time at headquarters. Perfectly fitting, indeed. The only uncertainty was whether it would work out. The Demon Slayer fleet returned safely to Marineford. At this moment, the trio of Sakazuki, along with Admiral Tsuru, gathered in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, effectively constituting a small high-level meeting. Sengoku felt a bit suppressed. After all, executing the Demon Slayer order, a notably violent enforcement tactic, inevitably led to psychological issues. Just as he had formulated how to comfort Lewis and the others, he found them seemingly unaffected, chatting and laughing. Notably, the relationship between Sakazuki and Akiji had visibly improved. Upon inquiring about the mission's progress, Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment. A true scapegoat had emerged. He could not help but ask if such coincidences really existed. Yet, the reality was indeed fantastical. They had wandered from the New World to the West Sea, fortuitously arriving at O'Hara and coincidentally encountering Lewis and his group. What a remarkable script. Aside from Lewis being promoted to Rear Admiral, the remaining matters consisted of some formal reports and handover tasks. At this juncture, Akiji approached Admiral Tsuru, seeking her assistance in caring for Robin. Tsuru did not decline and readily agreed, prompting a sigh of relief from Akiji. Subsequently, life returned to its routine, and everything appeared calm and serene. Little did they know, it was merely the calm before the storm, as turbulent undercurrents had already engulfed the world, inescapable even at the ocean's end. As usual, Lewis, still stationed at the headquarters, participated in the weekly routine meeting, aimed at identifying any oversights. However, the intelligence presented at the meeting mostly consisted of nonsensical information, such as Whitebeard's review of world wines in a magazine and Big Mom's latest wedding ceremony, with few legitimate reports, and those were of little consequence. Nevertheless, this time, Lewis arrived well prepared. He presented an authoritative geographical magazine recently released to the public, featuring reports from the Roger Pirates. After distributing the magazine to everyone present, he began to explain. Carp, upon hearing this, found it quite unbelievable that these rascals could engage in academic research. As the magazine circulated, Sengoku, who was presiding over the meeting, glanced through it and promptly inquired, "What are the noteworthy points?" On page 27, there is a report from the Roger Pirates. Lewis replied with a composed demeanor. The atmosphere in the meeting room, which had been relatively relaxed, gradually turned serious as they examined the report in the magazine. So, the Roger Pirates had been searching for this so-called historical text, aiming to reach the so-called final island. Zephyr wore a look of astonishment, puzzled over what Roger and his crew were after. Sengoku's expression darkened significantly as he slowly articulated, "It is that legend. When a pirate discovers that final island, he will complete the entire voyage of the Grand Line and be crowned king. The Pirate King." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Given Roger's current prominence, if he succeeded, it was highly likely he would ascend to the pinnacle. The implications for the world would be catastrophic. Just then, Carp inquired, "When did Roger's crew last undertake an operation?" After a brief contemplation, Admiral Tsuru provided the answer. The most recent one was 3 months ago, with intelligence indicating they had stolen something from Big Mom's territory and disappeared without a trace shortly thereafter. Lewis then summarized, "It appears that the Roger Pirates have already embarked on their journey to that final island. Perhaps the next time we encounter him, he will have become the Pirate King." Sengoku, pressing his temples, felt utterly bewildered. This routine meeting had unearthed such monumental news, historical texts, the Roger Pirates, the Pirate King. It was replete with explosive revelations. Now, all these elements had coalesced. It seemed that after the meeting, he would need to report the situation to Admiral Akainu and the 5 elders. He had initially anticipated that this meeting would proceed like the previous ones, casual, with tea and light conversation. Yet, upon hearing this, he thought, "Good heavens, Roger is on the verge of becoming the Pirate King?" Was the world changing too rapidly? Or was it merely Sengoku's predicament? It was indeed quite unexpected. Chapter 034. The Brave Kokiri in Mary Geos. Amidst the power struggles, 5 elderly figures sat in varied postures. Yet their expressions were unified in a blend of astonishment and fury, shadowed by an underlying gloom. These 5 were none other than the celestial dragons, the supreme rulers of the world government, the 5 elders. The golden-haired elder spoke first, shattering the heavy silence. "Can we confirm the authenticity of this matter?" His tone was laden with gravity. Upon receiving the report from Sora and Sengoku, he was profoundly shocked. The audacity of Roger, who silently aimed to conquer the Grand Line and become the so-called Pirate King, was staggering. They had already dispatched CP-0 to investigate the veracity of the news. Regardless of its truth, action was imperative. The bald elder maintained a stoic demeanor, reflecting on their complex feelings towards the Roger Pirates. Since the cataclysmic battle at God Valley, their perspective had shifted. In a sense, Roger and his crew had saved the world government. Moreover, they had shown little ambition, merely wandering aimlessly, even after Kazuki Oden's involvement. Observing them for some time revealed no actions threatening the government's rule. Thus, they had opted to let them be. Even the notorious Whitebeard posed a greater threat than Roger's crew. Yet now, they had crossed a line. Were they not aware of the implications? The recent destruction of O'Hara was also tied to Roger. The monumental secret buried on the final island could upend the world. The Roger pirates must be eliminated. The bald elder recalled the news about the Golden Lion, who had been searching for Roger. Perfect. They would relay the message that Roger possessed the power of ancient weapons. Simultaneously, they would instruct the Navy and CP to bolster their search efforts. The bald elder devised a clever plan, hoping for a fierce conflict between the Golden Lion and Roger. After reaching a decision, they promptly directed their informant concealed within the flying pirate crew to relay this intelligence to the Golden Lion. They were confident he would take action, unbeknownst to the world. This would set the stage for the momentous Edward War. Elsewhere in the New World, Lewis asked, "How long have we been wandering around?" Beside him, Gion wore an exasperated expression, feeling weary. Following the routine meeting, Sengoku promptly organized a team to search for the Roger pirates in the New World. Lewis, the Navy's rising star, was selected for this mission, and they were currently scanning the vast ocean for any signs. Now, don't rush, Gion. Just treat this mission as a vacation, remarked Teacher Pa, reclining comfortably in a beach chair and sipping a chilled cola. Ah, refreshing. Gion rolled his eyes in response, retorting, "I would love to, but you're here. The atmosphere is all wrong. We could have had a romantic getaway." However, Teacher Po appeared bewildered, asking, "Who is we?" Frustrated, Gion chose to ignore him. At that moment, the lookout called out with news. 3 o'clock. A ship has appeared, and its design is quite peculiar. The flag. It bears the mark of the infamous Big Mom. Big Mom. But we are far from Tato Land. Curiosity piqued, as Lewis prepared his binoculars for a closer look. They heard a distant voice echoing, "Ship, I am a ship?" What on earth? As the ship came into view, its prow bore a colossal human face, its wide mouth repeatedly chanting the earlier phrase. Although the vessel resembled a cake, the flag it bore struck fear into the hearts of all who recognized it. Big Mom, the notorious pirate. Well, we didn't encounter Roger, but we stumbled upon her instead. Seems like today isn't our lucky day, Teacher Pa remarked, though his expression remained relaxed. While he acknowledged the danger, he was confident in his ability to execute a strategic retreat if necessary. Ah, but Big Mom isn't aboard. It appears she is not personally present. Peering through the binoculars, he failed to spot Big Mom's unmistakable figure. Oh, it seems there's an unexpected opportunity for extra credit. Who could the fortunate soul be? With the realization that Big Mom was absent, Teacher Pa regained his confidence. Meanwhile, the singing cake ship had also spotted Lewis and his crew, altering its course toward the Navy vessel. "Master Katakuri, we have spotted a Navy ship at 9 o'clock. What should we do?" A nameless pirate shouted from the captain's quarters. Startled by the report, Katakuri, who had been savoring donuts, paused. "A Navy ship? What is it doing here?" However, he dismissed the concern, declaring, "It's just one ship. It poses no threat." As a proud member of the Charlotte family, a pirate with a bounty of 510 million, he felt no fear. Without further thought, he placed down his donut, adjusted his scarf to cover his mouth, and stepped outside. Upon receiving the binoculars from a subordinate and confirming the sighting of the Navy ship, he noted its standard was likely that of a rear admiral. But what did that matter? He had defeated rear admirals before. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Change course. We must not let that ship escape." "But, Master Katakuri, it is a Navy ship. Given its size and standard, it might be formidable." A new recruit hesitated, clearly intimidated. "Oof, what of the Navy? Do not forget, this is the New World," Katakuri boasted, confident in their domain as pirates. "What can a single Navy ship do? It will surely sink." "Yes, Master Katakuri." His bravado inspired his crew, who eagerly set about executing his orders. "Indeed, our Master Katakuri is invincible." However, as they approached the Navy ship, the expressions of the pirates turned pale. Even Katakuri's demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. What in the world? On that ship, there was Kizaru, Bloodline Lewis, and an unidentified female rear admiral. Were they here for a vacation in the New World? Who orchestrated this? Kizaru, the renowned rear admiral, was destined to become one of the three admirals. Bloodline Lewis, the youngest rear admiral in Navy history, had achieved remarkable feats in just a few years. He had recently made headlines by single-handedly defeating the devil descendant Douglas Bullet, earning his name a thunderous reputation among pirates. As for the unknown female rear admiral, who could she be to stand alongside such formidable figures? Katakuri expressed that he was indeed feeling a bit anxious at the moment. However, in order to maintain his authority in the eyes of his subordinates, he steeled himself, maintaining a calm demeanor as he issued his orders. Bring the ship closer. Today I, Katakuri, am determined to prevail. The crew of pirates gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape, faces etched with panic. Reluctantly, they suppressed their trepidation and maneuvered the vessel slowly towards the warship. Meanwhile, those aboard the warship recognized who commanded this ship. He was no insignificant figure. Hailed as the perfect man of the Charlotte family, the foremost of the sweet commanders, Charlotte Katakuri. However, this title merely served to intimidate the inexperienced. For Luffy and his crew, it stirred no emotions, even eliciting a smirk. Was Katakuri always this audacious? To be continued. Chapter 35. The Great Power of Conqueror's Haki. Is Katakuri strong? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. The bounty in this era carries substantial weight. Although bolstered by the formidable reputation of Big Mom, if one's inherent strength falters, such fame becomes a mere curse rather than an asset. What do pirates seek? Wealth, fame, status, power. Lacking the requisite strength would render one as nothing more than a stepping stone, even if pursued by the Big Mom pirates. Surviving the encounter could lead to a different narrative, akin to the formidable Monk Urki from the Worst Generation. So, who will take the lead? Lewis placed his hand upon the hilt of his long sword, his deep blue eyes fixed intently on Katakuri. A group assault or a duel? Teacher Bo shrugged, expressing reluctance to engage. The stunning beauty from Gion also hesitated to take action, yet if faced with a swordsman, her interest would undoubtedly pique. TSK. Must it ultimately fall to me? As Lewis slowly unsheathed his long sword, Katakuri retrieved his trident. Facing three adversaries simultaneously would prove overwhelming. A one-on-one duel, however, might present an opportunity. After all, his reputation as a perfect man was not merely for show. Observing the excessively handsome young man before him, the bloodline Lewis couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Was this individual's attractiveness somewhat unfair? Nevertheless, while your beauty may be unparalleled, I wonder how much of your strength is authentic. Unlike the pirates' anxiousness and trepidation, the Navy remained remarkably composed. Unless Big Mom herself intervenes, your head is hardly a bargaining chip. The battle was primed to commence. Katakuri's eyes widened with fury as his conqueror's haki surged forth, engulfing the surroundings in a fierce aura. In an instant, many on both sides succumbed to unconsciousness, the display of haki executed flawlessly. A quintessential greeting of conqueror's haki. However, it only proved effective against those of lesser strength. Lewis and his companions were entirely unaffected, unless one mastered the technique of haki wrapping. This was merely a display of bravado and crowd control, yet it was undeniably impressive. Conqueror's haki. TSK, there was a hint of envy in Lewis's heart, akin to having consumed several pounds of lemons. Without further ado, he infused his ability into his longsword, a blue-purple aura pulsating as he swung downward, unleashing a devastating strike. Shatter, break the void. A massive wave of blue-purple sword energy surged toward Katakuri, and upon closer inspection, a vacuum formed in the water where the sword energy passed. The desire to rend all asunder left Katakuri momentarily stunned, yet his extensive battle experience quickly brought him back to focus. Activating the capabilities of the Machi fruit, he enveloped his trident with armament haki, spinning it like a cutting machine, his expression grave and intent as he faced the incoming sword energy. With all his might, Katakuri thrust his hands forward, shouting, "Machi Spike!" The clash of the strike and the thrust resonated, yet the overwhelming force of destruction pressed against Katakuri's forehead, veins bulging as he struggled to maintain his ground. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely held his position. There was no alternative. Retreating would mean the ship's demise. If he fell into the water, what good would it do? With a fierce shout, he exerted all his strength to send the attack soaring into the air. The resulting explosion of sword energy obliterating the clouds above, leaving only a cerulean sky in its wake. Gasping for breath, Katakuri, dripping with sweat, gazed at the man before him, nearly 8 years his junior, feeling a bitter pang in his heart. He had been temporarily subdued by a ranged attack. Unlike melee combat, there was no sustained force in a slash. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Perhaps this adversary was not particularly skilled in close combat? With that thought, Katakuri sprang into action, racing towards the warship. Without a word, Lewis exchanged a glance with Teacher Bo, signaling him to ensure the other Navy personnel kept their distance. Nodding in acknowledgement of the rare, serious command, the conscious Navy members evacuated the deck with their unconscious comrades. Once the area was cleared, only Lewis, Teacher Bo, and the Gion Beauty remained. With the deck now vacant, Katakuri stepped forward, disregarding the two spectators, raising his trident with a whooshing sound, launching an aggressive assault. Lewis was equally unfazed, exuding haki as he focused his sword, gripping it tightly to counter the onslaught. It seems your mastery of haki is still lacking. The sound of clashing weapons echoed, yet their blades did not connect. Instead, they remained locked in a stalemate in midair. The trident appeared frozen, unable to be forced down despite Katakuri's efforts. Noticing this, Lewis raised an eyebrow, his gaze dripping with derision, his tone indifferent, while internally, he felt entirely composed. If you cannot even release your armament haki, are you not merely delivering yourself to me? Yet it was this sword. Observing the minuscule cracks forming along the blade, Lewis frowned. Despite the protection of armament haki, this was merely a standard weapon, not one of exceptional quality. It seems I must seek out a superior weapon, he mused. Meanwhile, Katakuri was taken aback, his expression darkening. This man actually possesses advanced techniques of armament haki. Is he cheating? Who taught him this? Hey, is the game master around? I officially report someone for cheating. At that moment, Barrett, who was in level 6 of Impelled Down, sneezed, pondering. Who is speaking of me? Is it you, Roger? Returning to the matter at hand, Katakuri ceased his struggle, seizing the opportunity while Lewis was distracted. He relinquished control of the trident, allowing it to be knocked aside by the longsword. Clenching his fists, he transformed his arms into gigantic spiked clubs, shimmering with a dark metallic sheen under the influence of armament haki, and charged at Lewis with a terrifying force. Slice, cut, machi. Although the assault was fierce, Lewis, having regained his composure, exhibited no signs of panic. Freeing one hand, he activated the abilities of the crumble fruit, channeling energy from his waist as a blue-purple shield slammed against the machi spiked club, shouting, "Shatter Star." However, this time, the counterattack did not result in a stalemate. The moment they clashed, the machi spiked club shattered almost immediately. In Katakuri's incredulous gaze, Lewis transitioned from a punch to a claw, seizing his wrist and directly pulverizing the bone. One could say this perfect man displayed remarkable fortitude, enduring immense pain without uttering a sound. Nevertheless, Lewis paid no mind to his resilience. He forcefully pulled Katakuri towards himself, releasing the longsword from his grip, and delivered a powerful punch to Katakuri's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. As he watched Katakuri tumble into the sea, his figure a picture of disarray, Lewis refrained from mocking him, feeling instead a tinge of reflection. So, I have become this strong? To be continued, Chapter 036. Am I, Lewis, truly a magnet for thieves? As Lewis indulged in his self-aggrandizing rhetoric, Gion rolled her eyes in exasperation. Yet, at such a young age, with commendable strength, a touch of arrogance was hardly unwarranted. Teacher Bo, on the other hand, exaggeratedly puckered his lips, delivering a performance that was nothing short of dramatic. The distant naval onlookers gazed at Lewis with admiration, transforming into fervent admirers, cheering for their esteemed Vice Admiral. Lord Lewis, truly formidable. Humph, our Vice Admiral has even bested Douglas Barrett before. Katakuri is nothing special. Vice Admiral, do you have a girlfriend? Before the young female sailor could finish her query, the menacing aura emanating from Guillaume swiftly quelled her dangerous words. Lewis is mine. Regardless of Guillaume's internal musings, the pirates across the way appeared bewildered as their katakuri plunged into the sea. Was it truly over so swiftly? A few astute individuals leapt into the water, attempting to rescue him. However, Lewis was far from apathetic. He quickly summoned the naval forces, commanding them to aim their cannons at the cake ship and fire to obliterate it. In an instant, cannon fire erupted, overwhelming the cake ship and the pirates with its ferocity, leaving little room for resistance. Yet, the voice of Teacher Bo broke through Lewis's daze. Oh, Lewis, Katakuri cannot die just yet. Rather than express anger at Lewis seizing command, he merely offered a cautionary reminder. Understood, Teacher Bo, I comprehend. Lewis turned back with a smile, signaling his understanding. But as he faced forward again, his expression turned serious, continuing, cease fire, retrieve Katakuri, and eliminate any surviving pirates on the spot. If this had simply been a high-bounty pirate, execution would pose no dilemma. But Katakuri was different. He was backed by Big Mom, a true behemoth in her own right, possessing strength that rivaled even the likes of Roger and his elite crew. Though not as formidable as in the later narratives, he was undoubtedly a silver-tier contender, and in this era, silver-tier fighters were no trifles. Across the horizon loomed figures that instilled fear in the hearts of many. Even the ruling world government had to weigh their power. Should they slay Katakuri today, the finest creation of the Charlotte family, it would surely lead to unending retribution. The Navy harbored no fear. Their purpose was to bring pirates to justice. But what of the world government? In the original narrative, they had engaged in dealings with the beast pirates and their allies. Was there a similar arrangement with the Big Mom pirates? Furthermore, given the current circumstances, the Navy lacked the resources to contend with the Queen of Tado Land. After all, their primary focus needed to be on the Roger pirates. Initially, Lewis had indeed intended to eliminate Katakuri, dismissing the characters from the narrative as anything extraordinary. He had not anticipated the complications mentioned earlier. Unlike Barrett, who was merely a scapegoat and later deemed imprisonable by the world government, Teacher Bo, a seasoned veteran, surely grasped these nuances. Thankfully, Lewis had come to his senses, retrieving the unconscious Katakuri and refraining from taking further action. Teacher Bo sighed in relief. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated further. As Lewis gazed at the disintegrating cake ship and the terrified visage of Katakuri, he fell silent, lost in contemplation. After lighting a cigarette and placing it at the corner of his mouth, he watched as Katakuri was confined within the ship's brig. Turning to Guillaume and Teacher Bo, he remarked, "Let us proceed. We must seek out the Roger pirates. I have a premonition that we may encounter them soon." The two exchanged glances, perplexed by the source of his inexplicable confidence. Moshi Fleet Admiral, this is Kizaru. With the incident concluded, Teacher Bo dialed the snail phone, relaying the events to Sengoku and his crew, who were scouring another sea for Roger. Meanwhile, in a different ocean, Sengoku and Garp, having just dealt with a more audacious band of pirates, received the call from Teacher Bo. Curious, they connected, and upon hearing the account, they exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of how to respond. Garp, arms crossed and contemplative, voiced his thoughts to Sengoku. "Hey, Sengoku, is it just my imagination, or does it seem like wherever Lewis goes, he always stumbles upon formidable pirates?" Sengoku, equally perplexed, took over the conversation. From the red count to this encounter with Katakuri, he always seemed to attract powerful figures. Although their strengths varied, it was certainly a pattern. What could be the cause? To first accompany the Admiral on a mission and meet the red count. And now, while searching for the Roger pirates, to encounter Katakuri as well. Could Lewis truly possess a knack for attracting notorious pirates? Shaking his head, Sengoku refrained from dwelling too much on Lewis's so-called affinity. Instead, he resumed studying the sea charts and intelligence at hand, hoping to unearth the whereabouts of Roger and his crew. Damn it, where has he run off to now? Garp muttered impatiently, lacking the patience for extensive analysis of the intelligence. He preferred to confront pirates directly rather than engage in endless deliberation. Back on the naval vessel, the ship sailed toward a particular direction, Yet the increasingly dim skies evoked an unsettling sensation. Lewis, sensing an ominous premonition as his left eyelid twitched, inquired of the ship's navigator regarding their current location. Report, Vice Admiral, we are now near the Edver Sea. The navigator indicated on the map. Here. Lewis's gaze shifted to the ominous rain clouds gathering nearby, then back to the clearly marked Edver on the map, his uncertainty growing. Could the Great Sea Battle occur today? Suddenly, he heard a peculiar noise from above, drawing the attention of Guion and Teacher Bo as well. The three exchanged glances, gazing skyward, and the revelation left them astounded. A colossal fleet of pirate ships, varying in design, soared overhead, led by a flagship resembling a small island. Its massive oars slicing through the air, crowned with the unmistakable golden lion head and the infamous pirate flag. The implication was undeniable. It was the grand fleet of the Golden Lion pirates. Why is the Golden Lion here? Guion's expression turned grave as she contemplated the imposing aerial fleet, voicing her inner concerns. This feels ominous. Lewis, what do you think? Teacher Bo maintained his calm demeanor, but the seriousness in his eyes was unmistakable. This was no ordinary threat. It was one of the three legendary pirates. The current pirate overlord, Shiki the Golden Lion. Regardless of who one was, this was an entity to be treated with utmost seriousness. Teacher Bo, Guion, we may need to reach out to the generals of the warring states once more. Lewis spoke with a hint of profundity, his tone resolute. To be continued. Chapter 37. The Golden Lion. The advantage is mine. Gazing upon the grand fleet of the Golden Lion, and hearing the profound words of Lewis, it became abundantly clear to Teacher Bo. The Golden Lion's fixation on Roger was not a recent development. Tales of various sorts had circulated throughout the New World. Whispers of drunken cries calling Roger's name, and the perpetual prioritization of information regarding the Roger pirates had everyone speculating whether Roger had committed some grave offense against Shiki. However, for Lewis and his crew, this was a signal. What could possibly motivate the Golden Lion to act in such an ostentatious manner? How many individuals in this new world warranted such attention? Only Roger and Whitebeard could fit that description. As for Kaido and his ilk, they were beneath his notice. Given that Whitebeard's territory lay elsewhere, it was evident who was the target, even if it were not solely for Roger. The significance of a pirate of the Golden Lion's caliber necessitated reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. After all, this man, in a certain sense, possessed the power to bring about the world's ruin. Before the transponder snail could rest, Teacher Bo dialed Sengoku once more. Following an analysis, the expression on Sengoku's face grew grave, necessitating serious consideration. Was it possible? Indeed, it was entirely plausible. He had even gleaned some information from Fleet Admiral Kong regarding actions taken by Mariewa. Thus, the immediate course of action was to rendezvous with Lewis in the Edver Sea, consolidate forces, and observe the situation to be prepared for any eventuality. Orders were dispatched for Akainu and Kazan to hasten to the location of Borisolino. Simultaneously, a message was sent to Mariewa to prepare accordingly. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Kapu, standing nearby, contemplated the gravity of the situation and remarked somberly, "Hey, Sengoku. Regardless of who emerges victorious in this battle, the New World know, the entire world shall undergo a transformation." Without a rebuttal, Sengoku nodded slightly, gazing at the sea, reflecting on the countless foolish souls claimed by the tumultuous undercurrents. On board the Golden Lion's flagship, the Flying Lion, Shiki wore an exuberant expression, reveling in the merriment with his subordinates, celebrating the recent discovery of the Roger pirates' whereabouts. Since the day he learned of Roger's possession of clues regarding ancient weaponry, his obsession had intensified. Among the few individuals capable of earning his admiration, Roger stood out as uniquely special. During the battle at God Valley, Shiki had kept a keen eye on the man known as Joel D. Roger. As for Carp, he was merely a rabid dog. Carp, is my punch not strong enough? In any case, it was clear that he held Roger in high regard. Since then, their paths had crossed several times, and admiration had only grown, leading to fantasies of what it would be like for the two to unite one day. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. While drinking, Shiki, lost in thought, began to laugh foolishly, oblivious to the wine that had stained his attire. His subordinates exchanged glances, yet none dared to interrupt their captain during such a moment of joy. After all, life was at stake. Otherwise, this jubilant captain might unleash his wrath. "Captain! Captain!" A cacophony of footsteps interrupted the Golden Lion's blissful reverie. "Dr. Indigo, can you not alter that infernal footfall of yours?" Shiki barked at Indigo, veins bulging on his forehead in annoyance. Indigo merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating his awareness, though it was a habitual act of negligence. "Captain, we've located Roger and his crew in the Edver Sea." Upon hearing Roger's name, Shiki sprang to his feet. His subordinates' expressions shifted to one of excitement as they eagerly rubbed their fists together, ready for action. "Ha ha ha ha. At last, we have found you, Roger." A grin spread across his face, and ambition gleamed in his eyes. "Roger, ancient weaponry, I shall claim it all. What will you use to oppose me? This time, the advantage is mine, assuredly." He swiftly commanded, "Change course immediately towards Roger and his crew." The crew responded in unison, "Aye, Captain." Meanwhile, aboard the Oro Jackson, the atmosphere was rather oppressive. "Roger, you should rest for a while. Your health has deteriorated." Rayleigh expressed his concern, gazing at him anxiously. Unbeknownst to them, Roger's condition had gradually worsened, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. In pursuit of realizing his dreams, they had consulted numerous esteemed physicians during their voyages. Yet, the prognosis remained grim. Despair clouded their spirits until Rayleigh's old acquaintance, Shaki, provided a glimmer of hope at the Twin Cape of Reverse Mountain. There resided a doctor named Kurokas who might possess a remedy. Clinging to this hope as if it were a lifeline, upon reaching their destination and meeting him, they were informed that he could only extend Roger's life by a few years. A complete cure would require the fabled surgery fruit. Disappointment enveloped them, yet Roger remained unfazed. A few additional years to fulfill his aspirations was a boon from fate itself. However, Kurokas needed to accompany them, driven by his own quest to locate a long-lost pirate crew. Upon inquiry, though they had not heard of them, the opportunity to join forces would significantly increase their chances of success. After careful consideration, Kurokas accepted the invitation and commenced Roger's first treatment, which continued to this day. Faced with Rayleigh's worries, Roger was indifferent, even a bit irritable. Confined to the captain's quarters daily, he felt stifled and yearned to breathe fresh air. However, he understood his brother's concern and said nothing, merely gesturing that he would return shortly. Yet, as he stepped forward to return to the captain's quarters, both Roger and Rayleigh sensed an ominous shift, gazing up to behold a dark mass of pirate fleets eclipsing the sky, advancing towards the Roger pirates' position. In unison, they shouted, "Prepare for battle." Their cry galvanized the entire crew, who swiftly armed themselves, surrounding their captain and first mate, their expressions solemn as they braced for the approaching fleet cloud. However, amidst them, a certain red-nosed fellow panicked, exclaiming, "It's the Golden Lion's fleet." As if in response to the alarm raised by the red-nosed buggy, Shiki stood at the prow of his ship, surveying Roger's crew from above, exuding an air of superiority, cigar in mouth. "Ha ha ha ha. Roger. Long time no see. Shiki." To be continued. Chapter 038. Always heartfelt, yet you still. "Ah, Roger. Shiki. It has been far too long since we last met." Even surrounded by a formidable fleet, Roger wore his iconic smile, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. Such audacity truly befits the legendary name of the great pirate. "Captain Roger, let us surrender quickly. Victory is impossible in this situation." Buggy, overwhelmed by the intimidating formation before them, began to plead with his captain. Beside him, Rayleigh swiftly delivered a sharp reprimand, grasping Buggy by the collar, signaling him to silence and not to disturb the morale. With his straw hat perched jauntily on his head, Shanks added with a smirk, "Buggy, you've become so resilient that even the Golden Lion can't bring you down." Infuriated by this comment, Buggy, whose head had split apart, thrust it toward Shanks' forehead, retorting angrily, "Foolish Shanks. There are still many vulnerabilities. Just being unable to swim is already a heavy burden." Seeing the one responsible for his misfortunes especially with that innocent expression, only fueled Buggy's ire. Enough. Silence. As the reliable first mate, Rayleigh felt compelled to quell their bickering, turning his gaze with concern toward Roger's back. Could they escape this time? No. I must have faith in Roger. Have faith in everyone. They have faced peril before, and yet always emerged intact. With emotions tempered, Rayleigh steeled himself, fixing his gaze upon their adversaries. At that moment, Shiki spoke again. Roger, we have known each other for many years. Although we've had our disagreements and fought on several occasions, let us put those behind us from this day forth. With your knowledge of ancient weaponry and my military might, we shall seize this world. Pausing, he extended his left hand, clenched into a fist, exuding an air of certainty as he proclaimed, "Become my right-hand man, Roger." After listening quietly to Shiki's proposition, Roger maintained his smile and responded with unwavering determination. "How many times must I say it? I am not interested in domination. What is the purpose of sailing as a pirate if I cannot do so freely? No matter the pressure you impose, Shiki, my answer remains unchanged." Taking a deep breath, he bellowed, "I refuse." As Roger's declaration echoed, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Tension hung heavily in the air. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Shiki's gaze turned icy, his fury escalating. Why? Why will you not accept, Roger? Am I not worthy enough?" Suppressing his burgeoning wrath, Shiki spoke slowly. "So, you mean to say you want me to eliminate you here?" With an expression unperturbed, Roger drew his beloved sword, pointing it at Shiki, locking eyes with him defiantly. "I intend to defeat all of you right here." At that moment, as if choreographed, both sides opened fire, marking the commencement of a battle that would alter the world's landscape. Meanwhile, on the Navy's side, under Sengoku's command, the warships dispatched to locate Roger converged near the Edver Sea, though the enemy remained unseen. The distant sounds of cannon fire hinted at the vast scale of this naval conflict, leaving everyone astonished that such a distance could still carry the echoes of battle. "Oh, have they already begun fighting? Truly fearsome pirates," the ever-droll Professor Borsellino remarked, maintaining his characteristic sardonic tone. Beside him, Akainu and Kuzan wore expressions of indifference, clearly uninterested in engaging with his quips. The other high-ranking officials appeared relaxed, occasionally sharing laughter. Overall, the atmosphere among the Navy was quite lighthearted. One could easily imagine a barbecue and beers transforming the scene into a festive gathering. As for Louis, he had wandered off to chat with Miss Guillaume. For what could be more delightful than conversing with a beauty? Engaging in idle banter with a group of stern gentlemen hardly suited his naval persona. However, disruptions were inevitable. An unnamed naval colonel approached Louis, his face etched with concern, hesitating to speak. "What troubles you, Colonel? Is there something on your mind?" Guillaume, feeling exasperated, noted this was the sixth individual to seek Louis's counsel. "Major, don't you think we are a bit too relaxed? With the legendary pirate crews clashing, it seems inappropriate for us to appear unconcerned." The colonel finally voiced his apprehensions. Though this question had been posed multiple times, Louis patiently elaborated. "Tell me, has the conflict between these two pirate factions presented us with any tangible issues?" "And no. But soon. Indeed. Soon it will be our Navy's turn to intervene, correct?" "Ah." Initially bewildered, the colonel soon grasped the essence of Louis's words. "Yes, let them fight among themselves. What concern is it of ours? We are the Navy, not the Coast Guard, capable of intervening. Once these factions have exhausted themselves, one side will emerge victorious while the other lies vanquished. No other outcome is conceivable. At that juncture, with our Navy's might, victory will be within our grasp. Perhaps capturing a few high-ranking individuals will elevate my rank to a commanding officer." With a look of realization, the unnamed colonel saluted the two and departed, visibly relaxed. Seeing this, Louis refrained from further commentary, producing 2 cigarettes, offering one to Guillaume. After lighting them, they exhaled clouds of smoke, gazing toward the battlefield, lost in contemplation. Guillaume, gracefully holding her cigarette, took a delicate puff and, admiring Louis's handsome profile akin to the readers before her, inquired softly, "Are you pondering who will emerge victorious?" Without responding directly, Louis countered, Who do you believe will win? Or whom do you wish to see victorious? Standing side by side with her long legs elegantly poised, Guion replied, I hope they all return to the embrace of the sea. A response unsurprising to Lewis, who reflected on the original narrative where Roger and his seemingly noble crew triumphed in this great naval battle. Yet, what distinction exists among pirates? Are Roger and his crew truly more noble than the Golden Lions? It's merely a matter of perspective. Once they chose to hoist those pirate flags, they forfeited any claim to virtue. They may have performed good deeds, but that does not render them benevolent. Roger himself has been known to act with devastating fury. But the question remains, why do so many choose the path of piracy? What lies at the root of this phenomenon? Upon reflecting on this, Lewis glanced behind him. The rising smoke could not obscure his vision as he gazed across the sea at the towering Red Earth continent, where the sacred land had stood for 8 centuries. In his heart, he understood that this was indeed the source of it all. To be continued. Chapter 039. The man who smiles is never unlucky. Kill. Destroy them. Charge out. The cries of battle resonated, stirring the nerves of all present on the tumultuous battlefield. With a swift slash, Rayleigh cleaved through the surrounding swarms of lesser pirates. His breath slightly labored. To be frank, although these foes lacked prowess, they were not without a certain level of skill, and their numbers far exceeded that of his own. Ah, Shanks, save me. Buggy, now reduced to countless fragments, cried out in terror, pleading for his ally's assistance from afar. Alas, the strength of the great Buggy was indeed difficult to articulate. Upon hearing his friend's call, Shanks burst through the crowd to assist Buggy. Though the sweat on his brow and his labored breathing indicated he was not in prime condition. Buggy, are you all right? Shanks inquired, glancing over the chaos of the battlefield as he leaned against his companion. Nodding, Buggy affirmed he could still hold on. But as he cast his gaze towards their captain's fierce clash, worry creased his brow. Shanks, Captain Roger. Before he could finish, Shanks interrupted with resolute confidence. Captain Roger will surely lead us to victory. It has always been this way, hasn't he? Indeed. In moments like this, we must trust our captain, Buggy softly echoed, his eyes now reflecting newfound determination. Captain Roger will not fall here. In the heart of the battlefield, the intensity reached its peak. Hey, Roger, what do you mean by this? Why are you so feeble? This is not the Roger I know. The Golden Lion roared in fury, witnessing Roger evade his strike without retaliating. What is the meaning of this? You're fighting, yet you do not strike back. Breathing heavily, Roger's forehead glistened with sweat as he suppressed the pain coursing through his body, recalling the words of Kazuki's previous counsel. Roger, I'm sorry, but this is as far as I can assist you. But why? Clearly, Kazuki, I have a premonition. Perhaps some old friends will come to reminisce with me. Yet, he sighed. Well, fine. I truly admire your conviction. Thank you, Kazuki. We are indeed partners. Yes, we are partners. Our dreams must not cease here. The world still awaits our answers. Rayleigh, Jabba, Sambel, Buggy, Shanks, my comrades. In this battle, we shall surely emerge victorious. Ha ha ha. Shiki, my apologies. I was just lost in thought. Let us commence the second round. At that moment, Roger wholly embraced his essence, disregarding the pain that enveloped him. The long-dormant Conqueror's haki surged forth, enveloping his blade in a mesmerizing shade of crimson and black. Observing him, Shiki howled at the sky, recognizing this as the Roger he remembered, fearless, exuding an aura of dominance over the seas. Come, let us battle. Without further ado, he raised his blade, imbued with haki, charging towards his old rival. Unyielding, Shiki too wrapped his dual blades in Conqueror's haki, unleashing arcs of black and gold lightning that seemed to roar like a mighty lion. Their eyes locked, they clashed. At that instant, time stood still. An unparalleled shockwave radiated from their confrontation, toppling numerous ships, leaving the waters tumultuous and the sea itself stirred into a frenzy. As they gazed at the once clear sky now shrouded in darkness, a voice trembled in fear. The sky has split apart. Thank you for listening. Feeling the tremors of the distant battle, Sengoku and Garp exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave as they regarded the fierce clash between the two. Even without sight, the earth-shattering power was undeniable. Sengoku, I have a premonition, Garp spoke mysteriously, arms crossed over his chest. Adjusting his glasses, Sengoku, well acquainted with his old comrade, probed, "So, you believe Roger will prevail? What is your reasoning? The disparity in strength is so apparent. How could Roger possibly win? Unless something unexpected occurs." "Ha ha ha. There is no special reason. I just feel." Garp chuckled, scratching his head. "Enough with the riddles." Sengoku retorted, exasperated. "You're playing mind games, old friend. I simply believe that a man who smiles is never truly unlucky." "What nonsense is this? Such reasoning is absurd." Sengoku shot Garp a disapproving glare, yet dismissed the comment, attributing it to a moment of madness. Little did he know how his expression would change upon uncovering the truth. Roger and Shiki were locked in a fierce contest, each strike resonating with immense power. The surrounding combatants long forgotten. The fearless would dare to spectate, but to be caught in the aftermath would be a tragic fate. After exchanging hundreds of blows, both warriors exhibited unwavering resolve, though Roger began to gasp for breath, yet he persisted. Frankly, it was only their control over their power that prevented the ship beneath them from disintegrating and sinking into the depths. Suddenly, Roger seemed to sense something. The observation haki that allowed him to hear the voices of all things whispered the impending truth. A storm approaches. A storm approaches. With a decisive strike that pushed Shiki back, Roger glanced skyward, where the atmosphere had turned ominously dark, yet no signs of a storm were apparent. His gaze flickered with determination, and he resolutely made his choice. Trusting his instincts, he raised his blade and shouted to his comrades, "Brothers, return to the ship. A storm is upon us." Without hesitation, the crew of the Roger pirates heeded the call, abandoning their pursuers as they sprinted towards the Oro Jackson. Upon hearing Roger's summons, Rayleigh unleashed his conqueror's haki, incapacitating many foes while effortlessly dispatching those who remained undeterred in pursuit of their comrades. "Roger, are you trying to flee?" Shiki bellowed, his golden hair framing his face like a fearsome lion. But Roger, seemingly lost in thought, wore a reminiscent smile before turning to Shiki. "Shiki, farewell." Before Shiki could respond, a sudden gale interrupted his words. This wind, could it be? The tempest roared forth, accompanied by the torrential rain, as Shiki felt his strength wane due to the effects of the float fruit. The storm had indeed arrived. "Captain! Captain!" Ignoring his crew's calls, Shiki remained transfixed, watching Roger's retreating figure. The weakening sensation overwhelmed him, and he comprehended that he could no longer thwart their escape. Frustration and resentment etched upon his face. He lamented, "Why has it come to this? Will my ambitions never be realized? Why must it be so?" Unwilling to accept his fate, Shurji, gritting his teeth in frustration and lamenting the injustice of the heavens, failed to notice an unidentified object hurtling toward his head. "Watch out, Admiral." "What?" To be continued. Chapter 040. I remember you, little brat. It seemed that the heavens had heard Shiki's complaints, and thus bestowed upon him a precious gift, a ship's wool headpiece one. The excruciating pain radiating from his head nearly rendered him unconscious. Yet the obsessions and indignation deep within sustained his weary body. The true impact of this ship's wheel would not reveal itself until later. "Admiral, are you all right?" A subordinate approached to inquire about his condition. The ship's wheel embedded in his brain certainly did not suggest that he was unscathed. "I'm fine." Gazing at the distant Oro Jackson, Shiki comprehended that he had lost this battle. Although the defeat was due to that inexplicable storm, a loss was still a loss. Yet, the bitterness was overwhelming. Had it not been for this tempest, perhaps the outcome would have been drastically different. Regrettably, there are no what-ifs. "Roger, this time you have triumphed." In a low whisper, the Golden Lion cast a final glance in the direction of their departure before turning to his fleet. Apart from the Flying Lion, very few ships remained. The rest had returned to the embrace of the sea. As the storm gradually subsided, the weight of his crushing defeat was imprinted upon Shiki's heart. At that moment, a series of cannon fire erupted, interrupting his lamentation. He turned abruptly towards the source of the sound, astonishment flooding his heart. Where did this cannon fire come from? But what he witnessed next made his eyes widen in fury. Several of the Navy's most formidable warships, Their massive sails in tandem with the rotating outer wheels surged towards Shiki and his men with alarming speed. Upon seeing the figures standing at the bow, Shiki's vision turned crimson as he bellowed, "Sengoku! Garp, why are you here? If we said it was merely luck, would you believe it?" Sengoku replied, "By the way, where's Roger?" He scanned the Grand Fleet, but found no trace of the Roger pirates. Though he had his suspicions, he voiced his inquiry nonetheless. The Navy's sudden appearance here was easily explicable. Upon noticing the sudden storm on the horizon, the senior officers had sensed impending chaos. To prevent losing their opportunity, they had furled their sails and navigated directly into the tempest, leading to this moment. Sengoku felt a fleeting thrill at the sight of the Golden Lion's fleet in disarray. But he quickly composed himself. He understood that while the rabble of pirates was plentiful, as long as the leader, the Golden Lion, lived, he could swiftly rally another massive fleet. However, Shiki's thoughts were consumed by the notion of luck. Luck? So it's just my misfortune today? What a jest. Listening to Sengoku's teasing remarks, fury coursed through Shiki, yet pain etched across his face, causing his anger to dissipate. He had no choice but to clutch his forehead, attempting to stave off the dizziness. Damn this ship's wheel. Once I return. Sengoku, noticing Shiki's deteriorating state, began to scheme. Roger had escaped, which was unfortunate. But Shiki remained. Eliminating him could be a prudent choice. He resolutely commanded, "Kazan, take action." The admiral understood Sengoku's intent. It was clear they intended to strike down a drowning rat. Nonetheless, he relished the opportunity. Following the command, Kazan unleashed icy pillars into the sea, quickly freezing the surrounding waters. "Ice Age," Kazan declared after completing his task, hands in pockets, wearing an expression that challenged Shiki to retaliate. Shiki gritted his teeth in frustration, but upon regaining his composure, he swiftly concluded, "I must escape. If I linger here any longer, I may truly be ensnared." With a fierce cry, he unleashed Lion's Might, Earthquake. He raised his hand, conjuring several ice lions, each larger than a warship, that roared and charged towards the Navy. Meanwhile, he himself ascended rapidly, disregarding the pleas of his subordinates, and grasped Indigo, hoping to slip away amidst the chaos of the Navy battling the ice lions. But Sengoku would not allow such an escape. Activating his power, a radiant light enveloped the dark waters. It was the manifestation of his devil fruit ability, the human fruit. Mythical Zoan, Buddha form. A colossal golden Buddha emerged upon the ice, its light converging with a divine fury as it struck down upon the ice lions, shattering one and dispersing the encirclement. Without hesitation, Sengoku leaped into the air, delivering a powerful slap to Shiki's back. Not only Sengoku, but also the teacher, Kazu, stood upon the ship, utilizing the golden Buddha's illumination to launch a series of lasers at Shiki from above, aiming for a surprise attack. Even in his weakened state, Shiki remained the formidable Golden Lion. Drawing his famed sword, Sakura Ten, he cleaved through the shockwave, utilizing his observation haki to deftly evade Kazuru and Appo's lasers. Seizing the moment, he elevated himself further into the sky, increasing the distance from Sengoku and his crew. From his lofty perch, Shiki gazed down upon the multitude of Navy personnel on the ice, his silence imbued with mockery. As for Garp, that old hound only knew how to hurl cannonballs. Long-range attacks posed little threat. However, his arrogance would inevitably lead to a lesson learned. Without participating in the fray, Lewis discreetly maneuvered to the opposite side of the battle. Observing Shiki's retreat, he chose not to act immediately, instead leveraging the tumultuous sounds of combat to stealthily follow behind. At this moment, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. Drawing his already damaged standard longsword, Lewis hesitated momentarily, but he understood it was time for retirement. Shaking off the nostalgia, he gripped the blade tightly. A blue-violet aura and dark purple haki enveloping the sword, intensifying with each passing moment. The immense force of this charged attack caused the already fractured sword to emit a mournful cry. Once fully charged, his observation haki locked onto Shiki, ensuring his strike would not miss. Yet Shiki, being Shiki, sensed the imminent danger and swiftly sidestepped, attempting to evade the blow. Lewis's strike came at that very moment. With the sword unable to sustain further energy, he felt the critical point reached and, without hesitation, unleashed a swift slash towards Shiki. Though Shiki had anticipated the danger and attempted to dodge, the slicing attack grazed his right hand, which held Sakura Ten. In an instant, Shiki's hand was severed. The sword fell freely, embedding itself in the ice beneath. The excruciating pain from the severed limb ignited a crimson fury in his eyes. Yet a flicker of rationality stifled his desire to annihilate this little brat. If he acted now, he would surely be trapped here. With icy eyes fixed on Lewis, who had returned to the ground, he coldly demanded, "Little brat, state your name." Retrieving his broken sword, Lewis met Shiki's gaze, his own resolve unyielding as he slowly declared, "Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Lewis." "Very well. I shall remember you, little brat Lewis." Upon uttering those words, without the slightest hesitation, it soared into the clouds, vanishing from sight. To be continued. Chapter 041. Lewis's photograph. It seems I have become the target of disdain. However, Lewis remains unperturbed. Although certain events in the original narrative have undergone significant alterations, such as the timing of the O'Hara demon-slaying order and the identity of the individual who apprehended Barrett, these occurrences have ultimately transpired. Is this a convergence of plot lines? Lewis is uncertain, yet he feels no pressing need for absolute clarity. As for the disabled lion, having lost its right arm, it no longer poses a threat. Surely, they will meet again. Casting aside these concerns, Lewis appears to be searching for something, yet after a prolonged effort, he finds nothing. Could it have sunk into the sea? Just as this thought crosses his mind, he hears Guyon's call. Upon seeing her raise her arm, sword in hand, a warm smile spreads across Lewis's face as he teasingly remarks, "So, you have been keeping it from me all along? How thoughtful of you." To his surprise, she acknowledges this candidly, devoid of any shyness. This revelation astonishes Lewis, but upon reflection, he comprehends the situation. In the headquarters, apart from the relentless female soldiers, who remains unaware of Guyon's affections for Lewis, Lewis is acutely aware of this as well. Frankly speaking, how long could one resist the advances of such a stunningly beautiful woman, whose affection is so openly displayed? Lewis has already succumbed to her charms. What can he say? She is simply irresistible. After their playful exchange, he gently smooths her hair, tidying it with a display of intimacy. Truth be told, had Lewis not been nearly 3 meters tall, he would have had to stand on tiptoe to accomplish such a task. His imposing stature is not merely a gift. It is also a matter of height. Guyon, with a beaming smile, accepts Lewis's affection, her eyes sparkling with joy. Observing from a distance, Sengoku and Carp regard the pair with expressions of satisfaction. Perhaps it will not be long before little Lewis and little Guyon make their appearance. If their future offspring inherit their remarkable talents, the Navy will surely have a promising legacy. Reflecting on future generations, Sengoku, who has been single for much of his life, recalls rumors suggesting it is due to his relationship with Admiral Tsuru, the veracity of which remains uncertain. Meanwhile, Carp is reminded of his son, the traitor who abandoned the Navy, the whereabouts of whom are unknown. His expression darkens considerably. Noticing his old friend's distress, Sengoku places a comforting hand on Carp's shoulder, whispering, "Rest assured, that boy, Dragon, will not betray his sense of justice. Do not worry too much." Carp shakes his head, offering no further comment, only a resigned sigh. "Dragon, what on earth do you intend to do?" Returning to the matter at hand, Lewis takes the renowned sword, Sakura Ten, from Guyon's hands, cradling it delicately and inspecting it closely. With dual-edged blades and a cross-shaped hilt, the sword measures approximately the length of Lewis's leg from tip to hilt. At first glance, the blade appears unremarkable, but a closer examination reveals intricate patterns reminiscent of cherry blossoms adorning its surface. Exactly 10, perhaps the origin of the sword's name. Upon returning to headquarters, he intends to commission a bespoke scabbard for it. As for the damaged standard longsword, he has no plans to dispose of it. Rather, he wishes to keep it as a memento for his home, a reminder of his past. "Ah, Lewis has done exceptionally well this time," exclaims the big blue chicken, while the big red dog nods in agreement. It is unclear when the relationship between these two became so amicable. As for Teacher Bo, he remains as dignified as ever, though his gaze upon Lewis seems somewhat peculiar, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupy his mind. Meanwhile, the higher-ups, upon the return of Lewis and Gion, begin deliberating the aftermath of the recent naval battle. Carp, eager to contribute, finds his suggestions swiftly quashed by Sengoku's stern interjection. You, old man, have no good ideas to offer, so it is better you remain silent. His frustration is palpable. Had it not been for Kazan's intervention, a scene of naval infighting might have unfolded. The big red dog articulates his perspective. Although the Navy has not made significant gains this time, they could strategically deter other pirates just as they did previously. Sengoku wholeheartedly agrees. The devastation surrounding them, along with the wreckage of the Golden Lion's fleet, serves as a potent backdrop. When images circulate and news spreads, who will care for the details? The public will only marvel at the Navy's might. Look, the 3 major pirate crews have been subdued by us. The title of maritime sovereign for 8 centuries is not mere bluster. Furthermore, promoting Lewis's decisive action in severing the Golden Lion's right hand, with his looks and reputation, will ensure a steady influx of recruits. As the Navy's ranks swell, so too will the budget. Regarding the notion of attracting attention, it is laughable. Can a strong individual not be noticed? Given Lewis's current prowess, as long as he avoids unnecessary risks, he can operate with impunity. Moreover, he continues to advance rapidly. Perhaps within a few years, he will attain the rank of admiral. What is there to fear? Indeed, when the time comes for a reshuffle, might Lewis contend for an admiral's position? The 4 admirals. Securing a position is no easy feat, nor is it a matter of simple balance. Which of the 3 admirals would step down? Such arrangements had been agreed upon, and any alteration would be contentious. How troublesome. As Sengoku grapples with these thoughts, a headache begins to form. Reluctantly, he sets them aside, knowing that his companions will likely arrive at a consensus in due time. However, one task remains. Lewis must be promoted, and what better way than through photographs? Especially since the backdrop has already been perfectly arranged by the Golden Lion. Are you not polite? The Golden Lion's voice echoes in the air. Observing the anticipation on the faces around him, Lewis's lips twitch, and he finds himself unable to voice his intended refusal. He understands the benefits this promotion will bring to the Navy. Yet, when the time for the photo shoot arrives, he realizes he has been ensnared. Fine. We shall take the photographs. But what is the meaning of all these outfits? Do you expect me to change costumes for a cosplay? It is utterly absurd. Kazan, unable to contain his laughter, offers an explanation, which only leaves Lewis feeling more bewildered. It turns out that the Navy intends to use these multitude of photographs for recruitment pamphlets in their next enlistment drive, aiming to entice the masses to enlist. Then why not let you fellows take the photos? Lewis exclaims, filled with indignation. But upon glancing at his companions, realization dawns. The big blue chicken is somewhat presentable among the trio. The big red dog perpetually wears a scowl, and as for Teacher Bo, he embodies the very limits of humanity, having consumed the human fruit in its lecherous form. In comparison to them, his appearance is undeniably superior. The Navy's allure is indeed well-deserved. Alas, for the future of the Navy, he must sacrifice his looks to contribute. After the photographs are taken, everyone is satisfied, save for Lewis. The others pay little mind, returning to their ranks and setting sail back to headquarters. That evening, while Morgan indulges in a foot massage, he receives a message from the Navy. To be continued, Chapter 042, Auntie, Lewis. Hee. As Morgan gazed upon the photographs and accompanying information transmitted from the Navy headquarters, he was utterly bewildered. First, it was the Red Count, then Whitebeard, and now yet another formidable figure, the Golden Lion. The Navy's actions in recent years have been quite monumental. However, the more significant, the better. This ensures a continuous stream of sensational news. Especially when he looked at Lewis's photo, Morgan's demeanor softened, akin to caressing a beloved pet bird. Do not misconstrue this. His preferences are entirely conventional. It is simply that this individual possesses an extraordinary talent for generating wealth. Whenever a newspaper features Lewis's image, it is invariably sold out. often necessitating additional prints. Lewis has severed one of the Golden Lion's hands. Upon reading this information, the future king of news fell into a contemplative silence. He instinctively began to question the authenticity of this revelation. Yet, upon further reflection, whether true or not, it underscored one undeniable fact. This man had ascended to the status of a flagship figure for the Navy. While he had previously been renowned, he was still a youthful novice in the presence of the top-tier experts. However, with this intelligence emerging, even the heavyweights must take heed. Who is the Golden Lion? A pirate overlord, a legendary sea marauder. Such a person has had one of his hands incapacitated by Lewis. Who would dare to claim they could achieve the same? Go ahead and try to sever a hand from Whitebeard or Roger. One might not survive the attempt. Moreover, without accompanying strength, fame is merely a harbinger of doom. Contemplating this, Morgan refrained from further speculation. This time, instead of immediately instructing for new newspapers to be printed, he picked up the transponder snail and called someone. My good friend Morgan, what brings you to me at such a late hour? If it is not of paramount importance, you know the consequences. On the other end of the line was Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, Madam Charlotte. However, I assure you, this intelligence will surely delight you. Oh, do tell. Ahem, the Golden Lion's fleet has been nearly obliterated. Morgan's intelligence was met with no skepticism from Big Mom. Just that morning, her spies embedded within the Golden Lion's fleet had relayed news of a significant operation aimed at Roger. Big Mom harbored no fondness for either the thief Roger or the arrogant Lion. The prospect of a confrontation between these two brought her joy, even tempting her to celebrate with a slice of cake. Yet soon after, her spies fell silent, inciting her cravings. Thus, when Morgan's message arrived, she swiftly connected the dots. It seemed the Golden Lion had indeed faced a catastrophic downfall. Amused, Big Mom interjected before Morgan could continue. So, is Shiki still alive? Yes, alive. Though the tale is lengthy, the Navy. Morgan, undeterred, recounted the intelligence bestowed upon him by the Navy. The Navy remains the same, merely picking up scraps. Picking up scraps? Indeed, the Golden Lion's target was none other than that thief Roger. The Navy merely capitalized on the opportunity. I understand. Yet there is one matter that cannot be dismissed as mere opportunism. What matter? The Golden Lion Shiki has lost one of his hands to a Navy rear admiral. A rear admiral? Are you jesting? Big Mom's incredulity was palpable. Since when has a mere rear admiral become so formidable? That rear admiral you are aware of. My husband, Lewis? Sister, could you maintain some decorum? Morgan winced at her shameless reference to Lewis as husband. Naturally, he could not retort. His life was at stake. Having conveyed the majority of the intelligence, he exchanged pleasantries before hastily concluding the call and rushing to print the new newspaper. It must be said, Big Mom could indeed be considered one of Lewis's devoted fans, and a significant one at that. However, while she was infatuated with his appearance, she remained astute regarding the matter at hand. Lewis had unequivocally matured. No longer could he be regarded with the eyes of a predecessor. Otherwise, one might face dire consequences. Although there remained some distance to their level, it was no longer far. At merely 20 years of age, what formidable talent he possessed. If only he could be persuaded to. Lewis, lost in thought. Big Mom wore a blissful expression, entirely oblivious to the son she had left unattended. Katakuri, what about me? Aren't I to be considered? A night passed, and as dawn broke the following day, the news bird soared forth, carrying the freshly printed newspapers to the world. Once again, the world was shaken. The Golden Lion's fleet had been utterly annihilated, and he himself had lost his right hand. The common populace began to celebrate the Navy's triumph. For who does not yearn for peace? Yet, the nefarious pirates wore expressions of dismay. Why did it seem that these so-called legendary pirates were rather lackluster? Each and every one had been bested by the Navy. What was to be done moving forward? Perhaps it was time to retire? However, the reactions of the New World pirates were of utmost importance. At Whitebeard's pirate crew, seeing the news in the newspaper, Jozu, nursing a hangover, was instantly jolted awake. Dad, big news. The Golden Lion has been. I already know, Whitebeard declared nonchalantly, holding his large bowl of sake. While defeating the Golden Lion warranted attention. So what? I am Whitebeard, after all. At breakfast, Vista, upon hearing the name Lewis, hastily swallowed his food and inquired of Jozu, "Is it that Lewis? What has he done now?" Without further ado, Jozu handed the newspaper to Vista. Cleaning the grease from his hands, Vista took the paper with utmost seriousness and began to read aloud. Under the strategic maneuvers of our Navy, the Flying Sky Pirates have suffered an unprecedented defeat. Particularly, our own Rear Admiral Lewis has inflicted a grievous cost upon the great pirate Golden Lion, severing his arm. The remainder of the article was filled with praises of the Navy's brilliance, which Vista chose not to continue reading. Nevertheless, it left him with a bitter taste. Is this even reasonable? Have they injected him with hormones to grow so quickly? The two, once intent on revenge, now found themselves utterly despondent. What are we to do? It seems we are merely delivering meals. Vista, can I borrow the newspaper for a moment? A stout, amiable-looking man approached, requesting the paper. This was none other than the future great benefactor, Marshal D. Teach. Gazing at the glorified portrayal of Lewis in the newspaper, Teach's eyes were filled with envy. I have heard that this man's devil fruit ability is remarkably powerful, quite akin to that of our father. Truly a fortunate fellow. However, once I obtained the dark fruit. At this moment, his countenance was fierce, and the ambition gleamed in his eyes, starkly contrasting with his previous innocent demeanor. Hey, Teach, come over here. I've made your favorite cherry pie. I'm on my way. You never disappoint, Sachi. Of course, just look at who I am. Tidying up the newspaper, Teach wiped his face and reverted to his iron simpleton persona, donning a harmless smile as he approached. Meanwhile, aboard the Oro Jackson, Roger and his crew had also received today's newspaper. To be continued, Chapter 43, Doflamingo, Patience. Hey, we were the ones who defeated the Golden Lion and his crew, Baki exclaimed, holding a newspaper with an expression of indignation. Shanks, beside him, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and said, "Come on, Baki, it's a miracle we survived that day." Baki found some wisdom in Shanks's words. Had it not been for that extraordinary storm, he might have already met his end beneath the waves. However, more than these thoughts, Shanks, the second generation of the Straw Hat Pirates, was more concerned about the report stating that the Golden Lion had lost an arm to Lewis. Captain Roger, Rayleigh, you are curious whether he truly possesses such formidable strength, aren't you? Seeing the skepticism on Shanks's face, Roger understood his doubts. After all, the news was indeed rather astonishing. This young man is merely 20 years old. His prowess has already reached such heights. It is no wonder Shanks is so fixated on him. They belong to the same generation. Shanks, this news must be true. Rayleigh adjusted his slipping glasses, contemplating. He proceeded to share his analysis. The Navy would not assign such a notable reputation to someone whose strength does not match it, even if Lewis may have relied on an ambush. Even if his abilities are lacking, the way the newspaper promotes him indicates significant internal support from the Navy. In the future, perhaps your main rival will be this Bloodline Major. Bloodline Lewis? I'll remember that. However, Shanks felt no fear. The fierce determination in his eyes burned brightly. He silently vowed, I, Shanks, am not inferior to anyone. Observing their fearless captain, the others felt a swell of comfort and hope. How far could Shanks, who carries Roger's will, truly go? Alas, their journey was destined to reach its conclusion. Meanwhile, the notorious Golden Lion was in a furious state. Damn it, that brat Lewis. One day I will personally sever his head. His golden hair flared with rage, and the fury in his eyes was enough to instill fear in anyone who met his gaze. Upon returning to base last night, Indigo immediately began tending to Shiki's injuries, particularly on his right hand and the helm of his head. Exhausted, he collapsed into sleep as soon as the wounds were treated. But to his surprise, he awoke to such news early that morning. Losing to Roger left him with bitterness. If it weren't for that damned storm, today's headlines would tell a different story. Yet he harbored deep resentment towards the Navy, especially that insolent Lewis. Navy, do pirates need to adhere to any code of ethics? Do you think you and Appos, Reworthy? Truly laughable. However, he found himself utterly weakened in every aspect. Launching a direct assault was out of the question. He needed to wait until his injuries were fully healed and his fleet was re-established. Bloodline Lewis? Humph, just a mere kid. What gives him the right to bear the title of a lion? In these waters, there can only be one golden lion. Just wait, you little brat, Lewis. Sitting at the head of the table, Shiki seemed unsatisfied, using his remaining left hand to grasp a piece of meat still on the bone, biting down savagely, as if devouring Lewis's flesh. At that moment, in some corner of the North Sea, Fufu, this bloodline major is truly remarkable. Corazon, what do you think? Doflamingo remarked with a devilish smile, gazing at the photograph in the newspaper. This bloodline major looked quite familiar. But why did you choose to act that way back then, Lewis? Meanwhile, Rosinante, pretending to be mute, could not speak. Instead, he pulled out a small notebook to jot down his thoughts, which read, I have no particular opinion. Those bigwigs are too far removed from us. Yet, he pondered the encounter they had with Lewis. After the self-proclaimed information merchant departed, Rosinante immediately reported the information to Sengoku. He learned that this meeting was due to Sengoku's personal request. However, why did Lewis bring out the Navy's 6 styles to curry favor? What was his true intent? Despite racking his brain, Rosinante could not figure it out, ultimately deciding not to report the exchange. He resolved to observe the situation for a while longer. Gradually, this matter faded from his mind, attributing it to Lewis's fleeting whim. After reading Rosinante's notes, the young master paid no mind, for his brother was correct. For now, they were merely a local menace. They held some influence in the North Sea, but on a global scale. Their status was far too insignificant. What should their next steps be? Doflamingo found himself in a state of confusion, aspiring to bring down the lofty pigs from their pedestals. He pondered how to develop and amass strength for the Don Quixote family going forward. However, if he continued on this path, they would merely become a second Germa 66. And even that would be too weak compared to his ambitions. As for becoming a pirate, Doflamingo had contemplated it, but in recent years, the Navy's might had surged, forcing even the legendary pirates to retreat from the spotlight. Even the Red Count had undergone transformation and impelled down. Red Count, I'm in level 6, please don't disturb. Now was truly not the time to set sail. He could only temporarily gather strength while observing the global situation. The world remained unchanged, with 3 pirate crews standing strong in the new world. Even though Shiki had suffered a significant setback, as long as the captain remained alive, everything could return to normal. The silver medalists were aware of Shiki's current weakness, yet they also understood that a wounded beast is the most dangerous. None wished to engage in a fatal struggle with Shiki, only to suffer a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, they remained discreet, appearing as though nothing was amiss, maintaining an outward calm. However, the tides of fate were on the verge of surging, set to sweep across the world. And when they arrived, no one would escape. When that ever-smiling man announced to the world his conquest of the Grand Line, the shift of eras would begin. Lewis was well aware of this. As a traveler from another world, he understood precisely what was to come. The great pirate era heralded a time of upheaval and transformation, and the Navy was poised for its rebirth. But one must take life one step at a time. The first task was to eliminate Mariehua's grip on Navy funding. Only by seizing control of their own economic lifeline could they command authority. Otherwise, the Navy would remain merely a pawn in the eyes of certain individuals, and all would be but empty words. Now, it is the year 1498 of the sea calendar. Chapter 044, Gion, the Madman Mihawk. Upon returning to headquarters after transferring Katakuri at Impel Down, the world seemed to tranquilize once more. Yet, Lewis sat in his office, gazing through the window, across the sea and the red earth continent, as if he could foresee the tumultuous waves that Roger and his crew's final journey would unleash. In 1498, Roger reached the pinnacle, and in 1500, the era of great pirates dawned. To be candid, Lewis was contemplating how to appropriately inform Sengoku and the others about Roger's impending demise. It wouldn't be due to bluntly state, Roger is dying. He has roughly 2 years left. Where was the evidence? Such matters should not be taken lightly. With this thought, Lewis headed straight to the intelligence division of the Staff Department, returning to his office with a pile of documents collected by the Navy headquarters regarding the Roger Pirates. After a moment of hesitation, he began to delve into the analysis, seeking any clues. Guion, observing Lewis buried in paperwork, chose not to interrupt him. She quietly settled onto the sofa, poured herself a glass of water, lit a cigarette, and silently watched him. After a considerable time, perhaps it was the scent of the smoke that caught his attention, for he lifted his gaze to find Guion fixated upon him, cigarette in mouth, a smile playing on her lips. He returned her smile, noticing the ashtray filled with cigarette butts and realizing that over an hour had slipped by. "Apologies for the wait. How did your mission go?" he asked, stretching as he accepted a glass of water from Guion and casually lit his own cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. A fleeting memory darkened his expression as he recounted his experience. Fortunately, the task itself was straightforward, a brash fool who consumed a natural-type fruit, believing himself invincible. I dispatched him with a few strikes. The crux of the matter, however, was that I encountered a madman on my return journey. "A madman? Pray tell more," Lewis inquired with curiosity. Guion clicked her tongue in annoyance and recounted the encounter. "This madman's full name is Dracul Mihawk. I must admit, he is a formidable swordsman. Ridiculously, upon sighting a naval ship, instead of retreating, he leapt aboard and inquired if there were any strong swordsmen present. In the name of swordsman honor, I drew my blade to engage him, but ultimately I lost. Of course, I shall reclaim my honor." With a clenched fist, Guion displayed her indignation. "How intriguing," Lewis exclaimed, astonished that the renowned greatest swordsman in the world had already embarked on his path of invincibility. "Yet, how come I have heard nothing of this?" he queried, eager for information. Guion's earlier enthusiasm faded as she rolled her eyes and remarked, "There is indeed plenty of news about him. It's just not extensive. He challenges famous swordsmanship dojos everywhere and remains undefeated, truly insane. Besides, how would one such as you, who only dabbles in swordsmanship, care for such matters?" "True enough," Lewis admitted, "as my pursuit of swordsmanship was merely to enhance my ranged capabilities. Now, I lack the energy to improve my sword skills. Perhaps I can anticipate the abilities that may arise from the awakening of my fruit," he mused, considering the potential of close combat. "By the way, what were you doing earlier with all this paperwork?" Guion asked, her curiosity piqued. "I was analyzing the potential trajectory of the Roger Pirates' reign. Once I have results, I shall report to Admiral Sengoku. It will surely astonish you," Lewis replied leisurely, holding his water cup. Could it be that they might disband? Surely not. Guion scoffed internally, knowing that such a topic would indeed arise in the upcoming routine meeting. Just as she prepared to invite Lewis on a weekend date to the Chambord Islands, an urgent commotion at the door interrupted her. "Report, Major. And also, Vice Admiral. Commander Tsuru requests your immediate presence at the Staff Department." A messenger stood at the door, saluting and delivering the message. However, upon noticing Guion's fierce glare, he was immediately taken aback. "What have I done wrong? I merely came to convey orders." Seeing the messenger trembling, Lewis instructed him to inform Commander Tsuru that he would arrive shortly. The poor messenger scampered away, visibly shaken. Amused by Guion's flustered expression, Lewis found it rather endearing, a stark contrast to her previous intimidating demeanor. After managing to placate her and agreeing to the weekend date, he donned his justice coat and bid her farewell, making his way to Commander Tsuru's office. After knocking and entering, he found Commander Tsuru with a cup of tea, relaxed. Upon seeing Lewis, she smiled and gestured for him to take a seat at the desk. Without hesitation, Lewis inquired, "What brings you to summon me today, Commander Tsuru?" Handing Lewis a document, she took a sip of her tea and explained, "You mentioned your desire to form a team for special missions? Today, Admiral Kong approved your request. Here is the appointment letter. Take a look." This news brought a pleasant surprise to Lewis, a smile gracing his face. With this letter, he could recruit personnel without adhering to the usual protocols, allowing for immediate integration into the team. After securing the letter, he listened as Commander Tsuru continued. "I've heard from the intelligence division that you have taken nearly all the documents concerning the Roger Pirates." Lewis was ready with his response, The Roger pirates' reign seems inevitable. Therefore, we at the Navy headquarters must prepare for the unprecedented threat posed by this pirate king. Commander Tsuru nodded in approval, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Then, with a teasing tone, she asked, "So, when do you plan to marry Gion?" Lewis nearly choked on his tea. "No, Commander Tsuru, we haven't even defined our relationship yet. Is it not too soon to discuss marriage?" No need to rush. Wait. I just remembered I have something else to attend to. So I must take my leave." He quickly set down his cup and vanished from Tsuru's office. Youth still has some shyness to overcome, Commander Tsuru mused, shaking her head and returning to her documents. As Lewis made his way back to his office, his thoughts were anything but tranquil. Over the years, it had become evident to everyone, including himself, that Gion harbored feelings for him. Many wished for their union to flourish. Well, except for a certain unidentified Mr. Cake. In addition to his unwavering declarations of love, this individual incessantly advocates that men should value inner qualities and not overly concern themselves with trivial matters of appearance. However, a man like Lewis, who embodies the ideal of both inner and outer beauty as described in legends, remains entirely unperturbed by such superficialities. Yet, reflecting upon the myriad experiences since his acquaintance with Gion, Lewis cannot help but exclaim, "I have completely fallen into this." To be continued. Chapter 045. Lewis. I predict that the Roger pirates will disband. Completely ensnared, I found myself reflecting as I made my way back, my thoughts drifting far away. Who could possibly refuse such a charming young lady? Certainly not he. Alas, it seems this naval recruit shall soon be claimed. Lewis mused narcissistically. Upon returning to the office, however, he discovered that the principal party was no longer present. Nevertheless, she had left behind a note on the desk. "Join me for a date in Sabaody this weekend. No refusals permitted." This left Lewis both amused and exasperated. "Dear lady, at least provide a time and place for our rendezvous." It dawned on him that she was likely waiting for him to inquire. After contemplating, he realized he had a meeting scheduled for the afternoon. Perhaps he would ask her after the meeting concluded. Resolving this, he sat down to continue organizing intelligence on the Roger pirates. After a while, having sorted the files, Lewis reclined in his chair, his gaze fixed upon the stack of documents, his expression laden with hesitation. It was not a matter of whether or not to disclose Roger's impending demise. Frankly, pirates did not merit his sympathy. Rather, he was torn over whether to allow the era of great pirates to unfold as Roger had anticipated. The dichotomy between his internal plans and the foreseeable immense sacrifices was what left Lewis in a state of indecision. After all, the era of great pirates was no mere child's play. Yet, it was undeniable that if he wished to delineate the Navy from Mariawa, the onset of this new pirate age appeared to be the most opportune moment. The long-standing aberrant development must come to an end. With these thoughts clarified, Lewis ceased to dwell on the matter, glancing at the time and realizing it was almost time for the meeting. He gathered the organized documents and ascended the stairs towards the conference room. "Hey, Lewis," a voice called out, and turning to look, he found his good comrades Akiji and Akainu. Seeing their cheerful expressions, Lewis couldn't help but smile and asked, "What brings you two together today?" Akiji shrugged, indicating it was merely coincidence. Akainu, with a stoic demeanor, shifted the topic, asking, "Do you have any thoughts on today's meeting agenda?" Lewis merely raised an eyebrow, suggesting there might be a great surprise in store for the meeting. The two exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of it. A surprise? More likely a shock. "Hey, what are you three discussing over here?" Teacher Borsellino, still groggy, greeted them with a yawn. "Goodness, have you just woken up?" Upon seeing Borsellino in such a state, Akainu reprimanded him. "Borsellino, what has gotten into you lately? You're not showing any enthusiasm. You've fallen far from your former self. At this rate." "Relax, Akainu. I know what I'm doing," Borsellino interjected, dismissively, before winking at Lewis and Akiji. This left the two momentarily speechless. This was quite the hint. Why was he slacking off? It was all part of his plan to gradually diminish his presence, thereby allowing Lewis's influence to expand. By the time the leadership was restructured, Lewis would be well prepared to ascend to the rank of admiral. As for Akiji, he felt a sense of helplessness. Truthfully, he couldn't just withdraw. As the designated next leader of the pacifist faction, once Sengoku rose to Fleet Admiral, he would have to bear the burden of leadership. Sengoku could no longer be considered part of the pacifist faction. As Fleet Admiral, he must maintain impartiality, considering the overall interests of the Navy rather than prioritizing any single faction. Otherwise, such actions would only lead to division within the Navy. If the pacifist faction, such a significant group, lacked a leader, what would become of it? Thus, Akiji had no choice but to step up, for he was currently the only one qualified and capable of doing so. Alas, the plan to slack off had been thoroughly thwarted. A sigh echoed in his heart as he gazed enviously at Borsellino. Without further ado, the four entered the conference room, taking their seats in a row. Shortly after, once the elder high-ranking officials, including Sora and Sengoku, arrived, the meeting commenced formally. Fleet Admiral Sora surveyed the room, noting the absence of a certain individual, and turned to Sengoku on his left, inquiring, "Where's that rascal Carp? Why hasn't he shown up?" To this, Sengoku could only sigh in resignation, while Akiji explained, "Captain Carp can't sit still. He took a warship this morning to the New World in search of Roger S. whereabouts, hoping for a stroke of luck." This elicited laughter from the assembly. "Truly, that's just like you, Carp." Sora nodded, acknowledging the explanation, thinking to himself, "Well, it doesn't matter whether he is here or not. Just provide him with the outcome after the meeting." With a few knocks on the table and a couple of coughs, he signaled the meeting to officially commence. Listening attentively, Lewis found that the other attendees had little of substantial importance to discuss, mostly trivial matters. Topics included the environmental rectification plan for Marineford, addressing illegal fishing at the ports, and even the arrangements for a dating corner for single Navy personnel. Though somewhat mundane, listening to these trivial matters proved quite entertaining. Once everyone had nearly finished speaking, Lewis cleared his throat, indicating he had a topic to propose. Observing this, our dear teacher Zephyr made a jest. "What is this, Lewis? Are you planning to include your wedding arrangements with Guion in the agenda? If so, I'm all for it." Amidst the good-natured laughter laced with a barely perceptible undertone of lament, Lewis felt a sense of helplessness. Did they really need to press so hard? First, it was Admiral Tsuru, and now you too. Indeed, it seems that being a spectator has become a new human characteristic. However, upon seeing Guion's shy yet expectant gaze, Lewis felt a stir in his heart. Recalling their weekend agreement, he responded generously, "Well, just wait for the wedding feast, but today's agenda isn't about that. It concerns the Roger Pirates." As the jovial atmosphere shifted to seriousness at the mention of Roger and his crew, the expressions of those present became grave. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku inquired, "Are we discussing the subsequent issues following the Roger Pirates' ascension?" At this, Lewis felt a flicker of surprise, quickly followed by understanding. If it weren't for his inherent advantages as a traveler, he might not have realized that the Roger Pirates had disbanded immediately following their peak. Now, it was merely that the timeline had not undergone significant alterations, allowing Lewis to speak from a position of insight. Likely, Sengoku and the other admirals had already convened a high-level meeting to deliberate on the next steps for the Roger Pirates. Collecting his thoughts, he nodded in agreement with Sengoku's observation and continued, "After a thorough analysis of the intelligence gathered, I have drawn two conclusions. First, after conquering the Grand Line, the Roger Pirates may have lost any higher aspirations, and their subsequent actions could shift towards seeking legendary treasures, such as the Land of Gold or the Cave of Pearls. The second possibility." The audience listened intently to Lewis's analysis, all nodding in agreement. Since the emergence of the Roger Pirates before the eyes of the world, their style has never been that of a power-hungry crew. One might even say they resembled a group of idle dreamers. "And what of the second possibility?" Guion timely offered a remark. After a brief pause, under the watchful gaze of all present, Lewis gradually articulated his perspective. "The second possibility, I boldly speculate, is that the Roger Pirates would disband upon reaching the pinnacle of power." In an instant, the entire conference room fell into silence. To be continued. Chapter 046. Roger's time is short. This statement was indeed quite shocking. The previously serene atmosphere transformed into a cacophony as people began to whisper among themselves, filled with disbelief. Clearly, skepticism permeated their demeanor. However, Lewis did not intervene, for the assertion was undeniably perplexing. Having ascended to the pinnacle of piracy as the Pirate King, Roger had achieved an unprecedented status in the realm of pirates. And the implications of such a statement regarding their disbandment were staggering. Without substantial evidence, convincing them would prove difficult. As they deliberated the potential dissolution of the Roger Pirates, Admiral Sengoku suddenly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Silence!" The force of his strike cracked the meeting table. At this, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned to Lewis, eager to discern how he had arrived at such a conclusion. Calmly, he rose and distributed the prepared documents to everyone present. He then spoke. "I fully understand your doubts, hence the inclusion of the term bold in my assertion. However, as the saying goes, verify with caution, hypothesize boldly. My conclusion is not without foundation. Now, please refer to page 10 of the documents regarding the information on Caracas." As he finished speaking, the sound of rustling papers filled the meeting room. After reviewing the content, the attendees found nothing amiss. It merely indicated that Roger had recently invited a new ship's doctor aboard. Without further ado, Lewis continued. This individual boarded the ship at Twin Capes during the Roger Pirates' renewed voyage along the Grand Line. He was originally a lighthouse keeper and a part-time physician, renowned for his exceptional medical skills. However, since his arrival, Kazan and Karp, during your pursuit of the Roger Pirates, did you notice any anomalies? He shifted his gaze towards the adjacent Kazan and inquired. Upon hearing this, Kazan furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding slowly. Indeed, there was something amiss. When the Roger Pirates appeared in the first half of the Grand Line, Mr. Karp insisted on pursuing them together. As you know, my abilities are quite effective for intercepting foes. And as Lewis has pointed out, unlike before, I did not witness Roger himself engaging in combat. It was primarily his first mate, Rayleigh, and the combat unit leader, Jabba, who faced us. After pushing us back, they swiftly retreated from the battlefield. At the time, I overlooked it, but reflecting now, perhaps Roger encountered some trouble. Before Lewis could speak again, Sakazuki interjected. Such an important matter, and you never mentioned it before? Embarrassed, Kazan scratched his head, admitting that he had forgotten. With an irritated tch, Sakazuki said no more, instead insisting that Kazan must treat him to drinks that evening, or else the matter would remain unresolved. This remark finally roused the usually passive Professor Bo, who enthusiastically chimed in, stating he would join them for drinks and suggested unwinding at a newly opened foot massage parlor afterward. As the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, the air marshal felt compelled to intervene, reflecting sorrowfully on the future of the Navy with these three as its leaders. His spirits lifted slightly upon focusing on Lewis, grateful for his presence and dreading the thought of what the Navy would become under his command. Once the ambience returned to normal, Lewis continued the analysis based on Kazan's earlier comments. As Kazan has rightly pointed out, it is highly plausible that Roger has encountered some dire predicament. After all, the Roger pirate style does not lend itself to easily inviting new members aboard, especially considering they lack any subordinate pirate crews. Now, I urge you to turn to page 18, which details the procurement projects of the Roger Pirates. There is one item that warrants our attention, the powerful analgesic, Feralide, known for its severe side effects. After flipping through the pages, Sengoku interlaced his fingers, resting them on the table as he shared his thoughts. This drug, Feralide, I have heard of it. It is primarily circulated in the gray and black markets of illegal clinics, and even among CP organizations. Unless absolutely necessary, its use is typically avoided due to its life-draining side effects. Moreover, most users. At this point, Sengoku seemed to recall something, abruptly realizing the implication. He turned to Lewis and exclaimed in horror. So you believe the disbandment of the Roger Pirates is due to their captain's impending demise? Indeed, upon thorough consideration, this is the only plausible conclusion. The newly invited physician, the hasty behavior observed, and the life-draining analgesic. All these pieces of evidence point to a significant health crisis afflicting Captain Roger. If it were anyone else, even Rayleigh, the first mate, in a similar situation, the outcome would not be the same. Affirming Sengoku's statement, Lewis declared, Roger cannot have long to live. This revelation was indeed unexpected, causing even the usually irreverent Professor Bo to adopt a serious tone. The gravity of the situation had surpassed his expectations. Kazan and Sakazuki also wore solemn expressions, acknowledging the profound impact of this news. As the atmosphere settled, strategist Crane posed a question. While we are unaware of how much time Roger has left, if the Roger pirates are indeed on the verge of disbandment, should we target other crew members such as Rayleigh and Jabba? However, opinions diverged among the group. Some argued for the immediate capture of all members, advocating for imprisonment in Impel Down or even capital punishment. Others contended that the Navy should not expend resources on these pirates who posed little threat anymore, emphasizing the need to focus on the few pinnacle pirates in the New World. The debate escalated, reflecting a classic factional struggle. Yet, Kazan and Sakazuki maintained their composure, refraining from voicing any opinions during this unrest. Observing the mounting tension, Admiral Sengoku once more assumed the role of mediator, suppressing both sides before pondering how to resolve the issue. At this moment, Air Marshal Kong concluded the meeting by surveying the room and summarizing, "As for this matter, let us set it aside for now. Ultimately, this is merely a hypothesis with a significant probability. Moreover, even if Roger is indeed in dire straits, they have not yet disbanded. That will be all for today's meeting. After you leave, I expect each of you to submit a report outlining your views and strategies regarding this matter." Dismissed. Yes. Everything for justice. The attendees rose to salute before departing in small groups. Regarding the cautious summary of the empty Marshal, Lewis did not contest anything. Instead, he found it quite reasonable. As he mentioned, it was merely an inference, lacking direct evidence to substantiate that Roger was indeed nearing his end. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it further and turned to the still present figures of the chicken, dog, and monkey, smiling as he inquired, "Where shall we go for drinks tonight?" To be continued. Chapter 047. Crane, when will we get married? Rubbing his still heavy head, Lewis squinted in bewilderment, the remnants of a hangover weighing heavily upon him. Despite his enhanced physical condition compared to his previous life, he still felt the sting of discomfort, as if he had indulged to the point of oblivion. Glancing at his sleepwear and the familiar surroundings of his room, he was utterly perplexed as to how he had returned home. However, a glass of milk beside his bed and a note pinned underneath caught his attention. Picking up the note, he read the elegant handwriting. "If you're awake, drink the milk. Don't forget about today's appointment. P.S. You actually talk in your sleep, though I couldn't understand." Upon seeing this, Lewis realized who must have brought him home. How curious it was that typically one would expect a drunken girl to be escorted home, yet here he was, on the receiving end of care. This sensation of being looked after was rather pleasant. He lifted the cup, still warm, and drank it down in one go. Rising to wash up, he donned the suit gifted to him by teacher Zifa upon his graduation, then pushed open the door. The sunlight streaming in revitalized him, and after taking a deep breath, he felt as though he had been reborn. With a light step and a cheerful tune, he made his way to the Gion Villa. Upon entering the villa, he was met with the sight of the Sengoku General, teacher Zifa, and advisor Crane, all leisurely seated in the courtyard. Zifa and Crane appeared to be engaged in a hushed conversation, occasionally glancing at Lewis with smiles that felt slightly off. Why was no one speaking to him? It was a tad unsettling. Fortunately, the goddess of Gion timely intervened, dispelling the awkward atmosphere. Her attire was striking. A fishtail braid and a subtle makeup accentuated her beauty, while a white long dress could not conceal her alluring figure. The pink high heels paired with black thigh-high stockings showcased a spider tattoo on her left leg, adding an extra touch of allure. In response, our naval ensign thought, who could resist such a sight? He promptly approached her, gazing into her amber eyes, and began. "Last night, But Gion halted him with her actions, stepping into his embrace, her hands pressed against his chest, eyes closed, offering her soft lips. What was one to do when faced with such directness? Lewis, momentarily stunned, felt as though lightning had struck him, and after a brief shiver, he encircled Gion's slender waist, drawing them closer together. Ah, youth is indeed a splendid thing. Zifa, holding a cup of tea, regarded the pair with a fatherly warmth, feeling a sense of pride as he observed this blossoming romance. Finally, the wild boar of his household had come to appreciate the beauty of the cabbage. Who could argue otherwise? Sengoku remained composed, yet he too felt happiness for the couple. So, when will you have little sailors? He inquired. Lewis coughed nervously. Calm down, calm down. Meanwhile, Advisor Crane turned to Zifa, initiating a discussion about the couple's impending nuptials. After their embrace, it dawned on them that there were others present in the courtyard. However, they were not shy youngsters. Gion linked her arm with Lewis's and confidently approached the three elder gentlemen to offer their greetings. Without the need for excessive words, the smiles of the three conveyed a wealth of blessings. After bidding their farewells, they departed, feeling the soft warmth of Gion's touch on his arm. Lewis was somewhat dazed. Had they just become a couple? The suddenness was overwhelming. But gazing at Gion's radiant smile, he decided not to dwell on it. Why fret over the process when the outcome was delightful? They headed to the port, boarding a ship bound for the Shambadi Islands, embarking on their weekend getaway. After disembarking at Area GR60, Gion eagerly pulled him northward, directing them to the Soap Bubble Park in Area 30. The sky was filled with soap bubbles reflecting a spectrum of colors, and with a lovely companion by his side, it truly felt like a dream. However, unexpected events are always lurking. Hey there, young man. Interested in making a deal? As they entered Area 20, Lewis was surrounded by a group of individuals who clearly had malintent, suddenly recalling that this was seemingly a lawless zone. Surveying the sinister group, he thought, a business deal? Surely, they intend to sell Gion and me. TSK, this must be the consequence of good looks. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, dispatching them effortlessly, leaving no survivors. Human traffickers must face justice. After swiftly dealing with them, he continued on with Gion, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Yet, upon stepping into the lawless territory, not again, Lewis lamented, realizing that he would rather have taken a detour than pass through here. They had already encountered 5 or 6 similar groups along the way. Did they truly appear so vulnerable? Noticing Lewis's dejected expression, Gion found it amusing and remarked, perhaps it's your youthful appearance. You may be tall, but you don't seem threatening, especially without your justice flag. Upon hearing this, Lewis absent-mindedly stroked his chin and mused, perhaps I should grow a beard? That might make me look more mature. Hey there, miss. You shouldn't hang out with this pretty boy. I know a great place that will surely please you. One of the ruffians leered at the stunning Gion, his gaze filled with lust. This was truly outrageous. But as the saying goes, beauty is a double-edged sword. Perhaps due to their offense against Gion, Lewis smirked and said, you should handle this group yourself. Without hesitation, a fierce aura emanated from Gion, her sharp intent awakening the brash ruffians who dared to speak out of turn. Just as she prepared to act, a purple glow enveloped them. In an instant, they were all forced to the ground, contorted in pain, unable to utter a word due to the oppressive pressure of the purple light. Witnessing this, Lewis raised an eyebrow. The scene before him felt eerily familiar. This must be the power of a devil fruit. And then, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a figure appeared before Lewis and Gion, declaring, such filthy scoundrels are truly repulsive. Thus, punishment is warranted. Are you both unharmed? With that, the figure intensified their efforts, embedding the thugs into the ground. Grinning at this gallant savior, Lewis asked, thank you for your intervention. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am. To be continued. Chapter 048. The Navy's Generous Treatment. Your Highness is a title I do not deserve. I am but a wanderer known as Ishao, clad in a purple bathrobe reminiscent of the original text, wielding a cane sword, and shuffling along in wooden clogs. However, what astonished Lewis was Yi Zhao's striking eyes. Black and white, brimming with life. After a moment's contemplation, he felt a sense of relief, pondering that perhaps some event in the subsequent 2 decades had led to his self-inflicted blindness. Yet you claim to be a wanderer? A wanderer who can summon meteors at a whim is a novel encounter for me, Lewis mused. Staring at Lewis's handsome face, Xiao felt a flicker of familiarity, as if they had crossed paths before, but the oddness of his expression prompted him to dismiss the feeling and inquire. Is there something amiss that warrants your unwavering gaze upon me? Waving his hand, Louis, realizing his rudeness, offered an apology, indicating that it was his own fault. Nearby, Guillaume observed her boyfriend's demeanor with curiosity and asked, "This gentleman, Xiao, is there an issue? I wish to invite Mr. Xiao to join the Navy." Louis chuckled softly in response, but upon turning to look, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Xiao was efficiently rummaging through the pockets of the incapacitated ruffians, nearly stripping them of their undergarments. With his abilities, he controlled a pile of wallets, opening each with precision and counting the contents, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. Clearly, this haul was quite lucrative. This audacious act left Louis utterly speechless. "Brother, is it truly necessary? Are you so destitute that you might have gambled away your fortune?" Xiao, caught in the act, sheepishly touched his round head and replied, "I beg your pardon, esteemed gentlemen. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, my funds have dwindled to a mere pittance, hence my current actions. I hope for your understanding. It matters not. These scoundrels are hardly deserving of sympathy. But what are your plans moving forward, Mr. Xiao?" Louis shrugged nonchalantly, then shifted the conversation to inquire about his future itinerary. Xiao, unreserved, candidly shared his forthcoming goal, visibly excited. "A new casino has recently opened in Chambord, rumored to be quite splendid. My gambling instincts are stirring, and I am eager to explore it." Upon hearing this, Louis's eyelids twitched. "Ah, a seasoned gambler, are we? Ready to squander your newfound wealth at the casino?" Yet, he refrained from offering counsel, recognizing that it was Xiao's own affair. "Ahem, I have a suggestion. Please hold for a moment." As Xiao prepared to leave to satiate his gambling urges, Louis quickly called out to him. "Is there something else you require?" Xiao inquired, puzzled. Before he could introduce himself, Louis stated, "I am Rear Admiral Louis of the Navy headquarters, and this is my girlfriend, Guillaume, a Vice Admiral. Delighted to make your acquaintance, Rear Admiral Louis, Vice Admiral Guillaume. However, your name, Louis, Bloodlion?" After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao's demeanor shifted upon recognizing Louis's name. As he reflected, "Ah, that explains the sense of familiarity. I frequently encounter this name in the newspapers." The moniker Bloodlion carries significant weight, particularly among pirates, while the common folk hold him in high esteem. Having gleaned Louis's reputation from the press, Xiao understood that he was merciless towards rogues yet compassionate towards the populace, a quality he genuinely admired. However, he couldn't help but wonder how a rear admiral became romantically involved with a vice admiral. Yet, Louis's handsome visage provided the answer. It was simply due to his allure. Reflecting on this, Xiao touched his own face, reminiscing, "In my youth on our island, I was also renowned as a handsome lad. Alas, the trials of life have taken their toll, leaving me with a weathered visage. Given your age, you indeed resemble an elder." As Xiao lamented his appearance before Louis, he was met with a look of bewilderment. Before long, Xiao regained his composure and asked directly, "So, Rear Admiral Louis, what brings you to seek my company?" Dispensing with pleasantries, Louis stated plainly, "Your skills are remarkable, Mr. Xiao. I am willing to act as your guarantor and formally invite you to join the Navy." If this illustrious individual were to join the Navy, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. It must be noted that while he was certainly formidable, he had not yet reached the apex of his potential. In a few years, he would likely ascend into that realm naturally. His strength lay in his strategic significance. Why is the Navy and government at a loss against the Golden Lion? Because he can fly. For those who cannot fly, the solution is simple. If you can't defeat me, I shall simply take to the skies. This inherently places one in an unbeatable position. Furthermore, he could provide the Navy with an aerial force, which would be pivotal for gaining air superiority, a decisive factor in warfare. Numerous examples abound, and I shall refrain from listing them all. Indeed, the first and second points can be combined. I shall harass you from above. If you cannot best me, I shall flee. After a time, I will return to disrupt you again, and then take flight once more. Ah, what a game! However, there is a third point that relates to Louis's plans. If all goes smoothly, It would indeed be extraordinary. Upon hearing Louis's invitation to join the Navy, Yi Xiao felt a surge of interest but hesitated. The reason for his hesitation was quite simple, the matter of the Navy's compensation. Thus, Yi Xiao posed an inquiry regarding pay and gambling. Rear Admiral Louis, I am grateful for your invitation and am eager to join the Navy. However, what of the compensation? Louis had anticipated a more philosophical question regarding the Navy's justice. But considering Yi Xiao's youth, approximately 30 years of age, and the absence of any life-altering events that led to his blindness, it was understandable. He remained a fervent young man, not the middle-aged figure he was in the original narrative. Subsequently, Louis elaborated on the Navy's compensation structure. Yi Xiao's spirits soared upon hearing it. He even made an instantaneous decision. Saving money would be impossible. With provisions and housing covered, why save at all? It was time to revel in life. Moreover, the Navy headquarters was conveniently close to the Chambord archipelago, allowing for daily visits. Rear Admiral Louis. No, I mean, esteemed Rear Admiral. I am eager to contribute to justice and make my mark. Please, allow me to join the Navy. Witnessing Yi Xiao's solemn declaration, akin to an oath, Louis was immensely pleased. This was a significant gain. Come, come. We shall soon be colleagues. Let us not stand on ceremony. With your prowess, you will surely rise through the ranks swiftly. Tonight, let us find a place to celebrate with a drink. With that, Louis and Yi Xiao linked arms, ready to depart. Guion, what about my Kimburo? To be continued. Chapter 049, Exercise Moderation, Young Man. Let it be said, if one were to ignore their girlfriend and indulge in drinking at such a moment, the consequences could be dire. Do not inquire how I know this. Fortunately, our distinguished Louis swiftly realized the situation and hurried to explain to Guion, alleviating her murderous intent. However, primarily, it was due to the fact that she could not bear to part with her boyfriend. Apologies, Yi Xiao. Perhaps you might wait for us at the naval base nearby? I will ensure that the personnel there are informed in advance. Rest assured. Louis's suggestion reminded the brother of the newly opened casino, and he mused, I think I shall first indulge myself at that casino. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise? Without further ado, they exchanged contact information and, in Yi Xiao's presence, connected with the naval base commander at Chambord. After a brief discussion, they parted ways. I eagerly anticipate the sight of justice enveloping you. As they bid farewell to Yi Xiao, admiration for this benevolent tiger from the original story lingered in Louis's heart. It was simply because he held the welfare of the people dearly. Let us continue our date. With that, he took Guion's hand, a smile illuminating his face, and they proceeded towards the area of Soap Bubble Park. Along the way, no distressing incidents occurred, and the two enjoyed their time at the park, filled with laughter and exclamations of joy. As evening descended, had it not been for Yi Xiao's inquiry, this couple would have likely continued their revelry. Upon returning to the naval base, they found a radiant Yi Xiao awaiting them at the entrance. Yi Xiao, it seems you had a fruitful day, Louis teased. From the looks of it, you must have triumphed at the casino. Ha ha ha, a modest gain, just a modest gain, Yi Xiao said, patting his round head, though his smile belied his humility. Shortly after, the base commander approached, warmly welcoming the trio and ensuring their accommodations were arranged with great hospitality. Managing the Chambord Islands requires either capability or profound connections. After all, this place is rife with complexities and power struggles. One misstep could lead to serious repercussions. It is imperative to remember those who must not be offended, such as Louis and Guion. Louis is undoubtedly destined to be the future naval leader, and Guion, being a vice admiral and sister to a high-ranking officer, is well acquainted with the naval elite. As for Yi Xiao, although his special attributes remain unclear, he is a person personally entrusted by Louis, which foretells a promising future within the Navy. In summary, simply ingratiate oneself, and there may be opportunities to speak favorably before the great generals or the air marshal, leading to certain promotions and pay raises. After sharing dinner in the mess hall, Yi Xiao expressed his admiration, but soon realized that it was growing late, prompting everyone to retire for the night. Naturally, Guion and Louis shared a room. Louis, playfully, what is it? Curiously, it is time to sleep, eagerly. Oh, then I shall take a shower first. flustered together. Excitedly, the night passed, and Lewis finally reached adulthood. At dawn, the three embarked on a ship returning to Marineford. On board, witnessing Lewis's fatigue and the dark circles under his eyes contrasted with Guillaume's radiant appearance, Ishao gently patted Lewis's shoulder, advising him earnestly, "Lewis, dear brother, though you are young, it is vital to exercise moderation." Lewis, at a loss for words, could not find a way to explain his predicament. It was simply beyond his control. Alas, it was too tempting to resist. Then, as if struck by a thought, Lewis suddenly slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten to inform the Marine admirals about Ishao. With that, he retrieved his transponder snail, preparing to relay this information to his superiors. Meanwhile, in the Air Marshal's office, had they specifically summoned Carp and the others? What on earth transpired? Seated at the head of the table, the Air Marshal's expression was grim. In attendance were Sengoku, Zephyr, Carp, Crane, and the trio of Chicken, Dog, and Monkey. The arrival of CP was met with palpable hostility, particularly from the irascible Carp, who, had it not been for the presence of his fellow Marines, might have unleashed a fiery greeting. After all, the animosity between the Navy and CP was long-standing, largely due to the Elder Stars. Imagine if the most formidable armed force and the greatest intelligence agency were to coexist harmoniously. That would spell disaster. Nevertheless, the trio from CP appeared unfazed by the Navy's animosity, perhaps due to their masks. "How about we proceed based on my expression?" It seems that the Bloodline Rear Admiral is absent. As the words left his lips, the leader of CP removed his mask, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty, a smile gracing his lips, with golden shoulder-length hair and azure eyes. Lewis would undoubtedly recognize her. She was Stussy, the Queen of Happy Street from the original Cake Island arc. "Oh dear, Lewis is still en route. Let us address the matter directly, for we are all pressed for time," Akiji remarked, somewhat irritated. He had been enjoying a peaceful slumber in the office only to be summoned to this bewildering meeting instigated by CP. The others, Bo, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane, sipped tea, clipped their nails, all maintaining an expressionless demeanor. As for Carp, he had already begun to doze off. "Very well, but I was hoping to meet the infamous Bloodline." Stussy feigned disappointment before swiftly adopting a serious demeanor, addressing the high-ranking Navy officials present. "According to our CP intelligence, the Roger pirates have returned from the Final Sea. Soon, the world will learn of Roger's conquest of the Grand Line. Therefore, the 5 esteemed individuals have commanded us to eliminate the Roger pirates by any means necessary." Upon hearing this news, though the gathered officials were somewhat prepared, the gravity of the revelation left them stunned. This was an unprecedented achievement, even if he was a vile pirate, especially for Sengoku and his colleagues, who had been entangled with the Roger pirates for nearly half their lives. Their sentiments were undeniably complex. Roger has reached the pinnacle. To be continued. Chapter 050. The Birth of the Pirate King. GOLD. Roger conquers the Grand Line. The emergence of the pirate monarch. Astonishing revelations about Roger. Articles detailing these events were published in newspapers and dispatched across the globe, etching the name Roger deeply into the hearts of the populace, who were all astounded by this unprecedented occurrence. The common folk were filled with trepidation, speculating on the malevolent nature of this pirate king. Meanwhile, the pirates sang raucously, raising their cups in celebration of their king's ascent, some even aspiring to join his ranks and serve him. What nonsense! If Roger had not spurned me, we would have already conquered the world. Those deluded fools must be beside themselves. Slamming the newspaper onto the table, Shiki scoffed at the news of Roger's triumph. To him, a throne attained without the forge of iron and blood was nothing but a hollow facade. A true king who commands the masses is not proclaimed. He is forged through battle. The subordinates beneath him dared not utter a word, fearing that any ill-considered remarks might provoke the wrath of their irate commander. Send forth a decree. Immediately increase our ranks, and spare no effort in locating the whereabouts of Roger's pirate crew. Yes, sir. Without further ado, he unleashed his powers and ascended into the air, his unyielding gaze piercing through the clouds. Shiki envisioned the roaring seas below, his thoughts a tempest, Roger, is this what you call dreams and perseverance? To conquer the Grand Line? Yet you have yet to conquer me, the Golden Lion. If fate truly exists, then in your destined conclusion, only the word failure awaits. In stark contrast to the defiance of the Golden Lion, Whitebeard was overwhelmed with sentiment. Sitting upon a grand sofa, cradling his distinctive wine bowl, he stared intently at the amber liquid within, motionless. He saw his past unfold like a cinematic reel, but since departing from that brilliant era, few from his generation remained. Now, upon hearing the news of Roger's ascendance, Whitebeard felt a mix of nostalgia and joy. They were both rivals and friends. Seeing his comrade fulfill his dream, he was eager to extend his heartfelt congratulations. Having no further desires, he merely wished to be a loving father, relishing the hard-earned bonds of family. Thus, he looked up, his eyes filled with the images of his loved ones. A profound sense of happiness enveloped him as he bellowed, "Come, my sons, join your old man for a drink." "Oh, father, I promise not to get drunk today." "Huh, you lack? Please. Who was the first to collapse under the table the day before yesterday? Jaws, you're no better." "Ha. Hey, Sachi, how can we drink without cherry pie? Hurry up. Damn teach. Can't you wait a moment?" This laughter and merriment were the treasures he cherished. "Roger, my dream has been realized." Meanwhile, on the island of Badalyra in the South Sea, a middle-aged man dressed simply and carrying a satchel disembarked from a passing ship. Standing at the dock, he gazed upon the unchanged little town, his heart brimming with nostalgia. "Rouge, I have finally returned." His murmured words were carried away by the wind as he took hesitant steps along the path of his memories. Along the way, no one recognized him. After all, it was difficult for people to connect the renowned pirate King Roger, who had conquered the Grand Line, with the ordinary middle-aged man before them. Greeting passers-by amicably, Roger resembled a laborer returning home. Excitement mingled with a tinge of fear. Roger was apprehensive, fearing that Rouge had not chosen to wait for him or that some misfortune had befallen her, leaving her no longer in this world. Standing at the door, he felt utterly lost, a stark contrast to the calm demeanor he had maintained in the face of the Golden Lion's vast forces. Suppressing his unease, Roger gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "Just a moment." A gentle female voice filled Roger with courage, and he trembled as he replied, "Rouge, it's me." Inside, there was a moment of silence, followed by hurried footsteps. Roger stepped back, and as he awaited with bated breath, the door slowly creaked open. "Roger, is it really you?" At the sight of him, Rouge's eyes glistened with tears. Biting her lip, overwhelmed with emotion, she leaped into Roger's embrace. Feeling her tears dampen his clothing, Roger held her tightly, closing his eyes and inhaling the scent of her hair. His heart found solace. After a tender moment, Rouge extricated herself from the long-missed embrace and gazed up at her beloved, her eyes red but smiling as she asked, "You haven't eaten, have you? You must be hungry. I'll go cook a few dishes. You can rest for now. If you're starving, there's fruit on the table. You can nibble on that." While speaking, she took his satchel from him and turned to enter the house. "Rouge, I want to eat." Roger smiled softly before stepping inside, calling out his culinary desires to Rouge. In stark contrast to Roger's blissful reunion, the Navy and CP were frantically searching for him. The pressure from above was immense, compounded by the desire to capture Roger for the monumental accolades it would bring. However, for Lewis, finding Roger was a relatively simple task. This was due to the information suppression brought about by the time traveler. Although the timeline had slightly altered under his influence, it did not affect the world as a whole. Thus, the equation of where Rouge is where Roger is still held true. Shall we go to the island of Badalyra in the South Sea to apprehend him? No, Lewis had no intention of doing so, not out of any sense of compassion, but because the cost of capturing Roger at this moment was far too high. Even though he was gravely ill, he still possessed the strength to fight. Why not wait another 2 years for his condition to further weaken? Moreover, even if they chose to pursue him at all costs, Roger had just become the Pirate King and had only enjoyed a few peaceful days with his beloved before being apprehended. Wouldn't he that raised some eyebrows? How would one explain it? By claiming it was mere luck? That would be rather implausible. The CP was a professional intelligence organization and had taken 2 years after Roger's execution to uncover the location of this island. Could Lewis possibly be more adept than the CP in this regard? Some might argue that in the original story, it was because someone reported that Roger might have had a child that the CP began their search. But did the Holy Land merely remain idle during those 2 years, doing nothing? The 800-year reign of Mary Ehua surely wouldn't overlook such possibilities. Would one truly believe that all celestial dragons are as foolish as portrayed in the original tale? Not to mention the 5 elders, who are celestial dragons of the highest order. There are also many elite celestial dragons serving in various institutions, providing the backbone for the government. Therefore, in summary, upon the news of Roger's ascendance, Mary Ehua would undoubtedly not let him slip away. To be continued. Chapter 051. Lewis. Who is stronger between him and me? In the vicinity of the Devil's Triangle, along the first half of the Grand Line, lies a rather concealed island known as the Welfare Institute. This island is home to numerous orphans, ostensibly rescued by the government from the clutches of pirates and other nefarious individuals. However, the truth is that most of these children were purchased from human traffickers across the globe. Notably, the nun Galmoros had engaged in such activities for decades before being devoured by Charlotte Linlin. It is worth mentioning that Mary Geos has a penchant for such practices, acquiring gifted youngsters from traffickers before their minds are fully formed, nurturing them collectively, and instilling a sense of loyalty to the government and gratitude for their supposed benevolence. Once these children mature, they are dispatched to various governmental institutions to serve as part of the apparatus. At this moment, a naval warship from the headquarters is navigating the waters near the Welfare Institute. Not far ahead, a pirate ship is desperately fleeing the bombardment from the warship. Each time the pirate vessel attempts to change course, cannonballs explode around it, forcing it into a straight trajectory, a scene reminiscent of a cat-and-mouse game. On the deck of the warship, Lewis and Yixiao are engrossed in 2 large bowls of ramen, occasionally exclaiming their satisfaction. Despite having mentioned it numerous times, the Navy's food is indeed quite commendable. Patting his somewhat rounded belly and gazing at the towering bowls, Yixiao remarks in admiration. Lewis, in agreement, nods and, after finishing the last bite of noodles, drinks the pork bone broth clean, inquiring, without a hearty meal, how can one possess the strength to capture pirates? It is the most fundamental necessity. By the way, have we ascertained the identities of those pirates? Report. Major General. The identities have been confirmed as the green-haired Gilbert pirates, with a bounty of 44 million berries. Green-haired? Hiss. That name carries weight. Lewis thinks to himself, taking a sip of tea and savoring it. He then turns to Yixiao, smiling as he asks, Brother, shall you go or shall I? Yixiao, having just stretched, pauses momentarily, then rises, unsheathing his staff sword and slowly approaching the edge of the deck. He teasingly responds, You, Major General, should rest. Such laborious tasks are best left to subordinates like myself. The Major, observing Yixiao's readiness for action, is filled with curiosity. Many have discussed this individual, whom Lewis has ardently recommended, with mixed opinions regarding his strength. Is he truly formidable? After all, he is a figure previously unheard of. It is said that Admiral Akainu, present at the time, engaged in a test of strength with him on a deserted island near Marineford. While the outcome remains a mystery, the Red Dog spoke highly of his prowess, claiming it rivaled that of his own cadre. If one were to assess his strength, he would certainly qualify for the rank of Rear Admiral. However, unlike the weakened state of the Navy post-War of the Best, the current Navy boasts a robust mix of seasoned veterans and promising newcomers, thriving in strength. After considerable contemplation, Marshal Kong finally conferred upon him the rank of Rear Admiral. Yet, Yixiao felt no dissatisfaction. Rather, he was quite content. He understood the bureaucracy of the system. Advancement is often predicated on seniority. Were he to ascend directly to Rear Admiral, it would undoubtedly incite discontent, potentially implicating Lewis, who recommended him. Moreover, the position of Rear Admiral is commendable, granting him substantial benefits and a bright future alongside Lewis. With a confident grip on his staff sword, Yixiao calls out towards the pirate ship, Gravity Blade, Sea Tiger. As he speaks, a purple energy aura envelopes the blade, and with a gentle swing, The energy hurtles towards the fleeing pirate vessel. Upon executing the strike, the ocean remains unchanged, devoid of any visible alteration. He then sheaths his blade and turns to the Major, stating, "There is no need to clean the battlefield. Proceed along the planned route to the Welfare Institute." But nothing happened. The pirates are still intact. "You must be jesting." The Major, bewildered, turns to Yi Xiao, hesitantly seeking confirmation from his superior, indifferently waving a hand. Lewis replies with a calm demeanor, as Yi Xiao said, "Continue on the predetermined course. Later, you may report to headquarters that the Gilbert crew can be removed from the wanted list." Just as the Major prepares to inquire further, he suddenly witnesses a dramatic transformation upon the surface of the sea where the pirate ship resides. The waters, influenced by the ability, surge violently, collapsing beneath, forming a ferocious tiger with its maw agape, which voraciously devours the pirate vessel from below. Before he can comprehend the situation, the sea swiftly calms, debris and bodies surfacing, while some surviving pirates call out for help. Even being captured by the Navy is preferable to drowning. The Major, regaining his composure, snaps to attention, saluting vigorously, "Understood. All for the sake of justice." Thus, the warship sails onward, crushing through the despairing gazes of the remaining pirates. Cold and merciless, Lewis harbors disdain within. Were they still hoping for rescue? They wreaked havoc upon the innocent, yet displayed no mercy when their victims pleaded for their lives. Let them feed the fish. After all is said and done, Yi Xiao returns to sit beside Lewis, lifting a still warm cup of tea, savoring a delightful sip. Compared to before, the respect in the eyes of the Navy personnel directed at him has noticeably intensified. After all, strength commands respect wherever one may be, especially in an institution as forceful as the Navy. No one wishes for a weak commander. The more formidable the leader, the higher their survival rate during missions. As Lewis observes Yi Xiao, he ponders other matters. Where does he truly stand in the vast ocean? Compared to the likes of Whitebeard and Sengoku, he falls short. In terms of battle experience, ability development, and the accumulation of haki, he lacks in all aspects. The four, dog, monkey, rooster, and tiger, occupy a similar echelon. In comparison to them, after careful consideration, he concludes that against Teacher Brook, his chances of victory would be slim. Without the foresight granted by observation haki, he would be relegated to a passive role. As for Aokiji and Akainu, the frigid temperatures and molten magma present formidable challenges. Indeed, both Aokiji and Akainu possess abilities capable of fundamentally altering the terrain, which poses a disadvantage to him, for he must constantly employ haki to withstand the harsh conditions, and the total amount of haki he possesses has its limits. Yet, opportunities are not entirely absent. As for the internal conflict between him and the Superman of Yi Xiao, each has its victories and defeats. One embodies sheer strength, while the other leans more towards control. In essence, one relies on the accumulation of dominance and physical prowess, demanding daily perseverance. The other, however, is rooted in the fruit of awakening or the exploration of new avenues. Perhaps one could attempt to learn from the tyrant bear depicted in the original work, elevating abilities to a conceptual level, just as Lewis was lost in contemplation. The Major approached to report, "Your Excellency, the Brigadier General, the island ahead is the orphanage." However, what? Lewis inquired, lifting his gaze. "We have discovered another vessel at the port." "Whose is it?" "It is." To be continued. Chapter 052. No one can steal what the Navy has set its eyes upon. Gazing at the flag, the Major whispered to Lewis, "It's a ship from CP." However, he paid little heed to it, for the presence of CP here seemed quite normal. The CP of the Navy headquarters, being an agency under the government, naturally held the right to recruit individuals from here. Nonetheless, the majority of personnel for the Navy came from conscription, with numerous families having served in the Navy for generations, making the number quite substantial. Hence, there was little need to visit the orphanage. What could they possibly select? One was a military force, the other an intelligence organization, with a significant disparity in personnel demands. The CP preferred to scout for exceptional talents here, and it was customary for them to do so every year. Once they returned to their headquarters, they would undergo indoctrination, instilling various ideologies, ultimately molding these individuals into sharp tools of the CP. Yet, Lewis merely glanced at them before losing interest, as the head of the orphanage had already arrived at the dock to greet him, appearing quite eager. As Lewis disembarked from the warship, a kindly-looking old man approached him, saying, "Major Lewis, I have been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me." "Thank you. I appreciate your assistance," Lewis replied with a polite smile. To be frank, this seemingly amiable old man was certainly not a good person. But what did it matter? After all, Lewis himself was not exactly virtuous. In truth, Lewis had come to the orphanage today to recruit individuals for his special squad. As for the name, he had yet to decide, including himself. There were currently only 3 members, Guion, Isha, and him. Were they strong? Indeed, but one could hardly execute special missions without recruiting additional talents. Thus, he considered the orphanage, hoping to find promising candidates to nurture. Particularly, as he perused the orphanage's list, a familiar name caught his eye: Rob Lucci, the man who had succumbed to the blood lock in the original story. Seeing the 6-year-old Lucci's photograph, Lewis was pleasantly surprised and confirmed that this was indeed the same Lucci who would later become the Leopard Man of CP9 in the original timeline. Since he had encountered him, why bother with CP? Wouldn't it be better to join the Navy? Without further ado, he retrieved the prepared documents from his pocket and addressed the old man. "I have come to take this little rascal with me and perhaps select a few more promising talents. Please bring him to me." After reviewing the documents, the head of the orphanage, with a hint of admiration, remarked, "Major Lewis, you truly have an eye for talent. Rob Lucci possesses the finest potential in this orphanage." "Let us hope he does not disappoint me," Lewis replied with a smile. However, at that moment, the old man's expression shifted to one of discomfort, and he awkwardly said, "But, Major Lewis, the CP has also set their sights on him and is currently in the yard negotiating with him. What do you suggest?" Lewis paused, raising an eyebrow, and assertively declared, "Once the Navy has chosen someone, not even CP can take them away. Then, I must request you to discuss this with them personally. I cannot afford to offend anyone," the old man stammered, feeling cornered. This old man was rather slippery, but Lewis was too apathetic to care. He had made up his mind. Not even Nika could stop him. This was his decree. "You all stay on the warship on standby. Isha, come with me." "Understood, Major." After issuing his orders, Lewis followed the old man with the formidable purple tiger towards the heart of the orphanage. Upon entering, he was surprised to see a CP member conversing with young Lucci. To his astonishment, he recognized this CP agent, the illustrious Stussy. Observing the woman, who appeared youthful despite being from the same generation as Charlotte Linlan, Lewis couldn't help but marvel at her timeless beauty. What sorcery was this? One must note that while Big Mom retained some allure, her figure had begun to show signs of wear, likely due to frequent childbirth. Yet, Stussy one could easily believe she was merely a few years older than Lewis. Overall, this was one of the unsolved mysteries of One Piece. Noticing the commotion as Lewis and his entourage entered, Stussy turned, her eyes widening with surprise. The Navy and CP had always been at odds, seldom greeting each other unless on official business. Yet, the current situation appeared to be directed at her. Furthermore, when had the Navy begun recruiting from the orphanage? To think the famed Bloodline Major would come here. She exclaimed, "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Stussy, currently serving as a commander in CP9. Upon seeing the remarkably handsome Lewis, even Stussy, with her years of experience as an agent, felt her heart stir, though she quickly suppressed it. He was far more striking in person than in photographs. Lewis, taken aback by her introduction, recalled that the commander of CP9 at this time should be Spandam. However, he soon understood the timeline had shifted due to the early execution of the O'Hara extermination order, likely leading to Stussy's ascension to CP0 before Spandam took command of CP9. Although the position of CP9 commander was technically subordinate to that of a rear admiral, Lewis chose not to accord her any deference, bluntly stating, "Pleased to meet you. We shall take this boy named Lucci with us. I kindly ask for your cooperation." "Lady Stussy, isn't that a bit presumptuous? One must adhere to the order of arrival, you know." "This child has already been selected by CP," Stussy retorted, her displeasure evident. Lewis turned to the old man, inquiring, "Has the process begun? Are the documents signed?" The old man, fearful of overstepping, quickly shook his head, indicating that it had not. "You see, Lady Stussy, since the process has yet to commence, this child remains a member of the orphanage, making the notion of first come, first served irrelevant." Stussy was taken aback. "How can you say such shameless words without flinching?" Meanwhile, Isha cast a peculiar glance at Lewis, thinking, can he really lie so brazenly? Seemingly unable to contain her rising ire, Stussy coldly asked, "What if I refuse?" "Then you would be making an enemy of the Navy," Lewis replied, unfazed, drawing his sword. Sakura 10, pointing its tip towards the ground, his expression calm. "I perceive that you do not regard me highly." Seeing this, Stussy wasted no time and immediately struck. To be continued. Chapter 053. Lucci, the Indomitable Navy. Lucci, with a bewildered expression, gazed at the two factions on the verge of conflict. From their previous conversation, it was apparent they were squabbling over him. Upholding a belief in strength, Lucci made his decision. Whoever emerged victorious would be his companion. It was no surprise when Lewis sprang into action. Did they truly believe that the CP9 commander was of a gentle disposition? "Finger gun, scatterflower," Stussy exclaimed, her slender, pristine fingers punctuating the air, producing a sharp sound as she unleashed a barrage of finger gun attacks, forming a deadly flower of death that surged toward her adversary. Naturally, the ever-smiling E could not simply stand by, but as he reached for his weapon, Lewis restrained him, grinning as he said, "Brother, I can't let you do all the fighting. I'm curious to test the prowess of this esteemed commander. Allow me to showcase my own skills, if you will." Unperturbed by the oncoming assault, Lewis nonchalantly withdrew a hand from his pocket, raising his index finger and gently tapping the air before him. A flash of blue-purple energy flickering past. Stussy felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Was she being belittled? Just a single finger? Didn't you also use just one finger? Lewis retorted, just as she prepared to mock him further. She was astounded to discover that her attack had shattered midair from that light tap. Observing her stunned opponent, Lewis kindly suggested, "Shall we end this swiftly? Should casualties arise, it would be quite troublesome when accountability comes into play." He wore an expression that conveyed he was genuinely considering her well-being. "Are you so certain I will lose?" This comment incensed the esteemed commander, her brows knitting together, veins bulging on her forehead, as she laughed bitterly. "I shall see just how formidable this blood lion truly is." While they possessed intelligence reports regarding Lewis, the information was limited and did not reflect his true capabilities. Only Spandam had witnessed his confrontation against Barrett, but his ineptitude prevented him from grasping the intricacies of a true battle. When questioned, he could only offer vague praises of extremely strong and impressive. Indeed, there were many who surpassed him in strength. However, the question remained, how strong exactly? Moreover, given the camaraderie between CP and the Navy, it would be ludicrous to seek out Lewis's information at naval headquarters. Thus, Stussy's actions were not merely about venting frustration, but also served a purpose of testing. Unaware of Stussy's intricate motivations, Lewis continued to smile, unbothered by her words, and even reminded her, "Oh, Stussy, I'm about to attack," in the tone of Kizaru. That tone was undeniably classic. Without affording her any time to respond, Lewis stomped onto the ground, raising his left hand to shoulder level, forming a fist to activate his power, enveloping himself in a blue-purple shield. With a mighty roar, he channeled energy from his waist, but deliberately slowed his pace, bringing his fist down with ferocity into the void before him. Shatter, primordial obliteration. Danger. The frantic warnings from his observation hockey and years of battle experience screamed at Stussy. Accepting this blow would be fatal. Without hesitation, she activated her moonwalk and soared into the air, yet the ensuing scene left her trembling in awe. The void shattered under Lewis's power. A fan-shaped wave of obliteration devouring everything ahead. There was no dust or smoke, and the sound was minimal. In mere moments, a third of the island housing the orphanage was irrevocably erased from existence, along with a significant expanse of the surrounding sea. Listening to the sound of seawater rushing in to fill the void, Stussy was overwhelmed with terror, her hair standing on end as cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Concluding that Lewis had shown restraint, had he not intentionally slowed down, she would not have had the chance to escape. Descending from the air, her body weakened. She nearly collapsed, but maintained her composure for the sake of her status. Forcing a trembling smile, she stammered in admiration, "Indeed, there is no falsehood in your reputation. Today, I have truly seen the light. With you here, the Navy's eradication of evil is imminent. As a brother institution, I sincerely hope for more opportunities to collaborate with you, Major Lewis." Casting a glance at Stussy, now drenched in cold sweat, Lewis mused to himself that her concept of evil truly required cleansing. Clearing his mind of distractions, he maintained his smile and remained silent. Though he felt the previous attack had drained him considerably, with a soft sigh, he reflected that perhaps age had limited him. After all, he was merely 20 years old. In the original narrative, there was only one individual who grew at such a remarkable pace. Nonetheless, such power was sufficient to quell any dissatisfaction or anger. The onlookers, having witnessed that terrifying strike, mirrored Stussy's sentiments. However, he was filled with awe, while the responsible party was engulfed in dread, pondering whether there had been any missteps during their earlier reception. As for Lucci, his initial feelings of fear and shock soon transformed into admiration. An admiration for power. In his 6-year-old understanding, this was the most formidable force he had ever witnessed. If a Navy major possessed such strength, what must the admirals and fleet admirals be like? At that moment, Lucci's mind was consumed with thoughts of the Navy. As for CP, forgive him, but he had already forgotten. With his short legs moving swiftly, he hurried to Lewis's side, gazing up at him with eyes full of adoration. Affection level, ruffling Lucci's little head, Lewis felt satisfied, pleased that his efforts had borne fruit. He then instructed the orphanage's director behind him, "Please, go over the procedures shortly. After the documents are signed, this child will accompany me back to headquarters. As for the losses here, let CP handle them." The elderly man dared not defy, his demeanor far more respectful than before, bowing deeply, nearly touching his head to the ground, humbly responding, "Yes, I shall obey your command, Lord Lewis. As for seeking reimbursement from CP, forget it. He lacked the courage for that, and would silently bear the burden himself." "Ah, Stussy, would you kindly wait a moment?" Observing Stussy, who had regained her composure but felt quite embarrassed, Lewis spoke gently. Our esteemed commander had no choice but to heed him, halting in her tracks, turning with a forced smile, asking, "Is there anything else you require, Major Lewis?" "Rest assured, all losses here will be covered by us at CP." There was no choice. His fists were formidable, and she had to swallow her pride. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lewis spoke with a meaningful tone. "By the way, have you ever considered switching sides, Stussy? I would be immensely pleased if you could join our Navy's intelligence department. As colleagues, it would be much easier to work together." Stussy. To be continued. Chapter 054. Come on, let us hurt each other. Is it really so brazen to poach someone? I am doing perfectly well in CP9. Why would I join the Navy? Stussy gazed at Lewis with an expression akin to incredulity, promptly declining, "I'm sorry, but I currently have no intentions of switching jobs. Moreover, from an administrative hierarchy perspective, I hold a position equivalent to that of a vice admiral in your Navy. However, Lord Lewis, you might consider joining us in CP. Come on, let us hurt each other. While your strength is indeed formidable, you are still merely a rear admiral and not yet in a position to make me yield." However, upon reflection, having Lewis join them in CP might not be out of the question. In fact, the upper echelons of CP had long been aware of Lewis, and they had previously hinted at this matter to Kong and Sengoku through the elders. The Navy and CP are both managed under the same leader, making personnel exchanges a common occurrence. Yet, it all comes down to the individuals involved. If they wish to transfer Lewis or Kuzan to CP, it would depend not only on their willingness, but also on the Navy's higher-ups, who would absolutely refuse such a proposition. After all, if they left, who would fill the next admiral's position? Naturally, Lewis himself would also be disinclined to leave. Why seek trouble when one can avoid it? Moreover, Remaining in the Navy affords him far greater autonomy than CP does. After all, he has no habit of being subservient. Living with integrity is far more preferable. A reaction that was entirely expected. Lewis felt no regret. It was merely a trial, after all. Stussy may not excel in direct combat, but when it comes to intelligence and assassination, she is unmatched. Now, that is called professionalism. In any case, he greatly admires her intelligence capabilities. If she could indeed join, the standard of the Navy's intelligence department would undoubtedly rise significantly. Then, a statement from Lewis halted Stussy in her tracks as she was about to leave. Though it is unfortunate, if I were to become an admiral, would you consider giving me a chance to collaborate, Lady Stussy? Stussy, however, casually replied, "Let us talk about it when you actually become an admiral." It was clear that this was a polite refusal. In her mind, if the next generation of admirals were to be elected, Lewis would undoubtedly have a position, given his potential and strength. It would be strange if he did not achieve such a rank. However, concerning the upcoming transition for the next generation, that is another matter entirely. Unless the elders approve an exceptional appointment of 4 admirals or Borisellino steps down, it would be impossible. Even if it were feasible, the internal dynamics of the Navy and the balance among factions cannot be overlooked. Nonetheless, Lewis smiled and said, "Since you've mentioned it, I shall take it seriously." Without further ado, Stussy turned and left. Unperturbed, Lewis shifted his focus to the newly acquired young admirer and inquired, "I read in the files that you are a devil fruit user?" Lucci nodded vigorously, then immediately showcased his powers. The leopard head, Lucci made his entrance. Remarkably, unlike the imposing and majestic transformation depicted in the original story, he now resembled a small, adorable cub. However, Lewis felt a twinge of regret. Undoubtedly, Lucci possesses exceptional talent. Yet he is hindered by this ordinary Zoan-type fruit. If only he had an ancient type, it would surpass this Paramecia fruit by far. Let us not entertain the notion that there are no superior fruits, only superior users. That is merely self-soothing. Among the greatest forces upon the seas, who possesses inferior fruits? Yet there is little to be done. One cannot expect Lucci to regurgitate his fruit, can they? Casting these thoughts aside, Lewis addressed the small leopard. "It would be a waste of your talent to grow here. Once we return, I will recommend you to teacher Zifa to become his disciple. When you reach an appropriate age, you can formally join the Navy and become my direct subordinate." Does that sound agreeable? Though phrased as a question, the implications of Lewis's words solidified Lucci's future. Yet he did not mind this assertiveness. In fact, he was quite thrilled. After all, this was a request from his idol. How could he refuse? Thus, he thumped his chest with conviction, declaring he would diligently train and learn within the Navy, striving to join Lewis's direct team as soon as possible. The nearby purple tiger remained silent throughout, save for the initial moment when he almost intervened. He cast a glance of mild delight towards Lucci. With him, the team now consisted of 4 members. As the elder brother of the group, it was his duty to look after the newcomers. He quickly voiced his assurance that he would take good care of him at the headquarters. Lewis naturally welcomed this, for harmony within the team is quite desirable. Just, let us not involve Lucci in gambling. After completing all necessary procedures, the trio departed the premises, leaving behind 2/3 of the orphanage and a sorrowful caretaker. The return journey was relatively tranquil, encountering only 2 or 3 insignificant pirate crews. They were so inconsequential that neither Lewis nor Yixiao needed to intervene. Lucci handled the situation single-handedly. Relying on his Zoan powers and having trained for a year or 2, he dominated the pirates, leaving the observing lieutenant in awe. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the child was merely 6 years old. Is this truly a 6-year-old? Absolutely astonishing. Upon returning to headquarters, Yixiao signed in, greeted everyone, and swiftly departed, eager to indulge in his newfound vice at sobriety. Clearly, his gambling addiction had resurfaced. Lewis paid it no mind. It was merely a personal preference. He then led Lucci towards Zifa's residence. Along the way, Lucci marveled at the magnificent Marineford fortress and the formidable soldiers exuding an air of authority, feeling a surge of excitement as he exclaimed, "So this is the Navy headquarters, Marineford? His reaction mirrored that of his initial arrival. Despite having seen it in the original anime, the sense of awe could only be genuinely appreciated in person. Lewis smiled gently and said to the little leopard, "Come, I'll take you to meet Teacher Zifa." In the courtyard, Lewis sat opposite Zifa, while Lucci, with his small hands behind his back, maintained a serious demeanor beside his idol, occasionally pouring tea and water with great attentiveness. "Is this the child you brought back from the orphanage? You even had a skirmish with CP over this?" Zifa inquired, taking a sip of tea and glancing at Lucci with a smile. Lewis nodded, his expression revealing his satisfaction. Observing his beloved disciple's demeanor, Zifa refrained from elaborating further. He trusted Lewis's judgment. After all, Yixiao was a prime example. However, I must remind you that he can only enter the new recruits camp after graduating from the Navy school. As for training, he can come here regularly. Of course, you have the final say. Lewis waved his hand dismissively. After engaging in light conversation for a while, Lewis took his leave with Lucci to enroll him in the Navy school. However, they encountered a familiar face peering through the school's fence. "What are you doing here?" There is further explanation about the Naval Academy. This is the dividing line. Regarding the Naval Academy, its existence is unequivocal. Otherwise, how could the educational needs of the offspring of naval officers be addressed? Thus, the establishment of this Naval Academy is warranted. Chapter 055, Warring States. Are you serious? Kazan, what are you doing here? This fellow, dressed in casual attire and sporting round sunglasses, seemed intensely focused on something beyond the railing. Lewis, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired aloud. As for how he recognized him, it was obviously the afro. The blue chicken turned back to him, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Once they drew closer, he lowered his voice and asked, "I'm here to see how Robin is doing. By the way, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Lewis was taken aback, instinctively contemplating their age difference. His gaze toward Kazan gradually turned more perilous, and he couldn't help but warn him, "Kazan, I must caution you. We in the Navy cannot engage in such sordid affairs." Wait a moment. Is there some sort of misunderstanding here? What have I done?" The blue chicken felt unjustly accused, asserting, as a dignified vice admiral, a future admiral at that. "How could I possibly behave in such a manner? Tailgating a girl? Ridiculous. I'm merely concerned about her well-being." "Oh, for heaven's sake. You're getting flustered. The ice flow." Hey, don't make a move." Lewis quickly intervened, stopping Kazan, whose face had turned crimson. After some persuasion, Kazan firmly grasped Lewis's shoulder, his expression gentle, signaling that unless he treated him to drinks that evening, this matter would remain unresolved. Meanwhile, Lucci looked on in utter bewilderment. Is this the world of adults? So incomprehensible. After signing a series of unequal treaties, Kazan finally relented. He then explained to Lewis that ever since O'Hara was obliterated by the Buster Call, he had made a special trip to the headquarters registry office to transfer Robin's household registration to his name, designating her as a distant relative. Of course, she continued to live with Admiral Tsuru. Furthermore, he leveraged his connections to place her in the best class at school as a transfer student. Concerned that Robin might be bullied, thus he came to investigate. Having expressed his earnestness, Kazan then noticed the small child beside Lewis. After gleaning the backstory through their conversation, he leaned in curiously and whispered, "You truly have high hopes for this child?" Lewis smiled and nodded, affirming his stance, and with a pat on Lucci's shoulder, Kazan refrained from further comment. Upon entering the school to finalize Lucci's enrollment with the principal, they then strolled leisurely toward the headquarters building. "I hope you excel in the Navy, surpassing your original portrayal." "Ah, Lewis, what brings you here?" Admiral Sengoku greeted warmly from behind his desk. The plaque above read "Justice Reigning Supreme," exuding a commanding presence that conveyed determination and hope. After standing at attention and saluting, Lewis took his seat, adhering to decorum. He held deep respect for the admiral, who had dedicated a lifetime to the Navy. Though Lewis had planned this visit, he felt a pang of hesitation. In the imminent era of great piracy 2 years hence, the Navy must seize the opportunity to enact change, even reform. Otherwise, the notion of justice would appear hollow. A true force for justice should not become mere watchdogs. Thus, the attitude of this admiral, Sengoku, the future fleet admiral, was of utmost importance. He was a key ally to be won, or else progress would be stymied. But one must tread carefully, beginning with the issue of military funding. Lewis's demeanor turned serious as he placed his hands firmly on his knees, sitting upright. This solemn posture prompted Sengoku to lean forward, attentive to Lewis's forthcoming words. Reflecting on recent events, aside from the usual turmoil caused by the few pirates in the New World, everything else seemed fairly normal. Not keeping Sengoku waiting long, Lewis pondered for a moment before asking, "Admiral, will our military budget suffice this year?" Sengoku was taken aback, not expecting such a question. When did this young man start caring about budgetary matters? His expression turned somewhat grave as he leaned back in his chair, responding with resignation, "It's insufficient. The budget for Mariewa is excessively stringent. Even ordering a few warships requires meticulous budgeting." Pausing for a sip of tea, he stood and approached the window, surveying the headquarters' scenic view, watching the Navy soldiers energetically training in the square as he continued. "Additionally, due to various legal constraints, we cannot generate funds. You're aware of the current situation. Those pirates' power is growing by the day, and lacking military funds presents a dire challenge. The Navy has no one adept in economics, especially with the restrictions from Mariewa. However, there might be an alternative. Admiral, perhaps we could shift our perspective." "What do you mean? Do elaborate." Upon hearing Lewis's words, Sengoku redirected his gaze, his eyes tinged with anticipation. Without further ado, Lewis shared his thoughts. "Since we are prohibited from generating funds and illegal dealings are off the table, why not consider the finances of the pirates or some legendary treasures?" "Is that all?" "I expected a more substantial suggestion." Sengoku sighed internally, somewhat relieved, recognizing one cannot expect too much from a 20-year-old. "Lewis, these matters have been discussed with Akainu and the others long ago. The issue lies in how to locate them. Without clues, we lack the capacity. Essentially, this route is unfeasible. But you may not realize, I am well aware. For instance, the entire city of gold in Shandora would suffice to satiate the Navy." "Admiral, are you familiar with the legend of Shandora?" "Shandora? The fabled city of gold from the tales of the Great Liar, right?" Lewis nodded, affirming this was indeed the case. This revelation left Sengoku somewhat exasperated. The legend had circulated for centuries. To suggest finding it seemed like an international jest. He then earnestly cautioned, "Lewis, I understand your intentions. And it's not your fault, but there has been no news of the land of gold for hundreds of years. Finding it would be akin to chasing a dream." Yet, it was indeed true that most people across the seas had tacitly accepted the notion that it did not exist. Sengoku's skepticism was understandable. Lewis did not rush to counter but instead proposed a wager. "Admiral, if I can find it, I have a request." Upon hearing this, Sengoku chuckled dismissively. "You're still trying to play coy with me. Speak up, what's at stake?" "If I can find it, I would like to apply for the position of base chief at a branch in the Grand Line." To be continued. Chapter 056. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is just. To be frank, the concerns regarding the base commander are rather trivial. Once promoted to the rank of Major General, arrangements will be made for him to undergo training at various branches along the Grand Line, specifically referring to the G-series branches, such as G1. Lewis cannot possibly be unaware of this fact. He merely has to wait a few years until his qualifications accumulate sufficiently. Once he attains the rank of Major General, it will be a natural progression, a certainty. However, the fact that he explicitly brought this up and included it in a wager compelled Sengoku to ponder deeper implications. "Lewis, the position of Admiral is still premature for you," Sengoku remarked, somewhat exasperated. He had come to realize Lewis' true intentions, preparing for an eventual promotion to Admiral. Indeed, Lewis had set his sights on that prestigious position. Besides military achievements and, most significantly, combat prowess, seniority is indispensable. To assume command of a G branch is a necessary step within the Navy's internal hierarchy for those aspiring to the rank of Admiral. Sengoku did not outright refuse. After all, as the saying goes, a soldier who does not aspire to be a marshal is not a good soldier. Aspiring to the role of admiral should be encouraged, as it reflects ambition. If everyone in the neutral faction were like Pallisolino, the situation would indeed be dire. Professor Bo, there is nothing wrong with slacking off. Yet, as Sengoku noted, the position of admiral is indeed too soon for Lewis. Ideally, he should be promoted when Sengoku steps down as fleet admiral, at which point Lewis would be in his 40s, undoubtedly excelling in all respects, and even Mary Geos would have no grounds for objection. But what of now? Should he truly agree to this wager? Should he seek approval for the proposal of the 4 admirals? If so, Sengoku could fully accept it, even with great elation. Faced with Sengoku's dilemma, Lewis could roughly guess his thoughts and chose not to dwell further on the topic. Instead, he smoothly shifted the conversation to Katakuri. Upon mentioning this, Sengoku's demeanor remained calm, simply stating he had been retrieved. Yet, the anger in his tone was palpable. He was acutely aware of the intricacies involved, recognizing it as a transaction between Mary Geos and Big Mom. Although deeply angered, he understood it was the right course of action. Big Mom had leveraged the safety of allied nations to regain her most cherished son. Could Mary Geos refuse such a demand? If this situation were to escalate into adverse consequences, leading allied nations to lose faith in the government, what would become of the heavenly gold? The Navy's substantial budget is derived from these national taxes. Without military funding, how could the Navy progress? Contemplating this, he suddenly had a bright idea and remarked, "I propose that while the Golden Country venture seems dubious, there are other treasures worth pursuing. Have you heard of the Jade Glacier guarded by the 8 Treasure Navy in the Flower Country of the West Sea? Indeed, I nearly forgot about this treasure trove. Admiral, I understand your intent, and I shall set off immediately. As for the Golden Country, we can discuss it later. Hold on. I haven't finished my statement." Noticing Lewis was about to rush off to replenish the Navy's funds, Sengoku hastily stopped him. Watching Lewis' puzzled expression, Sengoku explained, "There are quite a few treasures within. How will you manage to bring them back?" In response, Lewis smiled mysteriously, indicating he had his methods. He then stood at attention, saluted, and was about to exit. Just then, Sengoku posed a question. "Lewis, is it truly just about the so-called military funds?" Upon hearing this, Lewis halted, refraining from turning around. Under the sunlight, the word justice emblazoned on his back appeared strikingly prominent. Without hesitation, he affirmed, "My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is just." Having spoken, he resumed his stride and exited. The sound of his footsteps faded, and the office returned to tranquility. After a considerable time, Sengoku finally lowered his head, scribbling with a pen on a blank sheet, only to crumple it into a ball and discard it, muttering Lewis' final words. "All is just." He then swiveled his chair, gazing at the plaque on the wall, his brow furrowing, his thoughts disquieted. The justice that reigns supreme. Would I witness such justice in my lifetime? The Navy and the government ultimately, all he could do was let out a resigned sigh. As Lewis traversed the headquarters, he was blissfully unaware of Sengoku's reaction. His mind was solely preoccupied with one thought: money, money, and more money. He promptly retrieved a den mushi from his pocket and dialed a certain gentleman still reveling at the casino. "Hello, is this Yoshio? A mission has come up. Hurry back. Just one more round. This is the last one. I'm betting big. 1 round. More like 1 billion. Ahem. The mission involves a pirate's treasure." He emphasized the word treasure. "Wait. I'll be there right away." The effect was immediate. After concluding the call, Lewis rushed to the harbor, presenting the signed documents to the port administrator. Once Yoshio returned and personnel were fully equipped, they could promptly set sail for the West Sea. Meanwhile, in Mary Geos, amidst the power dynamics, the 5 elders were engaged in discussion. Has the transfer of Katakuri been completed? The bald king inquired with an impassive expression. The curly-haired king nodded, confirming the matter was settled. Sitting on the steps, the bald king polished his sword with a nonchalant air, stating, "That woman's strength should not be underestimated. It is best if she maintains her composure. Speaking of which, the one who defeated Katakuri was that little fellow, right? Huh. By the way, CP9 Stussy has reported to me that he is quite arrogant, acting rather dominantly and snatching away those they had their eyes on." The golden-haired king chuckled, finding it rather amusing. The other subtly smiled, perceiving this merely as an inconsequential anecdote. The long-bearded king, standing, spoke softly. This young man possesses remarkable strength at such a tender age. He seems not far from the rank of admiral. Such talent is exceedingly rare in the government's history. Is the Navy's stance still the same as before? The curly-haired king sighed in resignation, expressing that if they could have absorbed Lewis into CP, they would have done so long ago. Unfortunately, the Navy treats him as a treasure, refusing to release their hold. Whenever the topic of Lewis arises with Kong or Sengoku, they immediately change the subject or fall silent. The bald king, having finished tending to his sword, rested it on his shoulder, gazing at his four colleagues with a distant look, suggesting, with the upcoming Navy reshuffle, should we not offer him a position? Palyasolino's recent behavior seems unusual, as if he is clearing a space for that young man. I wonder what his intentions are. If his strength is sufficient, we could promote him to admiral. But we must observe further. The bald king concluded, let us revisit this matter, perhaps let us see. To be continued. Chapter 057. A greeting upon the vast ocean. A majestic warship cleaved through the waves with unwavering strength. Seagulls soared intermittently into the sky, occasionally skimming the water's surface, and when wearied, perched upon the mast, their curious eyes observing the bipeds below, pondering their peculiar activities. Hey, Yishao, come out and bask in the sun. Don't sulk in your room, Lewis called out. Rapping on Yishao's door, his tone laced with consolation, though the mischievous upward curve of his lips betrayed his true sentiments. Inside, Yishao buried his head beneath the covers, utterly disinterested in the antics of his gleeful brother. It seemed he had retreated into complete isolation. The thoughts swirling into Zihu's mind were filled with regret for having agreed to gamble, reflecting on how he should never have engaged in such folly. Had he abstained, his finances would remain intact. Indeed, earlier, feeling somewhat bored aboard the ship, Yishao had suggested a game of chance with Lewis. A simple wager of guessing high or low. Yet, to his dismay, the seasoned gambler had been thoroughly stripped of his winnings, including the funds he had previously accrued from gambling in Shambodi. It was undeniably tragic. Noticing Yishao's reluctance to emerge, Lewis began to question whether he had gone too far. Perhaps he could engage in another round of gambling, intentionally losing his money to Yishao. As he pondered this, a naval officer approached, hands waving, jogging forward to salute with a look of respect, announcing, "Report, Major, we shall reach our destination in 2 hours." In response, Lewis turned, nodding in understanding, a gentle smile gracing his face as he said, "Thank you for your hard work." As he passed, he patted the officer's shoulder in acknowledgement. The young officer, invigorated, snapped to attention and exclaimed, "Yes, everything for justice." His gaze burned with admiration as he watched Lewis's retreating form. "See, I told you, Lord Lewis is so amiable to us humble soldiers," exclaimed one of the nearby onlookers, who quickly gathered around the officer. The naval officer nodded vigorously, marveling at Lewis's approachable nature. Despite his fearsome title of Blood Lion, he was the epitome of kindness, truly remarkable. If only the Navy could be led by Lord Lewis. Meanwhile, with his heightened perception, Lewis sensed the admiration surrounding him and smiled, reveling in the splendid feeling of being both respected and cherished. Yet, he did not consider it worthy of excessive praise. The Navy was comprised of countless soldiers, and he too was one among them. Although a clear hierarchy existed, they were comrades bound by life and death. After a moment of reflection, he dismissed these trivial thoughts and redirected his attention to the impending challenges posed by the 8 Treasure Navy. 2 primary concerns loomed: their leader, the notorious pirate Qing Jiao, and the Flower Kingdom backing the 8 Treasure Navy. Only by addressing these matters could the treasures within the Bayou Glacier be rightfully claimed by the Navy. Qing Jiao, once a formidable figure from the same era as Sengoku, had retreated into semi-obscurity after losing his prized spearhead in a duel with Carp. Rumor had it he was now training his grandson, Akai, as his successor. Nevertheless, possessing the formidable 3-color haki, he remained in his prime, maintaining a commendable level of skill, and his family's signature 8-punch technique was honed to perfection. His strength should not be underestimated. However, the real dilemma lay with the Flower Kingdom. As a member of the world government, any aggression against it without just cause would provoke the ire of Mariehua, and an investigation could unveil the Navy's clandestine funding activities. Such a predicament would be disastrous. Thus, it was imperative to, with this thought in mind, Lewis dashed towards Yi Xiao, employing both emotional persuasion and logical reasoning to coax the reclusive Zi Hu out of his shell. This is what you said. The mission's bounty has tripled. Yi Xiao lamented, feigning indignation. Reluctantly nodding, Lewis acknowledged that the treasure could not be touched, but he would later compensate Yi Xiao with his gambling winnings as a bonus. Once Yi Xiao received confirmation, he ceased his dramatics, raising his cane, and the entire warship began to ascend, soaring toward their destination. Ah, this ability is indeed quite useful, Lewis remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. It was undeniable. The allure of flight was irresistible, far superior to remaining earthbound. Yi Xiao shrugged, indicating it was manageable, and provided a forceful push from the stern, propelling the warship through the skies at an exhilarating speed. Soon, they arrived at their destination, yet the mournful wails from below left Lewis and Yi Xiao perplexed. What is happening? Please, stop crying, Master. Lord Hua of the 8 Treasure Navy awaits your response. If this fails, what of Master A Kai's marriage? A loyal subordinate implored, observing his distraught leader. Since Qing Jiao had discovered his inability to access the glacier and retrieve its treasures, he had resorted to lamenting weakly, his cries becoming routine for his subordinates. Initially, they would console him, but over time, they had grown accustomed to it. Once his outbursts subsided, he would return to his duties. If not for the urgency of the situation, his subordinate would not have dared to interrupt Qing Jiao's lamentations. Woe is me, my treasures. Cursed carp, I shall curse you. The same phrases echoed endlessly from Qing Jiao's lips. At that moment, a panicked voice rang out, "Look to the sky. What is that? It's coming towards us." Upon hearing this, everyone, including the weeping Qing Jiao, raised their gazes in astonishment, captivated by the shocking sight before them. A colossal meteor, ignited with flames and resonating with thunderous roars, hurtled swiftly toward them. A meteor. Panic ensued as they scrambled, unsure of how to react. Qing Jiao, snapping back to attention, sensed that this meteor bore significance. Yet, the immediate concern was to neutralize it. Thoughts raced through his mind as the meteor drew near the icy surface. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, channeling his energy and propelling himself into the air, Haki enveloping his fist as he delivered a powerful strike against the meteor. With a resounding crack, the meteor shattered upon impact, and Qing Jiao followed up with another swift blow. Amidst the cheers of the onlookers, it erupted into a cloud of dust and debris. Indeed, the legendary pirate, Qing Jiao, is formidable, came a mocking voice, causing Qing Jiao to become instantly alert. Who dares to show themselves? As the dust settled, Qing Jiao and his crew finally beheld the true culprit, the Navy. To be continued. Chapter 58. Ignition. A military vessel hovered in the air. With Lewis gripping the railing, his gaze fixed intently on the leading figure among the crowd on the ice, Green Pepper. Although his handsome face remained unchanged, the tone of his voice could not be described as merely similar. It was identical. After all, he is my direct subordinate. A smile emerged from the figure beside him, who scratched his head, a hint of pride in his voice as he asked Lewis, "How was my greeting just now?" The surrounding sailors couldn't help but twitch their lips at the absurdity of the remark. A greeting? More like a farewell before sending someone to the underworld. Summoning a meteorite was rather outrageous, wasn't it? My dear Brigadier, is this the level of combat power one expects from a brigadier? However, one must admit, this move was indeed intimidating. Yet in the presence of true powerhouses, it amounted to little more than a single attack. Green Pepper, at this moment, certainly belonged to that esteemed category. In the prime of his life, he had not yet deteriorated into the worn-out figure from over 20 years in the original narrative. As he gazed up at the military vessel, Green Pepper's expression grew serious. He had overheard the conversation between Lewis and his companion. The recent meteorite assault seemed to have originated from him, and he couldn't help but mutter, "A devil fruit user?" Their abilities bear some resemblance to that arrogant lion. Yet, the aura emanating from him, akin to that of a ferocious tiger, was undeniably formidable. Truly, the Marine headquarters, which has stood unwavering in the seas for 8 centuries, possesses immense depth. He then shifted his gaze and locked eyes with Lewis, who appeared utterly at ease. Noticing Green Pepper's gaze, Lewis even waved casually, as if he had already secured victory. Moreover, Blood Lion was also present, but the blatant indifference in his eyes sent shivers down even Green Pepper's spine. As a seasoned veteran of the seas, he was well aware of the might of various factions and their formidable figures. Even if one were the strongest man in the world, it did not guarantee invincibility or immunity to death. One must remain vigilant. Naturally, Green Pepper also recognized Lewis, the much-lauded rising star of the Marines. Although he held the rank of Rear Admiral, his illustrious record and overwhelmingly powerful abilities made it almost unthinkable for anyone to underestimate him. On board the warship, a smile appeared on the face of his companion as he eagerly inquired, "Lewis, should I go, or will you?" As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword staff, his intentions becoming quite evident. Lewis turned to him, a smile gracing his lips as he brushed back his slightly long hair and rested his hand on his waist, apologetically saying, "Brother, you need to conserve your strength for carrying things, my apologies. So I'm merely a tool for this task? What else could you be? Aren't you polite?" Yet, Lewis chose not to engage further in banter, for it would lead to an endless exchange. With a flicker, he vanished from the deck. The sound of his moonwalk reached Green Pepper's ears, but before he could react, Lewis had already appeared before him, just an arm's length away. Without a moment's hesitation, Green Pepper enveloped his fist in dark, menacing haki, charging directly at Lewis's head, leveraging their height difference. It seemed this old man indeed knew how to utilize the external application of armament haki. However, I am stronger. Feeling the surge of Green Pepper's power, Lewis swiftly assessed the situation, his thoughts racing like lightning. With a resounding clash of steel, he reversed his grip on Sakura 10, allowing the black-red haki to saturate the blade. Under the influence of this haki, the 10 Sakura patterns on the blade shimmered with a bewitching beauty. In an instant, the sword and fist collided. A fierce wave of energy radiated from the two, creating a momentary stalemate. However, the shockwave generated from their clash swept away the fleeing crowd behind Green Pepper. The cries that reached Green Pepper's ears did not instill a sense of panic within him. He understood that if he were to lose, his subordinates would either perish at sea or be imprisoned and impelled down. Even if he were to triumph over Blood Lion, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, especially with a ferocious tiger lurking above, watching with keen interest. Despite the slim hope, he had to give it a try. He then intensified his assault, and without observing closely, Lewis was sent flying by a powerful punch. Green Pepper did not relent. He pursued with a speed that belied his stature. The sailors observing from the warship, though worried for their rear admiral, maintained their composure, their military training preventing them from displaying overt concern, though the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yet, this subtle shift was captured by the keen observation of his companion, who promptly reassured them, "Rest assured, our rear admiral has yet to unleash his full potential." Upon hearing this, the sailors regained their composure, thinking, "Yes, our rear admiral hasn't even used his devil fruit abilities yet." They settled down to witness the unfolding battle, and the atmosphere returned to normal. As his companion had predicted, after being sent flying, Lewis gathered his strength mid-air, still gripping Sakura 10, and immediately enveloped the blade with his abilities, executing a swift series of slashes that unleashed dozens of sword waves. Oblivion Slash, Lion Hunt. As the sword energy soared through the air, it gradually converged, morphing into a purplish-red lion that emitted a deafening roar, charging towards Green Pepper with an intent to obliterate everything in its path. In response, Green Pepper stood resolute, choosing to confront the onslaught head-on. He harnessed the impact generated by his rapid approach, merging it with his haki and the full force of his 8-wave fist, roaring. 8-wave fist, rampaging serpent. He clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a series of afterimages that coalesced into a gigantic serpent emanating a dark greenish-blue glow. facing the roaring Lion King. The massive serpent did not back down, letting out a fierce hiss before opening its maw wide and charging forward. The tremendous sound reverberated across the surrounding seas, and nature itself seemed to change in response, as waves churned and winds howled, as if cheering on the titanic clash between the two beasts. The collision did not last long. Within mere breaths, the victor emerged. The reasons were twofold. Neither party sustained their power for long, and Lewis's destructive might was simply too overwhelming. Evidently, in this duel, Lewis held a slight edge. The punch that shattered the Lion King could only be described as a mere remnant of its former energy, leaving Green Pepper's expression grim. In facing the power of the Shatter fruit firsthand, he recalled a rumor that circulated across the seas. Even Whitebeard's tremor could not compare to Lewis's shattering force. It was reputed to be the most potent devil fruit in the Paramecia category. Fear crept into his heart, but it was swiftly extinguished. Certainly, this power was indeed terrifying. Any ordinary person would be left with no choice but to await their demise. But when did I fall to such depths? Yes. It began after that detestable carp shattered my once proud spearhead. My spirit has languished. My past ambitions have all but vanished, leaving only a lingering attachment and reluctance toward this treasure. Once, I faced off against the titans of the old era, and now, confronted by such a junior, I find myself gripped by fear. How utterly ridiculous. Perhaps this battle will help me rediscover the fearless self who once traversed the seas with unmatched fervor, even if the cost is my own life. Raising her head, Qing Jiao gazed fervently at Lewis, her eyes seemingly ablaze with an inner fire. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely declared, "Let the formal proceedings commence." Bloodline Lewis, the 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army, Qing Jiao, has arrived. To be continued. Chapter 059, Fierce Battle. Lewis versus Green Pepper. As the words fell, a crimson gleam flickered in Green Pepper's eyes, and his conqueror's haki surged into the sky, tearing through the air as it surged toward Lewis. Yet, he stood resolute like a pillar of stone amidst a tempest, completely unfazed by the overwhelming force of the haki. Brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulder, Lewis pointed his sword at Green Pepper and spoke with an air of indifference. "Your conqueror's haki is but a mere tickle to me. Is this your bravado? You pale in comparison to Newgate and the others." Contempt. Utter contempt. Yet, Green Pepper found himself unable to refute the statement. Nevertheless, unwilling to concede, he retorted defiantly, "You speak boldly." As the final word dissipated into the air, Green Pepper vanished from sight, choosing to strike first. Realizing his intentions, Lewis raised his sword, Sakura 10, and a more intense wave of power emanated from the blade, which he sensed with his observation haki. From above, he unleashed a powerful attack. Oblivion Slash, Lion's Roar. A massive violet-red shockwave, echoing with the sound of a lion's roar, surged toward Green Pepper's direction. Forced to halt, Green Pepper sidestepped the oncoming onslaught. Though he evaded the strike, a stinging sensation on his skin sent shivers of dread through him. Had he been struck directly, even with his armament haki, he would have sustained severe injuries. If his haki were to be completely depleted, it would almost certainly spell his demise. With a mere brush leading to annihilation, how could one fight? However, if he could close the distance, perhaps an opportunity would arise. As Green Pepper pondered his way out, Lewis's gaze sharpened, and he sprang into action. In a single step, he closed the distance, and before Green Pepper could react, he swung his blade towards his armpit, aiming to sever his arm. A fierce sense of danger surged through Green Pepper, and with a frenzied shout of observation haki, he regained his composure just in time, instinctively grasping Sakura 10. His muscles bulged as he seized Lewis's right hand with his armament haki, rendering Lewis unable to escape. A cruel smile formed on Green Pepper's face. Without further ado, he clenched his other fist and struck toward Lewis's head. Just as Green Pepper believed he had the upper hand, Lewis ducked under the blow, moving closer instead, driving his elbow into Green Pepper's abdomen, channeling his armament haki directly into him. The violent impact caused blood to spill from Green Pepper's mouth, and the unexpected blow inflicted significant damage, forcing him to release Lewis and retreat hastily, wiping the blood from his lips and clutching his wounded abdomen. Green Pepper's expression was one of uncertainty. This young fighter's close-quarters combat was far stronger than he had anticipated. He had thought that seizing the sword would render Lewis defenseless. Yet, observing Green Pepper's expression, Lewis could not help but ask, "Are you not aware of who my mentor is?" "Who?" Green Pepper instinctively inquired. But as the words left his mouth, realization dawned upon him. Who else could it be? Given Lewis's circumstances, it could only be Zephyr. Indeed, I am a skilled fighter, trained under the Black Arm Zephyr, and swordsmanship is not my strongest suit, Lewis declared, revealing his mentor's identity without reservation. Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, a non-devil fruit user, yet one of the world's top fighters, wielding formidable hockey and close combat techniques, stood as a paragon of military strength. While Zephyr may not possess the natural physical prowess of Carp or the devil fruit enhancements of Sengoku, his achievements in combat technique alone secured him a place among the admirals. Sheathing his sword, Lewis rubbed his slightly pained wrist. Once the discomfort subsided, he shifted his stance, adopting a close combat posture while beckoning Green Pepper with a taunt. "Come, let us commence the second round of our contest." "Humph, I shall see just how much of Zephyr's teachings you have grasped." Green Pepper's face darkened as he mirrored Lewis's stance. In close combat, he believed himself to be on par with Zephyr. The 8 strikes, a heritage technique of my lineage, is also among the finest combat skills in the world. Without further words, Lewis initiated the assault, his feet gliding swiftly as he closed in on Green Pepper in an instant. Green Pepper, fully focused, reacted with lightning speed, unleashing a powerful punch, which Lewis deftly deflected, grabbing his wrist and pulling him upward, eliminating the height difference between them. In midair, he executed a swift kick aimed at Green Pepper's neck. Surprise flickered in Green Pepper's eyes. He had not expected such ferocity from Lewis. Yet, his body reacted instinctively, raising his other hand to shield himself. In the next moment, Lewis's kick collided with his arm, producing a jarring metallic clang, and the force nearly toppled him. However, Green Pepper quickly steadied himself, seizing Lewis's ankle, his muscles taut as he hurled him toward the ground, following up with a punch infused with the waves of the 8 strikes. At that moment, Lewis hooked his leg, ensnaring Green Pepper's arm, and with a sudden pull, he vaulted upward, evading the incoming blow and wrapping himself around Green Pepper's upper body, clutching his neck from behind. This exchange transpired in mere breaths, with Lewis shifting from Green Pepper's front to his back, exerting force to wrestle Green Pepper backward. As Lewis's feet touched the ground, he unleashed a powerful shout, effortlessly tossing Green Pepper's massive frame over his shoulder, sending him flying away. Yet, Green Pepper remained composed. Just as he was about to be thrown, he kicked fiercely at Lewis's chest. In a moment of crisis, Lewis raised his hands to defend, and both fighters were pushed back by the force of their respective attacks. Maintaining his defensive posture, Lewis slid across the ice, while Green Pepper landed somewhat clumsily after performing a nimble flip in the air. On the battlefield, their gazes locked once more, the resolve to fight burning fiercely within them. Steadying themselves, they charged at each other once again, resuming their fierce clash. At this moment, Lewis's heart surged with exhilaration. It had been long since he experienced such an invigorating battle after his confrontation with Barrett. Each punch connected with flesh, every move aimed for vital points, their figures flickering across the icy terrain, waves of energy radiating from their intense struggle. Above, on the warship, an onlooker smiled at the 2 fighters lost in their duel, their own blood boiling with excitement, gripping their weapon tightly, wishing to join the fray. Yet, they restrained their eagerness and refrained from intervening. As time slowly passed, the battle between the 2 would ultimately lead to a conclusion. To be continued. Chapter 60. Since ancient times, defeat has lingered on the left side of the waves, except for. Sweat trickled down Qingjiao's face, soaking his thick beard. At that moment, one of his arms hung limply. The wound at his elbow was quite horrific. A sharp, broken bone spur was exposed. Moreover, he felt pain radiating from other parts of his body, particularly his abdomen. Previously, Lewis's elbow strike had inflicted considerable injury, and now, after enduring such intense exchanges. Qingjiao's body was on the brink of collapse. Although he did not comprehend why Lewis had come here, such reasons had become irrelevant. What mattered more to Qingjiao was the outcome of this battle. To be honest, he felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Ever since he was struck down by Karp, Qingjiao's condition had deteriorated significantly. Even though he had mustered his spirit, he could not reach his true peak. This pillar of strength believed that if he had been in his prime, he would at least have held his ground. Instead, he found himself on the verge of defeat at this point. If only my peak had remained intact, it wouldn't have come to this, such thoughts. Especially upon seeing Lewis's youthful and handsome visage, deepened his resentment towards the instigator Karp. I curse your descendants, Karp. Unfortunately, the world is not filled with such what-ifs. Lewis, too, was not faring well. Each time he was struck by the 8 punches, the injuries quickly accumulated over the countless exchanges, leaving him only slightly better off than Qingjiao. For him, youth was both an advantage and a disadvantage. The lack of time to accumulate haki remained his shortcoming. Moreover, the frequent use of his devil fruit abilities during combat was a considerable burden on Lewis's stamina. Yet, he found joy in the struggle at this moment. The goal was of no consequence. He simply wished to ascertain who was truly stronger. Regaining his breath, he discarded the tattered banner of justice that had become worn and torn, slicking back his hair and allowing a smile to bloom at the corners of his mouth. Upon witnessing Lewis's demeanor, Qingjiao was momentarily taken aback, frowning as he asked, "What are you smiling about?" "Nothing much. I'm merely satisfied with this battle." "You truly are the legendary pirate, the pillar of the 8 treasure water army. A remarkable figure," Lewis replied earnestly while massaging his shoulder. "Humph. Do you think I am someone to take lightly?" The acknowledgement and praise from such a formidable opponent alleviated some of Qingjiao's frustration. The atmosphere returned to silence, and after a brief respite, both warriors' auras surged dramatically. Purple, red, and deep blue waves enveloped them, and the faint sound of a lion's roar could be heard. This was the final strike. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed across the ice surface, signaling the charge. Their gazes shifted, and in unison, they vanished from sight. Hurtling towards one another, Lewis swung his fist. The force was astounding, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, as a horde of crimson lions surged forth. Qingjiao concentrated all his remaining strength into his flat head, leaping towards the roaring pride of lions. Simultaneously, he bellowed, shattering essence, Crimson Lotus Lion Dance. 8 punches essence. No spike dragon, no spike nail. The collision occurred in an instant. Amidst a thunderous roar, the icy surface of the jewel-like glacier cracked continuously, while the rising ice mist engulfed both figures, rendering it impossible to discern the victor. With a gentle flick of his staff, Yixiao dispersed the ice mist that had spread above, his eyes fixated below, utilizing his observation haki to probe the battlefield for the final outcome. After a considerable time, as the mist gradually cleared, Lewis, bare-chested, stood exhausted, barely holding himself upright by sheer will. His body was covered in dark purple bruises, and his right arm was unnaturally twisted, clearly broken. Conversely, Qingjiao lay flat on the ground, struggling to rise. After several futile attempts, the severity of his injuries nearly caused him to lose consciousness. He closed his eyes, ceasing all movement. Victory! Lord Lewis has triumphed. Unbeknownst to whom, one Marine initiated the cheer, and soon the others followed suit, filling the ship with joyous shouts. A broad grin broke across Yixiao's face. The weight in his heart finally lifted, and a look of relief washed over him. Lewis had, after all, emerged victorious, with Qingjiao's defeat. Yet another significant mark was etched onto his battle milestone. With solemn eyes, Lewis gazed at the prostrate Qingjiao, refraining from uttering the typical victor's words, regardless of their identities. From a warrior's perspective, Qingjiao was deserving of respect. Slowly approaching him, Lewis sat cross-legged on the icy surface, unconcerned about the chill seeping into his lower body, and gasped. "So how does it feel? My strength isn't too shabby, right?" Hearing the commotion around him, Qingjiao lifted his heavy eyelids, slightly turning his head. The reflection of Lewis's back was visible in his pupils as he struggled to speak. "Don't get too cocky. You're still far from it. brat. Ignoring Qingjiao's retort, Lewis continued. Do you know why you lost? Curious, Qingjiao inquired about the reason. However, Lewis's answer was, because when we clashed, you stood on the left. Excuse me, what kind of theory is that? I've sailed the seas for half my life and have never heard such a bizarre reason. TCH, stop with the theatrics. Qingjiao thought Lewis was merely toying with him, feeling quite displeased, yet at that moment, he was the loser. In this vast ocean, the defeated had no voice. Then, as if resigned to his fate, he muttered, I suppose I understand why you Navy came here. You must be after the treasures of my 8-treasure water army. Without responding, Lewis retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shaking out 2, and asked, Care for a smoke? Qingjiao blinked, gesturing to share one. Lewis lit his own after several attempts, taking a deep drag, feeling rejuvenated. Hey, don't just indulge yourself. What kind of strange operation is this? Giving me a cigarette, but no lighter? You're simply here to mock me, aren't you? Apologizing, Lewis finally lit Qingjiao's cigarette, then flicked off the ash and said, Ah, indeed, I have my sights set on the treasure of your 8-treasure water army. Me? Not us. Qingjiao noticed the nuance in Lewis's words, but chose not to pursue it further. After a moment of silence, he resignedly declared, I have lost. According to the rules of the sea, my life and the treasures below are now yours. With that, he closed his eyes, awaiting his final judgment. Your life is yours to keep. I have no interest. Flicking away the cigarette, but Lewis propped himself up on his knees, dusting off his backside and twisting his neck. His tone casual. However, as if recalling something, he turned to Qingjiao's head and advised, when you return, make sure to look in the mirror. With that, Lewis departed, carrying with him the hard-won victory. To be continued, Chapter 061. Teacher Bo, a promising leisure, lying on the ground with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. The green pepper man was momentarily taken aback. Looking in the mirror? What does that mean? Yet, he did not dwell on it. Instead, casting a somewhat dispirited gaze toward the sky, his sense of defeat palpable. The pillar. The pillar. Shortly after Lewis departed, the other subordinates gathered around the green pepper. Observing their leader in such a state, they clamored for revenge and made fierce declarations. However, with a gentle admonition from him, they fell silent. Yet soon after, one of the subordinates noticed something unusual, let out a startled cry, and quickly pulled out a mirror. It was then that the green pepper realized the issue. On another front, Yishao was controlling the warship to descend, while he flew over to Lewis's side. Glancing at the battered Lewis, he couldn't help but tease. At this rate, Guillaume must be heartbroken. Enough chit-chat, let us get to work. Rolling his eyes, Lewis refrained from responding, lighting another cigarette instead and retorting. Subsequently, he waved his hand and, accompanied by the ship's doctor, entered the medical room. Yishao shrugged, offering no rebuttal. A tool should possess the awareness of a tool. He then turned his gaze towards the treasures buried beneath the glacier, sighing helplessly. Nevertheless, his hands did not slow down. Wielding a cane sword, he gestured a few times, and purple energy waves enveloped all the valuables, causing them to slowly levitate and, under his control, enter the storage room of the warship one by one. As for what could not be accommodated, they would simply have to wait for the next visit. Green Pepper, are you even polite? In the captain's cabin, Lewis dialed the phone snail for Sengoku, reporting on the operation. Hello, General Sengoku. It's Lewis. The mission was successfully completed. I am Sengoku this time. Carp, if you want to eat senbei, go to your own office. Ahahaha, Sengoku. Don't be so stingy. Isn't it just because your sunbae is more fragrant? Lewis felt somewhat speechless, realizing that Carp had come to mooch again. After a bout of noise, Sengoku could clearly be heard letting out a sigh of relief on the other end of the line, continuing, very good. However, you understand that this mission cannot be officially recorded, but I will remember it, and your contributions will not go unnoticed. Thank you very much, General Sengoku. Lewis replied with a smile, clearly in good spirits. By the way, Lewis, when you return to headquarters, you should first find Payasolino. Seeking Teacher Bo? He did not inquire further and hung up the phone snail. Sitting on the sofa, Lewis pondered for a moment, vaguely guessing what the matter might be. However, It was precisely as he suspected. Throughout the journey, the warship sailed smoothly from the air, encountering no troubles, and returned to the port with ease. After sending Yi Xiao away with a stack of belly, Louis hurried directly to Teacher Bo's personal courtyard. As for the treasures in the hold, under Sengoku's meticulous arrangements, they had been gradually transferred to a secret warehouse established specifically for this purpose, to prevent discovery. After all, with so many eyes around, one must be cautious. The Navy, with its governmental background, also had its share of influential figures. At this moment, Teacher Bo was reclining in a deck chair with his legs crossed. A teapot beside him steaming, clearly just freshly brewed. Trimming his fingernails, he glanced at Louis's arm, still in a cast, and spoke with a hint of exaggeration. "Oh, Louis, is there something you wish to discuss with me today? Is it not permissible to visit you without a matter at hand?" Louis poured himself a cup of tea and replied with a gentle smile. "Well, of course, it's fine. However, your arm." He did not conceal anything and proceeded to recount the details of the mission. Upon hearing it, Pallisolino expressed some astonishment. He had not anticipated that Louis had grown to this extent. Unlike Barrett or Katakuri, who were indeed powerful, there remained a certain distance from the older generation. Their reputations were noteworthy, likened to Rayleigh and hailed as the perfect man of the Charlotte family. Such tales were merely entertaining anecdotes. However, Louis was different. He had successfully triumphed over the green pepper of the previous era. Although not at his peak state, considering his age, it was still quite remarkable. Indeed. You are the successor I have chosen. However, the issue of military funding. Pallisolino silently pondered, aware that this was a significant taboo for the government. A misstep could lead to considerable unrest and ramifications. Louis remained silent, not interrupting, understanding that Teacher Bo would grasp the implications behind this mission. As for whether he would support it, that was a joke. Apart from Teacher Bo, he himself was the largest entity of the neutral faction. Even Stolo Bell would have to take a step back. In other words, their opinions represented the entire neutral faction's course of action. Though their influence did not match that of the Hawk or Dove factions, it could not be disregarded. Over time, Louis had observed some of Pallisolino's behaviors. He seldom undertook missions, clocking in and out, returning home to enjoy tea and health preservation. He truly embodied the essence of leisure. Yet, this could also signify a certain attitude, indicating his disinterest in vying for the position of admiral. Furthermore, attaining such a title would not allow for much leisure. He would have to confront the government's various peculiar tasks. It was better to leave this position for someone more in need. Undoubtedly, Louis was that person. Only by ascending to the position of admiral could he fully unleash his potential. The rank of rear admiral, or even vice admiral, afforded him too little authority. Sengoku's intention in sending him here was to ensure that Louis and Pallisolino could communicate effectively. Otherwise, discord between the leaders of the factions could lead to complications. At the same time, he sought to gauge Pallisolino's stance on the taboo subject of military funding. However, Sengoku might have been overly concerned. He was aware of Pallisolino's recent passive attitude, yet for the sake of caution, confirming it was prudent. "Louis, have you truly thought this through?" Teacher Bo rarely adopted a serious tone, though he still bore a hint of humor. "I have considered it thoroughly. If this continues, the Navy will no longer represent justice. Therefore, change is imperative, and only by becoming an admiral can I implement my vision." Louis replied earnestly, his tone resolute. Their gazes locked for a moment. And after a brief silence, Pallisolino voluntarily averted his eyes. He clearly recognized the unwavering determination within Louis. "Since you wish to pursue this, I, Pallisolino, will surely support you. This is a pact between men." Subsequently, they ceased discussing this matter and turned to more mundane topics, particularly the relationship between him and Guillaume. This left Louis feeling flustered and eager to excuse himself, hastily departing. Isn't it a bit hasty to contemplate such matters at just 20? Louis could not help but think. Thus, he left the courtyard and made his way towards Sengoku. To be continued. Chapter 62. Sengoku. I don't care. You must devise a solution. As Sengoku perused the mission report submitted by Louis, he couldn't help but scrutinize him from head to toe. Encountering the green pepper posed no issues. especially since they were on his turf. Initially, he had anticipated a covert approach, with Lewis exploiting his abilities to breach the ice layer and stealthily procure the treasure. However, to his astonishment, the two engaged in a direct confrontation, and Lewis emerged victorious. Indeed, the green pepper was formidable while still possessing his spearhead. To defeat him, that old rascal Carp had even taken the time to hone his skills. The younger generation surpasses the older, he mused, feeling a twinge of sentiment. Well done, Sengoku praised. That is only due to your excellent leadership. Without your guidance, I would never have considered the treasure hidden in the glacier, Lewis replied with a grin. Sengoku chuckled, lightly rebuking him while gesturing for Lewis to carry on. He noted how this lad had grown increasingly informal since they had shared their thoughts that day. But perhaps that was for the best. Returning his thoughts to the mission's objectives, Sengoku flipped to the page assessing the treasure's value, and he began calculating how many warships could be replaced with this sum. After a moment, he rubbed his temples and sighed inwardly. It's barely sufficient. It could last a while, he concluded. Although the treasure was substantial from an individual perspective, it fell short when considering the Navy's overall needs. Ships, cannons, firearms, ammunition, swords. The list of expenditures was extensive. This was merely a matter of equipment. The practice of black eating black was ultimately unsustainable. A stable source of income was imperative. But how could that be achieved? Lost in thought, his gaze unintentionally drifted toward Lewis. Seeing him casually sipping tea in a relaxed manner ignited a flicker of irritation within Sengoku. Do you have any ideas regarding military funding? After all, this was your suggestion. If you, Lewis, cannot present a plan, I, Sengoku, will not let you off easily. Lewis, taken aback by the slightly irate inquiry from his commander, pondered, what is going on? Did he eat something bad? Haven tea provoked him. Though he mused this, he recognized that voicing such thoughts could lead to a severe reprimand. Best to tread carefully. Nevertheless, Lewis himself was still contemplating the matter, feeling somewhat helpless, as he had yet to devise a solution. However, Sengoku had anticipated this. If he could easily conjure a plan upon questioning, it would only make Sengoku appear foolish. Waving his hand dismissively, Sengoku urged him, I don't care about the details. You must provide me with a framework. Understood. You are the superior. I cannot provoke you, so I shall take my leave. Lewis rolled his eyes subtly, saluted smartly, and exited. Yet, despite his complaints, this matter required thorough consideration. Even if they were to discover the Golden Country or some other legendary treasure in the future, such resources would not last indefinitely. What then? How would they sustain the enormous military expenses? Rubbing his head, Lewis felt overwhelmed. Upon returning to his office, he was greeted by the sight of a pair of long, pristine legs propped upon his desk, with high heels nowhere to be found. The owner of those legs was engrossed in reading a newspaper while snacking on rice crackers, occasionally laughing heartily, entirely devoid of any goddess-like demeanor. If you continue like this, your image as the Navy headquarters goddess will be utterly ruined, Lewis couldn't help but remark. Upon hearing her boyfriend's voice, Guion waved her hand dismissively, asserting that since she had already captured his heart, her image was of no consequence. I don't care about the opinions of those foul men, she declared. Then, as if she had noticed something, she suddenly lifted her head, a subtle smile playing on her lips, and gently asked, What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with me? A bright red danger sign flickered above Lewis's head. Not at all. I am simply looking out for you. By the way, what newspaper are you reading? Any noteworthy news lately? Lewis stammered, quickly diverting the topic. Here, take a look for yourself. Guion rolled her eyes elegantly, unfazed by his attempt to change the subject, and handed him the newspaper before getting up to boil water for tea. Lewis breathed a sigh of relief and began to read the newspaper, murmuring to himself, Today's horoscope, nothing of significance. A woman gave birth to 10 babies. Is she making dumplings? Incredible. Mihawk is out challenging others again, winning every time it seems. Kaido went on a drunken rampage and destroyed an uninhabited island. Quite usual. Now what is the headline? Shocking. The Kuja pirates have done this to men. What could their intention be? Lewis squinted at the absurdly familiar headline, feeling bemused. yet he forced himself to read on, adopting the mindset of browsing entertainment news. The result left him even more bewildered. In essence, it revolved around men stealing. Simultaneously, memories of Daughter Island began to resurface in Lewis's mind, particularly the astonishing fact that the children born there were all female, a true marvel. It seemed rather unscientific. However, just as he prepared to turn the page, a sudden epiphany struck him. The geographical location of Daughter Island lay within the doldrums. This region appeared to have been scarcely developed. In the original text, only 3 aspects were mentioned regarding the doldrums: calm winds, the Sea King's nesting ground, and Daughter Island. The lack of wind was inconsequential. Their warships could be equipped with external propellers. As for the Sea Kings, they could install sea prism stone beneath the ship later. While it wouldn't guarantee absolute safety, venturing out without risk was impossible. They could rotate elite vice admirals for such expeditions. As for the local power, Daughter Island, that required careful consideration. After all, it was a pirate nation, immensely powerful, with a populace proficient in hockey and a rich heritage. Should they eliminate it outright or adopt a more conciliatory approach? As Lewis held the newspaper, his gaze began to drift, his mind swirling with various thoughts. Each one promptly dismissed. This was indeed a complex situation. Guillaume, bringing him tea, observed his dazed expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Can reading a newspaper render someone this foolish? She called out, "Hey, Lewis, what are you thinking so deeply about?" "Nothing much, just pondering about Daughter Island." Yet as soon as he spoke, Lewis realized his error. Just as he prepared to clarify, he noticed Guillaume had drawn her sword, ready to strike. "Wait, let me explain. We can talk this over calmly. I'm going to chop you down, you fickle man. Murder. A crime against my husband." In an instant, the office was filled with what could only be described as laughter and chaos. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, who had come to share a drink with Lewis, stood outside the door, hesitating to knock as he overheard the commotion within, slowly retracting his hand. "Well, I shall return another time." Thus, I turned and departed, making my way towards Kazan's office. To be continued. Chapter 63. 2 years, promoted to Rear Admiral. As seasons change, time does not halt in deference to any individual's will. It has been 2 years since the conclusion of the battle between Lewis and Green Pepper, and during this interval, the global situation has undergone significant transformations. Foremost among these changes is the increasingly chaotic power struggle among the pirates in the New World. The new ruling class, led by Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, has been stirring up trouble, primarily targeting the old guard represented by Whitebeard and Shiki. Particularly, Shiki, now missing an arm, has become a frequent target, facing relentless challenges from various pirates eager for fame and fortune. Their fates have been grim, either being absorbed into the Flying Sky Pirates or destined to sink beneath the waves. Amidst this new regime, Kaido remains a solitary force, a true instigator, while Charlotte Linlin exhibits unparalleled ferocity, having ruthlessly eliminated former Rocks Pirates comrades John and Wang Ji, subsequently incorporating their remnants into her ranks, establishing her as a formidable force over the past 2 years. However, Katakuri has not made any appearances at sea since his defeat by Lewis. His current endeavors remain a mystery. The incident of the Charlotte family's perfect man being bested by Lewis is known only to those present at the time, leaving it unreported in the newspapers. After all, the overwhelming news of Shiki's fleet's annihilation dominated the headlines, leaving little room for any other stories. Nonetheless, a few select factions gleaned information about this event from uncertain sources. Yet, Lewis's remarkable achievements since joining the Navy have overshadowed such news, rendering Katakuri's defeat seemingly inconsequential in their eyes. On the naval front, the past 2 years have also been marked by considerable activity. Following the acquisition of the treasure from the iceberg, Sengoku did not conceal this from Fleet Admiral Kong, promptly summoning high-ranking officers such as Crane, Zephyr, and the trio of Dog, Chicken, and Monkey to discuss the allocation of these resources. Lewis, of course, was present at this conference. The others expressed their astonishment upon learning of his one-on-one victory over Green Pepper, marveling at the extraordinary speed of his power growth. Among the trio, Polka had long since opted for a laid-back approach, while Kazan maintained a more measured reaction. However, Sakazuki felt an acute sense of urgency. In terms of ambition, the Red Dog stands out as the most driven of the three. From his perspective, Lewis, considering his age and experience, appeared merely as an exceptionally promising junior. Given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that they would compete for the position of admiral. Yet, there are only 3 admiral positions available, and with only one spot for each candidate, the competition would be fierce. During a subsequent drinking session with Polka, Lewis learned that he had no intention of vying for the next admiral position, alleviating the pressure he felt. Returning to the subject of resource allocation, after several discussions, a decision was reached. With Sengoku and Crane's proposals approved by Kong, the Navy established an intelligence trading company within the dark underworld. Although it has not made significant progress over the past 2 years, this left Sengoku and his colleagues feeling somewhat helpless, despite their newfound wealth. They lacked the expertise in this area, and the only capable officer, Crane, was not suited for such assignments. However, for Lewis, the most significant achievement of these 2 years was his promotion to Rear Admiral. Having graduated from the recruit camp at the age of 17, he has now spent 5 years reaching this esteemed rank, bridging the gap in status with the likes of Dog, Chicken, and Monkey, as well as Guion. There would no longer be a disparity in military rank between them. Upon his promotion to Rear Admiral, Lewis swiftly formed a special task force, incorporating Guion, Ichiji, Bastille, and Kesha into his ranks. As a man determined to contend for the admiral position, it was imperative for him to have a loyal and capable team. Previously, as a Commodore, he lacked the authority to make such decisions, but now, as a Rear Admiral, he was in a position to solidify his command. Sengoku recognized the youthful ambition of Lewis, eager to showcase his capabilities, and thus approved his personnel changes, officially designating the unit as the Navy Special Operations Team, abbreviated as the Navy SEALs. This special task force is tasked with responding to sudden crises at sea, ensuring that other critical naval forces remain unencumbered by unrelated duties. Besides Guion, the other 3 have also been promoted to Commodore within the 2 years. Notably, Ichiji has emerged as a formidable figure, showcasing his prowess akin to a fierce tiger, and earning the moniker Violet Tiger due to his striking purple robe. Lewis even joked about calling him Purple Cat, a name that resonated with familiarity, but Ichiji firmly rejected it, insisting that such a soft moniker was ill-suited for him. At this juncture, Lewis received his first assignment following his promotion to Rear Admiral, setting out with Ichiji towards their destination, the South Sea, the Sobel Kingdom. A fleet of massive naval vessels from the headquarters slowly entered the harbor, dwarfing the surrounding ships, which appeared as feeble as infants in comparison. Upon docking, the gangplank was lowered, and Lewis, draped in the mantle of justice and adorned with the insignia of Rear Admiral, descended from the ship. Compared to 2 years ago, Lewis had indeed grown again, now exceeding 3 meters in height, surpassing the likes of Garp and Sengoku, embodying the physical stature of an admiral. Beneath his grand cloak, he wore a deep blue suit tailored by Guion, complemented by a white shirt and a deep red tie, exuding an air of elegance and authority. His matte leather boots met the dock with a firm thud, and hidden behind his brown sunglasses, his blue eyes surveyed the unfamiliar land. His handsome visage tinged with a hint of contemplation. Producing a special cigarette from within his pocket, he lit it and turned to Ichiji, calling out, "Let's go, Ichiji. We must first meet with CP0. Sighing, Ichiji, now more composed than 2 years prior, expressed his dissatisfaction with the prospect of engaging with those individuals. Lewis chuckled softly, opting not to comment further. It was entirely reasonable for Ichiji to harbor such sentiments towards CP. After all, who genuinely relishes their company? Yet, he offered some consolation, stating, "It is unavoidable. Once you are within the system and attain a certain standing, interactions with them become inevitable. After all, we are still brother units under the same banner." According to the mission intelligence, the Sobel Kingdom had plunged into turmoil, and upon entering the port city, one could immediately sense the desolation and decay. Lewis paid little heed to this, leading Ichiji and a contingent of naval soldiers swiftly to a nearby inn. To be continued. Chapter 064. The Tyrant and the Sobel Kingdom Incident. Upon entering the inn, Lewis immediately noticed several agents clad in white suits. Their faces obscured by an array of bizarre masks, standing guard in the courtyard. Clearly, with their white garments and furtive demeanor, they could only belong to CP0. These rascals seemed to disregard Lewis and his companions entirely, neither greeting them nor obstructing their passage. Without further ado, Lewis forcefully pushed open the door to the inn and stepped inside. The curtains veiled the windows, allowing only a sliver of sunlight to soften the room's oppressive atmosphere. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air, while the furniture, sofas, tables, and chairs lay in disarray, shattered and strewn about, debris scattered everywhere. Simultaneously, two CP0 agents were seen mercilessly beating a man pinned to the bed, and Lewis's observation hockey informed him that the man's presence was already alarmingly faint. Behind him, a smile creased his brow as he surveyed the scene without uttering a word. With a flick of his cane, he righted the fallen sofa, inviting Lewis to take a seat while he stood protectively behind him, arms crossed. Lewis, the dashing figure, first removed his hat, then lit a cigarette. Crossing his legs and leaning against the sofa's armrest, his expression impassive as he observed the CP0's enthusiastic performance. Meanwhile, the sound of high heels striking the floor echoed from the stairs, and a graceful figure descended slowly. "Oh dear, Lord Lewis, you are indeed swift as a hawk. You have arrived here in merely 3 days. Could it be that you have missed me, Stussy?" Indeed, the woman descending from the stairs was none other than Stussy. Compared to their previous encounter at the orphanage, time had left her unscathed. Her features remained exquisitely beautiful, and an aura of charm and allure radiated from her, as if it were impossible to contain. "Ah, it has been quite a while, Stussy. You remain as radiant as ever. I presume you have been well?" Lewis remarked with a smile, casting a glance at Stussy. In response, Stussy, embodying the spirit of cordiality, warmly congratulated him. "You, dear Vice Admiral, appear even more striking than before. Congratulations on your promotion, Vice Admiral Lewis." She offered her belated congratulations on Lewis's ascension to the rank of Vice Admiral at the Navy headquarters. Their brief exchange served as a nostalgic reunion. Lewis's attention shifted back to the man being assaulted, prompting Stussy to intervene. "Let us take him away for now. We wouldn't want to upset Vice Admiral Lewis." "Understood, Lady Stussy." The two CP0 members responded respectfully, lifting the unfortunate man by his arms and dragging him away like a lifeless dog. However, Lewis held no interest in the internal squabbles of CP0, choosing instead to address the matter at hand. "Stussy, what is the current situation in the Sobel Kingdom? Is it confirmed that the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, is about to incite a rebellion against the world government? Is he preparing to forcibly sever his nation from the ranks of the allied nations?" The Sobel Kingdom's current king is none other than the infamous tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, a name that would become legendary in the future. However, Lewis was acutely aware that this so-called tyrant was far from the brutal figure he was painted to be. In truth, he was a man of gentle character. The title of tyrant was merely a facade orchestrated by Mary Geos behind the scenes, as Kuma sought to extricate his kingdom from the alliance. The underlying reasons for this desire, as Lewis had gleaned from the mission briefing, likely stemmed from the unbearable financial burdens imposed by the heavenly tribute, or perhaps from a disdain for the world government's corruption. Ultimately, there were myriad reasons one could conjure to justify such a course of action. However, Mary Geos maintained that these allied nations could be ravaged by pirates, could be expelled for failing to pay the heavenly tribute, or could face ruin due to internal mismanagement. But they must not be allowed to choose to exit the alliance or express dissenting views against the government. Such actions would tarnish the government's image and authority. Thus, upon sensing these signs, Mary Geos swiftly devised a series of plans targeting the Sobel Kingdom and Bartholomew Kuma before he could act. The CP organization, renowned as the Shadowy Enforcers, infiltrated the nation in droves, embedding themselves within various social strata to incite unrest and direct blame towards Bartholomew Kuma. Within the span of a year, his previously benevolent image had been sullied, transforming him into the tyrant subject to public scorn. When faced with these challenges, Kuma found himself utterly powerless. For his adversaries were professionals. The manipulated populace ignited a movement to overthrow the monarchy, and reluctantly, Bartholomew Kuma resorted to deploying the royal army to suppress them, inadvertently solidifying his tyrant moniker. Now, the time had come, yet the government required a veil of legitimacy to mask their intentions. They could not act arbitrarily, lest other allied nations feel alarmed. The necessary protocols must be observed. Nevertheless, Bartholomew Kuma possessed formidable personal strength, and to prevent him from acting out of desperation, the government tasked the Navy with a political mission to collaborate with CP-0 in the efforts to oust Bartholomew Kuma. R. Lewis, the Vice Admiral, was appointed as the executor of this mission. As for Lewis, upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, he did not dwell on the righteousness of the operation. To the upper echelons of the Navy, replacing a king was merely a trivial matter. There was no need to oppose Mary Geos on such issues. The moment was not yet ripe. In addition, the Navy's intelligence department had received word that the former Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Dragon, who had defected from the Navy years ago and subsequently vanished, seemed to have resurfaced in this vicinity. Thus, for Lewis, aside from the political mission, there was an additional covert task to locate Dragon and ascertain his activities. If possible, he was to bring him back to Marineford. Stussy retrieved a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her robe, and Lewis, displaying his gallantry, lit one for her. After absorbing Lewis's inquiry, she exhaled slowly and smiled. The matters you mentioned have long been established, Vice Admiral Lewis. Long established? The use of established is quite artful, Lewis mused, reclining against the sofa, hands clasped behind his head, reflecting deeply. Regarding the Sobel Kingdom and Bartholomew Kuma, his knowledge was limited to the surface. He held no interest in the convoluted details. Ultimately, unlike in a previous life, in this world, violence reigned supreme, irrespective of one's location. The Navy was, after all, dubbed the largest legalized institution of violence. Moreover, without power, one could not uphold justice. Thoughts flickered through Lewis's mind as he flicked off the long ash from his cigarette, grinning as he inquired, "So, how shall we assist you, esteemed Lord Stussy?" To be continued. Chapter 65. What is the Navy's top priority? Stussy shook his head, speaking with a tone tinged with regret. In truth, we wish to grant Mr. Bartholomew Kuma a dignified exit. 3 days ago, we dispatched a CP member to the palace, urging him to heed the will of the Holy Land and announce his abdication voluntarily. Unfortunately, what? The individual you sent was killed by him? Lewis raised an eyebrow, finding humor in the situation. Rubbing his temples, Stussy sighed, indicating that the agent had gone missing, only to later be informed by Bartholomew Kuma that he had been sent on a tour. Ah, mutual harm, I see. Lewis stifled a laugh, remaining silent. However, Stussy, observing his expression, was keenly aware of the humor he found in the matter. Gazing at Lewis, who seemed to revel in the misfortune, Stussy remarked with a hint of melancholy, "It has been quite some time since we last met. Why does it feel as though your demeanor has taken a turn for the worse, Admiral Lewis? Beware of my defamation suit. How could I possibly have a bad temperament?" Lewis responded, genuinely perplexed. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, Stussy recalled, "I had my doubts about your character back at the orphanage. You nearly beat me to death." Nonetheless, Stussy, our esteemed lady, seemed uninterested in pursuing past grievances. Changing her tone to one of seriousness, she stated, "In any case, Mr. Bartholomew Kuma has rebuffed our goodwill, and his formidable military might is beyond our capacity to subdue. Thus, we require your assistance. Surely, the Blood Lion of the Navy headquarters can aid CP-0 in achieving our objectives?" Upon her conclusion, Lewis straightened his posture, folding his hands on his knees, the playful smile fading from his face as he softly inquired, "Are we to kill him?" Yet, Stussy shook her head, narrowing her eyes as she slowly replied, "Sometimes, a living man is more valuable than a dead one, my admiral." Evidently, Mary Geos had no intention of eliminating Bartholomew Kuma. Rather, they hoped that the incident involving the sovereign kingdom would serve as a classic case, demonstrating to other discontented member nations the dire consequences of opposing the regime. How cruel. Lewis exhaled a smoke ring, his tone tinged with lament. Stussy remained unresponsive to his remark, but behind Lewis, a smile concealed a sense of unease. Out of respect for Lewis and to preserve the Navy's dignity, he refrained from speaking, lowering his head to obscure his expression. Lewis extinguished the cigarette but beneath his foot, rising to tower over Stussy, his expression devoid of emotion as he asked, "When do we strike?" "In 2 days, I shall personally request your presence, Admiral Lewis," Stussy replied, raising her head with a smile that carried respect and deference. Although her rank was slightly superior, she could not afford to be arrogant in light of his formidable strength. Without further conversation, she patted the shoulder of a smiling companion, softly saying, "Let us be on our way." The two departed the room, accompanied by soldiers back onto the street. "Lewis, what exactly is the situation?" Once outside, Lewis instructed the soldiers to return to the ship, while he and his companion found a secluded spot. Eagerly, his companion asked, "But Lewis, do we have any other options?" Lewis raised a hand to halt him, countering, "Even if we do not act, others will take our place." "But what of justice?" "There is no justice in this matter," his companion replied, brows furrowed, his tone growing heated. Without directly answering, Lewis lit a cigarette and sat atop a discarded metal barrel. The filthy surroundings contrasted sharply with the pristine ideals of justice. Gazing up at the overcast sky, he spoke with a sense of longing. "Do you understand why I am so eager to ascend the ranks? Even though I possess strength, I should not be in this position at my age. It is all happening too swiftly." His companion leaned against a peeling wall, listening attentively, not interrupting. After a brief pause, Lewis continued, "To change the Navy's plight, merely proclaiming justice and questioning is futile. One must occupy a position of power to perpetuate justice effectively." "A general?" his companion murmured. "Indeed, only by becoming a general, or even an admiral, can one instigate real change," Lewis asserted, his tone resolute and unwavering. "Only power and force can rectify the current state of affairs." He followed up, "Moreover, the Navy has numerous needs and countless changes to implement. We must exercise restraint for now. Even if it conflicts with your sense of justice, it is imperative to comply. Only in this way can the lofty Holy Land refrain from wielding the hammer of retribution against us. Only then will those in power perceive us as obedient hounds. One must endure, even when it is intolerable." His companion felt the weight of anger, immense, unbridled fury. It was difficult to reconcile the furious Lewis before him with the one who had jested with the CP-0 woman. As he prepared to apologize, Lewis raised a hand, signaling him not to concern himself. Taking a deep drag, he released a substantial smoke ring, watching it dissipate into the air. "My friend, the current Navy cannot withstand turmoil." Subsequently, Lewis fell silent, his head bowed as he continued smoking, yet a weathered hand emerged, calloused and worn. "Give me one as well. I am quite tempted to smoke." He lifted his gaze, meeting his companion's smiling face, and paused. Then, realizing, handed over the cigarette and lighter. In a flurry of awkwardness, his companion finally ignited the cigarette. But Lewis found amusement in his violent coughing fit. Once his companion had recovered, they exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Lewis slowly stood, brushing off the dust from his clothing, and walked alongside his companion as they departed the area. Yet, they seemed to sense something amiss, though neither reacted nor hinted at any irregularity in their conversation. Upon returning to the dock, Lewis instructed his companion to wait on the ship, commanding, "Lead your team back to the vessel. I have other matters to attend to, and it is best you do not wander around this country in the next few days. As for the rest, you understand without my elaboration." His companion raised his hand, mock saluting with feigned seriousness, replying, "All for the sake of justice." With a smile and a nod, Lewis said nothing further and turned at an intersection, departing alone. As he watched Lewis's retreating figure, his companion concealed his smile, murmuring, "I wish you success, my dear Lewis." To be continued. Chapter 66. Dragons and Lions. The capital of the Sobel Kingdom is the port city where Lewis resides. Judging by the sprawling architecture, it is evident that this nation was once quite affluent. Otherwise, it would not have had the financial means to undertake such extensive infrastructure projects. Moreover, the dense clusters of buildings signify a substantial population. Yet, the current state of dilapidation and despair suggests that restoring the former vibrancy will be an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Destruction is far easier than construction and development. As Lewis navigated through a dimly lit alley, he encountered a group of stray dogs congregating there. Among them were the robust, the disabled, those with lifeless expressions, the inebriated, and others whose eyes were filled with hatred. However, they all shared a commonality: their aura of malevolence. In such an environment, it is nearly impossible for one to retain their goodness. After all, with survival being such a challenge, who would still concern themselves with laws and morals? As for justice, that concept feels incredibly distant, perhaps even more so than the sun. At least they can still bask in its light, but justice remains an elusive notion, unable to penetrate the shadows of such a secluded and grim alleyway. You've been following me for a while now. Lewis stretched casually in the alley and boldly announced, "So, this mysterious individual, are you a gentleman or a lady? It's time for you to reveal yourself." As he spoke, he instinctively rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, alert to his surroundings. Have I been discovered already? I thought I was quite adept at concealing myself." A low, unfamiliar voice reached Lewis's ears. He turned to see a figure stepping out from a swirling gust of wind beside a trash bin in the alley. It was none other than Monkey D. Dragon. "Well, my observation skills are decent, but if not for the subtle cue from you, I might not have sensed the disturbance in the air," Lewis remarked slowly, fixing his gaze on Dragon. The man before him was clad in a dark green robe, tightly wrapped around him, with only his face, a visage adorned with a red tattoo on the left side, exposed. Lewis began to piece together the situation. A bear and dragon combination? Quite predictable. Wouldn't you say? Trafalgar Law, perhaps? Dragon murmured softly. He had often heard news of the monster rear admiral who had emerged prominently over the past 2 years. Another elite force is set to join the Navy, Dragon pondered to himself. Yet, compared to him, the man before him likely posed an even greater threat. "This is indeed our first meeting, I assent it, Bloodline Rear Admiral?" Dragon removed his hood, his eyes filled with caution. He was well aware of this rising star within the Navy, and, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from engaging in combat, for there was no benefit to be gained. Nor did he possess the confidence to eliminate this young lion. Observing Dragon's serious demeanor, Lewis relaxed his own expression, leisurely pulling out a cigarette to light. After taking a satisfying puff, he asked, "Care for one, Senior?" "Senior, you say? It has been quite some time since I've been addressed that way." Dragon shook his head, declining the cigarette, explaining that he did not smoke. "So, what led to your departure from the Navy? Rear Admiral Karp and the others are quite furious about your defection." Lewis feigned ignorance as he inquired. "The reason?" Dragon mused, glancing around at the filthy surroundings before turning his gaze back to Lewis. "Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share it with you here. Before I take you back to Marineford, I'll grant you this courtesy as a junior." With a flick of ash from his cigarette, Lewis leaned against the wall, smiling. "Ha, you're quite confident, aren't you? Though I know you're strong, I don't think you've got me all figured out." Dragon laughed heartily, expressing his stance. "We shall find out," Lewis replied with a smirk. Not lingering on that topic, Dragon casually took a seat atop a nearby trash can lid, indifferent to the filth. "Where should I begin?" Dragon stroked his chin thoughtfully. "In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, it all started when you encountered the bodyguard captain, Emporio Ivankov, at Kamabaka." Lewis prompted him softly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Dragon's eyes as he regarded Lewis with astonishment. "What? Did you genuinely believe you could leave the Navy unnoticed?" Lewis couldn't help but scoff at the notion. "Indeed, it seems so. I thought no one in the Navy would pay attention to such a minor detail." Dragon nodded. "Had I not reviewed your records in advance and known about your departure, I would have been oblivious to these matters," Lewis mused inwardly. After a brief pause, Dragon complimented him, as expected of someone who predicted the dissolution of the Roger Pirates. "Your intellect is commendable. It appears you still possess intricate knowledge of many Navy affairs. Do you have informants, perhaps?" Lewis inquired, intrigued. "Who knows?" Dragon chuckled, evading a direct answer. shifting the conversation away from the Navy. He cast his gaze upon those living like wild dogs, slowly articulating, "However, if we are to trace this back to its roots, the seeds of doubt were sown when I was merely 16. Growing up in the Navy, under its various accolades, I inadvertently overlooked the issues at hand. Yet ultimately, I had to confront my own heart. Indeed, I could not feign ignorance while proudly draping the banner of justice upon my shoulders." Lewis extinguished his cigarette, his expression impassive as he inquired, "Am I to interpret this as a mockery of our Navy?" "Indeed, for that is precisely what it is." Dragon responded without hesitation. Lewis regarded him with a shake of his head, remaining silent as he lit another cigarette, listening intently. "I understand that absolute fairness does not exist in this world. Yet there should be limits. Today, Mary Geos has gradually lost itself amidst its 8 centuries of dominion and supreme status, allowing everything to exceed those limits. I believe this deep-rooted corruption will plunge the world into a darkness far worse than that posed by pirates. Furthermore, the self-proclaimed just Navy may become their accomplices, incapable of altering this dire situation. This realization has made it impossible for me to remain complacently within the Navy. That is why I chose to depart." Dragon fixed his gaze on Lewis, speaking with unwavering conviction. "Therefore, based on your previous remarks, may I infer that you intend to engage in some anti-government activities in the future?" Lewis asked softly. "In fact, I have already begun preparations for such actions," Dragon admitted candidly. At this, Lewis furrowed his brow, his tone slightly cold as he pressed. "Then you must understand the calamity your actions will bring upon this world, correct?" Listening to this inquiry, Dragon fell silent for a moment, his expression turning exceedingly grave as he replied earnestly, "I am fully aware that many will perish because of me." "Thus," Lewis murmured softly, yet before he could continue, Dorag interjected with a grave tone, "Change has always demanded a price of blood. Lewis, you are not so naive. Over the years since you joined the Navy, how many beings have you encountered that scarcely resemble humans? What you observed during your journey just now serves as the finest example, does it not? Creatures that live yet are devoid of humanity. Indeed, it is strikingly authentic." He suddenly recalled the harrowing scene witnessed during a covert mission in the North Sea, which mirrored the sights observed here in Sobol. Consequently, Lewis fell into silence, his words abandoned. To be continued, Chapter 67, The Violent Hammer. Dorag, seeing Lewis remain silent for an extended period, Dorag mistakenly believed his words had struck a chord, filling him with a sense of elation. He softened his tone, urging, "Lewis, you are a kind and powerful individual. I know your innermost thoughts mirror my own. The Navy's justice is not true justice. Join me, Lewis. Together, we can undoubtedly transform this world." Such eloquence wasted on not running for president, Lewis thought to himself. Without allowing Dorag to continue, he waved his hand dismissively. "Do not hold me in such high regard, nor attempt to sway me with your persuasive rhetoric, Dorag. Undeniably, your ideals are noble, but our paths do not align. Thus, I must decline your invitation." Dorag paused, his expression tinged with disappointment. "That is indeed disheartening." After this exchange, neither man averted their gaze from the other. Dorag remained seated on the filthy lid of a trash can while Lewis leisurely finished his cigarette, tossing the smoldering butt into the stinking gutter. As the filthy water soaked the extinguished remains, a faint sound emerged, and Lewis slowly placed his hand on Sakura 10. Suddenly, several swirling gusts of wind materialized around Dorag. The denizens of the alley, sensing the escalating tension, had long since vacated the premises, leaving only Lewis and Dorag. Just as the atmosphere thickened with unease, both men sprang into action. A glimmer of cold light flashed as Lewis's Sakura 10 was drawn, unleashing a formidable force of destruction. "Annihilation slash, lion hunt," Lewis bellowed. In an instant, the shattered power coalesced into a blood-red lion, obliterating the walls of the alley, reducing them to dust, and charging towards Dorag. Dragon Claw. Dorag transformed one hand into a dragon claw, wrapping it in armament hockey. Unfazed by the ravenous blood lion, he seized it with precision. With a powerful grip, he crushed the creature's neck, causing it to explode. Yet, in the next moment, Lewis thrust his gleaming Sakura 10 menacingly before Dorag. However, Dorag's expression remained calm, devoid of panic. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he clasped his hands together, immobilizing Sakura 10, preventing it from advancing even an inch. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force emanating from Lewis compressed the nearby iron trash into a disc, fracturing the ground beneath them into a spiderweb of cracks. Feeling the pressure from the blade, Dorag remarked with a hint of seriousness, "Your sword is quite heavy. Without exerting force, how could one subdue such a giant dragon?" A gentle smile adorned Lewis's face, yet his bulging muscles betrayed a different story. As a piece of advice from a senior, overconfidence is hardly beneficial, Dorag softly stated. No sooner had he spoken than he dissipated like a wisp of breeze, vanishing before Lewis. Is he a Logia user? Lewis furrowed his brow, pondering the nature of Dorag's abilities since his arrival. It indeed resembled a natural type, like the wind fruit, yet it felt far from simple. However, now was not the time for such reflections. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and as Dorag vanished, he swiftly turned, slashing with his sword. A sharp clang resonated as sparks flew, Dorag's armament-wrapped arm blocking Lewis's blade. "Perhaps you underestimated me, Senior," Lewis replied, his smile fading into a stoic expression, emphasizing the term senior with weight. Dorag raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. The bloodline, Lewis, truly lives up to the reputation of a naval monster. Perhaps. But it seems there remains a considerable gap between us, Lewis mused, dismissing Dorag's flattery, especially as he appeared to handle the situation with such ease, heightening Lewis's vigilance. "Well, I am indeed a senior," Dorag confidently affirmed. In the original narrative, there had been no scenes of Dorag engaging in direct combat up to Lewis's arrival. It was known that he was strong, but the extent of that strength remained elusive. Now, perhaps, was an opportune moment to gauge it. Without prolonging their dialogue, Lewis thrust Sakura 10 into the ground, releasing the hilt without hesitation. He followed with a powerful punch, enveloped in potent armament haki, striking Dorag's arm, forcing him to retreat 2 steps. Just as Dorag prepared to retaliate, his expression shifted. The punch that pressed against his arm morphed into a claw, rendering him incapable of escape. Without hesitation, a blue-purple energy shield enveloped Lewis's other hand, and he swiftly struck Dorag's chest. Fragment, oblivion of the primordial realm. The rapid succession of events left Dorag with little choice but to shield his chest with armament haki. Accompanied by Lewis's low bellow, he was propelled like a cannonball, annihilating the numerous structures behind him. After sending him flying, Lewis stretched his shoulder, grinning as he remarked, "Senior, care to take this seriously? Is that so?" Dorag's voice unexpectedly came from behind Lewis. Lewis's eyes widened in astonishment. His observation haki had been active, yet Dorag's speed was astonishing. He could sense the old man's presence amid the rubble moments ago, yet now he was behind him. However, it made sense. Had Dorag lacked such elusive abilities, he would have surely fallen prey to the CP-0 hounds long ago. Yet, he had thrived, continuously challenging the world government. Amid a whirlwind of thoughts, reality unfolded in an instant. As Dorag's voice echoed, Lewis swiftly turned and unleashed a punch imbued with his power towards his rear. "Roar of the dragon," Dorag shouted, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind that surged from behind Lewis. Yet, under the influence of Lewis's destructive force, the air itself seemed to tear apart, preventing the wind from advancing even a fraction. As Lewis roared, the force before him, along with Dorag's form, disintegrated. Just as he prepared to pursue, an inexplicable pressure enveloped Lewis, halting his movement. "What is this?" he gasped, feeling as if the very atmosphere bore down upon him, an invisible cage confining his actions. Such an overwhelming ability, yet it seems it holds no sway over me. Dorag's figure reemerged, a smile gracing his face, though the blood trickling from his lips would have rendered it more convincing. Lewis rolled his eyes dramatically, summoning a blue-purple pulse that shattered the oppressive weight restraining him. To be continued. Chapter 068. Lewis. Do not inquire, for the answer is a 50-50 chance. Yet, observing the formidable demeanor of the great strategist, Lewis Dolarg hastily interjected, "Let us cease this for now. We have exchanged pleasantries, and if we were to truly engage, this city would not withstand it. Surely, you have other missions to attend to?" Lewis furrowed his brow and replied, "My visit here is not solely for the political directives from above. My headquarters has also tasked me with apprehending you." Though he articulated this, Lewis understood that even if he could overpower Dolarg, the likelihood of capturing him was nearly non-existent, as Dolarg had already demonstrated his strength. Even if a swift ally were to arrive, the outcome would not change. A confrontation with Dolarg would not only devastate the town, but also leave him empty-handed. If this incident were to escalate and come to light, it would be the Navy that would bear the shame. Thus far, the news of Dolarg's defection had not reached the public. Only the higher echelons of the Navy were privy to this information. Moreover, the Navy had already tested the waters, while they may wish to detain him. Lewis held a different perspective. Having already engaged in a confrontation, he had provided the Navy with a semblance of fulfillment for their mission, allowing him to return with an explanation. With this in mind, Lewis slowly sheathed his sword, the Sakura 10, retracting the martial fervor he had displayed. Seeing his junior heed his counsel, Dolarg was somewhat astonished. Regardless, it was a relief that hostilities would not continue. He chuckled and remarked, "It seems you harbor a deep affection for the Navy, unwilling to see it tarnished in reputation?" "Perhaps," Lewis conceded, following the lead of Dolarg's sentiments. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, he inquired, to return to the matter at hand, "Dolarg, your presence before me must signify more than mere philosophical discourse, no?" Dolarg fell silent for a moment before responding with a serious tone regarding Bartholomew Kuma, the Navy, or rather, how Mary Geos intends to handle him. "If possible, I hope you can spare his life." "Spare his life?" Lewis mused. "Your statement implies a connection between you two that is now exposed to the Navy's scrutiny. Why is that?" He stroked his chin, taken aback. He had not anticipated Dolarg to reveal his association with Bartholomew Kuma. Although Lewis had his suspicions, Dolarg's admission was an entirely different matter, sparking his curiosity regarding Dolarg's motives. "This was not something I intended to disclose yet. Bartholomew Kuma holds significant importance to me. Thus, upon encountering you in that Fujitora, I felt compelled to take the risk of intervening. Despite your unexpected prowess," Dolarg calmly articulated, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, as if he could see into Lewis's heart. "Moreover, from our encounter, it is evident that you do not wish to obstruct me. Lewis, perhaps you too desire to witness whether I can effectuate change in this world? I trust we need not be adversaries." Lewis silently regarded Dolarg. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Bartholomew Kuma possesses extraordinary strength. I am not entirely certain of my ability to subdue him." "Why then, do you seem so assured of my success?" Dolarg maintained his smile. Although Lewis had not directly responded to the previous inquiry, his questioning revealed much. He had wagered correctly. In truth, Dolarg was unaware that the world government would soon institute the Shichibukai system in response to the burgeoning era of piracy. Hence, he had no intention of positioning Bartholomew Kuma as an undercover operative. His words were merely an appeal for Lewis to keep their relationship concealed. "I believe you will prevail. Lewis, while Kuma's strength is formidable, this land is ultimately his homeland, his nation. He is a gentle soul, and from the moment you set foot on this island, I could foresee his defeat," Dolarg whispered. Lewis comprehended his implication. Indeed, Bartholomew Kuma was powerful, yet this was the sovereign kingdom, his birthplace. The burdens and concerns he bore would inevitably weigh him down. Thus, victory was unattainable. Even for the sake of his homeland, triumph was beyond reach. Once individuals form bonds and attachments, regardless of their might, their vulnerabilities become strikingly apparent, Lewis lamented. Zifu-sensei was such, and now Bartholomew Kuma mirrors this. Even Dolarg, due to his connection with Kuma, has had to reveal himself before me. Perhaps that is not incorrect. However, Lewis, it is precisely because of these bonds and concerns, because people possess those they wish to protect, that they harbor hopes for this world. It is this very desire that empowers them, is it not? Dolarg chuckled softly. Lewis fell into contemplation for a moment before earnestly nodding. "I have learned much. Think nothing of it. as a senior. I merely impart some insights, Dolarg waved dismissively. Upon concluding, he glanced at the sky and smiled. I wonder when we shall meet again. Let us hope that our next encounter does not necessitate combat. I still hold expectations for you, Lewis. I foresee that our reunion will not be far off. Lewis smiled as he observed Dolarg gradually dissipating into the air. Indeed, it should not be long. This journey to the South Blue was, on one hand, to address the matters concerning Bartholomew Kuma and Dolarg. On the other hand, it was also to prepare for his visit to Badarilla Island, to invite Roger to the guillotine. Now in the year 1500 of the sea calendar, a new epoch was set to commence. If all went as anticipated, Roger's body would soon falter under the strain. It would not be long before he sought out the Navy to surrender himself, thereby ushering in the era of great piracy. However, Lewis mused, for one who bore the title of Pirate King, such a surrender would be a squandered opportunity. It would be far more advantageous for him to capture Roger instead. With such an accomplishment, he would undoubtedly be favored upon his ascension to the rank of admiral. Perhaps he could even secure a swift promotion among the new generation of admirals. Ultimately, this would serve him well in future competitions for the position of fleet admiral. After all, capturing the Pirate King would yield the greatest merit the Navy could hope to achieve, inevitably stirring turmoil across the world. As for Dolarg, he would certainly make an appearance during the public execution, and Lewis would not miss that spectacle either. Surveying the surrounding area, now reduced to mere remnants of its former glory, Lewis shook his head, dismissing any lingering concerns. The city lay in desolation, its population sparse, particularly in this dimly lit slum, which attracted little attention. Regaining his composure, Lewis lit a cigarette and departed from the scene. As for the affairs concerning Bartholomew Kuma and Dolarg, he would set them aside for now, perhaps to use them as leverage against Dolarg in the future. To be continued. Chapter 69, Tyrant Bartholomew Bear? In the royal palace of Sober, the imposing figure of Bartholomew Bear sat upon his throne. The palace, devoid of any extravagant aura, exuded a profound simplicity. Even the throne, a symbol of royal authority, was remarkably unadorned. Bartholomew Bear himself exhibited none of the regal demeanor expected of a king. He donned a familiar outfit, one that Lewis recognized all too well. Perched on his large nose were glasses that appeared rather diminutive in comparison to his massive stature. Atop his head sat a spotted bear-ear hat, and in his hands he held a book, engrossed in its pages. It was none other than the Bible, a companion he would never part from in the years to come. Years prior, he had encountered former Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Dragon, from whom he derived considerable inspiration and intellectual elevation. Hence, he resolutely prepared for reform, firmly believing that if such changes could be thoroughly implemented, the kingdom of Sober would experience a renaissance. Regrettably, he faltered, and the nation had become unrecognizable. Bartholomew Bear understood well that the fault did not lie in his chosen path, but rather in the formidable adversaries he faced. Regret? Perhaps there was some. Yet, given another chance, he would still embark on the path of reform. Alas, it pained him deeply to witness his nation and innocent citizens being ruthlessly manipulated, ensnared in darkness and conspiracy. Not even the Bible in his hands could assuage his anger towards the world's governance. A series of footsteps echoed as they approached the palace. Despite hearing them, Bartholomew Bear had no intention of looking up. He remained absorbed in his reading. From the shadows of the great hall, Stussie's figure gradually materialized, adorned with a white small hat and carrying a delicate handbag on her arm. She emanated an air of elegance, reminiscent of a noblewoman attending a court banquet rather than fulfilling an important task. Mr. Bartholomew Bear, there is no need for excessive words. You understand our purpose. I hope your response this time will not disappoint us, Stussie stated with a gentle smile. However, Bartholomew Bear dismissed her entirely, not even casting a glance in her direction. Unfazed, Stussie began to inspect the palace's interior on her own. As a member of the CP agency, she had interacted with numerous allied nations and had witnessed many royal palaces. Yet this one was the most unpretentious she had encountered thus far. It was a pity that such a commendable king chose to stand against the Holy Land, she mused. With a soft rustle, Bartholomew Bear turned a page and glanced up. Finally lifting his gaze, his eyes drifted past Stussy to the entrance of the great hall, where two figures slowly emerged and approached. Unlike Stussy, the footsteps of these two were notably heavier. One was tall and slender, with black, tousled hair and deep blue eyes that gleamed with sharpness. Draped in a cloak of justice, he bore the insignia of a vice admiral. The other was a towering figure clad in a purple bathrobe, wielding a cane sword. Trailing a step behind the first, though he bore only the insignia of a rear admiral, his presence was equally formidable. The aura of strength radiated from both. Indeed, Bartholomew Bear had regarded Stussy with indifference since her entrance. She was far too weak to compel him to abdicate. Thus, he awaited the arrival of someone capable of extinguishing his hope. Unexpectedly, two had arrived at once, the Bloodlion Vice Admiral Lewis and Rear Admiral Fujitora. Clasping the Bible, Bartholomew Bear closed it and addressed the two. Indeed, the arrivals are Lewis and Fujitora, he acknowledged. Lewis's sword hung at his waist, swaying gently with his stride, while Fujitora's cane sword struck the floor with a crisp sound. The two halted before Stussy, their gazes filled with curiosity as they appraised the notorious tyrant. Your Majesty, Bartholomew Bear, Lewis spoke softly. Unlike Stussy, he refrained from addressing him as Mr., but instead used the title of Your Majesty. He paused, his expression tinged with a hint of resignation. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of the title Bloodlion. It was imposed upon me by the outside world. I am not so brutal, as they allege. However, once I ascend to Admiral, I shall adopt a different moniker. It is merely a code name. Fujitora, standing beside him, felt no ripples of emotion. In fact, he found it somewhat amusing. Do you not know how that title came to be? It is precisely due to your early, indiscriminate slaughters of pirates. Only in recent years has the situation become somewhat more harmonious. Meanwhile, Bartholomew Bear was more preoccupied with the term Your Majesty, stirring a complex mix of feelings within him. He had never anticipated hearing such a title from an official under the government. Stussy cast a peculiar glance at Lewis from behind, but refrained from commenting. She understood the importance of self-preservation. While she attempted to maintain an air of calm and elegance in Bartholomew Bear's presence, a flicker of fear lingered within her. As a member of CP0, she was acutely aware of the tyrant's formidable strength. Her presence was merely a formality, and having Lewis and Fujitora standing before her was a welcome relief. So, Vice Admiral Lewis, as a member of the Navy, do you believe there is any justice in this matter? Bartholomew Bear inquired slowly as he rose to his feet. His towering height, nearly 7 meters, and formidable presence instilled a palpable sense of dread. Stussy felt the weight of his aura, her heart racing and beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Yet, upon witnessing Lewis's calm demeanor, her anxiety began to subside. Lewis raised his chin, gazing at the tyrant with unwavering composure. The justice of the Navy represents order. However, the order of the Kingdom of Sober has collapsed. Currently, in order to swiftly restore order here, the Navy believes that your abdication is the only viable solution. Order. Bartholomew Bear murmured softly. What will happen to my nation if I choose to abdicate? It is quite simple. Upon your abdication, you will be convicted and exiled, never to set foot in the Kingdom of Sober again. In exchange, the government will spare the royal family and select one from the remaining royals to inherit the throne. Stussy interjected when she saw Lewis remain silent. Bartholomew Bear fell into contemplation. Internally, he had already begun to accept these conditions. Yet, before acquiescing, he wished to preserve the last vestiges of dignity as a king. To be continued. Chapter 070. The inevitable outcome of failure. A peculiar sound resonated, a soft buzzing emanating from Bartholomew Kuma's hands. As he descended from the elevated throne, he was seen gathering a certain energy, as though he were cradling a transparent sphere in his grasp. It was air. Lewis recognized this technique. He was compressing the surrounding air, utilizing his devil fruit ability, the superhuman type, pawpaw fruit, renowned for its capacity to repel anything, even concepts such as fatigue and injury. However, it was uncertain if the current Bartholomew Kuma could fully harness his powers to the extent of addressing abstract concepts. Lewis did not believe that he had reached the level of mastery he would achieve 2 decades hence. Upon witnessing Kuma's movement, Lewis instinctively placed his hand on Sakura Ten. Yet, a figure beside him, Ichao, intercepted his action, smoothly drawing his cane sword and declaring, "Allow me to handle this." Before Lewis could respond, Ichao stepped forward, causing the ground beneath him to tremble gently. The solid floor of the palace began to buckle at the edges, an invisible gravity emanating with a purple aura, radiating outward from Ichao's form. "Apologies, though it is not you, Lewis, who will engage. I believe I am quite capable," Ichao remarked, glancing at Bartholomew Kuma. "Thank you," Kuma replied softly. However, in the next instant, his form abruptly vanished from Ichao's line of sight, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Stussy gasped, realizing that if he were to face her, there would be no opportunity for resistance. Bare impact. Kuma unleashed a palm strike, directing the transparent energy towards Ichao. Nevertheless, Ichao was able to match Kuma's pace, utilizing his observation haki to compensate for his limited vision. In the next moment, Kuma's attack struck, leaving a distinct paw print etched into the ground, while the exploding air generated a fierce tempest. Seeing the shockwave approach, Lewis quickly grasped the still-dazed Stussy, exerting force beneath his feet to retreat. Upon landing, Stussy stared at him, bewildered, grateful that this rogue had not forgotten to bring her along in his escape. However, she exclaimed, "Could you please remove your hand from me?" Lewis, oblivious to her discomfort, remained fixated on the clash between Ichao and Kuma, saying, "No need to thank me." Before Stussy could express her irritation, Ichao, having evaded the attack, swung his blade, releasing an invisible gravitational force that sent the tiles of the grand hall soaring towards Bartholomew Kuma with an unmatched ferocity. Kuma brought his hands together and then apart, revealing the pads of his palms, attempting to bounce the incoming force away. Yet, he underestimated the rising star, Fujitora, as he felt the weight of Ichao's power upon contact. His expression shifted as he realized his ability could not repel the force instantaneously. After a brief stalemate, Kuma gritted his teeth, exerting his strength to gradually lift his palm. And with a fierce shout, he thrust the gravity upwards. With the absence of the rebound's constraint, the gravitational force erupted, shattering the palace ceiling. Without allowing a moment's respite, Ichao pressed forward, his wooden clogs striking the ground as he wielded his cane sword, swiftly descending upon Bartholomew Kuma. Just as Ichao anticipated Kuma would deflect or evade the strike, he instead stood motionless, a look of desolation etched upon his face. Observing this, Ichao was perplexed by Kuma's apparent loss of will to fight, and he flipped his blade to strike with the back. The powerful blow struck Kuma squarely, sending him hurtling back, shattering the elevated platform and the throne above it. The wall behind the throne crumbled under the immense force, and in a fleeting moment of their confrontation, the grand hall lay in ruins. Lewis, watching from a distance, was not surprised. After all, Bartholomew Kuma merely required a catalyst. Stussy, however, was utterly astonished. This was Bartholomew Kuma, the most formidable fighter in the South Blue. The CP organization had dispatched numerous skilled operatives to undermine him over the past year, all of whom had met their demise at the hands of this tyrant. And yet, here was Fujitora, defeating him in mere exchanges. Was it that Kuma was simply inadequate, or that Ichao was extraordinarily powerful? Or were they merely acting for his benefit? With his blade sheathed, Ichao gazed with a complex expression at the fallen Kuma amidst the debris, questioning why he had not retaliated, why he stood there as if awaiting his end. He then voiced his inquiry aloud. Why Bartholomew Kuma? Blood trickled from Kuma's mouth as he lay still, and upon hearing Ichao's question, he made no move to rise, responding instead, "Because you are sufficiently powerful. As my final opponent, you afford me the dignity of my last stand. As for the reason, just observe the wreckage of this palace." Kuma's implication was clear. Should they unleash their full might, the entire kingdom would be obliterated. He had no desire to witness such devastation. Thus he had resigned himself to defeat after a mere pretense of combat. After all, victory had never been an option, had it? After a pause, Ichao softly remarked, "To have Sobel as your king should be a source of pride and honor." He then turned and departed, joining Lewis as they left. Stussy, regaining her composure, hurriedly retrieved a din mushy from her dimensional pocket, dialing in with urgency. "This is Stussy. Bartholomew Kuma has been subdued. Send someone immediately." After issuing her command, she observed Lewis and Yichao departing and quickly called out, "Lewis, wait for me." Lewis, hearing her, asked without turning, "Stussy, should you not be here to oversee the aftermath?" In response, Stussy waved her hand dismissively, indicating that others would handle it. Rebuilding was not within the purview of the CP organization. The trio then engaged in light banter as they made their way to the dock where their warship was anchored. Lewis exchanged a glance with Yichao, signaling him to proceed first. After parting ways, he guided Stussy to a rocky outcrop along the shore, inquiring, "Stussy, truly, do you have no interest in joining our navy? I suspect you have reached the pinnacle within CP-0, with only the positions of commander and chief remaining above you." Stussy chuckled, responding, "Lewis, did we not agree to discuss this once you became an admiral?" Presently, she held the position of senior operations commander within CP-0, equivalent to the rank of an admiral in the Navy. Above her stood the commander overseeing all of CP-0, and then the chief of the CP organization, who commanded all CP members from 0 to 9, serving solely the Celestial Dragons. However, whether it is in terms of overall length or leadership, Stussy feels that she has little hope left. Thus, Lewis was not mistaken. Indeed, she has reached the end of her journey. In the future, when she ventures into the dark realm to establish Joy Street, it may be her intention to carve a new path, thereby gaining greater power and status to ascend to a higher echelon. Is it not regrettable? I had thought that if Lady Stussy were willing to align herself with our navy, I would lead you to a significant fortune this time. Lewis remarked with a somewhat playful tone. A significant fortune? How substantial? Stussy did not doubt that Lewis was attempting to deceive her. After all, such a lie would hold no meaning. It is likely the largest opportunity in nearly 20 years. To be continued. Chapter 071. When observing the unmistakable glimmer of interest in Stussy's eyes, Lewis realized he had made an astute guess. Initially, when they first crossed paths, Lewis was unaware of Stussy's true nature. All he knew was that she would one day ascend to become the Queen of Joy Street, commanding one of the most significant intelligence organizations in the world. Her capabilities were commendable, certainly not lacking. Thus, during their initial encounters at the orphanage, it was somewhat of a test. Stussy, when confronted with Lewis's inquiries, did not offer a vehement rejection. Rather, she left room for speculation. It became evident that her loyalty to the CP organization was somewhat tenuous. Perhaps her allegiance lay more with herself. However, this posed no issue. After all, one must look after oneself in this world. Reflecting on her ambiguous statements from before, it was clear that Stussy, after years of toil within the CP organization, had amassed achievements and connections that she could not easily forsake. After discerning aspects of her character, Lewis deemed it prudent to prepare for multiple outcomes. Firstly, to see if he could enlist her as an ally, a subordinate. The advantages of having such a stunning beauty as an aide were undoubtedly numerous. Secondly, he contemplated forming a collaborative alliance with her, not merely a partnership between the CP organization and the Navy, but rather a private alliance. The question of who would assume the dominant position in this partnership would depend on their respective cunning. In Lewis's imagination, once they established this private collaboration, the mutual benefits would be considerable. For one, she could delegate the more unsavory tasks to the CP. As for Stussy, with Lewis backing her, she would be able to act more freely and would gain leverage in her ascent to the position of commander. In moments of fortune, she could bask in the shared glory. For instance, the capture of Roger could serve as an excellent opportunity for cooperation between them. Of course, had the Navy not initially weakened the intelligence organization with their treasure, Lewis would not have taken such a step. As various thoughts swirled in Lewis's mind, Stussy, upon hearing his words, stood frozen. The greatest achievement in nearly 2 decades? Had Lewis spoken without thought? What was the last event worthy of such commendation? The Battle of God Valley. Such monumental acclaim. And he spoke of it so casually? If one were to truly consider it, the only appropriate mention would be the capture of the elusive pirate king, Roger. Wait, the pirate king Roger? Stussy shot a surprised glance at Lewis. After their encounter at the orphanage, she had gathered considerable intelligence on him. For instance, Lewis had predicted Roger's rise to prominence and boldly asserted that the Roger Pirates would disband shortly thereafter. At the time, such claims seemed outrageous. Yet, reality had vindicated Lewis. If it were him. With this thought, Stussy leaned closer to Lewis, casually wrapping her arm around his. To any onlooker, they would appear as a couple deeply in love. Lowering her voice, Stussy said, "Lord Lewis, could it be that you are referring to Roger?" With a flirtatious lick of her lips and doe-like eyes gazing up at him, she embodied an enchanting allure. Testing the waters with this cadre, Lewis merely smiled, nonchalantly replying, "Who knows?" Sensing his lack of interest in her overtures, Stussy shifted her approach, loosening her grip on his arm and cheerfully remarking, "You mentioned earlier that there is a place for me within the Navy? Oh, has Lady Stussy's heart been swayed?" Lewis raised an eyebrow, inquiring softly. "To be invited by you, Lord Lewis, is indeed an honor. However, do you not think I could be of greater assistance to you within the CP?" Stussy stood on her toes, resting her hands on his arm, whispering in his ear. Lewis feigned recollection, stroking his chin as if pondering the matter deeply. Sometimes, matters must be approached with subtlety. Unlike Lewis, if Stussy were to voice her intentions, the initiative would rest firmly in her hands. He believed that with her ambition, she would never pass up an opportunity for advancement. The moment he cast a bait named Roger, Stussy was eager to bite. However, joining the Navy was out of the question. Her combat prowess simply did not measure up. The Navy was filled with formidable beings. The current intelligence chief, Admiral Tsuru, had survived through the era of Sengoku. Her strength was indisputable. As for her loyalty to the CP, Stussy had none to speak of. Initially, she had felt gratitude for being taken in as an orphan by the government. Yet, as she climbed the ranks, she was gradually exposed to hidden truths. She later discovered that Mary Hua was complicit in such human trafficking. Perhaps her own family had been slaughtered and she abducted. However, even if she pursued this line of inquiry, she could not afford to do so. Only by immersing herself in darkness could she comprehend the government's vast power and terror. Thus, she resigned herself to the situation, abandoning thoughts of loyalty. Without loyalty, Stussy felt increasingly insecure within the CP. To safeguard herself from being discarded like a pawn, she needed greater power, status, and achievements to validate her worth. Currently, serving as a high-ranking operative within CP, Zero felt like reaching the pinnacle. Yet, Lewis's emergence ignited a new idea within her. Aligning with the Navy as a whole would undoubtedly lead to her demise. But what if it were just Lewis? Not only would she avoid being assigned a role, but she would also receive encouragement. Utilizing their cooperative alliance, they could both thrive within the Navy and the CP. Was that not an appealing prospect? Stussy believed that Lewis would not refuse her. Would he? Ha ha ha. Lady Stussy, you jest. Our Navy and the CP have always maintained a cordial relationship. After all, we are brother organizations. It is common for us to collaborate, Lewis replied with an unwavering smile, withdrawing his arm from Stussy's embrace. Stussy, unperturbed, continued, "Indeed. We are brother organizations, and for that reason, we should cooperate more closely, should we not?" Observing the warship ready for deployment, Lewis decided to be forthright. "Lady Stussy, how can I trust your sincerity when you offer mere words?" After a moment of silence, Stussy gathered her resolve and replied earnestly, "CP, Zero is preparing to establish an intelligence organization within the Dark World, and I will soon be involved in this initiative. This information is classified. Additionally, I offer you a promise. Should I become the head of this plan, this power will be at your disposal, provided you ensure my interests are protected." Lewis's heart raced. It was evident that this organization would one day become the renowned Joy Street. In mentioning this, it is akin to handing a lever to Lewis, demonstrating a considerable degree of sincerity. Should this information be divulged, Stussy's fate would undoubtedly be dire. Upon hearing this, Lewis nodded and remarked with a smile, "I hope, esteemed Stussy, you remember that no one favors betrayal. After all, who would appreciate a duplicitous individual?" Stussy, with a slight curve at the corners of her mouth, made her stance clear. She then leaned against Lewis's arm once more, occasionally brushing against him, and said, "Shall we now discuss the greatest achievement of the past 2 decades?" To which Louis opined, "It stands on par with Guion." Not having immersed himself in this wickedness, Louis felt a sense of relief and chuckled, "As you have surmised, I have indeed acquired knowledge of Roger's whereabouts." Stussy was taken aback, realizing the truth of his words. Merely this piece of information affirmed that her visit had not been in vain. To be continued. Chapter 072. Just false intelligence. In a certain expanse of the South China Sea, Louis's warship was navigating through the waters. In the distance, the sun was just beginning to rise, and a gentle breeze swept across, heralding a fine day. The matters concerning the Sobel kingdom had come to a close. As for Bartolomeo Bear's future, Louis felt no concern. His presence in the South China Sea ostensibly aligned with CP's political objectives and the apprehension of Dvorak. However, Louis's true focus had always been on Roger. This was a secret that remained undisclosed, even to Stussy until recently. Yixiao, holding a steaming bowl of buckwheat noodles, was preparing to head to the deck to enjoy breakfast in the sunlight when the door to the captain's quarters suddenly swung open. He recognized the woman from CP-0 emerging from within. No longer a novice, Yixiao understood the implications. She had been spending her nights in Louis's quarters during their voyage, only emerging in the morning. There was no need to ponder what transpired behind closed doors. Her contented expression spoke volumes. Yixiao had no qualms about this being Louis's private life, but he was intrigued by how he would confront the jealous Guion upon their return to headquarters. As he savored his noodles, he felt a delightful appetite. Stussy noticed him and nodded before gracefully approaching. She seemed unconcerned by others' perceptions. Indeed, her beauty was her greatest asset, meticulously maintained for a reason. Louis was a man worth investing in, although she understood that such a man would not be easily swayed by mere appearances, and her status precluded her from becoming Louis's wife. Nevertheless, the opportunity to deepen their relationship was undeniably advantageous. Moreover, Louis's striking handsomeness, coupled with his masculine aura and commanding presence, reminded her of legendary figures from her past life, akin to Zhao Yun or Ma Chao, both formidable in might and appearance. Shortly thereafter, Louis emerged, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt that exposed his torso, flamboyant beach shorts, flip-flops adorning his feet, and a fishing rod in hand. Yixiao, observing Louis's attire, found nothing amiss. After all, it was his time off, and he could dress as he pleased. Yet, the question lingered. Why linger in the South China Sea when their mission was complete? Initially, Yixiao had been engrossed in gambling with other sailors, but after losing his funds over the past few days, he found himself in a monotonous cycle of eating and sleeping. They had encountered a few bands of pirates along the way, but there was no need for Louis or Yixiao to intervene, as other sailors swiftly dispatched the foes, clearly outmatched. After finishing his noodles and relishing the broth, Yixiao let out a satisfied burp and turned to Louis, who was fishing without bait. "Are you actually fishing? How can you catch anything without bait?" Louis disdainfully glanced at him and cryptically responded, "I am angling for something grand." "It is no fault of yours if you do not comprehend." Suppressing his urge to retort, Yixiao rolled his eyes and shifted to more pressing matters. "When shall we return? Admiral Sengoku called yesterday inquiring about us. Is there anything of significance happening in Marineford?" "Ah, I've caught one," Louis exclaimed, surprising Yixiao as he indeed reeled in a fish without bait. Yixiao, taken aback, responded, "No, nothing pressing at headquarters. The New World remains unchanged. We need not intervene. Let them fight amongst themselves." "Is that so? Then you shall inform Admiral Sengoku that we will return later." Louis nodded, continuing to cast his line. Yixiao had no objections. Although it was somewhat dull, this was a paid vacation, and he preferred to extend it. He summoned a soldier to bring tables and tea. After preparing the tea, he poured a cup for himself and Louis, blowing lightly on the hot liquid before asking, "What purpose do we continue to linger in the South China Sea?" Louis pulled out a chair, seated himself, and gazed solemnly over the railing at the sea. "There is something I wish to confirm." "What is it?" Yixiao inquired, curiosity piqued. Extinguishing his cigarette and lighting another, Louis exhaled slowly before revealing. "According to the intelligence I possess, Combined with information from CP0 Stussy, I have reason to suspect that Joel D. Roger, the pirate king who vanished at sea 2 years ago, is concealed on the island of Bartail in the South China Sea. Yixiao, caught off guard, sputtered tea all over Lewis. Fortunately, Lewis's quick reflexes spared him from needing a change of clothes. After a few coughs, Yixiao exclaimed, "Lewis, are you certain you are not jesting?" Lewis, unable to assert complete certainty, rephrased, "The authenticity remains unverified, but since we are here, we must investigate. Should we not notify headquarters and seek support? Even combined, we cannot guarantee we could apprehend Roger." Yixiao frowned, speaking earnestly. After all, this was the Pirate King. Lewis chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Brother, do you have any idea how many sightings of Roger we have received over the past 2 years? Countless. Every few days, we hear of his appearance on some island. If we were to respond to each, we would have done nothing else but chase rumors." Yixiao gradually came to his senses. Chuckling, "I see now, I was overly alarmed." He understood that the flood of conflicting reports about Roger had muddled the waters. Yet Lewis believed that this time it was worth investigating. However, Yixiao pondered, Roger had been missing for over 2 years. Could it truly be that their leader stumbled upon him? It seemed implausible and likely just false intelligence. Shaking off the ashes from his cigarette, Lewis concluded, "Thus, we shall visit the island, take a look around, and return in a few days. There is no need to inform headquarters and waste resources." "Understood, Admiral Lewis." Yixiao rose, smiling as he saluted, before sitting down and requesting a cigarette from Lewis. After lighting it and contemplating for a moment, he inquired, "Lewis, what if? What if Roger really is on that island?" In response, Lewis stood, gazing far out over the horizon with a serious expression. "Then it shall be our moment to execute justice." To be continued. Chapter 073, The Daily Life of the Pirate King in Retirement, South Sea, Bartalara Island. A rather unremarkable island, devoid of any special products or fame, and lacking any significant geographical importance. In the vast expanse of the ocean, such islands are as numerous as the stars in the sky. There are no nations on this island, only a small town with a modest population of several hundred. The remoteness of such islands results in a scarcity of news, with few foreign ships passing by. Nevertheless, if not for the disturbance caused by pirates and other nefarious entities, life here could be quite serene. Yet, beneath the surface of this inconspicuous island lies a true titan, the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. During his voyages in the South Sea, he encountered a woman named Portgas de Rouge. Their meeting was sparked by the intriguing presence of Tin, her name, which piqued Roger's curiosity. Curiosity, after all, often marks the beginning of one's downfall. Rouge was an exceptionally beautiful woman, though perhaps lacking in formidable strength. Her spirit was remarkably resilient and her demeanor gentle. Thus, our Golden Roger found love in this place. However, for someone of his stature, love would only serve to bind him. After a brief stay, Roger chose to set sail once more into the vast ocean, while Rouge promised to wait for his return. This wait extended for many years. Fortunately, Roger did eventually return to the side of his beloved, but tragically, he was afflicted with a terminal illness, with little time left. Despite this, Rouge continued to love him deeply, and the two of them secluded themselves on this island. Given the island's isolation, the majority of its inhabitants were not well educated, with few literate individuals among them. Consequently, they seldom kept up with the news, to the point where even newshawks seemed disinterested in conducting business here. While a few locals had heard of the Pirate King Roger, such a grand figure felt far removed from their lives. They preferred to focus on more immediate concerns, like where to fish the next day. Moreover, after Roger's retreat, he displayed none of the imposing aura associated with the Pirate King, rendering him quite inconspicuous. Thus, for the past 2 years, no one had taken notice of him. The treasure he had acquired after disembarking from the Oro Jackson was sufficient to ensure a comfortable existence for both him and Rouge. However, in their desire to integrate into the community, and with Rouge having her own aspirations, the couple did not simply indulge in a life of idleness. Rouge engaged in handicrafts, creating items such as handkerchiefs and towels, which she entrusted to Roger to sell at the local market. Roger was more than willing to partake in this simple yet fulfilling life. At the sole harbor of Bartolira, Roger set up a stall adorned with Rouge's handmade goods, while he and the surrounding vendors exchanged banter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. "Hey, Rod, you seem like a strong fellow. Why are you wasting your days selling these trinkets? Come fishing with me tomorrow. It pays much better." A fish vendor jested. Rod was the alias Roger adopted here, and he merely shrugged off the comment. "Do not underestimate these items. They are crafted with love by my dear wife, stitch by stitch. I sell them at a discount only because you folks are poor. In a larger city or nation, they would fetch a fortune, several million berries at least. You should count yourselves lucky," he retorted, eliciting laughter from the surrounding vendors. Roger's talent for boasting was well known. However, amidst the laughter, he was suddenly struck by a fit of coughing, his complexion alternating between crimson and pallor, prompting him to cover his mouth with a handkerchief. Once his breathing steadied, he glanced at the cloth, noticing it stained with blood. "Are you all right, Rod?" a vendor inquired with concern. Roger casually tucked the handkerchief back into his pocket, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just an old ailment indeed." An old ailment that was growing increasingly severe. During his days sailing the seas, Roger had never worried about such matters, even when facing an incurable illness. He was prepared to embrace death. After all, those who navigate the treacherous waters, be they pirates or navy, have long since cast aside the notion of life and death. If one feared death, why venture out to sea? Yet, since settling in Bartolira with Rouge, Roger began to experience a growing fear, not of his own demise, but of what would become of Rouge in his absence. Just as Roger sank into this turmoil, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "A warship! What a massive warship! In all my years, I've never seen a vessel this grand." Someone speculated, surely, the Navy's South Sea branch could not possess such a ship. Perhaps it is the legendary flagship of the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing this, Roger quickly turned his gaze toward the dock, where indeed a colossal warship was gliding gracefully into the harbor. The Navy? Are they seeking me? Roger pondered with a hint of surprise. After all, Bartolira Island was a remote, desolate place. It was rare to see even a ship from the South Sea branch, let alone one from the headquarters. Yet, he found it peculiar. If they were truly here for him, they would not have dispatched merely one ship. He did not believe the Navy was aware of his current situation. Observing the warship, he retrieved the blood-stained handkerchief from his pocket and, gazing at the dark red stains, sighed inwardly. Perhaps the moment of parting was drawing near. With this thought, Roger bid farewell to the vendors. Claiming he felt unwell and needed to return home to take medicine, he packed his belongings and departed, while the others merely smiled and urged him to take care of himself. Meanwhile, the ship's ladder was slowly lowered, and Lewis, accompanied by Stussy, descended from the vessel, while a smile served as the deputy commander, guarding the warship. "This place is too ordinary. There is nothing unusual at all," Stussy remarked as she surveyed her surroundings. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Lewis, is Roger really here?" Given their shared history of bloody battles, their relationship had naturally grown closer, and formalities had diminished. Lewis replied with a smile, "Often, the impossible happens right before our eyes." Stussy, still anxious, suggested it would be prudent to call for backup from the headquarters. Otherwise, it could be precarious. "No need," Lewis shook his head, dismissing her suggestion. Stussy, intending to argue further, fell silent at the resolute look on Lewis's face. "Seal off the harbor. Until I give the order, no one enters or leaves the island." "Have the South Sea branch's men not arrived yet?" Lewis turned to the nearby naval colonel and asked. The colonel acknowledged Lewis's command and then replied, "The South Sea branches 233 and 315, totaling 10 South Sea-class warships and 3,000 personnel, have reached the vicinity and are en route." Although Lewis did not intend to disturb the headquarters, he had no qualms about utilizing the South Sea branch's resources. However, he knew the South Sea branch's ships would not be as swift as those from the headquarters, so they would have to wait a while longer. Lewis nodded, indicating his understanding, and then commanded, "Inform them there is no need to land on the island. Simply seal off the waters surrounding Bartolira Island and coordinate with our headquarters." Yes, sir, responded the colonel, saluting. Lewis remained silent thereafter, standing at the port for a while until a middle-aged man, somewhat anxious, was escorted to him by a major amidst a throng of naval soldiers. Upon seeing Lewis, the man, dressed casually in a white shirt and beach shorts, exuded an undeniable aura of authority, which, combined with the entourage around him, made it clear that he was a significant figure. He quickly spoke up, "Sir, we are all law-abiding citizens here." Lewis, maintaining a serious demeanor, inquired, "Are you the person in charge here?" "Yes, sir, I am the mayor," the man replied cautiously. "Do not be anxious, we are the Navy. As long as you have not engaged in any unlawful activities, you shall not face difficulties." Noticing the mayor's trepidation, Lewis softened his tone. The mayor, relieved, thought to himself that he was indeed a respectable individual, having never committed any egregious offenses throughout his life. Well, perhaps just bullying the less fortunate from time to time. "In these past 2 years, have there been any suspicious characters?" Lewis asked with a smile. "And no, not at all," the mayor stammered, shaking his head. Lewis gestured for Stussy to bring forth a wanted poster, which he handed to the mayor, warning, "Think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, this will not be solely your affair." The mayor, upon glancing at the poster, was taken aback. A bounty of 556,480,000 berries. Did the Navy truly believe that such a prominent figure would linger on this insignificant island? To be honest, as the mayor, he considered himself one of the few elite individuals in this place. Moreover, Roger had little interest in mingling with such elites. That was not his style. He spent most days associating with local vendors. Thus, the mayor genuinely did not recognize Roger. Realizing this, Lewis waved dismissively, instructing the ineffectual mayor to leave promptly. The town had only a few hundred residents, and if one could not recognize all the faces, what kind of mayor were they? Subsequently, Lewis summoned a few onlookers from among the vendors, presenting the wanted poster to them while asking, "Can you identify this person?" One vendor glanced at the poster, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this Rod?" Rod. A smile crept across Lewis's face. It seemed that Roger was indeed on this island. Stussy, standing nearby, also displayed a look of surprise and excitement. To be continued. Chapter 074. Husband and wife upon returning home. Roger found that Lu Jiao was in the kitchen preparing a meal. He was surprised by her early return and wondered if her health had deteriorated again. Lu Jiao turned her head in astonishment, and without uttering a word, Roger stood at the door, clutching a package, gazing intently at his wife. It seemed Lu Jiao sensed something amiss. She paused her actions, and tears began to flow silently down her cheeks. Roger, witnessing her sorrow, felt a pang in his heart but managed a forced smile, saying, "Let us not dwell on that. Let us eat first." Lu Jiao nodded, covering her mouth to stifle her emotions. Soon, a variety of steaming dishes adorned the dining table, and the couple sat across from each other in silence, quietly consuming their meal. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had slipped away. Roger's sudden voice shattered the tranquility. "Indeed," Lu Jiao replied, her face streaked with tears as she mustered a faint smile. After finishing the last bite of his meal, Roger paused for a moment before reluctantly stating, "Lu Jiao, I must leave." The remnants of her smile vanished from Lu Jiao's face as she trembled slightly while serving him a bowl of soup, then softly replied, "I understand." Seeing her in such a state, Roger could no longer restrain himself and began, "If I hadn't tea left back then, we..." But before he could finish, Lu Jiao shook her head and, with a radiant smile, gently expressed, "Roger, what I adore is the you who bravely sails the seas and never backs down. If it were the you of the past, rather than the present, I would never have fallen in love with you." After a brief pause, she continued, "You are the indomitable pirate king. This ocean would be far too dull without you. How could I bear to let you venture out to sea?" Roger let out a hearty laugh, which gradually faded into a sigh. 2 years ago, I told Newgate that I had no regrets. Yet, this life is far too lonely. Lu Jiao, I deeply regret not returning sooner to be with you. Your safe return is all that matters, Lu Jiao replied, shaking her head, indicating that his safety was her greatest joy. After finishing the soup, Roger reminisced. looking at Lu Jio with a hint of regret. How wonderful it would be to witness the birth of our child. Alas, my time is running short. Is it serious? Lu Jio asked anxiously. Roger nodded, then shifted the conversation to the name of their unborn child. You are the child's father. You shall name him. Lu Jio said lovingly, caressing her belly. If it's a boy, let us name him Ace the Ace. If it's a girl, let us call her Anne, hoping she lives a joyful, carefree life. The tenderness in Roger's expression revealed that these names were chosen with great contemplation. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Lu Jio replied with a smile. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. A voice outside called, Is Roger home? Hello? Roger's expression darkened significantly. He had anticipated that it would be a naval ship, likely not seeking him out directly. Yet, he had not expected them to arrive so swiftly, leaving no time to relocate Lu Jio. If the Navy discovered Lu Jio's presence or realized she was pregnant, Roger could not fathom the world government sparing his bloodline. Lu Jio glanced at Roger and sighed. What must come will come. She rose and opened the door to find an individual dressed in what appeared to be casual beach attire, complete with sunglasses rather than a naval uniform. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vice Admiral Lewis of the Navy headquarters, here to seek out Roger, Lewis said. Noting the puzzled look on Lu Jio and Apos' face and smiling warmly. To be candid, Lewis harbored no fondness for Roger. While he acknowledged Roger and Apos' remarkable prowess, he also recognized him as a pirate stained with the blood of countless innocents. However, he held immense admiration for Lu Jio, for she had captured the heart of such a man and had valiantly carried Ace for 20 months, all while evading the government's and Navy's watchful eyes. Such a woman was truly deserving of respect. Lu Jio stared at Lewis in amazement. She had envisioned various scenarios of the Navy arriving at her doorstep. Yet, this vice admiral seemed more like a casual visitor. Nevertheless, there was no escaping the situation. She nodded, stepped aside, and said, Hello, I am Lu Jio, Roger's wife. Please, come in. After expressing his gratitude, Lewis changed into a pair of slippers that, while slightly small, sufficed. Following Lu Jio into the house, he removed his sunglasses and curiously surveyed the modest yet cozy abode. After taking a few steps and passing through the corridor, he spotted the man engrossed in his meal at the dining table, oblivious to the commotion around him. Ha! Roger, you truly are here. Lewis laughed, as if he were an old friend of Roger's. Hearing Lewis's voice, Roger finally raised his head to meet the face that was both unfamiliar and familiar, uncertainly asking, Bloodline Lewis? Surprised you remember me, Roger. It has been several years since we last met, Lewis replied, pulling out a chair and sitting down with ease. After taking a seat, he added with a chuckle, Please don't call me Bloodlion. It makes me sound like a heartless executioner. Well, perhaps you should ask those pirates you've dispatched if they agree, Roger retorted with a scoff, his amusement evident. The two shared a glance, and after a moment, they burst into laughter. Lewis then poured himself a glass of water and inquired, How was Raftel? Quite fascinating, Roger replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lewis. Remarkable. To accomplish what no one has succeeded in for centuries. Lewis marveled, acknowledging Roger's undeniable achievement, regardless of his character. After taking a sip of water, Lewis turned to Lu Jio, saying meaningfully, You've been doing quite well these past 2 years. Indeed, love is intoxicating, Roger replied with a smile, oblivious to the deeper implications of Lewis's words. Lewis merely smiled in response. Curiosity piqued, Roger looked at Lewis and asked, Hey, Lewis, I know you are strong. But aren't you overly confident? You dare to come seeking me alone? He found this Navy officer even more peculiar than Carp. Well, considering you are nearing death. Lewis's statement left both Roger and Lu Jio in shock. He had intended to light a cigarette, but quickly recalled Lu Jio was pregnant and stashed it back into his pocket. Understanding the situation, Lu Jio gracefully excused herself and ascended the stairs, signaling to Lewis that he was free to act as he wished. After she left, Lewis sighed. I didn't expect your wife to be pregnant. Roger, are you truly this irresponsible? Lewis exclaimed, lighting a cigarette with a sharp gaze fixed upon the so-called pirate king. Roger opened his mouth, at a loss for words in response to Lewis's accusation. To argue would be futile. He knew deep down that Lewis was right. He was indeed a scoundrel, particularly in matters concerning Luigi. Sighing heavily, he thought to himself, what a nuisance. I had anticipated simply taking you away, yet somehow I ended up with two uninvited guests. Lewis scratched his head, feigning exasperation. To be continued. Chapter 75. Boundaries and conscience regarding Roger's impending death. Lewis may feel a sense of regret, but he certainly does not harbor any sympathy. However, when it comes to Luigi and the child she carries, Lewis genuinely does not believe they deserve to perish. The notion of bloodline superiority is utterly fallacious. One's future should not be dictated by blood, whether one is a so-called noble celestial dragon or a person branded as sinful from birth. Lewis harbors a profound disdain for such rhetoric. This belief is one of the reasons he sought a private meeting with Roger. Roger tightened his grip on the chopsticks, a palpable aura of menace enveloping Lewis. Yet, Lewis remained unfazed, continuing unabated. Harboring the Pirate King warrants equal punishment. But the child is innocent. No one is born a criminal. The aspiration for light is an innate human instinct. To judge based on antiquated notions of bloodline is indeed an unjust act. Taken aback, Roger replied, you possess a certain wisdom. Yet, you, a pirate, have no right to utter such words. Lewis rolled his eyes in response. Constrained by Lewis, Roger refrained from retorting further. In truth, since Lewis's arrival, Roger had come to many realizations. Naturally, there was a sense of luck involved in discerning whether the Navy intended to capture him. Now that the situation was solidified, he knew escape was impossible. Even if he could flee, what would become of Luigi? What fate awaited their unborn child? If they wished to ensure all three could escape safely, they would have to eliminate everyone else on the island. Many on the island were aware that Rod had a family. Thus, only the naval officer before him could offer Luigi a glimmer of hope. Observing Roger's fluctuating expression, Lewis decided to abandon this line of conversation. As the current situation was already quite clear, he stated plainly, Roger, no matter where you attempt to flee, even if you run to the ends of the earth, the Navy will capture you. With a commanding presence, Roger slammed his hand on the table and, with a hint of defiance, inquired, you speak the truth. My time is indeed limited. However, Lewis, do you think a dying man, unrestrained, would not wreak havoc? That is precisely why I sit here, discussing matters with you. Lewis nodded in agreement. To be honest, he was uncertain of how much strength Roger could muster after enduring such prolonged suffering from illness. How could he be certain? If this old rogue were to go mad and harm himself, then this entire endeavor would be for naught. As long as you promise me to protect Luigi and the child, I will surrender, Roger declared solemnly. Lewis cast him a sidelong glance, shaking off the ash from his cigarette. Instead of offering a direct response, he countered with a question. Protect? Even if I truly agree, can you trust me? Caught off guard by the rhetorical question, Roger fell silent. Lewis observed him, sighed, and reflecting on that great mother, he remarked, I can only assure you that I will not harm them. Shortly, I will inform Vice Admiral Garp of the situation here. In 2 days, when he arrives, you will willingly board the warship in custody. At that time, I will relay the information to headquarters. Upon hearing this, Roger raised his head, his eyes shifting from surprise to gratitude. Thank you. He understood that if he were imprisoned by Lewis, the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly send someone to retrieve him. Such a significant matter could not solely rely on Lewis and a mere smile. Headquarters would inevitably be uneasy. If anything went awry, chaos would ensue. The 2-day window was sufficient for him to meet with Garp. Among the Navy, the only person Roger trusted was that reckless Garp. If all went smoothly, then Luigi and their child would be saved. Subsequently, Lewis drained his glass of water, extinguished his cigarette, and rose, gesturing that it was time for him to depart. Seeing this, Roger also stood and accompanied him to the door. Just as Lewis was about to push the door open, Roger smiled and asked, Aren't you afraid I'll escape? In response, Lewis let out a hearty laugh, pushing the door open without looking back. If that were the case, you would no longer be the Pirate King. Watching Lewis stride away, Roger murmured to himself with a smile, what an intriguing officer of the Navy. Upon returning to the warship, Lewis summoned a subordinate and instructed, Order all naval personnel to refrain from landing on the island. Everyone is to rest aboard the ship. Initially acknowledging, the subordinate then inquired curiously, "So, Roger is truly on the island?" Lewis nodded affirmatively. Upon confirmation, the subordinate was taken aback and spoke in a hushed, urgent tone. "Shouldn't we apprehend him immediately? What if he escapes?" "Enough," Lewis interrupted, then posed a question. "Do you believe the families of the guilty should suffer the consequences?" Startled, the subordinate took a moment to comprehend, then resolutely responded, "Of course not. Regardless, the child is innocent. If this were the case, where would the Navy's justice lie?" After speaking, he offered a salute and set off to execute the orders. What kind of woman could conquer the pirate king? The subordinate mused silently. Before long, Stussy approached, her expression curious. "Lewis, what are you waiting for?" "Stussy, as an ally, I entrust you with our first collaborative task," Lewis replied with a smile. She paused for a moment before asking, "What is it?" "Regarding accolades, you shall receive your fair share, I assure you. However, Roger has lingered in the South Sea for a full 2 years, and Mary Geos will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. Both CP and the Navy will be involved. I propose that Vice Admiral Garp manage the Navy's side. As for CP, if all goes well, you will be responsible for it, correct? I hope you can cooperate with Vice Admiral Garp during this operation." Stussy furrowed her brow, not quite grasping Lewis's intent. Nevertheless, she nodded. Indeed, if she were to participate in the operation to apprehend Roger and establish merit, then CP would have no reason to withhold the subsequent tedious matters from her. It would be a complete process. Cooperating with Vice Admiral Garp? That posed no issue. But was it necessary to emphasize it? Stussy remained puzzled. Lewis paused, his tone serious. Perhaps Vice Admiral Garp may act unexpectedly during the operation. I hope you can turn a blind eye and ignore it. Stussy fell silent for a moment, then spoke. "You wish to spare Roger's wife?" Since Lewis intended to share the spoils, it was clear he could not keep this under wraps. Lewis refrained from mentioning the child and inquired, "Is that a problem?" Stussy gazed into his eyes and ultimately replied with a smile, "A trivial matter. Since you, Vice Admiral, have requested it, I, Stussy, will not make things difficult." In her perspective, capturing Roger was sufficient. His wife was of little concern. She could simply pretend not to see when the time came. "Thank you very much," Lewis said with a smile. Thus, the nefarious actions that might have unfolded in the original narrative would not transpire. Indeed, Lewis's mindset had become more pragmatic since his arrival, driven by ambition to ascend. Yet, he still retained his boundaries and conscience. The act of slaughtering innocent pregnant women is something he could never bring himself to do. To be continued. Chapter 76. A chance encounter with Roger can ruin one's life. The purpose of this journey, aside from seizing the credit for capturing Roger to ease my future promotion to Admiral, is that I have yet to devise a strategy concerning Roger's son, Ace. However, setting that aside for the moment, Ace alone is sufficient to grant Karp a favor. Once Karp acknowledges Ace as his adopted grandson, the significance of that favor will only grow as Ace matures. This holds tremendous value. Despite Lewis's flippant demeanor, it is undeniable that Karp possesses immense prestige and connections within the Navy. Given that Lewis intends to engage in the power struggles of the future, securing the allegiance of such influential figures is paramount. Nevertheless, the focus remains on the present, taking one step at a time. After Stussy's departure, Lewis entered the captain's quarters, locked the door, and retrieved a den mushy, dialing Karp's number. "Catching Vice Admiral Karp?" Lewis inquired softly. "Aha, Lewis. I never expected you to reach out to me. Quite rare indeed. What brings you to contact me?" Karp boisterously responded. Lewis's tone grew slightly more serious as he asked, "Are you alone?" Without replying, Karp could be heard shutting a door, and he then asked in a similarly grave tone, "What is going on?" "In the South Sea? At Bartalara Island. I have Roger under control, but the situation is a bit complicated. He wishes to meet you," Lewis summarized. Upon hearing this, Karp was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and asked uncertainly, "You mean Roger?" "That Roger? Who else could warrant such treatment from me?" Lewis replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Confirming the identity, Karp corrected his demeanor. "Has the headquarters been informed?" "Not yet. I thought since he made such a request, it would be prudent to discuss it with you first to stabilize the situation. I plan to report to headquarters shortly, Lewis replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, good lad. It's a pleasure to see my care for you has not gone to waste, Karp praised. Lewis was somewhat astonished that this boisterous man could express such sentiments. Aside from that time you thrashed me during the rookie camp, what else have you done for me? You shameless rogue. Ahem. Lewis, I owe you a favor. Could you help me suppress this news for a couple of days? Karp added. Lewis chuckled, knowing Karp would be restless upon learning this news, and feigned reluctance. Just 2 days? Yes, 2 days is sufficient. I will head over immediately. Just need to beat headquarters by 2 days. Karp quickly replied before hanging up, rushing to the port in his ship, setting sail towards the South Sea. After waiting just over a week at Bartalara Island, Karp's ship, the Doghead warship, arrived. Judging by the time taken, it was clear they had traveled at full speed without delay. Lewis prepared to greet Karp at the port when a shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky, crashing onto the dock and cracking the stone bricks, landing not far from him. Lewis, you could have held off for a few more days. Sengoku is hot on my heels. Karp bellowed with a hearty laugh. Lewis sighed. Vice Admiral Karp, we agreed on 2 days. When Sengoku found out I was holding back the news, he nearly tore me apart. Karp nodded, patting Lewis on the shoulder earnestly. I will remember this favor. Karp, while often brash, was far from foolish. He understood that having someone suppress the news for 2 days was a significant courtesy. Had it been anyone else, Sengoku would have had their head for such a transgression. After holding the news for 2 days, Lewis dutifully reported to Sengoku, who was furious to the point of nearly spitting blood, vowing to make Lewis pay dearly. He then set out with 5 warships at full speed. Enough talk. Where's Roger? I must see him, Karp inquired. Lewis gestured towards the cabin, smiling as he led Karp to meet Roger. After a few steps, Karp turned and asked, You mentioned some unexpected developments. What are they? You'll hear it from Roger himself, but I must warn you, if you show any weakness, it may lead to complications, Lewis cautioned, waving his hand. Karp paused, then chuckled. Lewis, you know I have a history with that rogue, but I am still a Navy man. I will not falter in my duty, you needn't worry. Lewis smiled, but remained silent, merely indicating for Karp to proceed. Seeing this, Karp said no more and asked, Is there any wine aboard? Well, all right, Vice Admiral Karp. Ishao replied. After looking to Lewis for approval, he signaled a sailor to fetch the wine. Lewis was pleased with Ishao's response, indicating his loyalty was assured. Watching Karp carry the wine into the cell designated for high-profile prisoners, Lewis cast his gaze toward the horizon, contemplating how to pacify Sengoku's wrath. If all else fails, I'll just concede. With my accomplishments, it should not be too much to ask. As Lewis pondered, Karp entered the dimly lit cell. The prison lacked windows. Shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering lamps, enhancing its eerie atmosphere, Roger lay shackled, languidly resting in the damp, gloomy cell. Just as he thought Karp would arrive soon, he heard the sound of a door opening and closing, footsteps approaching slowly. Opening his eyes, Roger sat up from the cold floor, gazing at the approaching figure. The silhouette held a lantern in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. Roger's eyes fixated on the wine bottle, and he burst into laughter. Ha! It's been 2 years, Karp. I haven't had a drop of alcohol in all this time. Truly, you are a great friend. Despite not seeing his face, Roger instantly recognized Karp. Karp snorted in response. Humph. I don't recall ever becoming friends with you, you rascal. Karp's pride was evident as he approached Roger, feigning indifference. However, he ultimately sighed. It's been a long time. Roger, unbothered by pleasantries, reached through the bars, snatching the wine bottle and popping the cap. Gulping down a generous swig before sighing contentedly. Ah, the exquisite taste of Bink's brew. You have no idea, Karp, it's been 2 years since I last tasted wine. During his 2 years of seclusion on Bartalara Island, he had been meticulously cared for by Lugio. Otherwise, surviving these years would have been a question mark. Is there anyone who can keep you in check, you scoundrel? Karp muttered. Subsequently, he settled cross-legged on the damp floor, indifferent to the wetness beneath him. Observing Roger as he relentlessly downed his drink, it wasn't long before the bottle was emptied. Once Roger finished, Garp finally inquired, "So, before you meet your end, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Upon hearing this, Roger, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "How did the Navy ascertain the state of my health?" Garp felt no need for obfuscation and recounted succinctly how Lewis had deduced Roger's ailments. After listening, Roger sighed. The Navy truly possesses an impressive array of talent. Garp nodded, appearing quite unsurprised. Noticing this, Roger decided to forego further trivialities. "Garp, after all these years of conflict upon the seas, I have long regarded you as a trustworthy and dependable friend." Garp's expression shifted, and suddenly recalling Lewis's warning, he stood and said, "Have you finished? Once you have, I shall take my leave." At that moment, Roger grasped Garp's wrist tightly, fixing his gaze intently upon him as he declared, "I am about to become a father, Garp." Continuation to follow. Chapter 077. Is this not the duty of a great general? What nonsense are you speaking? Garp forcefully wrenched his arm from Roger's grasp. His previously darkened face now wore an expression of rigid tension. He regretted hurrying to this location upon receiving Lewis's call. "Garp, I am indeed guilty, and I do not wish to evade my responsibilities. But what of the child? Even if I am guilty, the child is innocent. Can the justice of the Navy not encompass even a newborn?" Roger refrained from restraining Garp further, yet his words ensnared Garp's heart. Meanwhile, the flickering flame of the oil lamp momentarily dimmed, rendering both figures somewhat ethereal. "Her name is Lugio, Portgasti, Lugio. I entrust my child to you, Garp," Roger continued, speaking as if to himself. Garp's fingers trembled. Had he not heard those words, he would have thought little of it. But how could he not ponder if he had? Despite his strong reluctance, Garp harbored a semblance of camaraderie towards Roger. Moreover, Roger's assertions were not unfounded. This rogue was indeed culpable. Yet could a newborn, pure and innocent, be guilty? Garp's sense of justice could not accept the notion of bloodline guilt. He rose to depart, though his resolve began to waver. "If I allow my heart to soften, trouble will surely follow." He vaguely recalled Lewis's admonitions. Indeed, if he softened his heart, after all, the bloodline of the Pirate King. Sigh. Ultimately, Garp stood, cast a glance at Roger, uttered no words, and left with the oil lamp in hand. Roger ceased his entanglement, smiling brightly. He understood that Garp had silently acquiesced. Although no verbal promise was made, silence served as an affirmation. Stepping out of the cabin, Garp inhaled deeply the fresh air, his gaze falling upon Lewis leaning against the railing, admiring the scenery, inciting a surge of frustration within him. "Lewis, did you know all along?" he questioned, striding forward. "Know what?" Lewis turned to respond. "Roger's private affairs." Garp glanced around to ensure no one was listening before lowering his voice. Lewis rolled his eyes in response. "Isn't that obvious? So you knew? And yet you led me into this predicament?" Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. "If you hadn't come, who knows how far Roger would have gone in his desperate resistance? Besides, I told you, as long as your heart remains steadfast, there is nothing we cannot resolve," Lewis explained with a smile. However, judging by Garp's demeanor, it seemed he had softened. Garp sighed, recognizing that Lewis's choice was indeed correct. Nevertheless, the ensuing events promised to be troublesome. That afternoon, as anticipated, Admiral Sengoku arrived with 5 warships at Bartolilla Island. Lewis stood at the port, awaiting this powerful figure's arrival. To be frank, he felt rather uneasy. This was his first time deceiving Sengoku since joining the Navy. But considering how often Garp had led him into trouble, he should be accustomed to it by now. Meanwhile, the rather unyielding figure had yet to arrive, left alone aboard Lewis's warship, lost in thought. After the warships docked, Sengoku disembarked with Kazan, his expression taut, betraying a simmering anger. Kazan, trailing behind, exchanged a knowing glance with Lewis, which eased Lewis's anxiety somewhat. As Sengoku's feet touched the ground, Lewis approached with an unashamed demeanor. Greeting him, "Admiral Sengoku, thank you for coming in such haste. It must have been arduous." Observing Lewis's eager approach, Sengoku's heart softened slightly, though this fellow lacked discernment. Thus far, he had not caused any significant issues. Nonetheless, his expression remained stern as he retorted, "Umph. It was not nearly as taxing as your efforts, Rear Admiral Lewis. Not at all. It is all for the sake of justice. Lewis replied, maintaining his bravado. You dare mention justice to me? Such a critical matter. And you conspired with that rascal Carp to keep it from headquarters for 2 whole days. Listen here, Lewis. If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall see to it that you face a military tribunal, Sengoku declared vehemently. However, Lewis discerned Sengoku's protective sentiment toward him. As long as he offered a plausible justification, Sengoku would assist in covering up the matter. Realizing this, Lewis felt a warmth in his heart. Despite his reckless behavior, this elder still cared for him. As for the explanation, he had prepared it long before Carp's arrival. Thus, as Sengoku finished speaking, Lewis promptly replied, You are aware that I came to the South Blue to handle matters concerning the Sobel Kingdom, while also seeking that fellow, Dragon. The mere mention of Dragon caused Sengoku to momentarily set aside the current issue, inquiring about the situation and whether Dragon could still return to the Navy. Lewis recounted the events surrounding his encounter with Dragon, albeit with some embellishments. Upon hearing this, Sengoku did not blame him for failing to apprehend Dragon. After all, Dragon had once been a leader among their generation during Sengoku's time in the Navy. Even though Lewis had grown considerably stronger in the past 2 years, Dragon was likely progressing as well. Whether Lewis could defeat him remained uncertain, let alone capture him. Yet, that was not the primary concern. What troubled Sengoku was the animosity this young man held toward the world government. If he were to act in the future, could the Navy avoid involvement? Certainly not. The Navy had invested considerable resources into nurturing talent, only for it to potentially turn into a terrorist. This was all Carp's doing. Nevertheless, as Dragon had made no movements as of late, Sengoku chose not to dwell further on the matter. He shot Lewis a disgruntled glare, demanding, Are you going to continue fabricating excuses? Lewis chuckled awkwardly. This is all the truth. How could it be an excuse? After a brief pause, he continued, My encounter with Roger was purely coincidental. I intended to explore the island upon my arrival, never expecting to find Roger here. Although he is gravely ill and has little time left, if he is pushed too far, the consequences could be dire. He even expressed a desire to meet with Rear Admiral Carp, hence my actions. Sengoku regarded Lewis with a mix of exasperation and understanding. His reasoning was adequate, yet he sensed an underlying issue. Ultimately, he opted not to pursue the matter further. Regardless, Lewis had indeed captured Roger, and everything appeared to be progressing smoothly without further incident. Overall, the outcome was favorable. After coming to terms, Sengoku glared at Lewis, softly admonishing, Remember this narrative. Whenever anyone inquires in the future, your response must remain consistent. Hearing this, Lewis felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed this matter had been settled. Kazan, witnessing the exchange, stepped forward with a smile, suggesting that now that Lewis had captured Roger, he must treat them to drinks upon their return to headquarters, and that they should invite Sakazuki and the others to celebrate. Lewis chuckled joyfully, remarking, No problem. Once we return, we shall reserve the venue for the evening, allowing you to indulge to your heart's content. He then shifted the conversation, turning to Sengoku and inquiring, General, I have captured Roger. Surely this achievement is monumental. Is it not? Pray tell, do I stand a chance? Upon uttering this, he raised his eyebrows with an air of exaggerated implication. Sengoku, observing Lewis's demeanor, couldn't help but laugh in exasperation and replied, What chance, you ask? Well, consider this. Teacher Zephyr has been rather uninvolved of late, and the weight of the responsibilities of the 3 admirals rests heavily upon your shoulders. It must be quite taxing. As your junior, it is only natural that I should strive to alleviate your burdens. Now, do you think my accomplishment warrants a promotion to admiral? Lewis shamelessly inquired. To be continued. Chapter 078, The Warring States, Arrangement. Observing Lewis in such a state, Sengoku found it somewhat amusing. Ever since this young man ascended to the rank of vice admiral, he seemed to have unleashed himself, his audacity growing with each passing day. However, Sengoku held no disdain. On the contrary, this version of Lewis felt more genuine and approachable to him, indicating that their relationship had reached a certain depth. As for Lewis's ambition to aim for the position of admiral, Sengoku was not at all surprised. Since Borsalino began to take a back seat, Sengoku had come to understand his intentions. In the eyes of the neutral parties, whether it was Lewis or Borsalino rising to the rank of admiral, it was merely a matter of shifting hands. Personally, Sengoku found himself more hopeful for Lewis. Yet, despite this, he reached out and playfully tapped Lewis on the head, chiding him, "What do you think being an admiral entails? Do you believe it can be handed out so casually? Capturing Roger wouldn't suffice, would it?" Lewis, somewhat helplessly, inquired, "Isn't it possible?" Although surprised, he held no great expectations, as his approach had been somewhat casual, hoping to strike a chord with a mere inquiry. What if it worked? If you managed to capture Roger through sheer strength, I could consider a way forward. But as it stands, your accomplishments have indeed reached great heights. For you have indeed caught Roger. However, your strength still falls short of bearing the title of admiral. You are still lacking in that regard. If I were to agree to your request, I would be doing you a disservice. Sengoku spoke earnestly. He then lowered his voice and cautioned, "Moreover, you have only recently been promoted to vice admiral. Rising to admiral in just a few years, it is too swift and quite inappropriate." Lewis internally scoffed, acknowledging that his promotion had indeed been rapid, yet reflected on how, in the original narrative, 2 admirals had been appointed directly after 20 years without anyone questioning the appropriateness of such a move. Of course, circumstances had changed. The 2 situations could not be compared. That era had been the pinnacle of piracy, marked by the most notorious generation of villains. Currently, the great pirate era had yet to commence, and the Navy's internal mindset was not as volatile or unruly. As for strength, while Lewis harbored confidence in his abilities, he did not possess blind arrogance. At this moment, he indeed could not uphold the title of admiral. He still had some way to go. "Yes, Admiral, I understand," Lewis replied with a smile. Seeing this, Sengoku felt a quiet admiration. Initially, he had anticipated that Lewis might display some undesirable emotions, yet it turned out that despite his mischief, the young man was receptive to counsel. Regarding Lewis's potential appointment as admiral, Sengoku began to ponder. Perhaps after a few more years of honing his skills, it would not be inappropriate. And as for Lewis's achievement in capturing Roger, that was a feat no one could diminish or ignore. Otherwise, how could future Navy leaders be expected to perform their duties with such dedication? Thus, Admiral Sengoku patted Lewis on the shoulder, speaking with conviction. "Once we return to headquarters and resolve the matter of Roger, I will advocate for your commendation." He then pulled Lewis aside and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "During this time, consider if there are any bases you have your eye on. When the time comes, I will allow you to venture forth and gain practical experience." Upon hearing this, Lewis's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was evidently part of his promotion. Serving as a base commander across the seas held little allure. Upon meeting with the officers at headquarters, their ranks would immediately drop by 2 levels, rendering them somewhat diminished. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Smoker, who, while holding the rank of colonel at headquarters, was idling in the East Blue. Yet, within the Grand Line, regardless of whether it was the first half or the latter half, the command was directly managed by personnel dispatched from headquarters. Consequently, the ranks held by base commanders were still those of the headquarters. Moreover, base commanders were substantial figures within the Navy. A robust base could easily have tens of thousands of troops under its command. Typically, these bases were responsible for suppressing surrounding pirate activities and protecting nearby allied nations from infringement. Additionally, base commanders were rotated among the elite vice admirals to prevent any one individual from amassing excessive military power, though the likelihood of such a situation arising was minimal, given this was a world where individual martial prowess was extraordinary. Considering the time frame of Lewis's promotion to vice admiral, it had been nearly a year. Logically, he shouldn't yet be eligible. However, due to his accomplishment in capturing Roger, Admiral Sengoku decided to grant him an exception, allowing him to command thousands of sailors and safeguard a territory. To ascend to the rank of admiral, one must not only possess the ability to combat, but also the capacity to lead and command the Navy effectively. As for the future characters in the original narrative, such as Green Bull and Fujitora, they were not to be mentioned lightly. The current standards for admirals remained quite high. Therefore, Sengoku's consideration was that allowing Lewis to serve as a base commander for a period of practical training would provide him the opportunity to achieve results. If he succeeded, coupled with his accomplishments, his promotion would be indisputable. Everything would proceed according to protocol, reasonable and justifiable. Although this would necessitate a temporary departure from headquarters, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Communication and coordination posed no issue. There was no fear that should headquarters initiate action, he would be unable to participate. Most importantly, many aspects that were challenging to navigate in Marineford could be approached more freely at the base. Suppressing his excitement, Lewis turned to Admiral Sengoku and declared, "Yes, I will not disappoint you." Hearing this resolute response, Sengoku nodded approvingly. After offering Lewis a few final instructions, he boarded the warship to confer with the pensive Carp. Lewis, on the other hand, chose not to mingle further. He had completed his role in this operation, and there was little left to draw attention to. As for Lucio, he had already provided ample assistance. The subsequent matters would rest in Carp's hands. Soon, after concluding his discussions with Carp, Sengoku approached and commanded, "Lewis, prepare to set sail. Form a protective formation centered around your warship as we return to Marineford." Initially responding affirmatively, Lewis, noticing Carp's absence, curiously inquired, "By the way, where is Vice Admiral Carp? The situation with Roger has not yet been fully resolved. He remains here to maintain order while awaiting further orders," Sengoku replied, casting a glance at Lewis. He sensed that something was amiss with Carp, perhaps related to Lewis. Nevertheless, out of respect for Carp's dedication to the Navy, Sengoku refrained from probing further. After exchanging a few words with Kazan, Lewis learned that Sakazuki was also aboard the ships trailing behind. However, it seemed that the Red Dog had no intention of joining them, so he chose not to pursue the matter further. With Sengoku's command, all ships, except for Carp's Doghead warship, began to depart the port in an orderly fashion. At the port, Stussy smiled as she observed the disgruntled expression on Carp's face, softly commenting, "It is a pleasure to collaborate with the renowned marine hero, Vice Admiral Carp. I look forward to your guidance in the future." At that moment, Carp was preoccupied with thoughts on how to stabilize the Navy while preventing CP-0 from encountering issues, his mood decidedly irritable. He waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "I know." Stussy, momentarily taken aback, pondered whether this marine hero had lost his composure. However, recalling Lewis's prior admonitions, she surmised that Carp was likely feeling overwhelmed. Thus, she let the matter slide. She had no intention of clarifying that she and Lewis were allies. The fewer who knew about their clandestine pact, the better. Observing Carp's demeanor, it was clear that Lewis had not divulged anything to him. A subtle collaboration would suffice. Meanwhile, in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Kong had just ended a communication with Admiral Sengoku. The matter concerning Roger has finally settled, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After a brief pause, the empty marshal dialed the telephone bug connecting to Mariewa once more. To be continued. Chapter 079. The Navy's Cherished One. Lewis, it wasn't long before the five elders took the call, interrupting Admiral Kong before he could speak. "Is it empty? How has the matter with Roger been handled?" Lewis had kept the news under wraps for 2 days. The Navy dared not delay, and as soon as they received word, Admiral Kong reported it immediately. However, Admiral Kong refrained from mentioning Lewis's discretion, and Stussy remained silent on the matter. Thus, the five elders were unaware of the intricacies involved, knowing only that Lewis had captured Roger. "Indeed, esteemed ones, Roger has been apprehended and will be confined upon our return to headquarters, where he will be imprisoned and impelled down," Admiral Kong solemnly replied after the five elders had concluded their inquiries. "Impelled down?" There was a moment of silence on the other end before they continued. "There is no need for that. As the Pirate King, Roger's capture will undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the pirates' morale. We must seize this opportunity to assert our dominance. Kong, arrange for his execution immediately. It is imperative that Roger faces a public trial. This man cannot be allowed to live, regardless of public or personal reasons. Roger must die." Admiral Kong had no objections to this directive, as his own considerations had been to leverage Roger's situation for greater advantage. He had yet to determine the best approach, but with the order now given for a public execution, it seemed fitting to use the death of the pirate king to instill fear across the seas and bolster the Navy's might, aiding their endeavors in the New World. Understood. Esteemed ones, regarding the matter of public perception, is there anything specific you require from us? Admiral Kong inquired. You previously reported that Roger is gravely ill, and thus did not resist arrest, allowing Lewis to take him easily, correct? After some contemplation, the five elders posed their question. To be precise, Roger found himself with no alternative but to surrender, Admiral Kong clarified. That's somewhat the same sentiment, but it does not accurately reflect the authority of the world government and the Navy. Therefore, arrange for an external announcement declaring that through meticulous planning, the Navy has tracked down Roger, and Vice Admiral Lewis bravely led the charge to capture the Pirate King. The five elders directed. Given that the Navy can boast about the Edward Sea battle, portraying it as though we single-handedly defeated Shiki's Grand Fleet, it is essential we promote our genuine achievements now. They continued, emphasizing the need for effective publicity. Admiral Kong recognized the importance of such propaganda. It would elevate the morale of the Navy while simultaneously intimidating pirates and instilling greater public confidence in their forces. What could be more advantageous? Moreover, promoting Lewis, a prized asset of the Navy, would pose no issues whatsoever. With 20 years having passed since the God Valley incident, the Navy indeed required a new standard-bearer to inspire its ranks. Lewis, with his adeptness, was far more capable than Garp. At that moment, as Admiral Kong pondered, the five elders interrupted him with a smile. By the way, Lewis is quite impressive. You must nurture him well within the Navy to ensure his talents do not go to waste. The CP has repeatedly expressed their eagerness for your cooperation. There was even a hint of jest in their tone. It was evident that the five elders were quite pleased with the recent capture of Roger and held a favorable view of Lewis, especially since he had not exhibited the typical rebelliousness of youth. His execution of this political mission was proof of his loyalty to the government, warranting further cultivation. Hearing this, Admiral Kong smiled and reassured them. Rest assured, esteemed ones, Lewis is indeed the Navy's treasured asset. He shall not be undervalued. Do you think the CP might attempt to poach him? Dream on. As the naval fleet sailed without incident and docked, Lewis exhaled deeply in relief. After successfully arriving at Marineford, Admiral Kong relayed the news to Morgans. At that moment, Morgans, who was indulging in a massage, was utterly bewildered. The Pirate King Roger has been captured? Has the maritime landscape shifted so abruptly? The name of the captor was all too familiar to him, Lewis. Gazing at the photograph of the shackled Roger sent by the Navy, Morgans felt no doubt regarding the validity of the news. After all, the Navy had no reason to fabricate such claims. Thus, he swiftly commenced the printing of a special edition, determined to broadcast this explosive news to the world. In the Marine headquarters at Marineford, Admiral Kong's office was filled with notable figures including Admiral Sengoku, Lewis, Akainu, and Kazan, who were all reporting in. Upon hearing Sengoku's briefing, Kong cast a glance at Lewis and admonished, "No more reckless behavior in the future." "Yes, Admiral." Lewis responded promptly, standing at attention. Given his sincere acknowledgement, Kong refrained from further reprimanding him. He genuinely feared that Garp might lead Lewis astray, recalling how Kazan, once a promising young man, had nearly veered off course under Garp's influence. Fortunately, being under Sengoku's guidance had helped him regain his bearings. The arrangements concerning Roger had already been finalized by the higher-ups, with plans set for his execution in East Blue at Logtown, the very place where Roger's pirate journey had begun. "Sengoku, this matter is entrusted to you. I've disseminated the news. In no time, the world will be aware of these developments. Time is of the essence. Act swiftly," Admiral Kong commanded. The choice of Logtown as the execution site was deliberate. No matter how formidable one may be or how well they fare in the outside world, once the Navy has set its sights on you, we can determine the place of your demise. It may seem audacious, yet the Navy possessed the capacity to do so. "Understood, Admiral," Sengoku replied. Subsequently, Admiral Kong unified the external narrative regarding Roger's capture. This operation was executed following meticulous planning and rigorous investigation, successfully led by Vice Admiral Lewis. All other matters concerning Roger are to remain confidential and must not be disclosed. Yes, everything is for the sake of justice. The others echoed in unison. Thereafter, Sengoku remained behind to discuss the execution details, while Lewis and the others found no reason to linger and took their leave. As they departed together, Akainu approached Lewis, a stiff smile adorning his face as he remarked, "Well done, Lewis." To be honest, Akainu's smile was somewhat unsettling, better left unsaid. Nevertheless, Lewis sensed sincerity in his words, devoid of any provocation. "Thank you, Akainu. Everything is for the sake of justice," Lewis replied with a smile. Given Akainu's character and his views on justice, it was clear that Lewis's capture of Roger genuinely pleased him. "Well, I have other matters to attend to. But feel free to visit my home when you have the time," Akainu softly suggested. Lewis graciously accepted his invitation without hesitation. To be continued, Chapter 080, From Earth to Explosion. Once Sakazuki departed, Kazan finally spoke. "You seem to have a good relationship with him." "Well, it's all right. However, I've noticed that your relationship with him has eased quite a bit over the years. It's not as tense as it used to be," Lewis remarked with curiosity. "I find it amusing that, being colleagues, you managed to be at odds with each other for so long." Kazan waved his hand dismissively. "What else could it be? It just turned out that way for no apparent reason. We simply found each other intolerable. With our differing abilities and interpretations of justice, our relationship was bound to be strained. But, in recent years, I sense he has become less extreme. After sharing a few drinks, I've come to understand some of Sakazuki's past. So, overall, I suppose I can comprehend him a bit more now." Lewis acknowledged this perspective, noting that without proper communication, the chance for mutual understanding is lost. The extent of that understanding, however, depends on how both parties choose to manage it. Nevertheless, their relationship was certainly better than what was depicted in the original narrative. After exchanging a few more words, Lewis and Kazan returned to their respective tasks. Particularly, Lewis needed to contemplate which base he would be assigned to next. Marineford, new recruits camp at this point. It would be more appropriate to refer to this place as a military academy. Originally a makeshift cramming school, it has now transformed into a legitimate naval military institution. Of course, the principal remains none other than Zephyr. Despite his annual requests for retirement, Admiral Kong has consistently denied them. Thus, he continues to hold the rank of admiral while fully stepping back from frontline duties. At this moment, Lewis was engaged in a conversation with Zephyr in the principal's office. The office was quite simple, not much different from Zephyr's previous office as an admiral, with a rugged style. The only notable feature was a calligraphy piece adorning the wall, inscribed with the words, "Forge Ahead." Unlike the rough and tough Carp, both Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr possess exquisite calligraphy skills. Sengoku's piece reads, "Justice reigning supreme," symbolizing his hope for the Navy to embody justice and safeguard the seas. Similarly, Zephyr's inscription carries its own significance. He wishes for the students emerging from this academy to forge ahead and bring glory to the Navy. Is that Morgan's out of his mind? I'll remember him. I hope he doesn't cross paths with me again," Lewis exclaimed, slamming a newspaper down in frustration. Zephyr, leisurely brewing tea, chuckled at his proud disciple's vexation. "Has Morgan's defamed you in the paper?" "On the contrary, he praised you highly, calling you a representative of the Navy and a contender for future leadership. Why create trouble for him?" Lewis grumbled discontentedly. "But the title he has given me in the paper is utterly unpleasant." Initially, Lewis had found the title Blood Lion quite impressive, attributed to his brutal methods against vile pirates, where he would shatter them using his abilities. At first, he thought the title was rather cool. However, over time, despite the positive press, many ignorant individuals began to perceive him as a violent savage. Thankfully, his good looks managed to salvage some of his reputation. Nevertheless, it wasn't all bad, especially for the new recruits. When they heard the instructor mention the arrival of the Blood Lion, the previously lax atmosphere would turn serious, and they could even sense fear among the fresh recruits. Indeed, Lewis had gained a notorious reputation, and despite the attachment he had developed to the title over time, Morgan's had unceremoniously bestowed upon him a new moniker, Vanguard of Justice. Lewis could already envision the awkward scenarios that would unfold during confrontations with pirates. Run. The Vanguard of Justice is here. Look, it's him. The Vanguard of Justice. These past few days felt akin to social death for Lewis. Others, however, seemed unfazed, including Zephyr, who considered the title quite commendable. In Lewis's eyes, however, it felt embarrassing and lowbrow, lacking any sense of grandeur. He found Bloodlion far more appealing. I think Vanguard of Justice is quite nice. What is so unpleasant about it? It carries a wonderful meaning, doesn't it? Zephyr remarked, holding his teacup with a cheerful demeanor. Lewis's expression darkened as he replied, Teacher, please refrain from calling me that Vanguard of Justice from now on. I truly cannot bear it. It's far inferior to Bloodlion. Ha ha. Young people are so sensitive about their image, Zephyr teased. Then, recalling Lewis's earlier mention of being dispatched elsewhere, he confirmed, You said you were going to be assigned abroad? Since shifting his focus to the military academy, Zephyr had not kept up with the Navy's other affairs and was unaware of Sengoku's arrangements for Lewis. Lewis nodded, That's correct. I came today hoping you could provide some guidance. Upon saying this, Lewis retrieved a nautical chart from his pocket and spread it across the desk, marking various branch bases along the Grand Line with a red pen. Teacher, Admiral Sengoku seems to suggest I can choose freely. Which location do you think is suitable? Lewis asked with a smile. Choose freely? Zephyr raised an eyebrow, somewhat amazed. Sengoku truly seems to have a fondness for you. Of course, I have a way of endearing myself to people, Lewis boasted shamelessly. However, Zephyr ignored Lewis's boastful comment and set down his teacup, examining the marked naval bases on the chart while analyzing them aloud. There are various types of bases. Some are well-established, while others are skinny as a rake. If you choose a well-established one with abundant resources, you will have to prove your capability in leading troops into battle. Conversely, if you opt for a skinny base, you must demonstrate your governance skills, transforming it into a plump one. Considering the two scenarios, you need to reflect on what aspect of your abilities you wish to prove in order to select the corresponding base. Others may go to a base merely to serve as its commander, but your situation is different. Besides the usual responsibilities of a base commander, you have Sengoku's test to contend with. Once you pass this hurdle, opportunities for becoming an admiral in the future will certainly come your way. Lewis stroked his chin, contemplating Zephyr's detailed analysis for a moment before responding. Moreover, Zephyr's eyes brightened with anticipation as he inquired, Do tell? I should mention that my objectives for proving myself extend beyond Admiral Sengoku. They encompass my fellow naval colleagues as well. While my strength is evident, I have yet to showcase my leadership and governance abilities. If the base I command thrives, it will indirectly demonstrate my capability to lead the Navy towards better development. Lewis replied softly. To be continued. Chapter 081. The Sweeping Tide. Ha! You lad are indeed still thinking about the position of Admiral, exclaimed Zifa, his laughter echoing warmly. A Navy that does not aspire to be an Admiral is not a good Navy. Not only that, but given the opportunity, I also wish to become a Marshal someday, Lewis declared without hesitation. Ambitious, I see. Though the timing is not right at present, you are not alone in this ambition. In the future, Kazan, Sakazuki, and others will also face their trials. As for Borsalino, let us not speak of him, Zifa warned, his expression turning to one of resignation when he mentioned his colleague. Nevertheless, he understood that if Lewis wished to ascend, Borsalino would have to step down. After saying this, Lewis nodded appreciatively to Zifa, expressing his gratitude for the guidance. At that moment, the door to Zifa's office swung open, and Guillaume rushed in without so much as a greeting, enveloping Lewis in an embrace, her voice a mix of disbelief and excitement. Lewis, you caught Roger. The Pirate King, Roger? Struggling for breath under the weight of Guillaume's exuberance, Lewis instinctively patted her arm. This woman seems intent on murdering her husband. At a loss for words, he added, I can hardly believe it. How could you have stumbled upon such a thing? Surely, this achievement should elevate you to Admiral now, right? Guillaume exclaimed, still in a state of shock. After catching his breath, Lewis replied, Becoming an Admiral will still take a few years, but I should have no problem securing the position of Admiral candidate this time. He turned to Zifa. Apologies, teacher, I was too excited earlier. But what were you discussing with him? After Lewis recounted their conversation, Guion looked a bit disappointed. Sensing her mood, Lewis comforted her. Don't worry. We can enlist Admiral Sengoku's help later to apply for you to take on the role of Deputy Base Commander. Zifa observed the revived spirit of Guion and then glanced at Lewis, remarking, Youth is truly wonderful. In the New World, Totland, Whole Cake Island serves as the stronghold of the Big Mom pirates. At this moment, Katakuri sat in his room, engrossed in a freshly acquired newspaper. The headline startling, Navy Achievement, Pirate King Roger Captured. Initially skeptical, Katakuri's disbelief turned to astonishment as he read further. It was true. Roger had indeed been captured. Moreover, the one responsible for his capture was none other than Lewis, the rear admiral who had once crossed paths with him at sea. Or rather, now a vice admiral. The punisher of evil. Lewis? Katakuri murmured softly. It appeared as though only Lewis loathed this title. However, Katakuri felt no resentment. On the contrary, he sensed the Navy's intent to elevate Lewis as a prominent figure within their ranks. The last person to receive such treatment was the hero of the Navy, Vice Admiral Garp. In just over 2 years, had Lewis truly grown to this extent? Even a man like Roger. Katakuri clenched the newspaper tightly, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Over these 2 years, he had scarcely left Whole Cake Island. His previous defeat had humbled his pride, compelling him to train relentlessly for another encounter with Lewis to reclaim his honor. Yet, it seemed that progress was not his alone. Perhaps this is even better. It makes the challenge all the more worthwhile, Lewis. Katakuri grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. News of this monumental event had reached Charlotte Linlin as well. Yet she felt no displeasure. Rather, the capture of Roger, the thief, by her future husband filled her with joy. After her elation subsided, she began contemplating the potential upheaval this event could incite. It was imperative to seize this opportunity to expand the influence of Totland. Aboard the White Whale, Moby Dick, the strongest man's vessel, Edward Newgate, also perused the freshly printed newspaper. Ah, it's that boy Lewis again. He had a vivid memory of this name, first brought to his attention during the arrest of red-haired Shanks, and later during the Navy's war against the Whitebeard pirates, where Lewis had single-handedly defeated both Jozu and Vista, even severing the arm of the legendary Shiki. Now, he had captured Roger. Yet, Newgate soon grasped the reality. Roger's body was deteriorating. His capture by the Navy might have been a choice made by Roger himself, or perhaps a result of some underhanded tactics employed by the Navy. There could very well be some intriguing machinations at play. Thus, Newgate felt no sorrow or resentment. After all, he and Roger had long since parted ways. But it was this punisher of evil that piqued Newgate's interest. In the past, during the God Valley incident, neither Garp nor Roger had been particularly notable figures. Yet, it was these two that had dismantled his former crew, the Rocks Pirates. Since then, Garp had been hailed as the hero of the Navy and had remained a symbol of excellence upon the seas. Garp himself had lived up to that title. Now, could this punisher of evil be the Navy's attempt to forge another figure akin to Garp? It seemed that Lewis had truly matured. Newgate handed the newspaper to his anxious sons, Marco and others, reflecting upon the situation. Upon reading the article, Marco and the others gasped in disbelief. Especially Jozu and Vista, who had previous grievances with Lewis, found themselves disheartened. It felt utterly absurd. A man younger than themselves had skyrocketed in power to the point of capturing Roger. They, the seasoned veterans of Whitebeard, had witnessed the man's strength on numerous occasions. Of course, had they known the state of Roger's health, perhaps their astonishment would have been lessened. Ignoring his sons, Newgate rose from the sofa on the deck, striding towards the bow of the ship, gazing out at the vast ocean of the New World. Roger, what exactly are you planning? Why, despite receiving news of your capture, do I sense that this sea is about to erupt? Newgate murmured to the ocean. After a long pause, he burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Kuah! After 20 years, is the tide of the era about to sweep over us once more?" His laughter echoed, leaving Marco and Teach exchanging glances, before Teach curiously asked, "Dad, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing. Just watch the sea closely. It will provide us with answers." Newgate replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. To be continued. Chapter 082. Enjoying hot pot. And then he arrived? New World, Melview. This is the headquarters of the Sky Pirates, led by the formidable Shiki, the Golden Lion. At this moment, Shiki had just completed an inspection of Dr. Indigo's experiments and was in remarkably high spirits. His grand scheme had begun to take shape on this extraordinary island, where a herb known as IQ could stimulate the evolution of biological brains. Consequently, the animals on the island had undergone various ferocious evolutions. Shiki, captivated by the herb's potential, aspired to form a formidable beast legion to dominate the world. This ambition, at its core, was a reaction to the provocations of Roger. Unable to locate ancient weapons and with Roger refusing to collaborate, the audacious Shiki resolved to create one himself. Unable to find it, he declared, "Fine, I shall create it myself." With great confidence, he aimed to forge a new weapon that rivaled the ancient ones. Few would dare to dream and act as he did. Yet Shiki was resolute. "Indigo, expedite your research in this area. If you need funds, I shall provide them. If you require personnel, I will seize them for you," Shiki proclaimed, striding forward while addressing Indigo behind him. Pausing briefly, he glanced disapprovingly at Indigo's shoes, which emitted an unpleasant sound with each step, and grumbled, "Can't you just change those damn shoes?" Indigo merely offered a perfunctory response, unconcerned by the comment. Given the deep bond between them, he understood that his captain was not genuinely angered. Speaking of which, there was a formidable group within the scientific community led by a remarkable individual named Vegapunk. He possessed extraordinary talents among scientists, and securing his assistance would greatly enhance your plans, Captain, Indigo suggested. Presently, Vegapunk had not yet been apprehended by the Navy or the world government, and was working with a group of disheartened scientists on an illicit research team known as MDS, focusing on lineage factors. Individuals like Queen and Judge were also part of this clandestine group. Vegapunk. Shiki furrowed his brow, evidently unfamiliar with the name. In his eyes, only the strong mattered, and Vegapunk was outside his realm of recognition. Indeed, he is remarkably talented. It is said he has a brain that transcends human civilization by 500 years, Indigo added, hoping to pique Shiki's interest. "Very well, let us locate him and bring him here." Shiki nodded. Just then, a pirate subordinate rushed in, clutching a newspaper, exclaiming, "Captain, a grave matter has arisen. Roger, the pirate king, has been captured by the Navy." Shiki's expression shifted abruptly from dreams of the future to disbelief as he snatched the newspaper with his remaining left hand, noting the news of Roger's capture. "How is this possible? How can this be? He was the man who defeated me. How could he be caught by the feeble Navy?" Shiki exclaimed incredulously, especially upon seeing that Lewis, the one who had taken his right arm, was responsible for Roger's capture. His eyes bulged, veins protruding from his forehead, and his golden mane swayed violently. Observing his captain's reaction, Indigo recognized that Shiki was on the verge of madness. Taking a cautious step back, he anticipated the inevitable. Sure enough, in the next moment, Shiki drew his firearm and shot the messenger in the chest, blood erupting everywhere. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "You all understand how formidable Roger is, don't you? How could such a man be captured by the Navy? Captain, please calm down." Several officers, no longer silent, rushed forward to counsel him. It was peculiar. In their eyes, their captain was flawless, powerful, intelligent, ambitious, and decisive, a true paragon of the age. Yet, he could not handle anything related to Roger. Whenever Roger's name surfaced, Shiki would lose his wits and descend into madness. Lewis, that damned brat again. Very well, I shall also take revenge for my lost arm." Shiki seethed, his eyes glinting with menace. Clenching his fists, he turned and strode toward the exit. "Captain, where are you going?" Without a word, Shiki stepped outside, gazing at the clouds above, and declared fiercely, "If I must die, it shall be at the hands of that scoundrel, Navy." As soon as he spoke, Shiki's figure soared into the sky, disregarding the frantic pleas of his subordinates, vanishing into the clouds in mere moments. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Several days had elapsed since Lewis conversed with Zifa. Dark clouds loomed over the fortress like a shroud, blocking any trace of sunlight, and a light rain fell, casting a somber atmosphere. Seated in the office of Admiral Sengoku, Lewis dropped a piece of beef into the hot pot. On a rainy day, hot pot was the perfect comfort food. This method of eating had not existed before Lewis arrived, but now it was a reality. While not particularly challenging to prepare, the sauce posed a minor inconvenience. Yet one must make do in this otherworldly setting. Before Lewis could retrieve the meat, Guion swiftly grabbed it with her chopsticks and placed it in her own bowl, savoring it with delight, completely ignoring Lewis's mix of amusement and exasperation. Sengoku watched the couple's interaction with mild amusement, inadvertently reminiscing about his own youthful days. After tossing another piece of meat into the pot, Lewis glanced out the window at the weather and remarked, "At this rate, we might face a storm." After all, Kinnaman and the others had just set sail towards the East Blue with their warship. They were the third group. Akainu and the Laughing Professor B were the second. Among them was Roger. The first group was led by Zifa and Kazan. Fleet Admiral Akiji had gone to the Holy Land for a meeting. As for Lewis, he had specifically requested to accompany Admiral Sengoku in the last group to Rogue Town, intending to guard against Shiki's potential assault. With Carp still cleaning up in the South Blue, relying solely on Admiral Sengoku would likely prove insufficient to handle Shiki. The concern about the weather also stemmed from the hope that if a storm were to arise, Shiki would be deterred. If the rain cleared and they were to depart, Shiki could return and wreak havoc at Marine headquarters. Such a scenario would be a significant embarrassment for the Navy. It won't happen. Today's weather forecast indicates it will clear up shortly, Guion asserted, shaking her head as she picked up a piece of white radish. Thank goodness I didn't go with Kinnaman. Otherwise, I would have missed out on this hot pot. Indeed. A calm departure would be ideal, Lewis replied with a smile. However, just then, Lewis, utilizing his observation haki, sensed something amiss. Swiftly rising to his feet and approaching the window, whispering, "So it has finally come." Shiki. To be continued. Chapter 083. The Arrival of Admiral Shiki, the Golden Lion. What transpired? The reactions of Admiral Sengoku and Guion upon witnessing Lewis were swift. They promptly unleashed their observation haki. Upon receiving feedback, their expressions turned grave. In the vast expanse of the ocean, the only one capable of taking a step forward, apart from a smile, was Shiki. The Admiral approached the window and bellowed. Above the main square, several colossal warships floated ominously, yet fortunately, none were manned. No sooner had Sengoku's voice echoed than these ships, seemingly bereft of control, plummeted towards the square in a free fall. "You shall not succeed." Lewis forcefully pushed open the window, propelling himself forward like a cannonball into the downpour. He streaked through the air, swiftly maneuvering his hands as a flash of cold light revealed his blade, Sakura 10. A violet-blue aura coalesced around the sword as he fixed his gaze on the descending warships, then unleashed a powerful strike, shouting, "Oblivion Slash! Lion's Roar!" The shattering blue-violet waves illuminated the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar. In an instant, the warships were reduced to mere dust. Lewis landed gracefully in midair, his feet gliding as he descended alongside the swirling debris. Meanwhile, alarms blared throughout Marineford, as countless Navy officers rushed in from all directions. Where are the enemies? Where are they? No sign of any adversaries. Hearing the commotion behind him, Lewis raised a hand, silencing the chaos, and commanded, "Relay my orders. Marineford is to be placed on highest alert. All personnel below the rank of Rear Admiral are to evacuate in an orderly fashion." Sengoku soon arrived at the scene, and without contesting Lewis's orders, organized the remaining Navy personnel in the square to retreat swiftly. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lewis, both gazing at a specific point in the sky. Although obscured by heavy clouds, their haki revealed Shiki's presence. "Show yourself," Lewis called out. His blade Sakura 10 enveloped in armament haki, the vibrant blue-violet energy deepening to almost a blackish hue. In a fleeting moment, he raised his sword, striking upwards towards the clouded area pinpointed by his haki. The sharp strike departed from the blade, transforming in midair into a massive lion that let out a deafening roar as it plunged into the clouds. Instantly, a colossal void erupted in the clouds. revealing the sun for the first time that day, as the incessant rain seemed to vanish under Lewis's might. Sunlight streamed through the opening, illuminating a commanding figure that loomed over the Navy, exuding an aura of authority that demanded reverence. This figure, akin to a deity, floated in the sky, the sea breeze swirling around him as if in submission, lifting his golden mane in a display of grandeur. His countenance was ominously dark, rage seething beneath the surface, and his eyes gleamed with a lion's ferocity. None dared meet his gaze except for Lewis and Sengoku. His mere presence instilled fear in many of the commanders. This man was none other than the notorious pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion, who sought to dominate the seas from the skies. Shiki, a cigar clenched between his teeth, shifted his gaze back and forth between Sengoku and Lewis, ultimately fixating on Lewis. After a prolonged silence, he slowly removed the cigar from his mouth, exhaling a plume of smoke as the fury on his face seemed to dissipate slightly. "Lewis, you are quite capable, even managing to capture Roger," Shiki remarked softly. In response, Lewis felt no desire or need to explain. Sheathing Sakura tin and leisurely lighting a cigarette, he retorted, "Your headpiece is quite fashionable. Your taste, Admiral Shiki, seems to have grown rather unique." At this, Shiki recalled his encounters in Edward, gripping his empty right sleeve tightly, his brow furrowing as a palpable killing intent ignited in his eyes. "You little brat, who only knows how to ambush. Your confidence has swelled over the years." At that moment, Gion approached, holding Kinara, casting a wary glance at Shiki. However, Shiki paid her no heed, entirely indifferent. Sengoku then spoke up, his voice booming, "Shiki, what brings you here? Do you wish to court death?" "Admiral Sengoku." Shiki's veins throbbed at his temples, his gaze growing even more menacing. He descended slowly from the sky, landing atop a cannon platform, yet still looking down upon the Navy. Drawing a deep breath, he roared, "I care not what despicable means you use to capture Roger, but he is a man I acknowledge. Under no circumstances shall he perish at the hands of you cowardly Marines. Sengoku, Lewis, hand over Roger. If he is to die, it shall be by my hand." The Golden Lion. Sengoku raised his arm, resting it on his other shoulder, rolling his neck with a sharp crack, and declared, "Roger is the Pirate King. The outcome of your conflict with him was determined long ago at Edward. You have lost, Shiki." "The Pirate King?" Shiki's eyes flared with intensified malice, and he retorted furiously, "What nonsense. Had Roger chosen to ally with me, this world would have been ours. Though our compatibility was lacking, that bastard walked through an era alongside me. He is a man I respect. If he were here, bring him forth. Let me end him myself. Be it 10 years or 20 years, this world will never fall into the hands of scum like you." Lewis confidently shook his neck, proclaiming, upon uttering those words, "I shall remove the flag of justice from my shoulder and cast it aside." He tossed aside the grand emblem of justice. Gion, standing behind Lewis, adeptly caught her boyfriend's cloak. "Roger is not here. You have come to the wrong place, Shiki. In a week's time, he will face public execution in his hometown, Lobetown." A fitting conclusion, would you not agree? As Lewis spoke, he rested his hand on Sakura 10, poised for action. At that moment, the rift in the sky began to close slowly, as the relentless rain began to fall, dampening and extinguishing his cigarette. "Lobetown," Shiki exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, only to be quickly consumed by fury once more. "Roger's death will undoubtedly thwart many ambitions upon the seas. If only there were fewer scoundrels like you. Perhaps the ocean could find peace once again," Sengoku continued, discarding his own flag of justice, which landed on the ground, quickly becoming drenched. This nearly caused Sengoku's frayed nerves to unravel. "How is it that you lot lack the insight Gion possesses? This is the flag of an admiral. To think the legend of the Pirate King would end in the weakest of seas, the East Blue? Spare me your jesting. What you are doing is the greatest insult to that bastard." A furious roar erupted from Shiki's lips, his patience having reached its breaking point. "The weakest sea?" Lewis chuckled upon hearing this, casting a glance at Shiki. "Perhaps, but the East Sea also symbolizes peace. We shall not allow you to impede the execution, Shiki." As Lewis's words resonated, The formidable figure of Admiral Sengoku surged forth, emanating a radiant golden light as he unleashed a powerful punch. To be continued. Chapter 084. I shall call you the most reckless. Shiki gazed at the silhouette of Sengoku, his expression sharpening as he stomped his foot lightly, transforming the cannon into a lion that lifted him effortlessly. At that moment, Lewis raised a hand and struck the air forcefully, shattering the newly formed stone lion that was poised to pounce. Quick to react, Shiki swiftly drew a gnarled piece of wood with his left hand, holding the sword backward against his arm, bracing it before his chest. In the next instant, Sengoku's fist whistled through the air, crashing down onto the gnarled wood with a sound that split the atmosphere. The overwhelming force sent Shiki flying, yet he quickly regained his footing through the application of his own abilities. Without uttering a word, Lewis's gaze flickered with intent as he seized the opportunity, employing Moonwalk to create explosive sounds in the air, drawing his sword, Sakura 10, in an instant. A flash of cold light illuminated the scene as the purplish-black sword energy surged towards Shiki at the precise moment he found his balance. However, seasoned by countless battles, Shiki concentrated his domineering aura upon the gnarled wood, pivoting his stance to meet Lewis's strike. The purplish-black slash clashed fiercely but ultimately faltered under the pressure, prompting Shiki to issue a low growl. Split. With a powerful motion of his left hand, he cleaved the attack in two, disregarding the sword energy that sliced past his sides, turning his gaze toward Lewis with a smirk, proclaiming, "Not bad, Lewis. Is my Sakura 10 serving you well?" Lewis slowly sheathed Sakura 10, expelling the damp cigarette from his mouth, and tousled his hair with a smile, replying, "Should I thank you for that?" Shiki snorted in response, remaining silent. At that moment, Sengoku unleashed his full power, his suit tearing apart as he transformed into a magnificent golden Buddha, radiating formidable might. "Lewis, a formation," Sengoku commanded swiftly. The Navy's dominance over the seas for 8 centuries was significantly attributed to their combined tactics. When two individuals coordinated, they often produced effects greater than the sum of their parts, an advantage that conventional armies possessed, one that pirates could not emulate. In this context, the A formation signified Lewis as the primary attacker, while Sengoku provided support. Barely had Sengoku's words left his lips when he executed a moonwalk, his colossal form leaping into the air, stirring gusts of wind as he charged toward Shiki, a pearlescent aura swirling around his hands, simultaneously launching an attack. "Vajra Palm!" Sengoku roared. In an instant, the pearlescent aura in his hands erupted into a powerful shockwave. Shiki swung his gnarled wood in a defensive arc, unleashing a massive slash that met the shockwave midair. Yet, before he could counterattack, Lewis unleashed a swift draw, a lion-shaped sword energy roaring forth, followed by the sheathing of his sword as he propelled himself forward. Shiki, having just dispelled the shockwave, disdainfully snorted, casually directing a sword energy to obliterate Lewis's assault. Just as he prepared to taunt, a glimmer of golden light and the warnings from his observation haki drew his attention. "Buddha's Wrath!" Sengoku bellowed, closing in on Shiki. The powerful shockwave re-emerged as Shiki, donning haki on his left arm, swung his gnarled wood toward Sengoku's fist. The clash of their haki created a tempest of force that scattered debris in all directions. In a fleeting moment, they exchanged multiple blows, but with one hand less. Shiki found himself at a disadvantage against Sengoku's relentless onslaught. With a steely gaze, Shiki summoned his strength, channeling a tremendous force into his left arm as he attempted to push Sengoku away, seeking a brief respite. "You've grown complacent, Shiki." The voice's owner sent a chill down Shiki's spine, sensing impending danger. In the next heartbeat, Lewis appeared beside him, his fist clenched, a blue-violet aura flaring to life as he struck fiercely at Shiki's abdomen. There was no time to evade. Thoughts raced like lightning, and with a mental command, Shiki concentrated all his haki into his midsection to brace for the impact. However, upon contact, he was astounded to discover his external haki shattering rapidly. "Such a domineering ability," he exclaimed inwardly. "It can break haki?" "Shatter!" Lewis roared, and the ground around Shiki disintegrated into dust, forming a massive pit. with a tremendous effort. Shiki's expression twisted in rage as he bit down hard, but ultimately, he could not withstand the force, spewing a torrent of blood mixed with internal organs as he was driven into the pit. The thunderous sound echoed as dust billowed from the pit, and Lewis's strike even compromised a section of the harbor's dam, flooding the enormous pit with seawater. Observing the scene, Lewis stepped back, and Sengoku landed beside him, inquiring, "How is it? That fellow is an ability user. With the seawater flooding in, he should have no means of resistance, correct?" After a brief pause, Lewis responded uncertainly. Sengoku was still processing the situation. Shiki's audacious solo venture to Marineford had already exceeded his expectations, marking one of the most reckless acts he had ever witnessed. Now, having collaborated briefly with Lewis, Shiki was seemingly defeated. "Perhaps," Sengoku replied hesitantly, but a nagging feeling of unease lingered within him. Meanwhile, Gion observed the inundated pit in bewilderment. "The great pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, is this it? In such a short span, he has been submerged into the sea by Lewis and Sengoku. Is he too weak? Or are we simply too strong?" Yet before the Navy could commence their celebrations, the previously tranquil pit, along with the bay's waters, underwent a drastic transformation. A whirlpool emerged on the surface of the bay, from which several lions, formed from the seawater, erupted forth. "I knew it. A top-tier ability user like Shiki must possess countermeasures against seawater," Sengoku exclaimed, cursing under his breath. In the next moment, the lions coalesced, their size rivaling that of a fortress, as they thrust their claws onto the intact dam at the Navy's port. The majestic lion slowly parted its jaws, and Shiki was revealed atop its tongue. Despite the overwhelming resurgence, his body was in a state of disarray. Shiki's eyes darkened as he gazed down at Lewis, fully aware that a portion of his internal organs lay shattered. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked at Lewis with a grin, saying, "What a formidable ability you possess, but it is still insufficient, boy." Even in the face of grave injuries, his defiance remained unyielding. To be continued. Chapter 085. The Battle of the Twin Lions. However, Shiki refrained from further idle chatter, lowering his gaze to the multitude of Navy soldiers in the square. His eyelids cast in shadow. With his left hand clenched into a fist, he bellowed, "Lion's might, pack hunt." As his voice echoed, the derelict stone warships at the embankment transformed into several slightly smaller stone lions, charging alongside the colossal sea lion beneath him towards the square, obliterating any obstacles such as artillery fortifications in a heartbeat. Witnessing Shiki's formidable onslaught, Admiral Sengoku exchanged a glance with Lewis, seemingly reluctant to intervene. Lewis, in turn, showed no opposition. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. A duel of lions. With a swift motion, he drew Sakura 10, channeling his armament haki and abilities into the blade, and aimed it at the roaring pride of lions, executing a powerful slash. Annihilation slash, extreme, lion hunt. With Lewis's fierce shout, blue-violet energy erupted, coalescing into several roaring lions that lunged towards their kin. The overwhelming destructive force ruthlessly shattered the stone lions into mere dust, while the massive sea lion succumbed to the relentless assault of the pride and exploded into fragments. A torrential downpour of debris ensued near the embankment. Yet, in the next moment, under the influence of Shiki's abilities, the ground of the square heaved upward, and a few more stone lions revived, continuing the assault. Observing this, Lewis snorted coldly, driving Sakura 10 forcefully into the ground, causing blue-violet energy waves to rapidly expand, leaving no opportunity for the lions to reform, reducing them to powder once more. Lion's might, Thousand Cuts Valley. At that instant, Shiki uttered a low command, wielding the withered wood to conjure a multitude of sword energies that descended upon Lewis. Annihilation slash, Lion's bite. Lewis's grip on Sakura 10 glimmered with a piercing cold light. He did not flinch or evade, but met the oncoming strikes head-on. A colossal lion's visage manifested, its gaping maw emitting a deafening roar as it clashed with the incoming slashes, shattering Shiki's powerful assault. Wave slash. Shiki's voice abruptly reached Lewis's ears. Without hesitation, he moved in synchrony with his instincts, positioning Sakura 10 defensively before him. Indeed, the next moment, Shiki's withered wood struck against Sakura 10's blade, the former brother swords now adversaries. Sparks flying as their haki clashed, creating an area around them that ordinary individuals could not approach. Shiki and Lewis, separated by their blades, remained unfazed by the swirling dust around them, their gazes locked in a fierce contest of wills, refusing to yield. "Kid, I'll temporarily acknowledge your strength." Shiki smirked, a note of admiration in his tone, recognizing the rarity of a worthy opponent. Yet, as he beheld Lewis's face, thoughts of Roger resurfaced, rekindling the embers of his suppressed fury. This time, Shiki did not let rage cloud his judgment. With a subtle flick of the withered wood, his figure vanished instantaneously, reappearing midair to deliver a powerful kick towards Lewis. Caught off guard, Lewis instinctively raised Sakura 10, barely intercepting the strike. The tremendous force propelled Lewis backward, his feet carving deep impressions into the thick stone tiles of the square. Shiki's agility was undeniable, bolstered by the powers of the float fruit. He was a marvel of dexterity. Moreover, his strength was formidable, as no monster was overly specialized in just one aspect. Lewis's extensive combat training and cultivated muscle memory, coupled with his constant awareness, allowed him to withstand the blow. "You're truly weak, old lion," Lewis quipped, his tone light as he casually flicked Sakura 10. At this, a vein throbbed visibly on Shiki's temple, his grin widening into a more menacing expression, yet he chose not to engage in banter. Suddenly, his figure vanished from Lewis's sight, reappearing unexpectedly to his left, with the withered wood slicing horizontally towards Lewis's midsection, aiming to cleave him in two. Lewis's focus sharpened, without time to evade. He transformed his left hand into a claw, gathering blue-violet radiance at its center, and struck towards Shiki's withered wood. "Shattering claw," he exclaimed, the claw meeting the wood with precise timing, preventing the attack from advancing further. Sword energies erupted, clashing with the power gathered in Lewis's claw, neither side yielding ground. Meanwhile, Lewis's right hand released Sakura 10, forming a fist as destructive energy surged forth, preparing to strike Shiki's right side. Suddenly, Lewis felt his feet immobilized. Without needing to look down, he understood that the earth had ensnared him in its grasp. "You are indeed strong, Lewis. But still." Shiki's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze sharp. "Too inexperienced." As his words fell, the earth and stones binding Lewis's legs swiftly ascended his body. Just as he prepared to resist, Shiki's speed proved overwhelming. Lion's might, earth spiral. With a thunderous roar, the earth and stones coiling around Lewis transformed into a colossal tongue. In the next moment, as Shiki retreated, the ground heaved, forming a majestic lion that surged upward, ensnaring Lewis with its tongue and swallowing him whole. The lion then collapsed, morphing into a towering pillar that thrust skyward, ensnaring Lewis tightly within its embrace. Admiral Sengoku, observing from a distance, prepared to intervene. But the newly formed pillar erupted in an instant, sending shards flying, which, under an inexplicable force, rapidly disintegrated into powder. The surrounding dust dissipated entirely, as if the very space had been cleansed. Coughing up a mouthful of congealed blood, Lewis felt a sense of clarity wash over him. His injuries were not severe, thanks to the spatial barriers he had erected, though he appeared somewhat disheveled. "How do you fare?" Admiral Sengoku landed beside Lewis, his gaze fixed on Shiki as he inquired. Lewis understood that the admiral was not genuinely concerned about his condition. Wiping the blood from his lips with his sleeve, he replied with a smile, "He's quite powerful, worthy of the title of legendary pirate, but I have not yet reached my limit. I can still fight." "Ha!" Sengoku chuckled lightly, continuing without looking back. "I merely wished for you to experience the might of a top-tier pirate, but it seems you have grasped it. From here on, I shall take the lead, and you will provide support. There is no time to waste with this scoundrel." In response, Lewis extracted Sakura 10 from the ground, shaking off the dirt that clung to the blade, and replied with clarity, "Understood." To be continued. Chapter 086. Note Perception? A new move? Though engaging in combat with a formidable adversary like Shiki presents a rare opportunity, one must weigh the gravity of the situation. Without further ado, the Marine Admiral Sengoku clenched his fists, his armament haki erupting instantaneously. This was none other than the second stage of armament haki, known in Wano as flowing cherry blossoms. The sheer intensity of it left Lewis in awe. While he had indeed mastered this second stage after his confrontation with Barrett, the disparity between himself and Sengoku was unmistakably vast. Not to mention the old-timer, Garp. Here I come. Sengoku's quiet utterance jolted Lewis back to reality. As Sengoku's foot shifted, his form vanished in an instant with a swift step. Lewis sheathed his sword, gathering his energy momentarily, his gaze igniting with brilliance as he brandished Sakura Ten, unleashing a resonant sword cry as he struck at Shiki, who hovered in the air. In that moment, Sengoku's silhouette materialized near Shiki, delivering a powerful palm strike. However, Shiki was not to be outdone. He deftly evaded the blow, countering with a fierce slash imbued with his own formidable armament haki, effectively thwarting Sengoku's attack. It seemed that the influence of the ship's helm on him was still quite negligible. Lewis pondered, observing the unfolding scene. The previous battle had unfolded at such a rapid pace that he had little time to ruminate. Now, he realized that the helm had yet to suppress Shiki's strength. He wielded his haki with remarkable ease. Regrettably, this was only a temporary state. Otherwise, how could Shiki, after enduring over 2 decades of torment, have been so easily subdued by a mere straw hat boy who lacked even haki mastery, nearly facing demise on the spot? Casting aside these tumultuous thoughts, Lewis focused intently on Shiki, his observation haki locking onto him with unwavering precision. This heightened mental concentration, coupled with his relentless dedication, discipline, and motivation, allowed Lewis's observation haki to achieve a new breakthrough. He seemed capable of perceiving the fragile nodes in space with clarity. These nodes resembled keyholes, and with the correct key, he could unlock and breach space at will. What is this phenomenon? Lewis gasped in astonishment. He had absorbed all the theoretical knowledge regarding observation haki from his mentor, Zephyr. Although he had yet to master Future's sight, he understood its principles to some extent. However, he had never heard of perceiving these nodes. While still astonished, he scrutinized once more. The number of these nodes was limited, yet there were significantly more surrounding Shiki and Sengoku than elsewhere. Pondering this, Lewis paused, and after a moment's contemplation, he boldly hypothesized that the quantity of these nodes correlated with the energy fluctuations surrounding individuals or objects. Perhaps the worlds will had stabilized the space around the two. As for Whitebeard, he too might perceive these nodes and utilize his powers to manipulate them, resulting in immense destruction. The underlying principles eluded Lewis, but he had successfully observed these nodes in conjunction with his observation haki, even managing to broaden his awareness significantly. Suddenly, he noticed the swirling blue-violet energy emanating from his hands, and a realization dawned upon him. His shattering ability. Theoretically, it could rupture space. The reason he had failed to do so before might have been his inability to perceive these nodes, much like Enel and his Rumble fruit, or how Luffy and the Gravity fruit synergized to produce unique observation haki. Lewis murmured softly. In the original narrative, Enel's capability to draw down meteors was already astonishing. It now appeared that his observation haki, combined with his fruit powers, had possibly uncovered the so-called field, akin to a gravitational field. Otherwise, his range of observation haki would be unfathomably vast. However, despite this significant discovery and breakthrough in observation haki, the moment was not opportune for introspection into this newfound power. With the existence of these nodes, Lewis could more precisely track Shiki's movements through space, each trajectory leaving a trace, a clarity surpassing mere visual feedback. As Shiki and Sengoku's forms intertwined, Lewis clasped his hands together, intoning gravely, "Shatter Ring." Waves of blue-violet energy surged forth from Lewis, swiftly encircling Shiki's lower half, forming a ring of overwhelming and formidable shattering force that enveloped him within a radius of approximately 2 to 3 meters. In the next instant, the surging energy manifested as a pair of colossal hands, seizing the spatial nodes around Shiki with unyielding strength. Immediately, Two 1-meter-wide black holes appeared beside Shiki, their fierce gravitational pull rendering his body immobile. Enraged, Shiki summoned his buoyancy to withstand the force. As he prepared to escape, Sengoku seized the opportunity, his eyes gleaming with intent. A golden, massive palm, radiating white auras, struck Shiki with tremendous force. Caught off guard, Shiki was hit, forcibly expelling a mouthful of blood, his eyes glazing over as he was flung backward. Sengoku found himself somewhat astonished. He understood Lewis's formidable abilities, yet he had not anticipated the boy could reach a level capable of shattering space. Such power was indeed monstrous. Although he could only breach a small aperture for now, with time, it would become even more terrifying. Lewis was growing increasingly adept and powerful in controlling his abilities. Sengoku mused inwardly. In terms of strength progression, he believed Lewis surpassed even Akainu and the others. Perhaps it would not be long before this lad could genuinely bear the mantle of an admiral. Meanwhile, the flung Shiki crashed into the ground with a resounding bang, his body uncontrollably embedding itself into the solid floor of Marineford, creating a massive crater. Feeling a wave of exhaustion course through him, Lewis knelt, his expression a mixture of resignation and strain. While that last maneuver possessed tremendous lethality, the energy expended to shatter the spatial nodes was equally taxing. In total, he estimated he could execute this technique thrice at full capacity. It seemed that such a type of move should not be used lightly. Yet, to subdue Shiki, he would need to unleash something grand. Lewis sighed inwardly. Without hesitation, he rose, settling into a horse stance. His right hand rested upon Sakura 10, while his left hand opened in a virtual grip, mimicking a sheathing motion. The shattering force and armament haki surged into his sword sheath, amassing energy. Observing this, Gion stood beside Lewis, her presence protective as she rested a hand on the Kinairo at her waist, embodying a Sentinel-S stance. As energy continued to accumulate, Lewis's complexion began to pale slightly, and the surrounding space vibrated uncontrollably, leaving Sengoku astonished, unsure of what this young man intended to conjure. Though she did not comprehend her boyfriend's current intentions, Gion understood the necessity of ensuring no one disturbed him. Sengoku, Shiki roared, erupting from the gaping hole, raising his hand to summon several stone lions that lunged toward Sengoku. At that moment, Lewis aimed at Shiki, drawing his sword with all his might, and bellowed, "Shatter, Requiem of the Void." To be continued. Reflections on publication. This book was cataloged on May 21st, and today marks the passage of 41 days. This is the author's first successful contract and subsequent publication, not counting the previous work that was abruptly cut at 40,000 words. I never anticipated reaching this day, and I must say, it is quite exhilarating. Without further ado, I will present the first 3 chapters. After a bit of rest, there will be more updates. So no need to worry. P.S. Now that it is published, it would not be unreasonable to receive some votes and rewards. Chapter 087. Want to escape? No way. The blade was drawn, its energy enveloping the sword transformed from its usual azure-violet hue to a profound, shadowy black after Lewis's extensive accumulation. Flickering beams of light danced within, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky, captivating yet exceedingly lethal, as Lewis aptly named it. The funeral conveyed all that needed to be understood. With his words hanging in the air, the inky strike surged forth with an ear-piercing shatter, hurtling towards Shiki. Everything in its path was devoured, leaving not a trace behind. The ferocious stone lions crumbled into nothingness upon contact, vanishing silently into the void. Despite his fury, Shiki retained his composure, heeding the frantic warnings of his observation haki. He swiftly maneuvered out of the attack's reach. However, the subsequent scene sent chills down the spines of all present, regardless of their affiliations. The black strike collided with the air, a crisp crack resonating as if signaling the shattering of reality itself. The surrounding space fragmented, forming a crescent-shaped rift. The darkness was unfathomable. None dared to ponder what lay beyond that breach. The sheer terror gripped them, rendering any curiosity moot. What on earth was this TND? Shiki could not help but glance back, his mind reeling in shock. Truth be told, he was genuinely astonished by Lewis's display. Initially, he had come to make a bold statement, but witnessing this spectacle compelled him to curse under his breath. Shiki had prided himself on his mastery of the float fruit, often striking adversaries with violence. Perhaps in terms of sheer power, they were comparable, both wielding destructive forces capable of annihilating nations. Yet, Lewis's display of raw might eclipse his own. While islands were tangible and understandable, Lewis shattered the fabric of space itself. Who could fathom such an act? Though the commotion was subdued, the visual impact was undeniably striking. As Shiki's thoughts spiraled, reality snapped back, and just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, the reaction from Admiral Sengoku was instantaneous. His form swelled to that of a small giant, truly embodying the Golden Buddha. In a swift motion, the Golden Buddha unleashed a powerful sweep, sending a formidable shockwave directly towards Shiki. The words Shiki had intended to utter became lodged in his throat, creating an uncomfortable tension. Given the current state of affairs, he alone bore the brunt of the injuries sustained in this battle, while Lewis and Sengoku bore merely superficial wounds, further awakening Shiki to his own recklessness. He had previously regarded Lewis with a dismissive attitude, but after their encounters, he had begun to reassess his rigid perceptions from the Edver incident. With Sengoku, the Buddha, watching closely, thoughts of retreat began to blossom within him. With a flick of his wrist, his gnarled wooden weapon surged forth, and after the strike cleaved through the shockwave, Shiki resolved to flee. In truth, causing a commotion in Marineford and then escaping would not tarnish his reputation. Even if he emerged more wounded, the embarrassment would fall upon the Navy. Conversely, his notoriety might even rise following this chaos. After all, not many dared to challenge the Marine headquarters single-handedly and walk away unscathed. Yet, before Shiki could act, Lewis made his move. The blade, Sakura 10, cut through the air, launching a destructive strike towards Shiki. In response, Shiki lowered his eyelids, casting shadows, and with a swift counter, shattered Lewis's attack with a single stroke. Without hesitation, he activated his abilities and soared into the sky, attempting to create distance for his escape. Shiki, you shall not escape. Sengoku's voice boomed, immediately recognizing Shiki's intent. Should this scoundrel manage to flee today, the justice of the Navy and Sengoku's honor would be trampled beneath his feet. The Navy was poised to bolster morale through Roger's execution, should Shiki escape. The public spectacle would be rendered futile. Therefore, under no circumstances could Shiki be allowed to flee. Upon hearing Sengoku's furious shout, Lewis paused for a moment, then directed his palm towards the Admiral's position, uttering a commanding, "Activate." Lewis himself was taken aback. In the original narrative, this battle had not reached its climax until a third of Marineford lay in ruins. How had his interference led to thoughts of retreat? Nevertheless, surprise aside, Lewis's actions were decisive. As Sengoku noticed Lewis aiming at him, his fury momentarily gave way to confusion. What was this? Was Lewis preparing to betray their justice? Yet, after Lewis's command, Sengoku felt an unexpected lightness, as if some shackles had been removed. He discerned that Lewis's power was currently diminished, likely incapable of exerting the same control over Shiki as before. But Sengoku did not dwell on the implications. He activated his moonwalk and charged after Shiki, seemingly defying gravity. With a swift step, he nearly lost his footing. The speed was overwhelming. However, as an admiral, his mastery over his body was unparalleled. With a slight adjustment in midair, he adapted to the situation, closing the gap to pursue Shiki. Shiki, do you think Marineford is a place you can enter and exit at will? Sengoku thundered, unhesitatingly unleashing a powerful punch. Floating in the air, Shiki defiantly countered with a sword, blocking Sengoku's strike, retorting, "If I want to leave, no one can stop me." In the weightless state, and owing to Shiki's injuries, Sengoku managed to suppress him, refusing to allow the flying pirate to escape. Meanwhile, regaining his composure, Lewis shed his tie, loosened his waist, and spoke with a grave tone. "Jin, Shiki must not succeed in his escape. Otherwise, our Navy's justice and dignity will be utterly obliterated." "Understood," Jiyuan replied promptly, her expression serious. To create an opportunity for Admiral Sengoku to strike, I will initiate the attack. You follow suit. As I engage with Shiki, do not hesitate. Strike decisively. Lewis's face hardened, a rare ferocity evident. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yuan nearly faltered, wanting to dissuade her partner. But the determination in his gaze compelled her to trust him and lend her full support. Seeing this, a faint smile crept across Lewis's lips before he turned his attention back to the battlefield above, his smile quickly fading. Without further delay, he enveloped both himself and Ji-Yuan in the weightless state, then propelled himself towards Shiki at astonishing speed, accompanied by the sound of air bursting. To be continued.